gotta get it fresh.
Fresh, yeah. You know who got that for their wedding? You're looking at them.
You.
My wife knew the people, and every time she went, the lady would give her the fresh chicken. Fucking delicious. Ralph's got a thing now. If you got a piece of fish, they'll fry the fish up for you. Very nice too.
You ever go to Diners Chicken? It's pretty good too. By the airport, it's an old school chicken place. Diners.
By the LAX.
Yeah, it's good. You go in there, you get a whole barrel of chicken. I mean, it's like old school fried chicken. I like good fried chicken.
I like good fried chicken.
I do, man. I'll go to places. You know, if I find good fried chicken.
When I came from Cuba, I used to tear up the Colonel.
Yeah.
But not in front of my mother. My mother wouldn't let me have fast food growing up in New York City. So.
And you can make chicken a lot of different ways, man. You know, Wade Boggs was a baseball player. He ate chicken in his whole career for every game. I did a commercial with him. I asked him, I said, "Did you really eat fucking chicken? Did you eat chicken?" No, and he was like, "Yeah, I ate chicken my whole career."
Dog, I gotta eat chicken cutlets every day.
Yeah, they gotta be thin.
Mashed potatoes, thin.
Oh.
With cream corn,
and
cranberries, juice, and some club soda in that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
God damn.
Get me hungry,
you
man.
always say cream corn.
Cream corn is good.
I could eat chicken cutlets every
You know, this Cuban joint they put some like cheese on the corn on the cob. I don't know if it's a Cuban thing. It was very good. It was like a grated cheese.
Yeah, Mexicans have that too.
It must have been like a Mexican style.
Don't fuck with my corn.
Yeah.
I like Hotel Bar butter on my corn.
Hotel Bar butter.
A little salt and heavy on the pepper.
Pepper.
Yeah. That fucking corn is brand new.
You know what's good corn? Jersey corn.
Jersey corn. Oh, the sweet shit. But let me
sweet
explain
Jersey corn.
The reason why you don't like cream corn is because the people who made it for you just give it to you out of the can. Any professional knows you gotta dope that motherfucker up. Okay, you dope it up, and now you go to Vegas, or now my wife makes the cream corn with little pieces of jalapeno on that motherfucker to give it some flavor and some extra butter and some extra salt and pepper.
But is it better than just corn on the cob? Corn on the cob is amazing.
It's amazing, but it's different dishes call for different things.
I see what you're saying.
I'm pounding chicken cutlets. I don't have time to fucking put butter. When I consider a corn on the cob, I'm eating it with a baked potato and a nice fucking steak.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything has a different fucking patois here.
I feel you.
How about cream spinach? Like cream spinach?
If it's made correctly. You know what I like it with? If I tell you what I like cream spinach with since I'm a kid? Spam.
Spam is good.
Fried spam.
Yeah, fried spam is good.
Spinach, fresh cream spinach.
Fried spam with some
garlic in that
motherfucker.
Stop it, dog.
I love cream spinach. Spam is not good.
Yes, it is.
Ain't
yes,
bad.
It is.
Ain't bad.
Again, you got to dope it up. If you show up like a Gentile and just cut it and fucking no, you got to put some salt and pepper. Today I made a burger. And I had my wife taste the burger, and she goes, "Jesus Christ!" I go, "I've been asking you."
You put the chopped meat together?
No, I get these burger
patties. From where?
85% nice. I take them home.
Really?
I put a little garlic salt on. I put a little fucking onion salt on that motherfucker.
Did you grill it?
Heavy on the pepper.
Right.
Then I take it outside and I grill it, and I put little holes in it so it cooks the inside. And right before that last piece, I take a little butter.
Hey, you want to go to a good butcher down at the Grove, in the middle of the Grove?
I'm not doing that.
No, I swear to
That's
God.
not gonna happen.
There's a guy there.
It's not even.
They got a fucking cowboy steak in there. You'll go out of your mind. No, it's in the farmer's market.
Listen,
the guy goes to a ranch. He gets this cowboy steak.
That's great. So do I.
I don't think Joey would go to the Grove.
I wouldn't go to the fucking Grove if you paid me.
Yeah, but go there for the butcher.
I won't go there.
He's got these sweet sausages.
Listen to me. The only way I would go down is somebody's giving $100 bills.
Really?
That's it. I wouldn't even
Why,
consider.
You detested?
I don't see why I got to drive in that traffic anymore. 52 years of age.
I
got 1 foot in the grave, 1 a banana peel. I'm gonna waste 20 minutes to go get sauces. It's gonna be men's amor. I'm going to New York in September. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, man.
I'm done. I'm done with the fucking driving. Lee knows. Everybody knows.
I don't like it myself.
I'm done. I'm done. Listen, we're done. We were talking before. Last week I fucked up and I had 2 slices of pizza. Lee knows. I'm to the point in my life now where I only eat pizza from one place. That mall over here got Joe's, New York.
It ain't bad. Yeah, it ain't bad, Joe's.
I go over there. That's it.
I'm
giving up on everything.
Where is it when you walk in? I've never seen it.
Downstairs in the food court, all the way in the back. They got them in the dungeon next to the Japanese people that they closed down. But that fucking mall got some food now. They got a cheesesteak place. They got the Chinese place. They got a sandwich place at the end.
Which mall are you talking about?
This one right here.
Not even the Galleria. You're talking about the one on Riverside and Woodman.
Riverside and Woodman. Yeah. Tremendous.
Yeah, that mall.
Pizza. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they have the Joe's. It's pretty good.
Pretty fucking good.
It ain't bad.
The other day I went overboard. I had the sausage and the pepperoni because I'm a cheese slice motherfucker. You know me, though. Just give me the cheese. Well, why fuck around?
Yeah.
Anything I did, you put that chicken teriyaki slice next to my slice, I will gouge your fucking eyeball out. You understand me? Don't give me no chicken.
You don't try fusion pizza?
No. Why would I do something like that?
Nah, you don't want to put chicken.
I don't do nothing like that. I don't disrespect.
Have you tried
pizza.
Blaze? The Blaze Pizzeria. They make the pizzas really fast. You can build your own pie.
No.
It ain't bad. It's more like the Chipotle of pizza,
Right,
but it ain't bad.
Let them Chipotle themselves.
Yeah.
I'll stick with Joe's.
Hey, man.
I break down every 6 weeks with a slice of pizza. I was explaining to
There
Lisa.
is a joint, but if you want to treat yourself in Pasadena called Sette Bello, and it's almost like a brick oven slice. It's not bad. If you want to treat yourself.
No, we go to Ice House once a month, so
go over there. Sette Bello.
Sette Bello.
Yeah,
Where is it?
it's,
and what do you get? What kind of slice you
It's
get?
unbelievable. It's like a brick oven slice. It's like, it's that stuff is from Italy. They get all this shit from Italy. It's the real deal.
How's the cheese?
Great. I'm telling you, it's great. I know good pizza. It's a good slice of pizza.
Is the square kind called Neapolitan? Or what is it called? Sicilian. Do you like
we
that?
were growing up on Sicilian. We were raised.
I like
Yeah.
Sicilian.
I love Sicilian.
But there's an art to that. Not everybody can make a good slice of Sicilian.
If not, it's just bread with fucking sauce on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people, like Nick the Greek.
Yeah.
The Greek, he made a nice Sicilian. He put it by the window. The flies landed on it. They used it as a takeoff. Every time you got a slice of Sicilian, you got to look for a fly in that motherfucker.
When you make a good square too, there was a place in my neighborhood called J&S. They made this square pizza. My dad used to go insane. He's like, I could just get the freaking recipe. I'm like, Dad, we're never gonna get the recipe. So it's been there, still there, J&S. And nobody makes it like them. When somebody makes something unique, you just go, wow, that's a great fucking slice of pizza. Just like Patsy's, the original Patsy's, you go to Harlem, it's great. They're still there. The oven is 1,000 years old.
It's still there?
Still there, man. You can go in and get a pie for $10. Yeah, that oven is so old. That's why it's so good, the oven. It's the oven, man. It's unbelievable. I love that. Go to a Yankee game, stop in Harlem, let's go to Patsy's, let's get a pie, and then go to the game.
Eat it on the way?
Yeah, eat it on the way, man. I did that one time with Sandler and all the guys. I don't know if it was Long or Short or Chuck and I was eating some freaking, they go, where'd you get that? I go, call them now. They ordered all these pies. They were like, holy shit, this is good. Yeah, I know how to eat. You guys don't know how to eat. They don't know what to eat. You know what I mean? I had to freaking turn them on. That's what I do, man. I eat. I know good food. I know a good burger. I know a good slice of pizza. A good sandwich. Something like a little mortadella, a little fucking soprasad and fresh buffalo mozzarella. A little olive oil. Oh, it's fucking great.
A nice prosciutto, mortadella with some wet
Prosciutto
mozz
de Parma.
on a fucking nice bread,
Good
a little
piece of
olive
bread.
oil, maybe a roasted
fuck
red
outta
pepper
here,
like a
roasted
motherfucker.
pepper. Yes.
Some
Unbelievable.
All
right, have you ever had that?
No,
Lee?
I haven't
His
had that.
asshole would
Lee,
fucking crumble.
you'd go fucking nuts.
You'd go fucking
I'm gonna
nuts.
get you a sandwich like that.
I'm down.
Oh my God, with those stuffed peppers, with the mozzarella, and they're a little.
The mozzarella, and I'm telling you, a little mortadella, a little superside, and the little prosciutto. Oh my God!
Have you been to Domingo's in Encino?
It's good. Yeah, Domingos makes a good sandwich.
It's a good place until the guy. See, the last time I was there, I had a bad experience.
Domingo's?
I was having a great time. I was waiting for my sandwich. And all of a sudden,
Wow.
Johnny Gentile walked in there. The whitest guy in America with slippers on and was pissed about his turkey. Why would you go in there for turkey in the first? I wanted to smack him.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept saying, why don't you go to Subway?
Go to Subway for
Go to
that.
Subway
Yeah,
for
with
turkey.
Jersey
They
Mike's
got
there.
every fucking turkey in the world.
Right.
Why are you wasting your time in an Italian fucking place in Encino looking for fucking plain turkey?
Yeah.
I was mad. I don't want smoked turkey. Get the fuck out of here. Go eat dick.
Right.
You don't like smoked turkey.
Why is that Domingo's fault though?
Because that's what I'm saying. Why is it Domingo's fault? Why is this guy in there? If I was Domingo, I wouldn't allow this guy in there with his fucking slippers looking for a turkey sandwich. We don't make turkey sandwiches, all right?
Yeah.
Go down the fucking corner.
I tried to get the Euro last time we were in Boston. This place, Umberto's in the North End. It's like what you like. They have like a whole bunch of like ready pies, and they just stick it in the oven, and like they're the big ones. So each slice is really 2 slices. Fucking amazing.
You know what's great? A fucking great meatball. When you get a meatball, it's just. My mom used to make it with veal and lamb and beef, and it would just fall apart. It was magical. What a
And when it was in the
meatball.
sauce, just floating there, and
just
you came
floating
by.
there. Not
and
too
you
big,
stick.
not too bready.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
And you take a piece of bread.
It's like
and
sucking
dip it in the
something
sauce.
that's
Oh, my
like, you're
fucking
sucking
God.
something that's like gold. I mean,
How long you been in Eva? Forever?
Yeah.
When did you just? How old were you
I've
when you
become-
discovered the
I've-
greatest thing in the world? What was the
As
first
I've
thing?
gotten older, I think when I was a kid, I was finicky, and I didn't have great eating habits. I didn't appreciate the food until I was an adult. Till I started making my own sauce. Then I named myself Nicky Red Sauce. You know, because I made a great sauce. Everybody was like, "Hey, Nicky Red Sauce." I was like, "Yeah." I actually had it in a fucking jar, but it didn't last long because I didn't have any backing. But it came out really good.
Did you go to Shark Tank?
No, Sean. We had a real fucking sauce. I was in 50 stores, man.
Were you?
Telling you, yeah, it was like a Rayo's sauce. It was a high-end sauce. We made it with the pork bone, everything, in New Haven, Connecticut. I'll show you the jar.
Are you showed it to me?
Yeah, you remember I told you about it.
But you didn't go to Shark Tank?
No Shark Tank.
You should go to Shark Tank.
We got Charlie Bronson up there.
Yeah.
That's great.
Gotta have Bronson
What
on
a
your wall.
face.
What a fucking unbelievable.
Just look at that face. I mean, you didn't even have to act. With a face like that, you just show up. You know, when you look at those faces years ago, like, I look at these girls. I wish I had a face like. I mean, my face. I have a good face, but those guys had fucking incredible face. Like these movie stars today, they have no character. There's no Robert Mitchum. There's no fucking Charles Bronson. There's no Steve McQueen. There's no Paul Newman. This is all bullshit. I mean, Charles, look at that face. Wow, look at that stash.
Show the people at home.
I'm trying to.
Victor Mature. Oh my God, my dad resembled Victor Mature. Stud, man. Stud.
Look at Charles, like right there in that movie. I can't tell what scene that. It could be
What is
the
that
mechanic.
From? Is that?
It looks to me like the mechanic. It really does.
Jan Michael Vincent.
Fucking Jan Michael.
Remember him?
Listen, bro.
Good
Jan
looking
Michael
kid.
Vincent. I think Richard Gere, every year he gives to the Jan Michael Vincent Foundation.
Does he?
Sure, because if Jan Michael Vincent wouldn't have stopped drinking, wouldn't have started drinking, Jan Michael Vincent would have still been fucking people up. You watch not the Blue Lagoon, watch the one he did for Disney.
Mm-hmm.
The one before The Mechanic, he did Disney, The World's Strongest Man.
Right.
When he picks his arms up and shit, that was he was the original Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt would have to suck his dick.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt in The Mechanic, Jan Michael Vincent was throwing a fucking heat that nobody had thrown since early Robert Redford or something. That was like a fucking beautiful man.
Yeah.
And he started fucking boozing. That was it. You ever see the movie Defiance? He made a movie Defiance about a longshoreman.
No, I never
in
saw
Lower
that.
Manhattan. Him, Paulie Walnuts, Danny Aiello. That's how long ago.
Really?
This is 70. If The Mechanic was 73, this was 75.
Was it good?
The guy that played the gang leader was badass.
Yeah.
Throw it on, Lee. See if Defiance is on there.
It was like the trailer.
Yeah, who
I
you
was
texting?
watching
I
this.
was gonna
I'll
periscope.
fucking bite your finger for a second.
I was watching Deliverance. The end of Deliverance. Like, that was a good flick.
That's a good flick.
Man, good acting.
Burt Reynolds was tremendous.
Burt was great.
Defiance,
Avoid-
Jan Michael Vincent. See if they got anything. And throw that up. That's an old school movie. And all those guys were in acting class. That's how they probably got that movie.
Yeah.
It's Aiello, Paulie Walnuts,
Mm-hmm.
and there's somebody else, young as shit.
Defiance. Must have been an early. When it slipped by. Sometimes
1980s. That's that. I'm gonna get the.
Here's another name I'm gonna throw at you. Whatever happened to Ken Wall? He was fucking good. Remember? Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. The
Fucking
good-looking
The
dude.
Wanderers.
The Wanderers, but
The
he was also
Wanderers,
in that
man.
show on CBS.
Wise guy.
Wise
My
guy.
parents, he was handsome. He could act. I'm the kind of guy. One of my favorite movies. I love that. I wish I was in
The
that.
Wanderers.
Oh, my
Leave
God.
the
I told
kid
Sandler about that. He was like,
alone.
you should have been. Leave the kid alone.
Nobody remembers
That is a badass movie, man. Look at this.
Look at him, guys.
Oh, shit. That's him?
Look at him.
You're right.
That dude would have busted the bank down, guys. So look at they just remade a video of it.
Oh,
Look
so
at the
that's not
gang
real?
leader. No,
Shit.
this ain't real. Look at the gang leader. But hold on.
Oh,
look at
wait. Keep going.
See if there's something else there.
How do I get this? On Netflix?
I don't know.
This is on YouTube. Let me see if there's another one.
Yeah, dog. He was still hot in this one.
What happened to him? Drugs?
Alcohol. They did a
Alcohol?
behind the Hollywood whatever about him, and it was really interesting because he was fucking drunk. I mean, he has no teeth now.
Yeah.
Well, this is when they showed him. He had a bad
Is he
accent.
still alive?
I'm not sure.
Wow.
You take care of yourself. Yeah, you keep it. Someone tell me.
This guy, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever seen Jan Michael Vincent, he was about to blow the fucking bank. But so right there, this was I don't know what he did after. He did Skywolf, a show for CBS. He recurred on it.
It's a raw deal you got, Tommy. I know, Ronnie. What the hell am I going to do? Oh, you got a godfather? Some alien? Yeah, I got this guy named Krinsky. I'm on suspension. Oh, shit. Well, you can't sleep on a goddamn docks. I got a brother-in-law. He's got an apartment building in the city. Get yourself a place there. It ain't Gracie Mansion, but it's cheap. Oh, you see? What the hell am I going to do in this city? I hate this place. I can't even breathe here. I ain't got any money anyway. Yeah, have some more orange juice.
Can't keep that down.
This is the old New York dirty.
Yeah, but that's really
Oh my God, I saw him in the James Brown movie. He gained a lot of weight. Craig Robinson.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie though.
The James Brown movie? Yeah, I watched it today. I watched
How was it?
Bits and pieces of it.
I mean, I like that kid, but I don't know if he's dark enough to play James Brown. I mean, I don't mean dark
That kid
color-wise.
is fucking good.
He's talented.
Everything that kid does, he's good. He's good in draft day.
He's good in 42.
He's good in 42.
Yeah, he was good in 42.
He works hard.
He works on everything. They're putting him on everything now. He's going to be on the road now. He's going to win an Oscar. But you know what I was thinking about Nick the other day? Today, Man on Fire was on, and The Godfather at 3 o'clock. That's your movie. Header of death.
That's your movie, right?
Man on Fire.
Man on Fire.
Please. And I had to work. I had to do a bunch of shit, but I caught the last 10 minutes. It's just a movie. Once he starts blasting little Mexicans.
My favorite is Training Day. I love him.
Really?
That's a good.
I love him in that.
See, I like him in that.
I love him. I don't know why, man. That's like one of those movies that the more I've watched it, the more I liked it. It was like The Town. The more I watched it, the more I liked it.
Movie.
That was the best thing he ever did.
That was just evil enough. He's evil in that movie.
He's right.
Denzel. He gets progressively more evil, and he's so charismatic, I guess.
Yeah, that you almost like him.
Oh,
he's such a low life that he's fucking the girl.
Up until the last scene, you still kind of like him a little bit.
Man, when he shoots his friend, breathe, dog, breathe. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta tax you a little bit. Yeah, shoot him. Shoot him. He's telling the guy, shoot him. That scene is unbelievable. Bam! He's like, the scene when he goes to the house with all the guys. Yeah, and I gotta tax the guy and all this shit.
And he gives the money to Berenger.
Yeah, Berenger, yeah.
And the guy
they gotta get the okay and shit,
Those are old.
Yeah, those are good actors,
and
those
the
guys.
Guy from Scarface who got gum on his shoe when he shot him. The lieutenant, the one who shook him down at the bar.
Right.
That's a great scene when he
explains. That's Ulyss Harron, whatever. The guy that was like, now how this works, Tony. You know that guy? Now this works, Tony.
I was gonna bring Denzel up.
He goes, don't go too far, Tony. Don't go too far.
Don't go too far.
You can't shoot a cop. Remember that guy?
Oh my God.
Whoever said you were one.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Fucking Pacino. Oh, he was great. Fly.
But I gotta tell you something. I love Denzel, but I'll tell you who's really a bad motherfucker. Nobody gives him enough credit.
Who's that?
And I'm going to say why. Pink Floyd has a song called Pigs. 3 different ones. I know people are going to get upset with this, but I know you're going to understand where I'm coming from.
The song?
No. Oh. Someday they're going to make a song called... Let's tell the story first. The guy's name is Lawrence Fishburne. I think Lawrence Fishburne is the best black actor. Pound for pound, he squeaks it at the note. At the track, he just beats it. And I'll tell you why. Because he plays 3 different types of moulignons. Okay, and I can't. But it's the same moulignon. Listen, in the one with Walken. Remember when he goes
to New York?
Yeah. Okay, but then he comes back like Ike Turner.
Ike Turner.
That's bad. And that's a complete different type of brother. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
And he's great in Boys in the Hood too, man.
Oh my God, that's the father.
He's fucking great in
Guys, he's the most.
He's not as good looking as Denzel. He's not as charismatic as that. But I agree with you. He's right up there.
Oh my! And he's got one other one. He plays a different type of black guy.
He's right up there. He's right up there.
I think his problem might be that a lot of people my age don't know him other than the Matrix. He's been a
And the Matrix, and I didn't even mention the fucking Matrix.
You got to look at his body.
I don't even look at Apocalypse.
You can't
Now.
always judge a guy on one thing.
No,
I'm not saying it's
No,
fair.
no,
I'm just saying it's just like if you ask like someone under 30, they'll probably say it's not.
Yeah, but when I was under 30 and I saw Denzel in Glory, I knew there was no turning back. And then I saw him in the movie with you, the trumpet. Dude.
No better.
I knew there was no.
That was my first movie. I was at the
I knew there was no
table
turning
reading.
back.
I said to my brother, I was nervous. My first movie, I was so excited to be in the freaking room. There was all these great people. Robin Harris. I said, oh my God. He took over the room and he destroyed everybody, including Denzel. My brother said, this guy is a fucking, he's going to become huge. And then he'd fall asleep right at the reading. And then when Denzel was reading and shit, I said to my brother, wow, who is this guy? He goes, oh, he's going to be a big star. This is Denzel Washington. We did a scene with him. I remember I wasn't there. It was my first movie. So I was out of my light or some shit. He goes, Nick, just move over here, move over there. I was like, oh, okay. He goes, see, my brother goes, yeah, he's looking out for you, Nick. See, he's looking out for you. But I knew, I said I was working with like a star. I mean, his focus, his look, everything. I mean, I was just, concentrate on what I had to do. But I was like, wow, I'm in the scene with this motherfucker. This guy's hot, man. He's bringing it. When guys show up like that and you're there bringing it, it excites the shit. It's just like when I worked with Red Dog, years ago on Blue, the first year, and we became friends, me and Caruso, and I was like, I said, this guy is coming with it, because it gets you excited. And that's what people don't understand. When other people are good, but he's a star, man. He's a star, and I heard he's a little bit of he can be a diva too.
He's done now, right? He ain't doing nothing.
I'm talking about Caruso. He just.
How many seasons have
I don't know. He got rich taking his sunglasses off and doing. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, that guy was dead in the fucking water.
Yeah, somebody was looking out for him. Somebody up above was looking out for that guy.
Dead in the fucking water.
We're friends, and somebody was looking out for him. When I tell you, because the guys that acted that way and threw that away, they never get another shot. Never. So he was lucky that somebody came looking for him, but that doesn't always mean you're very happy because he wanted to make it in the movies. That was the thing for him. He used to always say, Nick, we gotta make it on the big screen. This is the little screen. To him that was his dream. That's why he sabotaged himself. Because he wanted to it wasn't big enough for him. He should have played his cards right. Maybe he would have had a little bit.
It's amazing how many movies you see, and he's in it early on.
Yeah. He was good character actor early on, but he didn't jump off later on, like when they gave him these starring roles. I think he was just one of those guys that was better on the little screen.
He was good in Jade.
Yeah.
He was good in Jade.
It wasn't a good movie. That's the only problem. It was a shitty movie. The other one was a weak movie, Kiss of Death.
Oh, that was a Kiss of Death.
Yeah, that was weak.
That was fun. That's the one.
That was funny. Who's I like watching that for Cage.
Yeah,
Cage is funny in that.
Who else? Yeah, Cage is funny in that.
He's actually funny in that.
Hunt.
Huh?
Hunt is in that movie.
Yeah,
Lauren Hunt, right? What's her name from the chick from?
Oh yeah, what's her name?
What's her name?
Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt's in
Helen Hunt. Yeah, it wasn't a Rappaport. They tied him up, and my friend Rappaport. Yeah.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage played the strip club owner with the asthma.
Yeah. I think they offered that part to my brother. I think he turns down a lot of stuff. Because Caruso was saying, "Yeah, I gotta get your brother. Tell him to do it. Tell him to do it." I was like, I can't tell him to do it. Yeah, Johnny's like, you can't tell John to do anything. John's a different animal. You tell him. But I worked with Cage. I worked with him in the Oliver Stone, the World Trade Center movie. He was a nice guy. Oliver Stone was a bastard. He destroyed everybody. And one time Nick Cage goes, "Don't worry about it. He calls me Jethro from the Beverly Hillbillies." I said, "Really, Nick?" I said, "Man, this guy's fucking nuts, Oliver Stone. This guy sucks. That guy sucks. He sucks. Everybody sucks." I said, "You're fucking." I fought back one time. "Oh, you're getting mad now. You're getting mad." I like that. I was like, "Yeah, because you destroy everybody's confidence. If you don't do anything, you tell you, you got nothing. Then if you try to do something, you say, you're so over the top."
Did Oliver Stone do the football one?
Yeah, he
almost got into a fist fight with Dean Cain at the fucking audition.
Oh, he did?
They stood up. They had to break the camera.
Yeah.
They had to get in the middle.
He's a bully. What do you call? I think had a punch out with him years ago. Woods or somebody. James Woods, I think, an old movie, Salvador. I think they had a punch out with him. He went over to my wife one day. He likes Asian women. He was rubbing her hair. I said, hey. He goes, oh, how'd you get her? Never mind how I get her. I said, well, you want me to get you an Asian girl? I'll get you an Asian girl. Because there was this girl I knew one day. He goes, can I meet her? Can I meet her? I said, yeah, you can meet her. She was with this fat gangster guy that I know. I said, come over here. Oliver Stone made her like a star. She was an extra. He brought in a fucking trailer for an extra. I swear to God. This guy was nuts. Fucking nuts. I don't want to work with that guy. He was like, hey, you want to be like Jackie Gleason? You want to ham it up? You're looking in the camera. I go, I'm not looking in the camera. I go, you're smoking too much pot. I'm looking in the camera. You guys nuts. I went back for the callback. He was calling me Timmy or something. He goes, I want you in the movie. I go, you want me in the movie? You call me a different name. He goes, no, but I love the way you talk. Listen to his accent. He goes, he's got a better accent than De Niro. I said, yeah, but get my fucking name right. He called me Timmy or Robert. I don't know what the... I said, no, you called me because I know, but this is what I have left. There was a lot of guys in the movie. We had a lot of fun. That was right after my mom passed. That was
I'm thinking about when Bill Buffer was here. He kept calling him
Bruce
Jimmy.
Buffer.
Bruce Buffer.
Yeah, it's like
Jimmy.
Oh, it's like when I had a hair cutting job when I was not a hair. I was washing Jewish women's heads when I was a kid. And the owner, this is a funny story.
Why were you doing that?
Because it was a summer job, and they said, do you want to wash hair? I said, yeah, I'll try it. And I didn't like it. All these Jewish women were yelling at me,
How
harder,
much are they paying?
harder, not much. I had to sweep the fucking hair and rub these, and I couldn't even shampoo the hair hard enough. They'd be like, they were very picky Jewish, Long Island. I was a kid, young kid. But the owner, his name was Nick. He goes, what's your name? I go, Nick. He goes, you can't be Nick. I'm Nick. He goes, well, what am I going to call you? I said, I don't know. Call me Richie. He goes, all right, Richie. So this was funny. I worked there for like 1 day, 2 days. He'd go, Richie, Richie, Richie. I wouldn't answer. I go, oh, that's me. All day long. Richie, Richie, Richie. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm like, fuck this. I can't work here. I can't be fucking Richie. My mother almost named me Richie. Thank God. My brother goes, she was going to name you Richie. Yeah, because, they call you Dick. I don't want to be Richard. Thank God I wasn't fucking Richie.
Excuse me, put that air on, please. I'm dying.
Yeah, I'm dying over here.
Yeah, you got to put the fucking heat on. I tell him every day. He has me in his fucking...
It's a good story, right?
Yes.
Fucking Richie.
Why
Richie!
Why are you guys schmitzing? It's not
I'm going
that
to use that in a fucking movie one day. Richie! My brother tries to rob my material. That's funny. Tell me that again. Well, no, I don't want to tell you. It'll wind up in your fucking script. I didn't like that job. I had a lot of... When I was a kid, I'd have a job for 1 day, and I would quit after
Me
1,
too.
2 days.
Oh, my God. I was...
Bus boy, Lenny's Clam Bar, treated like dog meat. One time, UPS, oh my God, they made you work like a fucking animal, 4 hours for $8, and that was blood money.
Oh, UPS?
Yeah, and
you had
to push out about 2,000 packages in an hour.
In an hour, you got to touch them. Oh,
my father said, fucking quit that fucking job. That's he goes, your Uncle Mikey, they gave him a truck, and he gave him the truck back. He said, don't ever work for those fucking people, UPS.
What was this? What year was this?
Oh, this was like in the 80s or something.
I applied for UPS.
Oh, my God.
In 1980, and my buddy got the job.
If I show you have a camera, I show you how I had to work. I mean, physically, I could show you.
No, I know how you had to work because he used to tell me, and he's still there. Listen to this. I went with that kid, winter of 81. They were hiring for the Christmas holiday.
Yes, for the
we
holidays.
Both applied.
Right.
They kept him. Do you know, till this day?
Wow.
He's still there.
I made a career out of it?
7 years ago, they gave him 1 point something, 3 point something.
Yeah.
Because his stock options and his vacation, they went public. UPS
really?
Went public.
Wow.
So I talked to his brother. That's the kid I robbed the jewelry store with. He became a fucking born-again Christian. Now he won't talk to me. But the brother and me is still tight. And the brother tells me that they're trying to get rid of him now because now they're paying him 6 figures. And, he wasn't even supposed to be there at this point. They look at Nick. He's dope. And
dope.
He got the shirt.
He got the shirt. Yeah. No, that's not for the movie. It just is dope. But, yeah, Jim.
Oh, my God. I had the only job I kept when I was 15, I kept a job working as a hard carrier for an Italian guy. I really liked Mr. Severino. I really enjoyed I learned a lot from him. I think of how he ate today. From 7 to 5, he'd have 5 small, tremendous meals.
Right.
But half of what you would get at home,
Mm-hmm. That's the way to eat.
A piece of lasagna, a little piece of lasagna, an apple. He'd have a little wine glass. He'd put saran wrap on it from. He'd have wine at 11 o'clock with fruit. He ate cheese at 1. He ate a really weird diet. And I went back 10 years ago, and there's Mr. Severino looking the way he looked fucking 40 years ago when I was a kid.
Wow.
So it worked. You know, he worked that little island diet. He was from Sicily, and he worked that island.
They know how to eat those little
grapes and all that shit.
Yeah.
I didn't quit that. I didn't quit my mom's bar. I like that. The other day I went into, when I went to Schuler's, I went in Saturday afternoon to get lunch. The girl was there by herself, the bartender. She goes, "Thank God you came in." I go, "How long you have this job?" She goes, 3 weeks. It's brutal. She goes, "I forgot. I didn't take the summer into consideration that people don't go to bars in the summer in the daytime, you know."
Right.
And I go, "This was my first job. Me, the asshole. I took a job on Saturday days, like the first week of July at this bar.
Mm-hmm.
I made $4 the first Saturday. I went on the second Saturday. I cleaned up a little bit. I go, I gotta get the fuck out of here."
What job? I fucking hated KFC. I had that for like a day, maybe a day or two.
What did you do?
I don't remember. I was in the back with the chicken or some shit. It was bad. It was a bad fucking job. I was like, this sucks.
So I never worked at a fast food.
Yeah, I did McDonald's a couple of months, but my mom said, "Oh, you're eating the food too much. Quit that job." Then I wound up as a produce kid at King Cullen. That I liked, except I got sick, so I had to go from the cold to the hot. I was wrapping fruit, and I started getting sick from going out to the cold. But I liked it. In the back, you know, I met some girl with curly hair. Her name was Lisa Ferrara. I remember that one with the big knockers.
You suck her tits in the freezer?
No, I never sucked her titties. Her crazy boyfriend attacked me from the weeds. I remember that girl because she was hot. Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, just remember those stories. But no, I never held on to a lot of jobs, except when I worked for a hotel. And that was one job that I liked. And then I was a bellman for a summer. And I said, "Oh, shit, this is not bad." I said, "This is
in Manhattan?"
Yeah, it was a summer job. My father was there in construction. John was there in construction. And my mom said, "Why don't you get him a job as a bellhop? It's a new hotel." I just thought I was going to college at home. And first night, I don't know what I made, 100, 110. I had like a Jewish bankroll. It looked like I had $1,000. My dad opened the door and he said, "How much you make, kid?" I said, "It's right there, Dad. Like 110. He said, "What the? You kidding?" He went crazy. I said, "Yeah, cash, man. Fucking cash. He's loaded." My father was like, and I was socking it away. My father was like, "Look at him, that cheap skin. Look at that skin Flint used to call me. You see, he's saving every fucking nickel. Look at him." I was like, "You got me the job." So I was making money, man. I loved it. I was making all kinds of money. And it was a fun job.
You worked 5 days a week?
I was working, it was a summer job 5 days a week. The fun was like at night. Once in a while, I got my friend a job. My friend in Gracia, he was the night man. So once in a while, I would fill in for him at night. But at night, there was no business. So Gracia even told me, "If you ever work for me, Totoro, at night, you got to be like room service. You got to be almost like you got to be a different type of bellman at night." So like, if you go in the menu and you see that there's a bottle of champagne for $65, you know, you could go buy it for $10, $15, replace it with the bar, and then charge the guy $65. Like one time, Count Basie wanted a hamburger. I went to Burger King, Count Basie, and that burger was like $10. I took a Burger King burger and put it like just in a regular freaking aluminum foil. And he was like, "How much?" I go, $10, Mr. Basie. He was like, "Well, why so much?" And I said, "Well, I'm room service. Everything's closed, man. 2 o'clock in the morning, you know." At one time, these freaking Iranians or these Middle Easterners wanted women. I never did that before. I went out like my Plymouth Valiant. I found a couple of chicks on the street. I snuck them in and brought them up to the room. I felt like a pimp, you know. And these Iranians or whatever they were like, "Not suitable, not suitable." I said, "Well, fuck you, man, not suitable. I went on the street to get these broads." And they were pissed. They were like, "What's wrong with these smelly, ugly bastards?" I said, "I don't know.
Shower.
I know shower. No, I mean the men are dirty, not the women."
Oh, the women.
The women were all right.
Yeah, they were
I said, "You gotta pay me. You gotta pay me for my service. Fuck you. I ain't doing that again." I said,
"They give you money?"
Yeah.
$20.
Yeah, I forget. But I made money at night, but I mostly worked during the day. I worked during the day, and that later on became a doorman at a different hotel, St. Moritz. But this was on the east side. It was a Helmsley Hotel. Holly Hotel. I liked it. The white gloves, black shoes. I remember telling my friend he got the job. Yeah, I said, "Come with black shoes. They're going to send your ass home." Comes in with fucking brown shoes. And they sent them home. I thought, I fucking told you to come in with black shoes, man. Not brown. But it was a good job. But in a way, it was a trap because, I saw that you can make easy money and shit like that. And, I didn't want to get stuck. And then when I was looking to make money again, I got back into that hotel business because I knew you could make money in it, But it was, and my brother was like, "I don't want to see you get stuck in that shit, Nick. That's a trap,
One of the first jobs I had was a place called J. Har and Sons. They hired high school kids from 2 to 9 or 10 or 11, whatever you could do. Just a warehouse loading trucks. And I worked with this funny black guy. The guy cracked me up all day. He was a man, But we went out for him and got bottles of blackberry brandy. And, he knew the guy at the liquor store. We smoked weed with him. And when he had a big afro one night, you had to have one of those things that they put the boxes on and you pick up and
a hand truck.
A hand truck. Yeah, we had hand trucks, and he would stock the hand trucks, and you pull them away and stock them. You had some crews stocking the trucks, and some crews stocking the hand truck. I forget what this guy's name was, and there was a goofy white dude, and he was stocking the thing, and the black guy went to bend over, and he let the thing go. And I remember that the hand truck got him in the head like this. And,
shit.
But he didn't get hurt. He didn't bleed or nothing. But the funny thing was when they took him out, the metal from the thing went into his afro. He had like a 4-inch afro. And he walked around like that. And we couldn't stop fucking laughing for hours. That's my adventure in the warehouse business. I was there for 2 days, and my mother came in there like the second day, and she goes, I just got a call from the high school. You were supposed to go to the doctor. What do you mean you're spitting blood? I was spitting blood. I had a lung infection in high school. I got a lung infection, and I went to play football, and I started spitting pure blood. Every time my heart beat, I would spit pure blood.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's scary.
They called I was supposed to come back to school. The doctors know. I never did. I thought they would forget about it. Fuck no.
What was it?
In the 70s, they were spraying marijuana with paraquat, a chemical to destroy the fucking whatever it's called, the plant. But some people still picked it, and some people smoked it. I was one of those jerk-offs that got sold to.
Right.
And I got a lung infection. I ended up in the hospital for 13 days.
Oh, man. How old were you?
15, 16, right there in the middle. And those 13 days, whatever, those 11 days in the hospital. I got out the night Ali lost to Holmes, maybe, 79. September of 79, I got out. And Ali was fighting. That's why they threw me out. They're like, we can't take another night. Because my friends were coming to visit me. They were throwing furniture out the hotel window. They were showing up with cases of beers, broads. It was fucking crazy,
At 15.
At 15?
All these guys were crazy. When I got sick, a lot of people, I had good friends at the time, like high school buddies. And they were showing up and smoking pot in the hospital room and blowing it out the window. And
oh, my God.
It was 11. I tormented them from the first night I got in there.
In the hospital?
Why?
Because the first night I got in, I had never been in the hospital before. I didn't know what to expect. I'm fucking white coat fear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I have fear. And at that time, I didn't know about breathing. I knew nothing.
Yeah.
All I knew was about fainting. And I went to sleep finally. I didn't even really sleep good that night. I peed the bed. But they had rubber sheets, so everything was wet. I got fucking drenched.
Oh, my.
And in the middle of sitting there, I'll never forget, the nurse came and she goes, we got to draw blood. I go, look, you don't want to draw no fucking blood. She's like, yes, we do. We have to draw blood. I go, look, not the way I'm feeling. You say I pissed the fucking bed. I have fear oozing out of me. You're going to be fine. Yeah. You're a big kid. We'll do it standing up. And I kept saying, I don't want to give you blood. In those days, they had like a little cart that they pushed.
Yeah.
The nurses were changing the sheets. I remember this dumb nurse took me outside into the hallway. And she goes, you ready? Yeah. She strapped my arm. And she put the needle in there. And guys, I swear to God, I don't remember nothing. All I remember is waking up on top of her.
Really?
Put the needle in my arm, blood all over my fucking arm. I fainted, took her down with me. The cart tipped over.
Oh, my God.
Tremendous. After that, they had to fucking take blood out.
I hate hospitals, man.
Oh, my God.
I hate them. I'm with you.
I fucking hate walking through them.
Me too. I bang it. I know.
Knock on wood.
I don't want to
ever see anybody.
I don't want to wind up there.
Oh,
something happens to me, please don't let it be there.
When I get the surgeries on my knee,
I had one surgery on my elbow, and that was like traumatic for me.
I can't spend the night. That's a fucking nightmare. That's a fucking nightmare with those ham and turkey. Lee likes those turkeys. Lee would come home from see the sign and go, "That food was delicious."
I told the guy not to even knock me out. He gave me like Twilight. He goes, you'll be out, but because your eyes were open the entire time.
Jesus.
Yeah, he goes, it was hilarious. He goes, and you were we became friends, me and this guy. He goes, and you were telling me you were going to beat me in basketball. He goes, I never saw anybody so funny. And then I woke up crying after. I don't remember my eyes being open. I said, my eyes were open. He goes, yeah, wide open. And you talked through the entire operation. I said, that's fucking crazy, man. Then afterwards, I freaked out. He gave me Norco, and I almost jumped out the window.
The pills, Norco?
Yeah, and I went
terrible.
home. I was hallucinating. I was running around the house. I was running around. My brother goes, "What's wrong with you? You sound like you're freaking." I said, "Yeah, I'm going insane." I was taking the thing with the surgery. We were doing. I was doing Chuck and Larry then, and it was. I had a little break, and I had tore something right off my elbow. I tore this thing right off the bone. Freaked out. Unbelievable, traumatic experience.
You gotta put some Tony Bennett on.
Yeah, put a little Bennett on there.
A little Bennett on.
Put a little Rat Pack, some shit.
Yeah, the halfway mark. It's Monday. Talking to my main man, Tricky Nicky.
Gene Ammons. Ever hear of Gene Ammons? Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it.
It's beautiful.
Wow, that's music. Got this shit today. You can make love to this. Not fuck. I mean, yes, fucking music and then making love.
This is beautiful. How you feeling, Lisa? What's going on with you? Dad's coming? You excited?
He's coming in August.
What'd you send him for Father's Day? You said you sent him a fucking
I sent him
Billy Crystal book.
He just started liking to read, so I bought him a Billy Crystal book, a Johnny Carson book, and then actually a pretty cool thing that's on or was on HBO. It's Billy Crystal talking about like the 700 Sundays he had with his father.
He liked that. Nick liked that. Nick enjoyed it.
I sent him that too.
Like, how old is your dad?
63? Yeah, 63.
He's in good health?
Yeah, he's doing good. He's down in Florida. He's retired. He's
great.
He's having a good time.
You're lucky, man. My dad passed at 63, but I'm saying, stay close to him because you only get one father.
I started freaking out. Not freaking out, but I started thinking about it, and then I got this notification on my phone that said I was almost out of voicemail space. But I'm just not deleting voicemails from my parents anymore. I feel like I'd like to have it.
We gotta delete a couple. The ones that your mom just called and says, "Call me back." Delete those. Who gives a fuck? If she calls you with a good story on the phone and tells you to send you a check, something like that.
That'd be a good one to keep.
Yeah.
Hey, listening to that Tony Bennett, I'm starting to buy albums again. I'm going to these CD trader stores. I'm into buying albums again because it was just something about having an album. You know what I mean? It's not like the CDs, the tapes. There's something special about the whole event. Put the album on, the record playing. I got the turntables. I'm back into it, man. I'm back into getting albums again. It's I love it. It just makes me, I don't know, there's something special about that. It's like watching a black and white movie. It's just something beautiful about that whole experience of buying albums again. Louis Prima, Brian Sinatra, Bert Humperdinck, all these guys. Pumperdinck, we call them Pumperdinck. My dad said, "Yeah, put on some Pumperdinck." I don't know. I like it. Even soundtracks. I bought Scarface. I found the Scarface soundtrack. It's a good soundtrack, actually. Really good.
It's when you talk about albums, people like Lee doesn't have a fucking clue. I'm not mad at him. Lee doesn't have a clue about the album experience.
Right.
Lee came up with the CD experience.
Now today it's even different.
And
now it's computer.
Yeah, it's computer where there's no experience. It's just a download.
Vinyl's coming. I just got into vinyl.
Did you get the turntable?
Yeah, I have the turntable, and I listened to the first half of Houses of the Holy today.
What'd you think?
It was good. I just was doing some work in the.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
First two songs.
Because one of the songs is kind of like really melancholy.
No.
Maybe that one.
You don't have to go. And then the other way is Dancing Days Are Here Again.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes into No Quarter in the Ocean, which is the meat and potatoes of the fucking album right there.
Wow. But it's really coming back.
It was a different, and I didn't insult Lee when I say he didn't know what
I don't know what I'm talking
about. I'm happy that you do have that because it's a different, there was nothing like walking to the record store on a Saturday.
Right.
Okay, you either had a paper route.
Right.
Or you had your 13th birthday, whatever the fuck, you had your cash. And you already know what the album cost with tax.
Exactly.
You knew it was $7.62 fucking cents.
Really?
Right.
You knew.
It's so true.
You knew, Lee.
Welcome. How big's your bag? That's what I hear. That's right. Always could be bigger. Why'd you donate it? Oh, no. So your bag is empty? You got an empty bag right now? I'm talking about your crypto wallet. Hey, that's good. I'm currently programming some robots. Robots that automatically follow, spam, and create clips on Kick. Somebody's got to be, baby. Hey, man, it can be. You got it. You're gonna have to remind me. Oh yeah, now I remember that. Well, again, it's best to get the approval of the coin. You could also just go in the chat and ask for an admin. Yeah, you just ask for an admin and say, hey, I've got this idea to start a project using Sproto ordinals. I wanted to know how I get approval for doing such. No, I don't speak on behalf of the coin. I am the supreme rabbi, but even I like to ensure that everybody in the community is happy, and I don't want to start a sub-project and make our leadership upset if we didn't ask them. Look how good they are to me. I mean, they provide me with all kinds of merch. I don't want to go out, turn my back on that. That's all you have to do, dog. Well, once you get approval, let me know and we'll market it like a motherfucker. Hey, tell me what they are and we'll go through them. Same here, baby. Well, just enjoy yourself and relax. You got it, baby. Thank you, sir. No, I don't, my friend. Take care, my friend. Hey, come on in. I'll be here, baby. God willing. Sounds like a plan, dog. Peace, baby.
By a guy who's not perfect. Much more fascinating. That's why Ralph Cramden used to tell his wife, I'll punch you right in the face. Go to the moon. You never see comedies like that. You know, you couldn't get away with that shit today. You know what I mean? But he was great. You loved him. At the end of the day, he was a lovable loser. That's what Tony Soprano, they loved that character. He was a great guy and a great actor that did it. And the guy was fucking great. The writing was great, but James was tremendous. I mean, you know.
You see the Road Warrior yet?
Which one?
Mad Max?
No.
The new one? You
No,
haven't
was it
seen
good?
it? Yeah. The guy was good. I like Tom Hardy.
Was he? Oh, he's a good actor.
I like that.
He is a very good actor.
He's good. He's good.
Yeah. He's deep.
He's good in that, the one with Gandolfini.
I
The
saw him
movie
in that.
sucked.
It was a bad movie.
It was a bad movie, but he was good.
I saw him in the Warrior movie. I liked him a lot. The one with the brothers. He was like a wrestler. That was a good movie.
That's a good movie.
And there's a movie called Bronson.
Bronson.
He's good in that too.
I turned it on.
Yeah.
I had to turn it off. It was disturbing.
It's a little weird, but I like it.
Did you see that, Lee?
No, I haven't seen
Bronson?
Is it about Charles Bronson?
No.
No.
It's about this character named Charles
He's
Bronson.
in prison his whole life.
He's a notorious fucking criminal, villain of death, and all this shit.
I can't believe Gandolfini's gone. That's fucking weird. I remember when he died. It was just like shocking. My brother went to the funeral. He said he never saw so many people crying because it was really, really sad. He was at my mother's wake and everything. He did a move with John, and I don't know. It was something about the guy that he was. You could tell it. People loved him. He was a giving guy. Yeah, you know, he gave to the cast. He fought for people. He wasn't like a douchebag. You know, a lot of guys in that position, they don't care about the rest of the cast. They don't care about this guy. He had a big heart, but I think he was a dark guy. You know, deep down, he had a lot of demons. His demons did him in. You know, it's unfortunate, but that's what made him so great, man. I saw him. I remember hugging him at my mother's wake, and I could tell. I said, "This guy is a." That's why I was driven to him as an actor. You know, he was a great character actor. Then all of a sudden he got this part, and I was like, wow. I knew he was good, but I didn't know he was that good. He was like really fucking good.
He was really good.
He had some weight. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about his weight. I mean, he had some real chops, and he was good with women. You know, for a guy that wasn't beautiful, he was a sexy fucking guy with women. Like, you know, he was overweight, he was fat, but you know, you could love seeing him in bed, fucking women, and you know, making love and shit like that. Annabella Sciorra, he had all these wild affairs. The one chick with the one leg. I mean, he had.
Oh, he fucked everybody.
Yeah, he banged everybody.
Now he's fucking the Cuban girl.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, he just hooked up with the horse lady.
The horse lady.
But he was
It's
good with
fucking
women.
crazy.
There were some guys that you go, they're good with women, like like De Niro. He's never been good with women. He looks awkward with women. But Gandolfini was actually like, he was a sexy motherfucker with women. You know, he just had that sex appeal.
Can you believe the scene between Tony and his cousin asking her about Ralph's sex life?
Yeah.
There's a brother and a sister. He gave her $3,000.
He goes $3,000. He goes, how'd you come up with that figure?
And he goes, I picked one. I thought you would say yes to. He looked just right.
He was so mean to the. Oh my God, he was so mean at times. You know.
He was mean, but she was crazy. She's just so crazy.
The best
her?
is when he when he goes to put her on the bus and she goes, tell me what'd you do with him? We buried him up on a hill, overlooking flowers. No, Janice. He fucking sold it, Jack.
Oh yeah.
He fucking sold it. It's
Yeah,
really
she
good
loved
to
him.
see somebody sell it.
Yeah.
I love to see actors sell it. I was meeting with these writers last week, and we were talking about flashback scenes in movies. And we're talking about, you know what? If you commit to the flashback, it's a tremendous fucking flashback, you know?
Yeah.
It's tough to do.
It's not always easy to pull the flashbacks off. It's not always They did a lot of that in the show. Some of it was good and some of it wasn't that. They didn't always nail it, you know. But you're right. Those flashbacks are, you know, sometimes when they're done well, it could be brilliant. But it's not easy. They're not easy to do, you know. I mean, like in Godfather 2, it's great. You know, when they do the flashback scenes, it's just beautiful. The way, you know, you just forget. You know, you go from one time to another time, and you're completely with that time. You know, the way they did that, it was just beautiful.
In all the Godfather movies, I think my favorite scene is the end of 2, when they go back to the kitchen and they're talking about, you know, hurry up, we brought a cake for Pop.
Yeah.
That is, to me,
it's a great scene.
That, to me, is one of the greatest scenes.
Yeah.
In movie history, and they're like, "Oh,
it's a great scene."
He goes, "I try to congratulate you. Don't fucking encourage you."
Yeah,
stupid.
James Caan is so good.
Oh my God,
so good in it.
But you know, if you went to an Italian house or an Irish house,
it was like that,
or a house with fucking passion,
right?
That's the house
of passion.
That the mother finally had to come and go, stop with the fucking fun. And she's cursing, and she's telling you to stop cursing.
Just like when they're eating in the first one, and Paulo tries to say, you know,
he goes, I
can help you out. He goes, you know, we don't discuss business at the table. Goes, you know, those niggas are up there riding in the Cadillacs and shit.
We don't discuss business.
We don't discuss business at the table.
Best line,
but you're right. You know,
they don't. That takes you back.
And you know that other scene is great when they're all sitting around. I don't know, where's Luca? I don't know, he's shacked up or something.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's
Michael
a great scene.
Up. Yeah.
That's a great scene. They're all sitting around. Just answer the phone.
They're not expecting me.
Right.
All right. The fat guy starts laughing.
All right.
Oh my God! They all start giggling.
Oh my God!
Duval starts laughing.
You know, that guy was great. Richard Castellano.
He lived in North Bergen.
Did he?
Yeah,
great actor.
My buddy called in, the assemblyman. That's where the funeral. That's where they had the funeral.
Really?
Funeral parlor. I never saw him. He lived in at the Grinder. Now everybody who does coke lives at this building. It's circular, so they call it the Grinder.
I just saw Pacino on Charlie Rose the other night. Hey, he's great. He's a great interview. He really is. You know, he's very articulate, Pacino. He said some great stuff, fascinating stuff. He's talking about early in his career. He was saying, like, you know, I didn't even think I was so good. And he goes, I didn't even know if I was going to make it this big. And I had a friend that was saying, when good things would happen to me, it should be happening to me, not you. And Pacino goes, yeah, I know. This was his friend telling him, why isn't it happening to me? Why is it happening to you? And Al said, you know, he goes, my friend of mine wanted it. He goes, he wanted it. But he goes, I guess I had to have it. He goes, you know, like my friend wanted it, but I had to have it. And the way he said that, like, you know, like as much as people are humble and say, I'm lucky, but when somebody wants something, that's one thing. It's like a woman. Yeah, I want her, but I have to have her. I have to suck her titties. I have to kiss her. I have to go. I remember I told my brother one time I was doing Born Bad Blue. I said, this chick, Cinda, gorgeous mulatto. I'm going to kiss her on the mouth. He goes, you're insane. I said, no, I'm going to kiss her. Watch, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to kiss her right on the lips. Because I had to kiss her. I had to taste her lips. I didn't want it. I had to have it. And sometimes you just have to have it. And it's a very powerful statement. I don't know, I get lost a little bit thinking about it, but, you know, it's true.
You know what? It's Lee and I were having a conversation of wanting something.
Lee liked that. I don't know.
Yeah, Lee likes everything.
I'm just worried if there's any assault charges pending that you just admitted to, or
Oh, did I? What did I say?
no, but like just having to kiss a girl.
Yeah.
You get
Lee, it was
dangerous.
Mo Better Blues. It was
Fucking
20 years ago. Go
25
back to
years
your
ago.
coma on the fucking
Who
computer.
the fuck is gonna do that?
Jesus Christ, Lee, you're worse than Law and
You're
Order.
worried about?
He's like a pending dame. He's on my neck.
He's on my neck.
He's
Yeah.
on my fucking neck.
Yeah, I charged him $7,000. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You really thought, what are you
Yeah.
laughing about? But Lee and I were having a conversation that you could tell.
I love when he looks at the waiter. He goes, "What the fuck do you want?" Fucking guy.
Lee and I were talking about like how I felt in 1995 coming back from doing comedy. And
How long you doing comedy, Joe?
24 years and sitting there going, what's today's date? Oh my God, it was it was Thursday, 24 years.
The 22nd.
Yeah, 24 years. And I remember doing comedy like 5 years and crying at night. Crying myself to sleep going, I don't know how to improve in the time. I didn't think in my mind,
Right.
I didn't think I had a big window. I had to get good fast. And I know the only way to do that was to get on stage. You have to get on stage every fucking night and write every day. So I got on stage every opportunity. But Boulder, Denver, had a limited amount of stage time. You know, I could sneak up on fucking karaoke night here. I would sneak into an open poetry night one night until they caught on. They threw me the fuck out of there. So when, I don't know, when I got cut loose from Denver, I decided to leave and move to Seattle. That pain really, it was the pain of wanting it, man. Wanting to get good, wanting to work, you know.
Right.
I didn't want to be in movies or on TV. I just wanted to be a good stand-up, so I had something to do with my life. I wanted to do something with my life, you know. So even if I didn't headline, I didn't care. Even if I got $600 a week and lived in my car, I didn't care, Nick, at that time, at the age of 32. I just wanted to get good at comedy, you know. It was a certain pain, and unless you have that pain, you really can't describe it to people.
That's true.
The pain of wanting and then deciding that you're going to commit to this. This is what you're fucking doing.
Right.
Like just that fucking pain, you know, like, you know what, enough is enough. This is what I'm doing. It takes a certain, you know, last week I yelled at Lee and I didn't apologize to him because he got me mad because he watched 9 episodes of a show, you know. And my argument was it was a Friday. There's money to be made on a Friday. You cannot sit in front of a TV for 9 episodes. And he knows I love him. I mean, he didn't get mad at me.
No.
Right. He knows I'm breaking his balls because it's a discipline. It's a discipline in your mind that you have to do something every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I know you're with your girlfriend or whatever. You have to take her home and say, I'll pick you up in 5 hours.
Right.
Even if you're just going to go home and whack off on the couch, it's a discipline. You develop a discipline to doing something.
That's right.
And that's very important, you know. We talk about people committing to stuff. Today I went to jiu-jitsu when I was leaving. The guy followed me out to the car and he goes, I gotta tell you something, man. I didn't think we'd be having this conversation 2 years later. He goes, I thought you were gonna walk out of here for the second week. He goes, every time you come in here, I'm so proud of you. And that's what I was telling Lee started going to jiu-jitsu on Tuesday nights. And I go, Lee, just go once a week. Every time you go, you're beating the odds of people. Because in this country, the way we are today, nobody commits to nothing. Nick, you see it. You see it. They come to you with a fucking TV show. We did this, and we're going to pitch it, and all of a sudden they just disappear. And all of a sudden you look them up on Facebook, and they're back in Connecticut working at the fucking highlight thing. And you're like, you were just here telling me you were going to be the next fucking, who wrote fucking the tequila guy from Cuba? Whatever his name is.
I have no idea.
The commitment level in this country has gone. People do not want to put in, you know, and listen, I'm not going to fucking lie to you and tell you I was any different. When I was 19, I walked into the electricians union and they were like, yeah, the first year you make $15 an hour, 12, whatever, 11.92 was this. And then the third year, and after 5 years, when you're 21, you look at 5 years, you go fuck yourself. You know, even the service, you're like, you know what, I'm going to get shot after a year. So it doesn't really matter. I'm not doing 4 years in the service. Nobody joins the service thinks they're going to last there for 4 years. But if you commit to something, the time passes so fucking fast. We have forgotten, you know, and that's all I meant the other day, Lee. I didn't mean it a bad
No,
way.
I totally understand.
Or insulting you. Not at
I didn't
all.
take it like that.
I wasn't mad at you. I was just saying that.
But then after today, look at Mark Maron. Look what he did. Like you've told me, like he took a career that wasn't going
Did you
where he
see that,
wanted
bro?
it to go.
What was that?
We discussed this, him and I, last week.
Oh my God.
We have a friend, Mark Maron. Great guy. I've known him in comedy since 97. I had a little tiff with him in 98 over cocaine. And we discussed on his podcast, and we never talked for a while. I'd see him, I'd say hello. He was great and almost famous. I went up to him, he shook his hand and said, "You were great. You should really pursue acting." You know, and he was with 3 Arts. He was one of David Becky's first clients at 3 Arts. David Becky's one of the most powerful guys in Hollywood. He's got Louis C.K. and Tracy Morgan and fucking, I mean, he's got all the comedians in that level. They go to 3 Arts. Kevin Hart's with 3 Arts. Those are the people.
That's the place, huh?
That's the place.
Yeah.
So, you know, he was down and out. Things weren't going his way, which happens in the city. You know, you have peaks and valleys. And sometimes you just cannot wait for your fucking agent. Sometimes you cannot wait for your friend who's a friend of Clint Eastwood who said he's going to put you in Jersey Boys. Sometimes you just say, fuck it. He called one of the most powerful guys in the comedy division at 3 Arts and said, "Yeah, I'm working on a podcast." And the guy looked at him and said, "What are you talking about? That's fucking shitty radio." And they giggled. The guy took an insult, fired him. And today that guy's Mark Maron, who had a show put on because of his podcast. But Friday, Obama went on it.
On Mark Maron's podcast?
In his fucking garage in what town?
Like Pasadena.
Pasadena.
I think is what it
Yeah.
sounded like.
Obama went with the helicopter, the whole thing, to
Really?
Sun Valley,
Wow.
went in his garage. It was on World News Tonight, him saying the word nigger on the podcast, talking
Really?
about racism.
He actually had a real conversation.
A real conversation with
I
Obama.
was so happy.
Wow.
Okay, do you understand me what the magnitude of this is? This is a guy that they looked at and said, the top comedy. This is what I said to you last week. We were having that discussion about starting up, and I said to you, don't these guys, these agents, these TV people, they have no idea. It's like they don't have no idea about the internet.
Right.
They have no idea.
Yeah.
They have no idea. They're arguing still. Well, we're gonna rate it. They don't even know. They don't know. They don't know.
Yeah.
YouTube's getting paid. Nobody else. You put a video up on YouTube, they played 1 million times. You get $18. You know. My point is, they don't know. This is our genre. This is why they're confused with this. They don't know. We make our own prices. We set our own. We make. Remember when when Tina Turner put the movie out, the real What's Love Got to Do with it? Ike Turner got pissed off in real life, and he hired a publicist, and he went on an all-out parade. And in New York City, he said, "We're gonna make our own movies. We're making our own movies. We're writing our own books." And that's when the guy said to him, "So is it true you used to beat up on Tina Turner?" He goes, "I never beat up on her. I just punched in the face a couple times." He said this at a press conference.
Oh my
"I
God.
just punched in the face a couple times."
Shit.
But that's the problem, that they don't really know the magnitude of this thing. This is 9 to 5. This is people who go to work and go. This is the supermarket late night. There's no Howard Stern late night. What do you do when you stock shelves late night? What do you listen to? You can only listen to Alice in Chains so much before you want to listen to these different people, different perspectives, because they have everything. It's not just comedians. It's actors. It's wrestlers. It's doctors. It's people who do taxes. I saw a fucking podcast for taxes last week.
Yeah, they have a podcast.
You know, this is amazing. This is a tremendous fucking forum. So that is like groundbreaking that Obama went on this guy's podcast. And I'm so happy for him. I got to tell you, I'm so fucking happy.
This guy?
Listen, man, sometimes it's great when somebody has a dream and somebody tells them to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you believe in your dream that much, that's when things happen.
That's true.
That's when things happen, when you believe
You gotta
in this
believe
dream.
in it. Something.
When your mother says to you, "You're a loser, go back to your father, work with him. Look, he's worked at the plant for 40 years. And you're like, "Fuck you, Ma.
Right.
I'm out of here. I'm going to the village. I'm painting my face black and I'm singing fucking Earth, Wind, and Fire songs." There's a market for that shit. You never know until you try.
Right.
This guy left 3 Arts, an agency that eventually they would have done something from. They would have put him on the Louis show as a sidekick, something.
Right.
They cast that whole fucking show with Red on it. That whole show is just them. Town and Country, I'm Zari. That's his whole show. They packaged that whole show, 3 Arts. He looked around this thing and said, "You're the Hindu, you're on it. You're on it, you're on it." Look at all the people in that show.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec. They're all 3 Arts people. That's their show. That's what they do.
Mark Maron did something really cool, and I've never met him, but now I like him now. At the end of the podcast, he lists off like everybody who helped him. like the artist, like the guys for the website. He's like producer, but then he left a lot of money on the table. I don't know if you listened to it. He only had one sponsor, and I'm not even sure if they were paying him. He said like thank you to Squarespace. So he left like that podcast has probably been downloaded over 1 million times already.
Really?
It has to.
The
be.
one today with Obama, they broke the bank today.
So how did they get Obama? He has a big.
No, the article I read said that someone of his staffers was a fan.
Oh, really? Obama was a fan.
No, one of Obama's staffers was a fan of Mark Maron's.
Oh, I see. And brought it to his attention.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is big for the. This is it. This is it. Now, somebody else might have a beef and might go on Corollas or And this is what I was saying. It's a different forum. You cannot put a price on this. They don't know how to. This is an easy forum. This is just three gentlemen talking. We just had a great conversation about food, sports, music,
everything.
Women, whatever the fuck you want. This is a beautiful thing. Let me give some shout outs and I'll get you out of here.
Ah, beautiful.
Nice and easy, no fucking drama. How you feeling, cocksucker?
2 stars is pretty much my limit.
Ram, I love
stars.
you over there in Dublin. Thank you for the kind words today. Corey Layton, Corey Butts, Wolf G, I love you. The UFC gym in San Antonio sent us a few T-shirts and some other things.
The UFC gym.
Yeah, the UFC gym in San Antonio. Eric Weidenstrand, smoking Lady J, you smoking dirty bitch. I'll see you this week. Joshua Arambula and Jeffrey Stunk. I think Jeremy Stork. I think that's your fucking name.
I think I know him.
Right. And then some guy sent me a nice CD, and they smoke a number and play a number. You're all legends. Diaz and Lily. The guy's name is Malt. He's got his whole band here. We got your CDs in the car. Check out the Polaroid they sent me. I don't know the name of the fucking band. They didn't put it on there. But what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? You get different strokes with different folks. What's going on, my buddy? So, what's your ideal fucking day of food? Give me if you woke up in New York City at 7 in the morning, you drank a little coffee in your hotel room.
Go to a diner.
Where for what breakfast? Give me the breakfast.
For a nice diner. I get scrambled eggs, or I get 2 eggs over easy, a little bacon, home fries.
No turkey bacon, man.
No turkey. Fuck that turkey bacon.
Fuck that shit.
Cup of black coffee in a diner. Good black coffee. That's the best coffee. You know what I mean? A little grapefruit. I like a little grapefruit. Little
wheat toast.
Yeah, wheat toast. I even like white toast.
Wonder bread toasted with
Wonder
butter.
bread. Yeah.
Brushed on that.
Sure.
What are you taking notes for? Are you reporting
I'm writing down what I want to say.
All right. This fucking Google brownies.
No.
What else? What do you got for lunch?
Lunch. I get a nice meatball hero. Nice meatball hero. Little mozzarella on the side.
The bread toasted, so the
bread toast.
The mutz burns on the edge.
Burns, yeah.
And the bread is crispy.
Right. Maybe a slice for a nice slice of pizza.
On the side,
on
absolutely.
The side.
While you're waiting.
Yeah.
While you're waiting for the
And if I'm hungry enough, maybe I get a little half of a calzone, a good calzone.
Oh shit.
Yeah. That would be really nice, right? Top it off at night with a nice fucking porterhouse steak.
How many ounces? How much meat can you eat?
I don't like them too big.
You do?
No.
You don't like them too
big? I
big?
don't like them. 12 ounces good enough for me.
12 ounces is perfect. What do you got on the side? A little baked potato?
Baked potato,
Or a side of pasta. You would do the side of spaghetti, pasta marinara. That's it.
Yeah, you could do a little pasta marinara.
Fuck yeah.
How about a little baked clams? Baked clams.
Baked clams, casino.
Yeah,
baked clams.
not casino, just baked clams.
Baked clams, nice loaf of bread with some butter.
Loaf of bread, yeah.
Stop. What do you get for dessert? What kind of desserts in your world?
Dessert in my world, little espresso. I have some Zambuca. And then I get a nice little spumoni, nice little spumoni. I like a good cookie too, I'm like a big dessert, unless it's really, really good pastry, a good piece of pie.
Let's see what lunatic's gonna fucking say. Go ahead. What shit menu are you gonna?
No, you go first.
I'm thinking. What's for breakfast? Go ahead.
Okay, I like egg, bacon, and cheese sandwiches, but I like them when you put hash browns inside. That's what I want.
That's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Disgusting.
Now, when I make scrambled eggs, I got a trick. And everybody goes crazy over them. You know what I do?
What do you do?
Burn the butter with oil, olive oil. I put butter, then I put olive oil, right? Butter, then olive oil. Then I let it smoke. It has to smoke up like your fire alarms go off. The alarms go off. Smoke it. So I scramble the eggs and throw the eggs in. Turn them fucking quick. Because then they get a dark color. The eggs are dark and the taste... No, these don't taste like scrambled eggs because I burn the butter with the butter and the olive oil and then I throw it in a high flame, but I flick it fast, and it's dark. You never taste the scrambled eggs. It tastes close to the diner type of eggs. But everybody goes, "Can you make the scrambled eggs?" I go, "Yeah," because they don't taste
You
like.
put ketchup on your scrambled eggs
If you want afterwards,
with some white
I
bread.
like pepper.
Oh,
A lot of
that
pepper.
sandwich is
Like a
good
lot
too.
of pepper.
Scrambled eggs with some
Yeah.
ketchup on that
And
motherfucker.
whatever, yeah.
Tell you what's good too is a good, nice slice, thin slice French toast. You know, nice or even a
I'm
pancake.
more of a pancake person.
But it's got to be thin pancakes. There's an art to making those thin. I don't like a big fat, thick. Big fat. I'm like, I don't want that. I want no part of that thick pancake. It needs a thin. Everything's got to be thin to me. Even French toast should be. I don't like it too thick. I like it thin. Yeah. But I also like the syrup too, the old fashioned syrup. I like that old
Aunt Jemima.
Aunt Jemima
That's just
or the other
like
one.
that.
Or there's another one that
Mrs. Kettleworth.
something like that. I forget.
No, the maple, the one. I know which one you're talking
Oh,
about. This is
you,
good
you know what
maple
I'm
syrup.
talking about.
That shit you get in the Bronx and shit.
Yeah.
At the fucking boys club.
Hey, a good salted bagel is good too. You know, give me a nice salted bagel with a little cream cheese and a slice of tomatoes, salt and pepper. Woo, that's nice. Good salted bagel. Yeah, you go to Western Bagel.
Yeah, what's for breakfast at the Lisa? Yeah,
I said, but you know what actually isn't bad? The whole wheat pancakes at Denny's. They're only like $1.50 each, and then I had sugar-free syrup, which I didn't think was bad, but I probably just haven't had syrup for over a year.
You know what movie makes me hungry?
What?
And it's a good movie. That fucking chef movie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that movie. Favreau did a good job. Very
Joey
good.
wasn't a
What's
fan.
for lunch?
You're not a fan?
I was a
I did
fan.
16 scenes. I got nowhere. I got 8 scenes, 9 scenes. Nothing happened. I had to move on with my
Oh, you
life.
didn't like it?
It went from the same scenes.
It's true, but I like the movie.
Hit me with your what's for lunch?
Lunch is okay. I really thought hard about this. I'm going with Chinese food: General's chicken, egg roll, and dumplings.
From where? Where you get an egg from?
No, well, I'm just saying ideal. I don't know where I get.
In Boston?
Yeah, sure.
And what's for dinner?
Sushi. I was gonna get a steak, but I figured like sushi and like beef teriyaki.
That's what I have to deal with, beef teriyaki.
You don't like sushi? You like sushi.
I love sushi.
And you get beef teriyaki.
Joe,
What are you talking
You like
about?
a good
chicken
eggplant
teriyaki.
parmesan?
I don't like eggplant.
No?
Nah, I
You
like
don't like
the cheese.
eggplant?
I take the cheese off.
Yeah.
All the cheese.
Well, you can't digest the cheese?
No, I love cheese. I don't like eggplant.
You had my favorite the other night, the
What?
chicken parm. Oh yeah.
Off from Dan Tanner's, the chicken parm.
Oh, Dan Tanner's?
Oh shit!
Chicken parm, you like?
Fuck yeah!
It's good shit.
I like
right?
chicken parm sandwich from Jersey
Yeah.
and shrimp
From Jersey,
parm.
that's good.
I love all that
Chicken
shrimp
parm
bread.
is good.
Oh, the
Bread.
shrimp parm with the fucking bread.
You gotta see what I do with the olive oil. I put a little olive oil with a good piece of bread, right? Then I put grated cheese, salt and pepper. Oh man, what a mixture that is. Mixed it up, grated cheese, salt and pepper, and the good olive oil, like a Sicilian olive, and then dip that sucker. But you gotta mix it up with the grated. It has a flavor, salt and pepper.
French bread? You toast the bread or Italian
Nah,
bread?
just Italian bread.
From
Good.
where? Where do you
I
get?
gotta go get fresh bread. I go to a few places. Yeah, I know good bread. I know. You gotta get it fresh. Can't let it sit. You know, there's this bread at Domingo that they have. It's very good. It's called, you know that bread I'm talking about?
The one they use for their sandwiches?
They use it, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's very good bread, and it's great for dipping.
You know where they are? The John's in the valley right by me on Magnolia and Laurel Canyon. Like it's the worst supermarket, but they always have fresh bread. Like the bins are steaming, and the people come from like West Hollywood to get it.
Really?
It's crazy. It's really good bread.
You're a good man, Lisa.
I'm always on the lookout for food. You said I missed the Dunkin' Donuts, so
It just opened in Encino.
I did
You
some
go there?
research.
Yeah, but you can't. I'm not
They're
gonna wait in
terrible.
line.
They're terrible.
I'm not gonna wait.
Is there still a line?
Yeah, fuck that. I,
They had a huge line
I
at
don't
Santa
wait in
Monica.
line for Dunkin'.
No,
I
no.
go to Dunkin' Donuts in New York, New Jersey. I don't wait in
Listen,
line
bro,
for
on the
Dunkin'
way home,
Donuts.
stop at Magnolia and
Where?
Colfax.
Colfax.
Magnolia.
Get a yum donuts. Made
good?
by Mexicans. Oh,
Get the glaze. That's
get
my
the
favorite.
glaze. Go in there and get a
Is
dozen.
it open now?
24
Always
hours.
open.
So where do I go?
Show them how you go, Lee. How do you
Yeah,
go?
where is
You
it?
go down.
Magnolia
Just
or where?
you make a U-turn right here. Stay on Lancashire, and go.
They got a good jelly donut.
Oh, they got good everything.
Jelly
Chocolate-
donut though?
I like a
chocolate
good
dipping.
one. I like a good jelly.
Chocolate dipped in coconut. They got the glaze.
There's a place in Encino, K's Donuts. They're good. They're good.
Are they open right now?
No.
That,
So I gotta go to Yum Yum.
gotta go to Yum
Oh,
Yum.
I think I know what you're talking
By North
about.
Hollywood High School.
It's not too far from here, right?
No, 2 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Stop over on the way home.
Bring some
Surprise
donuts.
the kids.
Yeah.
They'll fucking love you forever. That or a Cuban sandwich, motherfuckers will go crazy.
Like chocolate cream donut or something. Oh man. It's not
I'm going home in September. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm gonna get some Chinese food from my spot. I'm gonna get some calamari from my spot, Rudy's. I've been eating this since I'm 16. And I'm gonna go to my other
You
spot.
say calamari, say.
Oh my god.
As the Italians say.
With medium sauce.
Calamari, yeah. Have you been to what was it? Not Red Hook. The place at Sheepshead Bay. You've been to Randazzo's?
22 fucking years ago. 30 fucking
Years ago, right? Sweet sauce. Oh, that's when they have calamari.
He went to Rudy's.
Yeah,
Right?
he got mad at me because we had just started working together.
What'd you get at Rudy's?
Oh, you hated me. I wanted to order. Well, I didn't want to order, but I was still too nervous to order something expensive. So I tried to order cheese ravioli, and you're like, you do not get cheese ravioli.
I was gonna strangle.
So I think I got like shrimp scampi or something, which is good. But I was like, oh, I don't think I should order anything expensive.
Fuck yeah, that's what we're there for. To eat like savages. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take it to New York and make you eat like fucking cantina food. Take it to New York.
Where do you eat Italian food out here, Joe? What do you like?
I go to Mazzarino's.
Mazzarino?
That's it.
Yeah, you like that?
It's not that I like it. It's easy. The family likes it.
Right.
The bread is horrifically fucking bad. The spaghetti and meatballs are men's and more. Last week I went to the fucking steak pizza hole. They gave me a steak with no sauce on it.
Oh my god.
You know,
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I almost said something, but they don't know. The guy doesn't know. Listen to this. They got shrimp fried diablo with a side of pasta.
Yeah.
I go, why don't you put it on the pasta? Oh, we don't do that here. It's shrimp fried diablo with a side of spaghetti and meat sauce.
The whole point is the pasta.
And the whole point is the pasta. They
Right.
give you 4 shrimp in it. They just don't know.
They don't get
and
it. Yeah.
they try. They have escarole and beans. You have a cup. You will drink 80 glasses of water from how much salt that Mexican puts in.
Oh my god.
There's so much salt they use.
When you make that right, the escarole with the beans.
Oh, it's delicious.
Fantastic
It's the
meal.
happy hour. It's the happy hour.
Fantastic
At the
meal.
bar. Escarole and beans with a nice cup of wine at the bar. I don't say at the bar.
Escarole is great. You gotta cook that right and get the right beans. Fantastic dish.
Have you ever had the pasta fazool from Whole Foods? $13 for a cup. It's fucking horrific. It's like chili. It tastes like fucking chili.
No, I make my own
Do
pasta
you?
fazool.
Yeah, well, next time you make it, invite me, please.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
I'm a big
You
pasta
gotta come
fazool.
over.
That shit kills AIDS. If you make it right,
Really?
that shit kills the HIV.
It'll kill it?
You freeze it and you take it out in November after the first snowstorm. You could suck a crack hoe's dick. You
Really?
could suck Caitlyn
What's in
Jenner's
it?
dick.
What's in it?
Pasta fazool?
Yeah.
Fucking that escarole, that
In the
grass.
escarole?
Whatever they put in it. What's that grass in the
I don't know.
What do you put in
Shit.
your pasta fazool?
I steam it and shit.
Beans? What else? What else?
Beans.
Garlic? What
Yeah,
else? Sauce? What else?
Yeah.
What kind of grass you put in
He
there?
really likes pasta fazool. Don't
Yeah,
mess with
what
him.
kind of grass you put in there? You gotta put something in there.
You put no fucking grass. I use the escarole.
Okay, where do you get
Yeah.
the scuttle from?
I get it from the supermarket.
Okay, then. Nice.
Yeah.
That's scuttle.
Where did you think he got it from?
Once it gets from somebody's backyard named
Ah,
Vinny. I don't fucking know. You gotta ask. I think he imports
Which
it. I don't
rounds did he
fucking-
go to, motherfucker?
There's no. Remember when fucking in My Blue Heaven when Steve Martin went to the supermarket? What was he looking for?
Was it broccoli rabe or something?
Something.
Yeah.
Baklava, something.
That's bitter shit. I like it, but it's
I don't like that shit.
sometimes it's just too
Fuck
bitter.
you,
I
fuck.
prefer the
I
escarole.
don't like broccoli.
Escarole's
Fuck
better.
broccoli.
I know something about
Broccoli and cheese looks good though. Broccoli with a little cheese on top when you're stoned, you'll
yeah.
give it a second look until you taste
Even
it.
though broccoli rabe, when it's when you make it right, and it's not
Anything.
too bitter.
With melted cheese on it, you'd have.
Yeah, this
your
guy
son.
likes cheddar cheese. He eats cheddar on everything.
Everybody
Cheddar.
eats cheddar.
No, they don't.
No.
Cheddar is what you eat when you fucking go to Cactus
I made
School.
some nice linguine with clam sauce today.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
That was
you
good.
eat cheddar cheese
No.
in your house?
No.
There's no cheddar cheese in
No
your
cheddar
fucking
cheese.
house.
Yeah.
American
I make it
sliced-
grilled
sliced
cheese.
thin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
use American cheese.
American cheese.
Sliced thin. That's what you do.
Yeah.
No more cheddar. Cheddar's for fucking,
Someone has to
Guy's
support
name is-
Vermont.
Vermont. Who gives a fuck
We
about
should have a
Vermont?
fucking food show.
There's
That's
a
what
dude who
Nah,
listens
we
to
make
in
people-
Vermont.
People
Yeah.
don't fucking know.
Fuck, that's what I'm saying. They don't know how to eat.
They've forgotten. This country has forgotten how to eat. They all eat cheap.
I'd like to do a Sunday show. Every Sunday, we do a dinner. We had this idea about
Lamb
Sunday
and
dinner.
fucking
Yeah.
everything.
Lamb chops, lamb.
Lamb's
Pork
really
Or
good.
you
chops.
could do a different family dinner every
Yeah,
Sunday.
every
like a
Sunday
Jew
you do
dinner,
it. Right.
Italian
Jew dinner,
dinner,
Italian
Cuban
dinner,
dinner,
Cuban
fucking
dinner,
Pacific dinner.
Filipino dinner.
How
But
does
it's
that
really-
work past like 15 episodes though?
Well, then we go
And
for
it's the
couple-
people. It's
then
a
we go-
different couple every dinner.
Then we go to a couple different other Jews' house, all right?
No, it's the same place. Come over to my
Maybe
house
there's from
Sunday.
the other side of Israel and the other people from the other side of Israel. and he cooks something different. What's with the question? Let's go for the sponsors. Get the fuck out of here. Where's the air? I'm dying to heat.
I feel it.
Dude, I think you're wearing a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah. Those mushrooms are hitting me.
You take mushrooms?
No, I got no mushrooms.
I think you take mushrooms.
Hey, I'm sick and tired of telling you motherfuckers on it for all your supplement needs, from New Mood to Shroom Tech, Sport, and Immune. Also, their bread and butter, the hemp protein, the chocolate is fucking delicious. Author vanilla acai, or give the what else to try? Oh, fucking Alpha Brain. That's what I'm talking about here. Why fuck around? All right, Alpha Brain is one of the best nootropics on the market, complete with alpha GPCs and AC-1. Don't ask me what that is. I have no fucking idea. I know it works. I know that your memory's sharp. I know that you become sharp. Why take it from me? It's a money back guarantee, and I don't even want the product back. Go to honit.com and press in.
Church.
Oh shit, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order. You also have the Stay On It program. You can just fucking get it delivered to your door on the first of the month. How easy is that? Number 2, Nailed It Life, a.k.a. Los Gummies Hermanos. You want to see the devil, whether it's a vapor pen or with Los Gummies Hermanos, the gummy bear, the new chocolate bars, it don't fucking matter. They might be here Wednesday night. So we're going to do a podcast Wednesday afternoon, and Leo probably sleep the fucking night because they got 800 milligram chocolate bars or some shit. They said they're making a special one for Leo. But don't fucking take it from me. Go to naileditlife.com. The vapor pen, the best on the market. You get 20% off. It's usually $50 when they give it to you for $40. Go to naileditlife.com and press in Joey Diaz and get motherfucking 20% off your first order. You got a problem, you call David, he'll replace a fucking whatever you got, all right? Number 3, my main motherfuckers, Hitty Cigs. The proof is in the vapor. 1,200 guaranteed hits. When you go to 7-Eleven and buy one of those ISIS cigarettes, how many hits you got in there? Maybe 82? Fuck you. With Hitty Cigs, you got 1,200. And they come in a cigar. They come in different flavors. And you get them in 24, 16, 8, and 0 milligrams. Who's better than fucking you? So go to hittycigs.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
And get
5 for 50.
5 for 50 or 20% off. I don't know what deal they're running, but you ain't going to know till you get there, right? Get down there, tell them Uncle Joey.
It'll be a surprise.
That's right. I want to give another shout out to Honit, Nailed It Life, and hittycigs.com for being tremendous sponsors and believing in us. And I want to thank you guys for fucking listening and watching and giving us the love we deserve. What's up, cocksucker?
All right, buddy. Thanks for having me.
I'm happy you came, man.
Yeah.
You make me fucking laugh like
My
nobody
pleasure.
else, though, because you do it on the natch. Everybody else tries to be funny. You do it on the fucking natch. Lee, put the air on.
It's on.
I'm sweating fucking bullets back here.
I think you might be having an issue then.
Maybe I do. I love you, cocksucker. Thank
Me
you.
too.
And the Apostle Brothers over here. What's happening? Wednesday night, special edition church. Fucking beautiful day to be alive. Hot and fuck today. I don't know, maybe put on this fucking green frog t-shirt. Nah, MMA Junkie gave me this in Vegas. I never put it on. I thought it was going to be a little...
You have the AC on at your house?
Oh, like a motherfucker.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have the AC blasting today. It's been hot as fuck.
Yeah, but it's great, man. You know what I've been thinking about? And it's kind of girly. I would love to get a convertible at some point. Like, I don't want the Mustang one, but like, I live in California. It'd be kind of cool to have a convertible. I don't know.
You should also get a fucking helmet because there might be an earthquake and you might get hit with a fucking building. Did you ever think about that?
I'd die anyways at that point.
Get it together, all right?
You don't want a convertible?
No, you don't want people to know you're fucking in the car. You want to drive invisible. That's your goal in life. That's the upbringing I had. Even if you got $10 million, you fucking drive, you keep your mouth shut, you keep the music down, you're like an animal, and you just drive. If you're on the 5, you blast the fucking music. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to drive with a convertible with your friends waving like you're a politician.
I don't want to wave at anybody.
Get the fuck out. You ever see how goofy they act on Sunset?
Yeah.
You can always tell when they're tourists. They blast and they don't know the wind, your hair's there. Get the fuck, put the fucking thing down.
I don't have hair.
Not you,
It's
but other
made for
girls. The hair's everywhere, and they're driving on Sunset, and they're making believe like they're having a good time. Knock it off, all right? Just get the fucking car with the hood on it. Put the AC on. Everything will be good. How was the drive?
Hot.
Can you imagine with that fucking convertible?
Yeah.
You'd sizzle in California. That's a myth. You got to put on SPF number fucking -4.
Even when you run that fast? I thought like if you were running that fast.
Fuck yeah, man. I remember driving with Josh Wolf through fucking Lake Havasu with the sunroof open on the Saturn, and we had Visine in the middle of the fucking thing, and just the sun hitting the Visine when we got there. We got to put Visine in our eyes. He put it in his eyes first. His eyeballs sizzled for like 10 fucking minutes.
I've done that.
Okay, you know,
That
that listen, man, that shit, that's in the movies. They do it nice, and everybody's hair gets frozen, and you're like, I can't wait to go to. I did it one time. Like I got to California, somebody like a year in. I got in somebody's car that was a convertible, was a jack off anyway, like we're going to a meeting or something. I was never so embarrassed.
Really?
Yeah, I was never so embarrassed.
I've never been in a convertible.
Oh, I was never so embarrassed. I don't like none of that shit. When I go to a restaurant, I want to sit in the back. I don't want to sit in the front and eat al fresco. Who the fuck eats al fresco with germs and dog hair and allergies in your fucking food? You know what I'm saying?
The worst one of that, have you seen Eat on Magnolia? That one, it's like right on that worst part of Magnolia.
Yeah. One time I went in it.
They have pretty good food, but they have outside dining, like literally in the alleyway, because they have no seating. And so at one time I was like, why am I sitting in the fucking alleyway like an animal?
You went on Magnolia, that little strip of fucking Momoville
That's
there.
the death over there.
That,
You can't go over there.
they got a place called Pie. Okay? Now, who the fuck don't eat pie? Who the fuck in America don't want a fucking piece of pie? All right? They've been there for 2 years since Mercy was a baby. We went to that Eat for fucking lunch. First of all, we went to that Eat, and I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, it just blew.
We went that one for breakfast.
And then we walked over to get a piece of pie for my wife. She was pregnant. It was 20 fucking minutes. So I said, well, how can you wait? You know,
they made it for you right there?
No. They take the order. She gives the ticket to a chick who takes it to another chick, who takes it to another chick, who cuts it, who then leaves it there for 5 minutes. Then a chick takes it to another chick. You know, it's drama. Yeah, it's fucking drama, dog. I don't want no fucking drama. Besides that, how was jiu-jitsu last night? You digging it?
Oh my god. Zach asked me that. And I'm not having fun yet. Like, it's not, I have fun talking with everybody. You were right about that. I'm like, a lot of the guys are really cool. But Zach asked me, I'm like, I'm not having fun, but I'm still going to come back because I got beat up last night. Just, I don't know. It was just hard for me last night. That gi gets fucking heavy.
In a year, you're going to sit there and guys are going to walk in like you and you're going to go, wow. The only thing that's different than me and that guy is I've been coming for a year. And your mind's going to blow. You're fucking going to be blown up.
Yeah.
Just keep going. I've always said this to people. I was looking for something else. I'm not the type of guy that's going to join the Knights of Columbus. And shit and
how they act when they're drunk. You're not like you don't like it. And I don't like it either.
And it's funny when you see 4 guys on TV talking and they're drinking and they're eating popcorn and they're watching like a sports game. America has adopted that lingo. Sometimes you go to a home and there's 4 guys doing the same thing. It's so cliche. I always hated that shit. Like it always drove me fucking crazy. So I knew I wasn't going to join. Listen, once I joined the Boy Scouts, and I didn't like it. I knew I wasn't involved for a team thing. But I always liked going to martial arts. There was something about martial arts that the kids were cool. They got punched in the face, so everybody knew where they stood. That's basically what it is. Joe says it best about people that go to jiu-jitsu. Why they're so nice, because they know at any time you could kill them. I could choke you out or you could choke me out,
I think that's the part I still haven't gotten over yet. Like, the dude who's been rolling with me throughout of the 4 classes is a lot smaller than me. And, like, every time I grab him, I'm like, I'm not used to, like, hurting somebody.
No.
And it's like, they're like, pull your arms here. I'm like, I'm gonna hurt. Like, not even that I'm strong. It's just like, he's like 130.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, my God.
You're doing him a favor. He's learning from you. He's going to be really good in 6 months because he's going to learn how to move your weight, how to put his hand under your neck and lift up an inch and then slide and go back to his guard.
Well, since I haven't even asked Zach this yet, really, but I have short arms and short legs, so all the chokes are really fucking hard for me. It's hard for me to get all that deep up and then keep my body where it's supposed to be. Like yesterday, we were doing this throw from the back where you had to like grab them around the waist and then twist and then
pick them up and throw them over your leg.
Right. And I couldn't get my elbow to where it needed to be. I had to be like down by his ankles to get it there. So if anyone has any good moves for someone with short arms.
Well, even Machado has a great point. He always says, don't make jiu-jitsu work for you. You make jiu-jitsu or something. You know, and it's true. Out of all the moves, you're going to learn a bunch of moves that you're not going to be able to do, but you're going to learn a lot of moves that you're going to be able to do that are for your body type. The same way I might not be able to do those. The same way my man here might not be able to do those. So there's different moves you adapt to and you pick up along the way and you get really good at.
Yeah.
Even if there's 3 moves, all you need is one fucking move. Look at what does Ronda Rousey win with every time?
Armbar.
Okay, then. Why do you think she does that? Because she could pop it from anywhere. That's jiu-jitsu. Once I go for that arm, it's night-night Irene. It's all over with this shot. And I'm not going to stop till I get that fucking arm because I've gotten it like that so many times. It's being very tenacious.
At what point do you start actually, like, putting the practice into motion? Because we actually rolled for the first time last night 2 times. And there's one that blew my mind. The guy I was rolling with did the move we were doing in class. Like, he got my back, and then he, like, twisted me and then did a backwards hip escape and got me with the thing. And I was like, we just practiced that. And, like, I had no idea what to do, so I was just trying not to get tapped, I guess. But, like, at what point do you start being like, oh, I should go for that?
The more you go. The more you go. Listen, I've been going for 2 years. I just started doing it about 3 months ago. That's how bad I am. So the more you go and the more you roll around with dudes and the more you get adapted to it, once you start going for it, it's like anything else. Once you start winning at gambling, you go back to it. Once you start, I'm not even saying winning. A guy like you and me, once we see little improvements, we go back because now we know we could do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you
got to get rid of the jitters.
Yeah,
first.
When you started making these products, right? You failed a couple times.
Yeah.
You weren't fucking Johnny Bananas right off the fucking gate.
Yeah.
Sometimes, oh shit, this is what we needed to do. Fuck.
You learn as you go along.
You learn as you go along and you progress. And then, you know, but you have to stick with things. And there's nothing more.
The things that work.
Right. Well, the more you do it, you'll find out what works and what doesn't. And you cut the fat out of the process and there you fucking go. You know what I mean? We've done that with podcasting. We go along and see what works. You know, you put out a podcast on a Friday, it don't work. People don't download it. You know, it's just very rough.
You don't put it out on Friday then, yeah.
You have to social media. You can't. You know, there's just so many. Listen, and jiu-jitsu. What I like about jiu-jitsu is that once you get it, you realize it's steps. It's the same steps every time.
But there's so many fucking steps. Like the elbow has to be here. It's fucking hard.
It's steps. It's a rhythm. Ba, 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 ba. And then you realize that everything you do in your life is kind of a fucking rhythm. You know, when you walk, when you're on fire, when I'm doing comedy and I'm on fire, if you really listen to what I'm saying, you're not laughing at the words. It's that rhythm. We're in a rhythm. You're throwing and I'm going right back. And it's working. It's working. I know how to do it now. I'm timing your laugh and you're timing my last word. Comedy is they think that, you know, it's really fucking weird, but it's because I've done it so long.
Well, you must have it happen where, like, I don't know how to describe it, but like in the anatomy of a joke or whatever, if you skip one part of it or you skip one laugh you do or whatever you do, it doesn't work. So it's like in jiu-jitsu, if I don't close my knees when I throw them down, they're not going to fall or whatever it is. Like if you forget something, it must like one little piece could derail your whole thing.
I've said since I started doing jiu-jitsu, my comedy has improved. I've said this over and over and over again. I've said this. But who gives a fuck? What's up with you, Tarzan? Talk to me.
I'm high as fuck.
Me too.
Me too.
If I'm high as fuck, then he's high as fuck.
I had an audition today, guys. It was the weirdest audition I've had in 15 fucking years. When I moved here, I used to get weird auditions. Like, call to see this guy at 5:30. And you walk and the guy would say, put your hands on the table. What? Put your hands on the table. And you put your hands on the table and they take pictures of your hand. They go, thank you for coming down. And you leave.
Yes.
Put my mic on a little louder. I'm not hearing it. You know, I would go in for auditions like that. Oh, Joey, they want to see you. All right, send the sides to Lee's house. There's no sides. What do you mean there's no fucking sides? Yeah, they want you to make up a character and go in there with the fucking character. And then it started getting around that people were doing at the right shows. Like you come in with a character, they don't hire you, then they keep the fucking character. Little things. I'm all right, Lee.
We got a call coming in.
Oh, shit. What's up?
What's going on?
Who's this?
Tweety.
Coño con Soturrio.
Yeah, you were calling me, but I had my phone inside the house and I was outside.
All right. What's happening, brother? That's weird that you called just now.
Huh?
I'm sitting here with your nephew. We were just starting a podcast and shit.
Yeah, what's up?
I told him you want to move
What's
to
happening?
California and be the CEO.
What is it?
He said that he
Yeah.
said he doesn't hire felons.
No ex-felons.
No ex-felons. So I can't be hired either.
Coño, estamos sin trabajo entonces.
Yeah, we're going to have to give him some work, though. He wants to get out of Jersey. That's it. He wants to come out to the warm weather. He's getting old now and shit.
Yeah, I gotta help him get on his feet like the Sopranos.
That's right. We got to get him on his feet. You got to give him an envelope and get him on his feet and shit. Look at him. What's going on, Papa?
Nah, everything good. What can I say? Everything's good.
Jesus Christ. I was, when I talked to your nephew last night, I was sitting there and I looked up and I'm like, fuck, how long do I know Tweety? How fucking long? I mean, I met you when I was like 10. And I'm 52. I don't even want to ask you how old you are, because if I met you when I was 10 and you're still around, Jesus Christ. But you're one of the last ones, Tweety.
I'm 61.
61. So I met you, I was 10 and you were 19. How old were you when you got married?
We
21.
got married right then.
All right.
At 18, 19.
All right. That's when I fucking went to your wedding and everything. Holy shit. That was a long time ago. You were the guy.
A long fucking time ago.
And then you married her. You stayed with her for a while, but I don't know what the fuck happened. And
then we got separated, and then 2 years later we went back again. It didn't work. So we both went our ways.
Okay, and then I didn't see you for a couple of years. And then you popped into my life in the spring of 1983. And I started going down to visit you. You give me $20. You give me, you talk to me and shit. And I started talking to you about Colorado. And I said, I'm thinking of moving to a place called Aspen. What do you know about it? And you were like,
Aspen? I lived there.
I lived there, bitch.
Yeah. I even know the name of the street, Maroon Creek Road.
Maroon Creek Road, and the name of the business was Far East Treasures. There was one fucking carpet in the window. That's it.
We lived the next house over, Jack Nicholson. The actor, he had a house next door to us.
I remember I used to walk up there and walk around. I was trying to look for you. I would leave you messages on that number.
Yeah.
That was a long
That was great over there. That was nice.
That was beautiful. I was like living like white people up there.
Why do they call you Tweety?
Why do they call you Tweety?
My big head.
I'm Tweety.
I was always like Tweety Bird. I was always doing bad things like Tweety Bird and getting away with it.
So after I went to Colorado, I didn't talk to you for a while, and I came back from Colorado and I went looking for you. And what had happened?
Well, I caught that case in the Bahamas in '87. I was gone until '89 over there.
In the fucking Bahamas. Who gets arrested in the fucking Bahamas for drugs?
We got arrested.
How is the jail in the Bahamas?
It's like the Pirates days. Old cells, no beds, no running water. You shit and piss in buckets.
That's fucked up.
They dump the buckets twice a day.
Do they speak English? I think they do, right?
Yeah, that's French.
Yeah.
French and English,
okay.
right? French and English in the Bahamas, correct? French and English.
Jesus.
It was locked down all day long.
No letters home, nothing like that. Nothing like an American.
You gotta sneak them out. I always found a way of sneaking them out. So, and they would come visit me like once a month. I had some friends there in the Bahamas. They were always leaving me food there. So, it was bad, but it wasn't that bad. I always had what I needed.
And when did you get out of there?
2 years I did over there.
So 89?
In '89, August of '89, I think it was.
August of '89, I was still in the halfway house. And I didn't go back to New Jersey till 91. Now, when I went back to New Jersey in 91, I went looking for you and I hooked up with Juan. Where were you in 91?
In Miami.
And you were free.
Yeah, it was free.
For how long?
Well, I got out in 89, 90, 91, and I caught this case in 92.
And that's the one with the television and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I connected with your nephew. Fucking tremendous, Tweety. And you know what? I never stopped thinking of you. I always thought of you. I would go to West New York. I was living in Colorado, and I went back. I hadn't talked to Juan for 6 years. And I went back to New Jersey, and I walked up to 57th Street like a man. He had the little bodega in the middle there. Did you get to see it? In the middle, he bought like an ice cream shop, and I went in there, and he talked to me. He was really nice. He bought me lunch. I thought he was going to kill me, but no, it was really cool. And then I asked him about you, and he said, you had been locked up. Didn't I see you on TV with the plane, throwing it out of the fucking plane? I knew nothing. I was living in fucking, I was living up there wearing sneakers and sandals like your nephew, making believe my name was Joseph. And now you're out, man. 20 fucking years later.
Yeah.
And I reconnect with you through your nephews because I told the story on the Joe Rogan podcast. And over a joint, and they came to see me at Flappers and told me who they were, that they were Tweety's cousins and nephews from West New York. And here we all are together in one room. And now they're fucking up in San Francisco with a beautiful company. They brought me some edibles. I'm fucked up. They got the T-shirts. They got the pipes. They got the fucking, It's amazing how life works itself over. I was really fortunate to get you on the phone last night for you to call up and just talk to us and stuff and talk to me. You know, I love you to death, man. We used to play the congas together at my mother's
I remember that.
At my mother's bar. We used to play up in your apartment. Like on 55th Street. You had a place, 56th Street there, and on Hudson Avenue there. You had an apartment. That was a long time ago, Tweety.
Yeah. Many moons ago.
Many moons ago, and we're still walking around. Did you ever think you'd live to be 61 or 60?
Nope.
Me neither. I didn't think I was gonna make it to fucking 37. Did you know that, Lisa? I never thought I would live to 37. And then at 37, I'm like, fuck it. I'm not gonna make 50. And here we are. So you want to talk to your fucking nephew here and say hello? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm saying hi real quick.
Yeah,
He's right there. He's right there.
Right here. Listen, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up? Who's that? David Peter.
No, this is David.
What's up? How's the baby?
He's good. He's home. He's with his mom, his granny, his little sister.
Yeah. Everything's going good over there, then, huh?
Yeah. We came down. I had a little business out here and see Joey. Probably either going up tonight or tomorrow morning. Always in the move, always in the hustle. You know how it is.
Yeah.
All right, we'll tweet.
I might be. I'm not gonna say when, but I got a trip plan for Colorado.
He's going back
no,
to
not Aspen. I'm going somewhere else. I don't know how many miles from there.
What's with the question?
What's with the question?
When I go there, I'm gonna shoot over there real quick to spend a day or two over there.
Yeah. It's real pretty up by San Francisco. I'm like an hour or two away.
From San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to plan this maybe next month.
Oh.
How does it feel to be out, Tweety?
Feels something great.
Yeah.
What is it like to be?
I got that letter in the mail saying that was over.
I saw him when he came out. He was super happy.
When
18 years, I'd be fucking happy too.
Like, what was it like for you, Joey? When you're like, how old were you when you got out?
27. I was a kid.
Yeah. So what is it like at like 61?
That's not. No, he's been out. He's been out for like 5 or 6 years.
Oh, okay.
How long have you been out for?
5 years.
5 years. So he's been out on parole, working.
Okay, got it.
You know, he's kept his nose clean, just hustling. You know, and now he's off parole after all these years.
Congratulations, man.
No, congratulations, man. I mean, listen. We don't have enough time to describe what the 80s were like on that fucking Hudson Avenue. It's a book. It's 3 parts of a movie. It's amazing what happened in those 5 streets. How many drugs were sold in that street?
You just gotta know 2 things: 80s and Cuba.
Drugs and killings.
and killings, and it was just horrific. It was horrific. And I grew up there, Tweety. You saw me there on those streets working at when my stepdad had the butcher shop with Nico around the corner. Yeah, I used to deliver flowers in the fucking summertime over there in Hudson. I used to shoot pool up the corner at not at Brindy, but the other fucking bar. I forget the fucking names of those places, but
Refugio,
that's right, El Refugio. Oh my fucking God. El Refugio. That was the name of the fucking bar on the corner. Are you kidding me or what? And right next to the bar across the street was that Cuban place that had the fucking little Cuban food, like croquetas and sandwiches there on the corner. I fucking grew up there in the summers, guy. I would work a few hours, then shoot down to Union City to my mom's bar, and then go to dinner there and hang out there.
It was cheap too, real cheap.
Cheap to live in those days over there.
Expensive as fuck.
I didn't even smoke pot. I didn't do shit in those days. I played basketball in those courts behind Memorial High School. I ate Cuban food for lunch. Then I fucking walked to Union City to my mom's bar, and I ate dinner down there. And I'd see Tweety and those guys drinking and hanging out, and I'd hang out with these guys, and I'd go home at 9 o'clock. You know how we did it, Tweets.
We used to play down there on 63rd and Boulevard East, right where the sewage plant is, and then every once in a while that shit would hit you.
Oh, in the summer.
All that shit, all that area down by the river there, all that shit's changed. All houses now. I remember I used to tell Nico, Robin's dad, I said, one day this is going to be prime real estate. He says, nah, they never do that. They never do that. They cleaned that shit up so quick and made money off of that.
They started with Edgewater.
It looks beautiful down there. It looks fucking beautiful. It's a complete different city down there. It's like a city under the fucking city. Tweety, I love you. We're going to let you go. I'm going to have you call in when you call in, and we can talk about the whole thing here.
Is Peter there?
No, he's outside with
Peter's walking the dog.
Oh, he's walking. Well, tell myself what's up and call me one day.
Yeah.
I love you,
I'm going to let you know when I plan, because we're planning, because I got a friend over there doing something, and he wants me to go check it out, you know?
All right.
So I want to see when what day I could, make that trip over there.
Yeah.
And right over there, I'll drive right over there to you.
Yeah, you have my number. Call me. Text me.
Yeah. Keep in touch, all right?
Yeah.
All right, love you, kid.
Love you guys.
All right, Joey, love you.
Love you, Papa.
Yeah.
Be good. Bye-bye.
Were you shaking the floor with your foot?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, I was having a panic attack. We're good.
No.
Those dabs are strong, dude.
Let me tell you something. He's a good dude, Tweety. I grew up with that motherfucker at a time when it was a different fucking... And I remember going up to him one day. It was like fucking the weirdest thing. And I'm like, dog, I'm thinking of getting the fuck out of here. He's like, where are you going to go? I go, Aspen, Colorado. He goes, I got a house there. Me and some guys. He goes, you can't stay there, but you come visit us. So at least now I had security. I'm like, if something goes bad, I didn't see him but maybe one time. I went to the fucking business. And then he got busted. It was amazing. They were bringing up that much powder up there.
So what was the story? I don't remember. I might be too high right now.
His story was that I talked about him, that he was a guy that was pictures one time when I went back in 91. I guess I thought it was earlier when that went down, like in the mid 80s when that went down, but it's different.
I knew him for a short stint. I most of my life he was gone.
He was gone. Yeah. I knew him, like I said, I was really young. And he, hung out at my mom's bar. I knew him. He was a knock-around guy, and he did this and that, but I didn't know he was involved at that level. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't know it was that fucking planes and cargoes and shit like that and people. And
if you're hungry enough, you keep on climbing and climbing.
Yeah, that was when I saw him was 83. And I would see Spanish people in Aspen, and I would scratch my head. Spanish people don't even ski. And they'd be walking around like, not even with skis on. I knew they were up there. And in those days when you saw people who moved coke, in those days they check into 3 hotel rooms, the 2 couples and the grandma with the kids. The grandma had the coke in her room. Okay, and she didn't leave the room. She ordered room service. That bitch didn't even go to the pool. And when you went to meet them, they had another room on the 3rd or 4th floor, because all their rooms were separate. They weren't connected. It's the weirdest thing. And they were checking at all different times. I would buy Coke in those days. And the guy would say, I knew people in those days who would go, just go to this hotel. These guys are in from Miami. They got whatever you want over there. And you go to the one room and they talk to you and they take the money there. And then the guy would fucking pick up the phone and call another room. And then some guy would bring it to another room. And then they give you your fucking Coke.
All day long.
All day long.
When you're selling like a good amount of any sort of drug, how much money are you just making? Like boatloads of money. It's just like paying for 4 hotel rooms.
Okay, you're not, listen. Even at lower levels, you can make money. I know a guy right now that I've known him since 99, let's per se.
Okay.
It's 2015. I gotta say he probably makes $100,000, $200,000 a year. Jesus. And he's as low level as they come.
And he's probably keeping it real safe.
And he keeps it real simple and safe. Real simple and safe. My allergies are acting up today, people. I'm sorry. It's just been dry here and the heat.
You buy something for 10, you sell it for 15.
But you sell that
over and over again
1,000 times in a day.
Yeah.
You know, so you bring in a certain amount. Like, let's say at 87, when I got caught up with it, I would pay $9,000 for 11 ounces. So do the math. What's fucking 9,000 divided by 11, right? Right? Was that what I said?
Yeah.
11 ounces? Oh, God, do the fucking math. I'm too high to figure this shit out.
Okay. Let's see. 9,000 divided by
11 ounces. So it's about $800.
$818.
Okay, so I would sell those ounces after I cut them for $1,800. So on each ounce, that way, and it was very simple. I had 2 or 3 people that I would dump that on, and I would make whatever the math is.
So you made $1,000 profit. So you made 11 grand.
Plus he was cutting it, so he was increasing his
it.
total
So I was
weight.
increasing my total weight, and I was taking some out for myself.
So how much would you sell out of the 11?
I would throw 2 on 9 and sell it for whatever, make 10, 11,000. And then I would take 1 and do 1 and sell the other 1 in grams and fucking 8 balls and shit like that to people I knew. And I'd cut that a little bit.
Who are you cutting it with?
Inositol, baby.
Do you ever watch The Wire?
Yeah, but
You like it?
That's a great show.
I just started watching it.
Yeah, you should watch that. That's a great show.
And, you know, when I started, it was inositol. I knew people cut it with baby laxative, but not really, because you always told it was in there. As soon as I did your Coke and I had to go to the bathroom, I knew. But that shit always makes you go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Cocaine that's what they say. Cubans do it because it's good for the digestions. When I was a kid, I'd be at a party and Cubans would take it out and do a couple after dinner. You want to bump for the digestion? What are you talking about with coffee? You know what that makes you do? Run to the fucking bathroom. There's no digestion. I would think about Coke and I'd have to take a shit. Like if the guy would call me and say, "Where you at, Joey? I'm in the office." "All right, I'm on Lancashire and Flamingo Street, 2 minutes away. Come downstairs with $100. On the way down the stairs, the shit will be coming out of my ass. I'd pop that first shit fart that's right in your asshole.
That's a good one.
Ooh, it's thick. And then you have to like move your legs, like I'm shaking them now, and then you have to walk down slowly. And by the time you get outside, he puts it in your hand. He's talking to you. He's talking to you. But my addiction was so bad at the end that after you put that Coke in my hand, it was like Charlie Brown. I just sit there until you wear yourself out. And I'd run up those fucking stairs, and I'd fucking go in that bathroom in the back there, and I'd make believe I was taking a shit, and I'd take a dollar bill out, and I'd crush the rock right there into one pile, and I'd stick the fucking dollar bill or the 10 in that bindle, and I'd do the whole fucking gram at one shot. That's how crazy I was at the end.
Were you taking the shit that you needed to take, though?
Oh, yeah, no. And sometimes you take a shit and there ain't nothing in there. Your body produces it. So if you eat a cookie, it processes it like in 8 minutes. It was horrible. It was a horrible way to fucking live, man.
It's crazy. Like, and like Chris was there where it was going through it on The Sopranos. I'm really happy that, like, it's fucked up that my thing was food and I gained all that weight, but thank God I was never doing anything, like, hard.
But you're not a food addict. You like to eat. You like to eat. It's not.
I'm not saying it's not on the same level.
And,
but...
you know, people define addiction to different things.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not addicted to food. I like to fucking eat. All right. If I was addicted to food, I'd eat fucking the same shit over and over again. Wouldn't you think?
I don't know how it works.
No, how does it work? I don't fucking know.
Some people are overeaters.
Yeah, I think it's overeating.
Yeah, you smoke 10 of those bong hits and eat one of these edibles, you're gonna fucking overeat naturally. It's not like I'll sit there. We've had discussions about this shit, about binge eating at night and whatever. After I left Jersey, I lost that desire to eat at night because I knew I would never get a meal like I would get at Colin's Diner or a diner. I like fucking a cheeseburger deluxe, dog, with thick stick fucking steak fries, and I want fucking. That's what I want when I go eat. If I can't have that, why am I wasting my time on the second team?
I saw those pictures you tweeted of Chan's.
I had to tweet them because we were having a conversation with Nicholas Toro that night.
Yeah, but those were, oh my God. And my favorite part was a little mustard on the side because that's key. That's key for the egg roll.
That motherfucker.
I was just telling one of my homies the other day about disco fries.
Yeah, they have them right at the fucking Big Wangs too.
LA's close. Up north sucks. The pizza is very bad up there. 1 out of every 30 pizza joints is like decent. Down here, at least you could find different things to eat, different Asian foods, different. It sucks up north. I'm a foodie.
Well, you're an hour away from civilization.
I mean,
you don't
I'm
live
an
in
hour
San
away
Francisco.
from. I'll drive an hour and a half to Berkeley to eat something. But it's like
Berkeley's a college town. It's a bunch of
good
kids
food up there.
Really, you like it?
Yeah.
You got like Mexican tacos and
Now
they have sour cream and all that shit.
I'm
like
done with
that.
Mexican. Fuck Mexican.
What?
There's like 9
That's all we get to
taquerias per block out here. Like I can't do that. I go to the Thai. Thai is really good.
Thai is really good.
Especially near a college, an Asian college, like in Berkeley. Yeah, Thai is real good.
Joey doesn't like Thai.
You don't like Thai?
I'm old school. I grew up with the Chinese. You know what I'm saying? Thai came.
You gotta go with somebody like me that'll
I don't have to go with nobody. I won't even walk into that fucking place because the first person.
Didn't you make someone change a meeting?
Yeah, I made somebody change a meeting, dude.
Oh, you're hard like that on pad Thai?
I'll go to pad Thai I eat pad Thai shrimp. And I eat pad Thai chicken. Right, but I'm gonna sit next to a guy that's gonna put coconut milk in his soup, and I'm gonna have a heart attack. You understand me? I'm gonna sit across from a motherfucker that's eating something with curry in it, and I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna sit across from somebody who's barefoot, and I can see his toe all black from walking around all day and not washing his asshole. That's why I can't eat at a fucking Thai place. All right? If you want the fucking truth, because I don't want some guy eating curry next to me and barfing and fucking that goat milk and shit. I don't need that coconut milk in my soup. I'm from a civilized civilization. You understand me? I don't need no fucking, like I'm a savage, coconut milk in my fucking soup with clams and shit. What the fuck? What, Lee? What, you cocksucker?
I'm fucked up. How
I know you're. I'm good. I'm tip top Magoo. It was a beautiful.
Those dabs are fucked up. Those dabs are interesting.
That's why I'm coughing.
They sneak up on you.
They fucking they sneak up on your throat. Now I'm coughing like I got a pubic hair or something.
But we were rushing, normally you pace them out, but we're like
no, the dog was making me nervous. I thought he was gonna fucking get a flashback and bite us in the ass from his TSA days.
No, that's a cute dog.
Yeah, he's a cute dog.
Yeah, he's awesome.
This is a fucking big business. I'm watching this edible business. I love them. I'm off the weed pretty soon. I'm gonna do the morning joint with an edible. Seriously,
edibles are different though.
I don't care. I like it. I like it. I like
the cerebral.
I like it. I'm really starting to like it. You know what I did for a week? I stopped eating edibles, and I noticed I was getting higher from the weed.
When did you stop eating edibles?
A couple of weeks ago. You didn't know there's nothing. Because that Wednesday I only ate 1 star. It's just nothing to me.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I eat a star. It's like, give me a break. It's like eating a fucking jellyfish. One of those red fucking jelly stars, whatever the fuck it is.
Swedish fish?
Yeah, Swedish fish. Same thing. But I stopped and I was getting higher when I smoked. But you know what? I like going to jiu-jitsu, and I like that my lungs are expanding, and I'm lasting 8 minutes now instead of 1 minute. So you know what? I'm 50. I've been smoking for 30 fucking years. I want to give it a breather. So I'm gonna get to the point where I could just eat an edible, a little half edible in the morning. I could control it by 12 o'clock. I just can't do jiu-jitsu and eat an edible. I'm scared.
Really? You don't do that at all?
No, I did that before.
Yeah, but your heart starts going.
Yeah, your heart starts beating. And once you're on the bottom, you don't know how to get out. You're going to have a panic attack.
Sometimes you get hot when you're high too. Okay,
yeah. Fuck that. No. I learned my lesson the fucking hard way. You know what I'm saying? So you're still making the Goonies, correct?
Oh yeah. This is
and
just
now no more peanut brittle.
Right now it's white chocolate based products and gummies.
And what are the flavors you got these in?
We have cookies and cream, We have a strawberry milkshake, banana dream espresso, and a rice pudding horchata bar.
Now let me ask you this horchata bar. 250 milligrams still?
Yeah, 250 of oil.
Hash oil.
Yeah, it's not of THC, it's of oil.
That's why you feel like you're fucking floating.
Yeah,
I love it. I love this. I love this. You could see the differences. You could tell the differences in some of the edibles. We've been smoking, and that's the other thing. With the edibles, it's like anything else. You build a resistance up to them. He gives us a bag of stars at 125. We eat them for 10 days straight. I don't want to fucking see a star, not even at night. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to fucking see a star at night, floating, shooting, whatever the fuck they are. So,
fuck stars.
I like switching them up.
My brother can only have half of one of these, and he's like, if he has a whole one, he's like wasted and he's done. I can eat 4 of these.
I had 2 of them.
My buddy has eaten 6 and 7 of these.
Oh my God.
He's a fucking savage.
Yeah, but he's the only one that I've ever seen that could do that. He's crazy. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's probably got a fucking imbalance.
Yeah.
Something
Other edible companies have been like, dude, I can't get them high either.
Have they figured out like what it is that makes it different for every person? Because there's always that one person who comes to a show and was like, I had 2 stars and nothing happened. And I'm like, well, that's
the kid we met with, the nice guy.
A bunch of people have said it to me, and it's just like I wonder what it is. Is it like is something in someone's body just doesn't react to THC?
I don't know. I've never really looked that up. That's a good question.
How it works. I wish I had the answers. I thought it was a bigger person. I had a friend that said if you eat it with cheese, you get higher. I've had
mangoes.
Things.
If you eat any kind of weed with mangoes, you're high.
Mango helps your digestion. It helps break down food. That's why they sold mango pills for years. 300.
Yeah.
I would eat the whole bottle of those things. In fact, the mango things were strong in the 80s. So I would go buy a inositol to cut coke. And they'd say like 2 mangoes for $10, and I'd buy 2 of those mango enzymes, and I ate the whole fucking thing. I ate a whole bottle of Fred Flintstone fucking vitamins when I was a kid. I shit blood for like 3 fucking days.
Those are good. I ate Fred
In
Flintstone.
the first grade, I ate a whole fucking bottle of Fred Flintstone pills. Good. I got all fucked up on Fred Flintstone pills in the first grade.
Well, they're really sugary.
Yeah, I got all fucked up on it. It's first couple times I did coke, I didn't get high. 1980 cocaine. First 6 months I did cocaine. I didn't get high.
So why do you keep doing it?
Because I saw everybody else losing their mind, and I thought, what the fuck is going on with me? Something ain't right. And one night I figured out drinking. I would drink with it, and all of a sudden it'd take me to a different planet. If I didn't drink with it, I was so high strung in those days that it wasn't doing nothing.
Everybody says the same thing.
It wasn't catching on to me. It was the weirdest. And then once I started drinking 2 beers and then doing a blast, it was over. What's up, please?
I wouldn't recommend anyone do that.
No, I don't want nobody to do cocaine. That's the fucking point here. You understand me? I don't want nobody to do fucking blood. That's why we talk about this. It's funny. I got a lot of my email system has been fucked up on the computer. On one computer, I get the old email. On the new computer, on the computer at home, I get the new emails. On that computer I take on the road, I get the old emails. It's the weirdest thing I've ever encountered.
Yeah, I've been having similar issues too.
So I answer them accordingly. And I got to tell you something. The last 3 weeks, it's been a lot of drug fucking issues. A couple people's dogs have died.
Jesus.
Yesterday, my friend, kid who listens to the show, his dog got paralyzed. They had to put him down. My heart goes out to the family. I forget what the fuck his name is, but it don't matter. My heart goes out to his family. The fucking dog died. But it's been very rough.
It has been.
A lot of people hit me up with drug things, so I don't know what the fuck's going on.
The dog got into the drugs, or
no. The dog just got paralyzed. He was 80 years old. Who the fuck knows?
But it's so weird. I actually just got hit up by my old camp counselor. He listens to the show. Like I haven't seen him in over 10, 15 years. And he sent me this email last night that he moved to London for a girl, and then they broke up, and then he got cancer, and then he was in prison, and now he has his own company in Portland, Maine, like weed t-shirts and growing weed. But it's just amazing how like quickly like bad things can like stuff like that happens to a lot of people. And I feel really bad. Like
where life takes you.
Just one bad thing after another. Like you never seem to like I've been pretty lucky. I mean, I've had some ups and downs, but something always picks you up. But that must suck.
You know, you're very young. You're a nice kid. You really keep to yourself. You know, the more you keep to yourself, the less you'll get in trouble. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I figured out at 19, 20, that if I went out 5 nights a week, I was going to get in trouble one of the nights. So I cut it down to 3. I'm serious. This is how retarded I was. With me, it was always an odds game. That's why I became an econ major. I love numbers. I love seeing what happened at this time last year and seeing what's going on at this time this year. I love all that shit. I've always loved. I always call you and ask you how the numbers are. You selling?
Holidays and everything.
I love all that shit. You know, I want to know what the fuck. Because listen, the numbers don't lie. Everything else could lie.
There's a reason for everything.
Everything has a reason. So, what are we talking about?
When bad stuff happens.
When bad stuff happens. You know, if you go out after 6 o'clock at night, something bad's gonna happen. You know, if you hang out with fucking morons, something bad's gonna happen. In my case, I was that moron. You know, I didn't know that going in. I thought I was being slick. I was going to rob somebody from cocaine. But that wasn't the first time I did that type of shit. I'd been doing that, playing that card for years, not in that capacity with a gun. I was robbing drug dealers. You know where I was from? From where I grew up and then where I went to, I would see holes in their game.
Pick a niche.
Drug dealers outside of where I grew up left holes in your game. When you're a career creep like me in those days at 19, that I'm looking for a kilo of coke, I'm going to get it from you. I'm going to watch it till I get it. So you can't leave no holes. What's a hole? The guy that goes out to the clubs. The guy that, you know, there's just little holes. Little things that guys do.
Like a raptor.
That a guy like me sees and attacks that fucking hole. That's all it is.
So how long, like, could you be, like, looking at somebody for, like, 6 months just to see what they do? Or, like, how long would it take?
What's the prize, you know?
Let's pretend, all right? I'm going to tell you a story. I'm not going to say no names. It happened in Colorado.
Okay.
I watched this guy for about 3 months. Jesus. I was involved in a circle of people. And there's something about this guy I didn't like. And he had arguments with friends of mine and he was like the dealer that was getting the 5 kilos. Huh?
Like I Malo.
Yeah, he just didn't jazz with me. And I could tell he didn't like me. And because he didn't like me, I didn't like him. But he was a certain person. Like, I know in life you don't like certain people because if not, life wouldn't be the same. He was the type of guy that I had encountered every 2 or 3 years. He just didn't like me. I just didn't like him. But the people around me dug me to death. So the guy owned, his sly was a restaurant, a cold cut restaurant, all right? And that was his first hole with me. This was up in Snowmass. But I knew he was getting the powder, and he was giving it to 3 or 4 people. And I was tight with 3 of the 4 people he was giving it to. I was tight with his whole circle. So I didn't know. I inadvertently got a job shoveling snow. And I would shovel in front of his house. But I would never shovel in front of his house. I'd make the other guy shovel in front of his house. I'd shovel 4 buildings down, but I'd watch his door. And I got his fucking programming down. And most of the days, he went skiing. Once you go skiing, I got you.
For at least an hour.
I got you.
Yeah, no doubt.
That gives me, even because it would take me 15 minutes. All the apartment buildings were the same. I knew each room. I knew each nook and cranny. You know, if I would go out at night and I'd see him at a bar and he didn't see me, I'd shoot down to his house and see if his roommate was home. And then my buddy made the keys for all the apartments. So it took me 3 months. In the 3 months, I was picking off other people. You follow me? I was saving this guy for a fucking rainy day. And I was going to hit him just for personal reasons. And you know what? I knew. This is how crazy I was at 19. I knew that even if he knew I'd hit him, there wasn't shit he was going to do to me. There wasn't shit he was going to do to me. I knew he was going to come up to me and put the finger on me, but there wasn't shit he was going to do to me. That's how crazy I was. After my mother died 4 years in, let's see how fucking crazy you are. And at the time, I wasn't messing around with weapons, but I had one. I was just a yahoo. You know, I was like that black guy that comes at you with the gun twisted and shit. I had no idea about shooting, nothing. But I knew I didn't like this guy. So because I didn't like him, this had become personal. So I the first time I hit him a couple times. I hit this motherfucker a couple times. That was my signature.
Just wasn't enough.
Once wasn't enough.
Now, do you ever like?
But the other thing I was doing, since it was a small community, I wasn't hitting them for everything. I was leaving. Oh, dog.
You're choosing them?
Oh, I'm a dog. I'm a professional torturer. So I would come to your house, and instead of clipping 50 of these bars, I clipped 20 of them. Now it caused controversy with you, your brother, your grandmother. Somebody took these 20 fucking
Who
bars.
comes in and just steals 20, you know?
And I would listen to the street. I would listen to the bars to see what people were saying. There was a lot of times I would rob a guy. He had too much pride to go out and say somebody robbed him. When you rob a drug dealer and they think they're cool, but they ain't shit, they're just a college kid that their dad lent them $5,000 because they were going to start a skateboard company, but they get into the powder business. Those were the pigeons I was looking for in those days. Those were the pigeons I was looking for in those days. You follow me? So I would clip those guys. Now, I wouldn't clean you out. I wouldn't clean you out unless I didn't like you. Okay, so the first time I hit that fucking jerk off was Labor Day weekend. His guard was down. When you sell coke, you got to have somebody at your house at all times. If I see that you got drunk and got high, you were going down. Your game had to be super tight in my fucking world. Because if you were out getting coked up or whatever, and me and my buddies in those days got a hold of you, I mean, when I lived in Colorado, like I hung out with guys in Jersey that were kind of crazy. But when I moved to Colorado, I picked up like 2 or 3 friends in Snowmass that were fucking crazy. One of them being this dude from Ohio that was out of his mind. He grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And he grew up the son of a fucking Marine. Like, that's where they trained down there and shit. So he was crazy. Diaz, I'll kill him. I'll kill him, motherfucker. You know me, Diaz. I almost killed my stepdad when I was fucking 18. I seen him smacking my mom. I mean, this dude was crazy. So I had him in Colorado. I had some crazy guys in Jersey. But I was out of my mind because of the pain in my heart and the anger I had at the world. Not because I was a tough guy. That was what I put on you. I wanted to put on you what I was feeling inside. So when I didn't like you and I knew you didn't like me, so the first time I hit this dude was Labor Day weekend. I found out he was hiding shit in his business. Right? Not in the safe either. Because he was paranoid that if the cops would come, he'd have cash in it. And I heard this at a party from 2 girls that were talking amongst themselves. I was sitting there. I just heard the jackpot. You know me. I got Jew ears. I got those Auschwitz ears. I'll hear shit going down fucking 2 miles down if they're getting the matches ready. I fucking know. I got
That's the new shirt.
What's that? Auschwitz ears?
Yeah.
Shit, yeah.
Or a hat.
And I'm listening to her say that he usually puts it in his office. That's it. That's it. That was it. So I went there Labor Day. I went in there to get a sandwich, and they said that, oh, he's in Glenwood Springs doing something. But bam, these fucking people couldn't deal with my savage. So the first thing, he used to have a back door in the back where people went outside, and I took a razor blade. I buffed the sides in, and I put it in a hole where the door locks. That was number 1. Okay, that was tick number 1. I did that about 3:30. They opened till 5. And then at 5 to 5, I went in there and made believe something was lost. And there was still a bunch of people in there, so she didn't see me. And I left the back door open. She had closed it already, and I just twisted it and walked out. So the back door was open, plus I had the double on it. So either the door lock didn't come in all the way, and I could jimmy it. That they had no security. These people were fucking, they trusted everybody. It was like nice white people. Oh, yeah. You know, if the door's open, lock it. Not in my fucking world. Your door's open, I'm taking something. And I went up there like 10 o'clock at night. People were at bars. I could hear the people partying at the bars. Perfect. I went to the bars to let people see me. Hey, what's up? Let me get a Coke with fucking lemon in it. What are you drinking? Rum and Coke. They don't fucking know nothing. They think I'm partying. Right within the thing would start, I'd shoot over there. Boom, kick the door down. I went in the back office. He had fucking 8 ounces of blow. I went in the fucking thing where he had the thing. He had another $1,800 cash, and I took him for like another 2. I remember I went home. I couldn't fucking sleep, guys. I just kept doing little bumps in the back of the room. I couldn't even tell my roommate I had 4 ounces, whatever the fuck I had.
How exciting was that?
Oh my God, at 19, and I knew this, and I was rich. And at the time, I didn't spend much. I was robbing coke. So the dude I lived with was from North Bergen. He was in charge of condos. He worked for a company named VPM. So he was in charge of condos. So I would know who was in the condos, who wasn't, who was out of town. I would ask him. And he would tell me to stash shit at certain condos because they were doing work on them or they weren't doing work on them. Do you understand me? So I took the next morning, I got up and I told him what kind. I go, no, I found this jewelry and a piece of hash I want to hide. I hid the fucking ounces. I hid the fucking cash. And I took like $1,000 cash. And I took a bus down to Glenwood Springs. No, I didn't do it the next day. I'm lying to you. I forgot all about that. I waited like till Wednesday. I went to Glenwood Springs and I bought a stereo without the radio. I didn't want the radio, so what I buy? An amp.
Okay.
I bought an amp with a double cassette deck and a pair of speakers and some earphones. That's what I spent my money on. I kept $1,000, but I bought the stereo for my room. I'll never forget that. And I bought Madonna's first CD.
Did you see him after that?
I saw him after that. And it was reported to the community that he had gotten robbed for cash, that somebody had kicked in the door. No, they didn't say nothing about the cocaine.
Of course not. You're going to go on the police report? Now, do you ever...
So I made like slight inquiries about it, like to people that were cool with me. Like, what happened to that asshole? And they would say, fuck, because a lot of people didn't like the guy. He was born like with a, what do they call that, a golden spoon in his mouth?
Yeah.
That was the rumor about him. So he always had that air of, I'm a fucking better than you. And then cocaine came along, and now he acted like he was a drug dealer. But you and I knew he was a fucking jackoff. He just knew people who trusted him. They knew he had that business. So they would give him, $200,000 on consignment. He would just give it to 5 guys in Snowmass Village. And then the second time I popped him in his condo at a Christmas party. I waited 3 months till his fucking thing got down again.
Always while people are partying, having a good time.
And what I was doing to him at first was he lived with a dude that was a chef, a personal chef. So the personal chef dude was tight with me. So he'd be telling me the schedule without him knowing. The guy would tell me the schedule without him knowing. I was a drug dealer in his schedule, so I knew the guy was going to be home or he wasn't going to be home. And for about a month, I was just taking 2-3 grams out of his bag. I had the key to his door, guys. I had the whole thing. I'd wait for him to go ski, and I'd go in. I'd take 200 for lunch and a couple fucking grams of tooth I would take him for. And then right before I found out I was leaving, I took him for fucking 6 more ounces. And then he raised his hand. And then by that time, I had banged out so many drug dealers in Aspen and Snowmass that the word was out that somebody, they couldn't figure out who the fuck it was. They were hunting him down. They had no idea who the fuck I was playing them because I wouldn't snort blow in front of them. So they knew I didn't snort blow. I would get my roommate to buy coke for me or somebody else to buy coke. And I'd make up it was for Lee, a guy at work. You follow me? So they didn't know I didn't snort blow. So why would I be robbing blow if I didn't snort blow? They put everything on me, and everybody figured it out. But by the time they put it all together, I left town. And I came back 2 years later, and it was forgotten. They had gotten so drunk for those 2 years, they had forgotten I was there again. See, that dab fucks up my throat. You understand me?
I feel you don't. Do you ever, notice now, if someone's creeping around your neighborhood, are you more aware of that?
Yeah, because I know the footage. I know how you walk. I know the desperation in your walk. I know your eyes. I know how I shouldn't see you go up and down the block twice. Right there, bam, a car. I know all the fucking movements because I was doing those movements,
Have you ever pulled anyone aside and be like, hey, man, don't do that around here?
No, I'll just stand different. I'll let them know that I know without saying nothing.
Fuck. How do you stand?
You sit down and you sit out there with a chair and you smoke a joint outside or something. Very nonchalant. They know, but you know when somebody's watching you. When I would be in a neighborhood creeping, or in an apartment building or in a house. As soon as I saw somebody, the deal was over. But I always had an excuse to be there. You understand me? You always have an excuse to be there. Why are you in this hallway? Fucking David lives 2 doors down. Oh, okay. Oh, no, because somebody's been robbing an apartment. Really? That's fucking crazy, man. Have a good night. You have to have a reason to be back there. You just can't say, I'm looking for my friend's apartment. Dead. You know, you have to have, why are you in this neighborhood? Why are you on this block? Why are you behind this house? You know, with Bucky's on and a fucking cup of Vaseline, you know. I'm looking for fucking birds at night. That's why, cocksucker. Birdwatch. It's just really weird. That was a really weird life. And I've been writing about it for the last fucking 2 years. And I was writing that whole thing. I couldn't believe how creepy I was as a human being, you know.
Imagine if you'd gone gone caught and then gone out now, like Tweety. Like if you were just getting out now, like what do you think you'd be doing?
You have to get a job first of all.
Well, listen, man. My biggest fear of all time was that I wasn't going to end up doing anything. And you ever go into a fucking Subway sandwich? There's a guy at a Subway sandwich with a tattoo on his hand from 1965, and he's got long hair, and he's still holding on to that shit. But now he's 53. And he's got an old lady, but this is what he could earn now. Because for 10 years, he fucked off. I never wanted to be one of those guys. That was my biggest fear at 25. That is why when I go to the Comedy Store, I go down there and I do a set and I leave. Because I didn't want to be that old guy that was still holding on. You know, you've both been to places. You walk, and I'm not putting anybody down. I'm talking about a man or a woman who's let their life go through, who let their life pass before their eyes. They didn't think. They thought for years, woo, let it skin it, and there's a party in it. And it just, 20 years goes by. That hot chick ain't that hot no more. Now she's a sperm bucket. Her ass, her tits are droopy. She's still good looking from a distance, but you can see she's got 1,000 fucking years of pain in her fucking from sleeping with men or whatever the fuck they're doing. And you see the guys at my age with a missing fucking tooth and with a tattoo that says, you know, Cheap Trick or whatever the fuck they were into. And now you're at a Subway sandwich, bro, as an assistant fucking manager. That's reality. You've seen those guys, Lee. You've seen them fucking too. And you don't say nothing, you don't judge, but you know what their past is by looking at them. Somewhere along the line, they fell asleep for 10 fucking years. They went to a concert, they followed the dead, they joined the cult. They made a fucking crucial fucking mistake here. They did something. You know, life goes by fucking fast. You know, people have been telling me lately, you've been angry lately. Sure, you get angry because I'm fighting up a fucking ladder now. I pissed away 30 years doing fucking blow, 27 years doing blow. I'm very happy to be where I am, and I did something with my life. But guess what? I could have done much more. I threw away 20 years of my life snorting that fucking powder. And you know what? It went by like this, brother. It went by like that. And that's what happens to those guys when you walk into a Subway. You know they don't own the fucking Subway. Okay? It's not when you walk into a liquor store and a guy's broken. But he's broken because he's been at that same fucking liquor store since 1962. You know, and he's owned it. I ain't mad at the fucking guy. You know, he knows his business and shit. By the way, when I met the dude from the Star Anarchy last week,
yeah,
I went somewhere and I got caught and I had to go down Riverside. And as I was pulling in to meet those kids with all the Anarchy edibles,
yeah,
as the chubby chick from the fucking bar, from the liquor store came out, the nice white chick that's married to the black dude. She's dynamite lady. Remember we gave her an edible one day?
Yeah.
And you kept saying, how can you give her that? We gave her those gummies. We did. And we just gave her 250. We don't know what her head is like. We didn't give a fuck. She's so cool with us. Every time we go, we talk to her. She always asks me if I'm going to play the lottery. You ain't going to play the lottery until they play the lottery. It's $18 million, Papa. So one day I said, you get high? She's like, fuck yeah. I gave her those gummies when I seen her like a month later. She's like, that was terrific. So I saw her last week. And she was going into her husband's truck, the black dude, the nice black dude.
Okay.
And I go, honk, honk. And they both looked at me and I went, and she's like, and she walked up and she goes, what's up, baby? And I go, here you go. And she's like, oh, shit, I know what I'm doing the rest of the day. So if you stop in and ask her what happened with the fucking edibles that Uncle Joey gave her.
Okay. You love doing that. You love, like, just giving it to, like, waitresses. You gave it to that stewardess one time. And the funny thing, you don't even get to see what happens. You just imagine what happens and, like, laugh at it.
Let them go home and think about what happened. I thought I had more money. So I went in the little center compartment in the car and there was nothing. And then I went in the thing between the armrest and in there was a $5 bill and a single. And I go, all right, I'll go to 7-Eleven, I'll go to Bank of America, and then I'll go get gas. And as I went to Bank of America, I see a dude walking down the street with no T-shirt on, bleeding from his back, with shorts on, dirty, homeless. You know, I don't know what he was. And something, it was 10 o'clock, it was 11:30 a fucking night. And I went to the Bank of America and I said, you know what, I'm not even going to take the money out. I'm going to catch him. I thought I would catch him, but you know, you slide out, he was going to walk. And I had those 2 T-shirts in the car. And the band guy sent me, I had 2 T-shirts in the car and I had the $6. And as I pulled out of the bank, I couldn't find him. He fucking disappeared. And all of a sudden I look and he's sleeping by a little... By the Bank of America, they have those little benches.
Yeah.
Now I know for a fact if I give him the fin, nobody's gonna let him into this business. You know what I'm saying? Like you need a T-shirt to go into a business.
Yeah.
So I said I'll give him a T-shirt. I'll give him $5. 11:30 a fucking night. So I pull. I make a left, which was legal. Everything was legal. And I go, yo, come here. I got something for you. And he runs over. He cleans himself off. He looks like a fucking POW. He's like, what's up, man? He goes, you're not gonna shoot me, are you? I go, no, I'm not gonna fucking shoot. He goes, thanks, man. Now I get up to Sun Valley. This is really cool of you, man. And he looked at me and goes, why'd you do it? And I go, I just did it, man. I don't know. Don't ask fucking questions. He goes, thank you very much. I got to go. I got to get to Sun Valley. He walks away and he looks at me and goes, hey, can I give you some advice? What? He goes, don't believe a word Tipagore says. And he just walked away. Tipagore? What are you fucking talking about at 11:30 at night? And as he went to walk away, a cop went to make a right and almost hit him. And the cop's like, boop, boop, and he puts the fucking lights on. I'm like, oh, here we go. And the guy gets out, and then they leave the car in the middle of the street. So I'm stuck there. He goes, you, turn the ignition on. What's going on here? Is this a drug deal? Yeah, I'm buying fucking drugs from Harpo Dirt over here. You know, what's he selling me? Crack rolled in fucking dog shit? Look at his fingers. I won't even want to fucking, you know. I go, no, man, I was pulling the guy. I had no shirt on. I wanted to give him a couple bucks. I come over here and take a deposit out. And he, had no fucking shirt on. And I figured $5 in the shirt. At least he'd go in someplace and get a fucking soda. And he was very valiant of you. Like, the fucking scumbag, you know? I just was trying to, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
What'd you do?
And he goes, I'm not gonna, so you're okay? Were you drinking? No. Do I look like I'm drinking? No. I'm drinking. I went to fucking do a podcast. What the fuck is that one? At the Comedy Store. A joint with hash nut that they gave me at the weed store. It wasn't bad, but it's not that other shit. There's a brand that people give you. It's a $15 joint. It's got like bazooka milk in it, hash, keef, lightning, strike. It got dabs in it. This shit. Me and Lee smoked it.
At the store?
At the store that night. We drove up the thing and we were like, this was fucked up. It came in a tube.
Yeah, someone gave it to you at the store.
At the store.
Yeah.
And I went into a weed store next night. I go, do you guys have this? And we're not allowed to sell that. That's death. They're like, that got glass in it and fucking Topanga juice and all this shit. I'm like, good. That's what we need. Somebody gave me another one, so I smoked it with fucking the kid from Tennessee, my neighbor, last night. And we went down to the Comedy Store.
Oh, that's fun.
The blonde-haired kid. Yeah, you got to do something.
You excited for Boston this weekend?
Fuck yeah, I'm excited to Boston. Even my man, those Googies from Models, got connections in fucking Boston. They got connections everywhere.
That's going to be fun.
Let me talk to you about something. So he gets an email one day that you're switching from those Gummies Hermanos to fucking Nailed It Life. I go to those Gummies Hermanos, nothing comes up. Nailed It Life still comes up. So what are you doing to me here?
No, they're both. Los Gummies Hermanos.com brings you to Nailed It Life contact form. That's the only thing. Nailed It Life is still there.
So tell me what you're doing with the vapor pen. You don't want to sell the vapor pens no more?
No, we're still doing the vapor pens.
Okay, but you're focusing on the edibles now.
Yeah.
Give me one more of those. What's the other flavors you got, man?
You should try the Rice Pudding one.
Let me try the Rice
Pudding
one. How many calories in these things?
I don't know.
Fucking 300. They smell like 300.
Oh yeah, we did do the math on these. This is a brand new product, like super brand new. We brought them down for you. I think we figured them out to be less than 100 calories
Per square or the whole thing?
per square. Yeah.
Wow, that's not bad. I had 700 calories left. Guess I'm down to 4. My wife made tilapia anyway, with little yellow potatoes, so it's not too bad. I got a couple carbohydrates. What's up, Lee? One other piece?
No.
How much did you eat so far?
Edibles.
I have the edible and then I smoked this.
That's it? No, it's time for another piece.
I had 125
You
milligrams.
got to try the Okata. How are you going to sell it to mama? 125 milligrams.
Which one's that one?
There you go. Oh.
Wow.
You're going to give this to grandma. Give this to your mother.
Okay.
No, eat that. That's yours.
You have to use it.
Not eat it. For the Mexican people in your life. That's deliciously. Horchata. Man.
Like cinnamon.
Crap.
That's what it is. I can't eat that.
Let me get it going, man.
I'm high as fuck right now.
What do you got to do, man? You got to ballet. Survive. You're going to go home. You're going to watch the Black and the New Orange. And you're going to knock yourself out. It's deliciously.
It is. I'm just really high.
That's okay. Eat another piece. That's good for you. This fucking guy.
We're trying to expand down here, down in the LA market. We're trying to get into a bunch of clubs.
So where are you now?
Right now, we're in Northern California.
That's it.
We're in a couple of spots in Oakland, but mostly patient to patient. We deal with people that just buy a bunch off of me.
And it's a nice fucking thing because they're great. Let me get some more chata juice there. They're delicious.
You know what the thing about edibles is? There's a lot of mouths to feed. You just put down like 6 of them right there, and you named like another 6 edibles that you had in the last week, and you like them all, and they're all delicious. There's a lot of mouths to feed.
And these work. Jeez.
Yeah, some of them don't work.
Some of them don't work.
Some of them do work.
Yeah.
Remember the things the guy dropped off?
Which ones? We got a lot of edibles here.
Some guy dropped off some stuff. They were terrible. I gave it to Lee. That's how I know.
Like the Jolly Rancher ones?
They were big lollipops. Like, Lee,
Yeah.
when Lee don't get high.
Candy's rough. You can't over-medicate candy because you got that in your mouth for like 15, 20 minutes, and you're sucking on that horrible tasting candy.
Yeah, no. It needs to be like 2-3 bites max.
It's got to be right down for it to be a strong candy.
My favorites are the gummies. I love your Los Gummies Hermanos. And it's like, they're just like the perfect amount. And you can even just, like, if someone's new, they can just bite the head off and be perfect.
When I first bought my license, which had to be maybe 2005, 2006.
Like a pot license, you mean?
Yeah, that edible game was completely different. They were huge, Lee.
Yeah.
Lee, huge. You had to eat a fucking chocolate cake to get 100 milligrams.
Jesus.
And there was no standard for strength.
There was no standard. It was
2 strength, 3
horrible.
strength, 4
And
dose.
Ralphie May, I love him with all my heart. He would buy s'mores that were 200 milligrams. Like, that was like the highest dose then, like 150, 125. There was no Chiba Chews. There was nothing. It was like you had to buy big things, like cinnamon muffins. We used to go to the place next to Duke's on Sunset Boulevard. You go to the Duke's with us, right next to the Whiskey A Go-Go?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That was the first weed store we walked into. They had the vending machines. Those black dudes, they didn't give a fuck whether you had a license or not. They had great shit in there. They really did. That was a great fucking medical marijuana. I had to go get my license. They let me in there twice. Like, Joe, you gotta go get your license. I knew them because they were bodyguards to somebody, like Eddie Griffin, and I knew them from coming into the Comedy Store. I did security for this weed store, and they were like, "Dog, how you doing? Great to see you. You want to come in and check out the operation?" They were selling 8s in those days for $85 fucking dollars.
Is that a lot or a little?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of dough, dog.
This place is doing that nowadays, but
Yeah, on Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah.
on Ventura Boulevard and Hollywood and Sunset, you still got places selling your weed for $85, $90.
How much is it supposed to be?
Down the corner, $35.
Oh, fuck them.
I get an eighth down the corner of some fucking killer weed for $45 fucking dollars. They're tremendous.
Yeah, why pay
tremendous.
double? That's
I was
crazy.
spending I was spending 60 a day in Hollywood, and I spend 20 a day in the Valley, if that. Because I'll buy one of those eights for fucking $35, $40, and I'll smoke those things. And I have high tolerance, so the weed's delicious. The Ferrari, the fucking Hollywood OG, that shit's fucking delicious. His tolerance has gone up though, but this is different. See, right now his eyes would be bumming out of his head.
They're
He's spinning. He's not doing that. This is the oil. This is
I'm
different
on the edge right now.
What I could see is that your eyeball, like your skin is red.
Yeah.
But your eyeballs aren't popping out of your head. You don't look all Chinese out and shit.
Yes, I do. Look at those eyes.
No, you look healthy. You look good, cocksucker.
But as your tolerance goes up, you enjoy it more. You used to panic. You don't panic as much.
I didn't panic before,
He
but
was panicking.
no, it's just a lot of.
He'd go into it panicking, so he would still panic.
He would continue the panic.
Yeah, oh, this is going to happen to me. I'm going to get raped. The girl, this is not, And then now he just says, fuck it. No, he just says, fuck it. What do I give a fuck? And that's what it is, People, so I still know bump into people. Last time I had a pot cookie, I had a bad trip. What are you talking about? What trip did you fucking take? It was a bad trip. What fucking trip? What trip did you take? What acid did you do? You didn't take no bad trip. You know what happened? You fucking went over your head and you didn't prepare yourself, or you went into it scared, and the thought process. That's why I don't like the edibles with jiu-jitsu, because once my heart triggers and you start going, it becomes something else. It's not just Lee and Joey out of air. I'm having a fucking heart attack.
Feels like having asthma.
Yeah, your mind plays tricks on you.
And that happens when you're sober. So when you're fucking high, I can only imagine.
It happens sometimes when you're, or it happens to you when you're sober.
Fuck yeah, in jiu-jitsu so far, sometimes we're like,
and you think you're like, oh shit, this is terrible. The heat.
Yeah. So I can't even imagine being high.
What do these go for?
These go in the club for like $15, $20.
$15, $20.
Depends on the club.
250 milligram. They taste delicious. Under 100 calories. Sugar.
Yeah.
So you have sugar in them. Okay. So you can't give it to diabetics, people.
We're working on like gluten free, and we're working on different things.
That's the thing. Listen, man. I knew a diabetic dude that him and his wife would buy a loaf of the banana bread every week. And they would eat the banana bread and do yoga. They would have a yoga lady come to the house, and they would do yoga. And then when she leave, they probably fucked that little yoga pussy. Who knew what the fuck they did? They were an older couple that had no kids. He was telling me, I met him at the weed store. He would go in there and buy a fucking loaf once a week. So edibles, that's what I'm saying to you. Edibles are a different world.
Yeah.
Joe
I
Rogan,
prefer them,
if you email Joe Rogan, he'll tell you what happens when they hit the liver and the kidney. Because I don't know nothing. I know you eat this, and 25 minutes later, you're thinking of cheeseburgers and shit subconsciously. That's all I fucking know. I don't know what happens, how the system breaks down in your body. I really don't. I'm an ignorant fuck when it comes to that.
I prefer it as like a novice weed smoker. I feel like the high is better.
You don't smoke that much weed.
Yeah, but
when I see you more, 7 out of 10 times I see you, we eat an edible.
Hell yeah.
I know. Like tonight we smoked, but it's very rare. We never smoked together.
No, we smoked like a joint almost every podcast.
The first 2 years we did over at your apartment.
No, even well, not every time here, but
no, we don't smoke every time here. I don't. We smoke every 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah, right. 3 times I come, I bring weed for us. I say, Lee, smoke this. What do you think of this?
But I feel like smoking only affects my head, and like the edibles, I'm like my entire body's fucked up.
Yeah, but it affects your stomach. Like me, when you go home, you can't stop fucking eating those rice. You still eating those rice cakes?
Hell yeah. But
when was
no.
the last time you ate a rice cake?
I've been out of them. No, I know exactly when. It was last Monday, and I ate an entire pack of caramel rice cakes after the podcast. That's 600 calories.
You said I gotta live with. So what are you trying to do, brother? I mean, you've been doing this now for 3-4 years, so you're succeeding. You're making a living.
Yeah,
you and your brother are making, chirping away, which I love. I've been helping you as much as I can, with the webpage and the vapor pens. You've got great products.
We're just expanding.
You got to go nationwide. Fuck it.
We had 5-6 really good distributors, and now we're just going to become our own distributor. We're going to go up and down the state, California.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Now, what about these other legals? Is it these other states? Is it legal to have these?
In other states, they have their own separate laws, but going from one state to the next is not legal. So we don't ship. A lot of people email me all the time about shipping. We definitely do not.
So, can you sell these in Colorado?
If I lived in Colorado and I made it in Colorado and I had license, because they have their own regulations out there within their own state, then yeah, I could sell it. If I had my own club and I made my own edibles in house, they have their own separate set of rules out there.
How hard is it for someone just getting into the business to navigate all the regulations and what forms you need and certifications? Just because I like it's so new. I'm sure if you go to the office 4 times, you're gonna get 4 different answers.
There's actually people that have set up a really good business of setting people up in their pot business. Usually lawyers, and they'll cross every T, dot every I.
Good for them.
Yeah, pretty good. I don't know any off the top of my head right now, but there's definitely people out there that'll set you up in the pot business, and they'll tell you every single law in that area, fight for you if they have to, and like city council meetings and whatever it is.
Well, the people that I've met that have started edible companies, when you talk to them, sometimes on the show or whatever, they always say they had a knack for making edibles. They just had a knack for making edibles. That for years people told them, man, you really know what the fuck you're doing. So one day they lost their job or whatever the fuck happened, and they started making this particular edible. Have you been good at this? I mean, the fucking gummies are great. I don't know who taught you how to make them. I don't want to fucking know, but it's
just R&D, and I come from a line of spat. My mom cooks like a motherfucker. She cooks really good. Arroz con pollo, everything, anything that you could possibly think, and I have that in me. I love to spice things. I love to try things as I'm going. I cook for my family almost every night, so it's natural that edible company would be me and Pete's future.
Be honest, is it Tweety's recipe?
No, that's our own recipe. We found similar recipes, and we merged 4 or 5 different recipes, and even that recipe we've changed it over time. Like people are hey, they're a little tacky. Hey, they were a little dry. They're a little this. All in the first few batches, we got people around us that told us what they were and what they weren't, and we fixed them. They weren't always this strong, and now they are, so that they can hit people. They need to uppercut people.
There's a thing called the jiu-jitsu lifestyle where people eat acai bowls and, they get fucking whatever the fuck they do. There's definitely a lifestyle to this, and you guys are definitely the leaders in it. Ari's a close second. This is Ari's lifestyle. Ari, he loves all this shit. When I talk to him, it's funny what people think you want to do and what you want to do. If you ever ask yourself, what do I really want to do right now? Fuck the podcast. Fuck Joe Diaz. What do I really want to do? You know what I want to do? I want to fucking move to Mexico and make beads and sell them on the side of the road and eat tamales all day till I'm 800 pounds. Would that make you happy? I mean, Lee,
hell yeah.
I thought about it. You think about that. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Charles Bronson. I wanted to have a little apartment and not have a girlfriend and not have no relationships and not, I knew that if I would get I wouldn't need to talk to people. I mean, I had this whole thing about living on an island. I couldn't even imagine living like that right now. What would make you comfortable? I mean, what do you guys want to fucking do here? If you could do what the fuck you want to do, Lee, what would you be doing right now?
This. I can honestly say this.
You really like this.
I love this.
I love it too.
And then the only other thing, and I talked about it on my podcast today, is what I'm trying to do in Toronto. I really think it'd be cool, because I've always wanted to go on business trips. Let my dad went on business trips. I don't know why, it just seems like it's cool. And I feel like young comedians could really start podcasts now and then grow a following. Imagine if you had fans, like those fans you were talking about in Houston, if they were listening to the podcast back then. And if I could go around and help young comedians start podcasts.
Well, I think if you have a feature act, let's say.
Right.
And he's a sharp kid, and he's living in Montreal, Minnesota, San Francisco. He's getting a little work, He still can't make it professionally. He doesn't need to. He's got a good day job in the daytime. Why not? Why wouldn't you be involved in the podcast? And every listener counts. Every week you get a new listener, and you flourish. And after 4 or 5 years, when you're ready to go on the road, these people have been listening to you. You've been communication with them. You've been emailing back and forth. You have relationships with these people. In 3 years that we've been doing this podcast, I have relationships with a lot of the listeners. That from Dante Gazzini, there's a lot.
Dante's a good guy.
He's a good guy. There's a lot of people, John Cutler, his wife. I mean, Leon, Constantine Rain.
Jordan Lee called me today to get me a
Jordan Lee was at the Comedy Store last night, looking like fucking James Dean before he went off the cliff. You start, Edgar. You start these relationships with people. You don't hang out with them, but you're friends online, and you support them. They support you. You put a pic, whatever the fuck it is. It's become something else. So, sure, I think a young comic would benefit from talking to you. The same way you have a set of things that'll work for a podcast. They're all going to learn by trial and error.
Right.
If they really put their heart to it, this is what they want to do. This is just another aspect of being a comedian.
Right.
This is like
this
writing.
is going to make their career, but I see what it does for me, a guy who does the sound and I talk, but I'm not a comedian. I don't have an outlet that I'm trying to bring people to. So, yeah, I can only imagine if I did, and I've been doing it for 2.5 years, what I could be doing. And it's just, I don't know. I just talked to Johnny Roque, and he's just so cool and so nice, and it's everyone's so nice to me through you. Like everyone, like there's a couple of jerks, but like you see all these people, and not that they're struggling, but like you can I've heard you talk about it, and you can see when someone's poor or something. Like why wouldn't you want to help someone if something like this, just talking, could really help their career?
You, Simone, Johnny Roque, D'Agostino, Rizzo. What you guys all have in common, and there's probably other names I could throw in there. Maybe 2 guys that aren't doing comedy, maybe they're promoters. You're all looking for your way. So even though you may not all be comics, you're all in the same part of your life where you're looking for something. You're at the same threshold, or whatever the fuck it's called, of where you're there. You're just about to snap onto what you want to do, adjust the wheels, and get stronger the longer you do it after that. For some people it takes 3 years, for some people it takes 10 years. You're at that point right now. You've got a couple products to work with. You're not small time no more. You're just not making gummies or monos. You could still whip out the peanut brittle if you wanted to, if you have mass production, and you could still whip up other products. Right now, this is the time to get into this business. And if you've noticed, also, when I first got my license, there was nothing like this, Lee. Chocolate bars to get high, how big were they? You had to eat fucking 2 fucking Nestle bars, Lee.
That's fucking
to get 160 milligrams. And there was no 160 milligrams in those things in those days. You didn't know what the fuck was in there. It wasn't no 80 even. You didn't get as fucked up as we're getting now. And I can't imagine where their business is going to go in 2 or 3 years, where you're eating a throat lozenge and it's got 8,000 fucking milligrams in it. And
I used to have Listerine strips that they used to get you fucked up.
What happened to those?
That's a good question. I don't go to clubs much anymore. So
they were all over Hollywood.
They were down here, though.
Yeah, they were big time. That's what Rogan used to have. Those things will light you up.
I think I came in right after that.
Those things will light you up. They will light you up. They had
one of those. It stuck together.
Oh my God!
It was a 15 times for the whole pack.
Oh my God!
It was 15 strips in there, and they all stuck together. I had that shit on the plane.
I had that on the plane. I thought I was gonna die. That was one of the worst trips of my life. Get the fuck out of here! I fucking took one from Chicago to Burbank with Martin Moreno. This is when we all worked riddles. It was Felipe, Martin, Chivago. We all went. Rancho Bob, whatever his name is, Silent Bob. And that morning, I get up at 6 in the fucking morning. I look at my wallet to give the lady the ID at the Southwest counter. In those days, there used to be a tremendous flight not from Midway. Yeah, Midway to Burbank. Oh, it was tremendous. It got you at 10 in the morning in Burbank from Chicago. You could stop it. It was early, though. And when I went to give her the license, the strip, I came in a little sealer meal type deal.
Yeah.
Was stuck to the license, and I looked at it, and I thought it was 1. And as I was putting in my thing, I saw it broke, and it was 2 of them. And I'm like, "Fuck! It's 7 in the morning. I'll eat a sandwich at the terminal." Holy! I had my shirt off. That's the first time I took my shirt off on Southwest. In those days, they had the seats that faced each other in the middle.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of those where you had to sit looking at somebody. And I was in the middle seat with these old Christian women. And dog, I started sweating profusely. I had to take that fucking shirt off. The sweat was coming off my tits.
What did you weigh back then?
What did I weigh? 390, 380.
I think that's why they stopped selling them, because everybody that I know that's had one has a story like that. Like, damn, I almost died. I had them more than once.
But that was the beginning of shock. Like, they put me into shock. Like, that was the roughest hour and a half. It was cool for like 2 hours, and then the last hour and a half was fucking hell.
People weren't ready for that. It was hash oil.
No, they weren't ready for it.
People were using hash and keef, and like people weren't.
There was another one, too. There was a gummy, Now and Later.
I don't remember that.
Kushmart, when they were on Ivar.
I remember Kushmart.
Kushmart, Kushmart went on to becoming this 2-floor thing in Hollywood that did. He bought the building downstairs, and they were doing recommendations. It was one-stop shopping.
I remember when they were small.
I remember when they were on the one street in Hollywood, and it was in an office building, and they got thrown out because the office people couldn't take it no more. They had dentists in there. You could smell weed in the fucking dentist office. Hysterical. Right on where the sandwiches, where we get the sandwiches over there. But before that, they were on Gower. You ever go between Hollywood Boulevard and Sunset? There's those shacks on the side.
I used to work on Sunset.
Okay. They had shacks. They were in a shack. And I'll never forget going in, and they had those Now and Plenties. What do they call it? Now and Laters?
Now and Laters? Yeah.
They were a little skinnier. And when you looked at the baggie, you could see the haze on the juice coming out of them. And one night I went home and popped 2 of those. Holy, that was horrible. I puked. I tripped that night. I saw stars. I kept seeing purple. I couldn't breathe. I had to crawl. I drank fucking iced tea. I drank water.
It sounds like a bad trip.
Oh, it's a bad trip. No, I fucking took too much. At that time, my body, we were eating brownies, like we were eating little brownies. You didn't really know how many milligrams were in them. We weren't really fucking pitching heavy in those days.
Did you just say it's a good one?
Oh, yeah. When you get too high, and like I've been to clubs where the ladies like do not eat the whole. I'm like, nonsense.
Yeah, all that shit. When a fucking girl tells me don't eat it because I'm gonna I ate a third dinner. You also weigh 90 fucking pounds. I'm a fucking 300-pound gorilla. So take it. And I've been doing. You're 22.
And give me another one too.
Yeah, give me another one. As soon as somebody tells you don't eat, did you bring your car? Don't drive because you're a fucking pussy. That's why. That's what the fun part about this fucking driving.
Yeah.
The lights get all fuzzy.
Oh my god.
But when you've been doing it like and hardcore, it's like
dog. I still see
the mind is.
I'll tell you something. The lights get fuzzy for me.
It's scary at night.
Oh my god.
If I'm high and tired, yeah, it's a different.
I tell you what, my eyes get fuzzy on stage. You have no idea, guys.
You
to
can't
get
see
on
it
stage, you see, but you can't look up. As soon as you look at the lights, they start going like this. They start switching around like somebody's playing with your head, like you got knocked out. That's what happens on stage. When you mix the adrenaline with the THC, that's why I go crazy, guys. I don't go crazy because I go crazy because I got 500 milligrams in me. This is the second show. It's fighting testosterone and God knows what else in my body. I get on stage, I could see the front rows. I just can't look at the lights. As soon as I look at the lights, that's how I know I'm high.
Yeah.
That's how I know. Sometimes I'll eat 2 stars and go, this ain't going to fuck me up tonight.
And that's just sweating.
Oh my God. And I'll get on stage and bam, the lights start switching on you. Because it's a different game on stage. It's like jiu-jitsu. You know what I'm saying? It's the same as jiu-jitsu. But I've handled it for so long that I'm good. Jiu-jitsu, there's no way I can handle. That's real. That's a guy on top of you. Excuse me, trying to fucking choke you to death.
It's fucked up, yeah.
But I go on stage and see the lights move around. That's scary. And that's how I know I'm fucked.
What up, dog? How are you? Oh, no problem. Yeah, I was gone like 5 minutes and you were gone, and I figured, all right, well, he's got other things to do. I completely understand. We had just talked for like 2 hours, so I get you. No problems at all. How's your sister? Hey, tell her to get in line. Poor dog. Thank you. What, Big Mike? All right, so I just really have to change my middle name from Israel to that. Okay, I'm on it. I'm working on it. I mean, maybe not this moment, but perhaps in the future. I'm not going to turn down any opportunities. What'd you do, dog? Yeah. That'll do it. There you go, dog. Did you really meet Joey Diaz twice? That's phenomenal. And he talked about not doing drugs? At your high school? Where'd you meet him the first time? You just cut out. He what? Al, you little bitch. How are you? Yo, did you just hear my man Bitcoin Ass Munch talking about how he met Joey Diaz not once but twice? The second time was at his high school, at which he was the valedictorian and class president. And then on top of that, he met Joey Diaz the first time, and we're trying to find out the location. Ask Munch, where was the location the first time you met Joey Diaz? Go. Yo, L, do you know who Hawk Tua Girl is? Hawk Tua Girl? Dog, you don't know who Hawk Tua Girl is? Just look this shit up, man. Where the fuck have you been? Type HAWK space TUAH. This bitch is taking over the internet. Like when you spit, you go, Hawk Tua. This bitch is everywhere, dog. She met Shaq. She was on stage for the Luke Bryan concert. Do they teach you who Shaq is in Canada? Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you know him as the icy hot guy when everyone else knows him as a basketball player. Hell, I couldn't have said it better myself. Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I've got these fucking robots working overtime. And honestly, these fuckers at Kick keep putting sticks in my bike spokes when they ban my email account. So I have to come up with new email accounts. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Oh, for sure, dog. They've been doing that the whole time. But see, here's what I do. I use temporary email services because obviously I don't have like 10,000 emails to use. And the temporary email services many times they'll work at first, and then Kik will realize that I'm using all these temporary email services, and they'll go in and they'll ban those ones. So then I have to go find another one that works. I have to reprogram the robot, not just once, but 4 times because I have 4 of them. And then I have to, we start all over. And just one moment. I'm getting better at it. So before, if they were to do this to me, it might take me like 3 days or 4 days, maybe a week to get all of the robots reprogrammed. I can reprogram them all in like 4 hours. And it's like, wow, that kind of sounds like a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, but I mean, it's a devastating way to publicize yourself. And so it's a little bit of work where I have to, make nice with all of the temporary email services. But after that, these things just fire off all fucking day. I did some interviews. Like I was on a podcast and I did a couple interviews with just people from TikTok or from Discord. And well, they're Kik streamers, but it was in Discords. And they asked me, Rabbi, how is it that you are able to do all this? And I showed them, and they're like, we were in recently, they had one of the head moderators who's paid by Kik. They're a Kik employee. They did an Ask Me Anything recently, and they were asked about you. And the question was, what is Kik's strategy to combat Rabbi Rothschild specifically? When this question would ask, it would be like all of the spam that has recently come into the platform, but now they're just naming me by name. And they said, now when I was asked this question, they asked me like, hey, do you know who like Sarah Tolfin is? I'm like, no, who the fuck is that? They're like, oh, she's one of the heads of moderation at Kik. And she was asked about you. And she said her answer was, at this time, we don't have a strategy to combat it. Every time we utilize something, this person works around it. And so it's a current cat and mouse game between us. But that's a beautiful thing to hear from their actual team. Like, we don't know how to stop it. Yeah. I mean, there are ways to stop it. There are a lot of ways they could implement. But it's like, okay, implement something. And then I'm going to come up with a new strategy. Yeah, they've been banning my IP for a month and a half. That's not an issue. That's a great question. I know how I would do it. I don't want to publicly say it. That's an excellent question, though, Al. I'm live, and if anybody of their team is watching this or watches it at a later date, I'm just giving them all of the ways to stop me. Now, what I have done is shown them exactly how the robot works. So it's not very difficult of them to stop it. But normally, when you have a platform that requires an OTP, a one-time password, it is usually like not an issue because it's really hard to replicate OTPs because that's like a stopgap for robots. It's really difficult for robots to be able to figure that out. But if you program it correctly, it's not. It's very easy for it to do that. Yeah. It's actually, that's not the hard part. The hard part is just ensuring that the email comes. Sometimes Kik doesn't always send the email for one reason or another. So let's say they don't send the email, then the robot just runs a cycle and realizes that it's not logged in, and it'll run it again if I need it to. And then eventually it'll get logged in. And then once it gets logged in, it goes to the front page and is programmed to not only follow the people on the front page, but also create a clip and spam them 13 times before moving on to the next victim. Lucky victims. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, they want to get chosen. They're the winners. One person winner is another person's victim. And many people are. When before they were like, who the fuck is this? Or what the fuck is this? Now they celebrate when I go in there. People cheer. They'll ask me to do an interview. They'll ask me to come in their Discord because I've become like an icon on this fucking platform. And it's very funny to me that normally I don't have the sound on these computers because, of course, I'm listening to Joey Diaz. But when I do have the sound on and I'm just like randomly here, I hear these people complain about me so much. It shocks me. Another thing that shocks me is a lot of times I'll randomly come into somebody's chat and I already have a robot in there spamming. Like organically. I'll just be like, pick a random person, and it just so happens that one of my 4 robots is currently on that channel and is following them, creating a clip for them, and also inundating them with spam. So I came up with this new strategy with this robot, and it's this. Normally the robot would do this. It would follow you, and it would spam you. Okay, what does that do? Well, a follow on a lot of people's channels shows up on their screen. They can program it so that it says, so-and-so just followed you. And normally somebody's social media is like, L1235, and that's their name. Very few people have a call to action as their screen name. Viral Rabbi in YouTube, Filter by Live, 102, just followed you. So that sends a message to them on their screen, to their thousands of followers who are watching, or viewers that are watching. Then on top of that, when before I would just spam them. So I would spam them with different messages, and depending on the people's settings, and depending on how fast the chat was moving, it could spam all 13 messages. It could only spam a few messages before they ban me, whatever. Okay, that's fine. But once that chat is gone, it's gone. There's no it's already moved up the top to the top, and very rarely is anyone going to watch it thereafter. Unless you're watching the stream in a restream, but even still, people don't do that. They don't watch live streams in the past unless there's something for which they're looking or they're a really big fan of the person. However, what I've done is, in addition to creating the follow bot and the spam bot, I've created a clip bot, and the clip bot is new. The clip bot's only been going for a week, but it's devastating. And here's why. Normally, when you have a user or an influencer and they do something cool on their stream, let's say they pound a bottle of water. They just chug it. Somebody might think that that's cool content, and they'll clip it. And you can make a clip of anywhere between 30 seconds and 60 seconds, essentially, so that people can watch this in the future. It creates basically a highlight. Well, guess what? When I find out that you can make a highlight and it saves it on the person's page, I make a ton of these highlights, and then I name the highlight linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So you'll see on the biggest streamers on this fucking platform, it's random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, Random video. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Random video. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So like 50% of all of their biggest streamers have this like, I call it like fucking digital litter. It's fucking spam. And they're like, God damn it, get this shit out of here. So then what they have to do is manually, this is the bitch of the matter. The moderators cannot clear this for the influencer. The influencer has to manually now go in and clean up all of their clips. And now you're making dead interaction with all of these fucking people. Dude, there he is. Where the fuck have you been? You and excuses. I don't know what we're going to do with you. Dude, I just asked you a fucking question. I can't believe you didn't say. Where did you meet Joey Diaz the first time? What was the location? What was it, though? Like, was it a bar? Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's fine. So you met him at a bookstore and you met him at your school. Did you know that Bitcoin Ass Munch got into Ivy League schools, was president of his high school graduating class, and valedictorian? Let me translate this for you from American to Canadian. This means this motherfucker is smart as fuck and popular. Do you mean a sorority? You mean fraternity or sorority? No, I didn't say he went to the Ivy League. I said that he got into those schools. I was gonna go to... What? Oh shit! There's a joke. Damn it! I fucked it up. It's Hold on. No, there's a fucking joke. It's like, I'm not gonna tell you the end of it. Let me look it up. Fuck! I fucked it up. Apologies. There's a joke. Oh, okay. So I was going to say this correctly. I was going to say Gamify, which is AKA Grab-a-Thigh. I fucked this thing up, though. I wasn't in a fraternity or sorority, so I don't get into all that shit. But I can tell you this. My man, Bitcoin Ass Munch, is not only valedictorian of his high school, not only class president, but his claim to fame is he has met Joey Diaz not only once, but twice. How fucking sweet is that? Go. Did you hear him say the word cocksucker or tremendous? Yeah, there was. It was called Musical.ly. Musical.ly. Yo, dog, do you know the Grinder in Jersey City? It's like, or maybe it's in Hoboken. It's this really big building that looks like a cocaine grinder. It's circular. Yeah, it is new. That's okay. Joey Diaz talks about it all the time because he says everybody goes in there, does coke, and that's why they call it the Grinder. College, dog. El, how old do you? You have to be 19 to drink in Canada, right? How old do you have to be to suck dick? Can you start doing that at birth? Excellent. I appreciate that. So 8 days after birth. Very cool, man. I appreciate that. Well, I want you to know that, honestly, knowing Bitcoin Ass Munch is basically the closest I've ever gotten to becoming a celebrity because he's met Joey Diaz not once but twice, cocksucker. It's tremendous. What'd you say? I think Joey Diaz lives vicariously through Rabbi Rothschild, subconsciously, but yes, I do. Why? I just like listening to fucking stories that are just ridiculous. I like how he, oh, just a moment. I have somebody in the Discord who's calling for me. Just a moment. What's up, baby? Yo, how are you? Can you hear me now? Yo, pimp, can you hear me now? Come to YouTube. They can't hear me. I don't know what to do. Hell yeah. Take a nap and stay in here. Excellent. Let's listen to Joey Diaz.
Noise to hear your child make.
Can
So
you hear it?
for me, I don't give a fuck about San Diego. I just don't want her to get car sick.
Beautiful.
You know, and yeah, my wife's like, well, once she gets car sick, it goes away. We don't know that. We don't fuck. She's already gotten car sick. One time she got car sick 3 times on one ride. We weren't even going nowhere. The way Autumn to the knee doctor that time, the Marina Del Rey, just as we were pulling into the parking lot. Jeez. She fucking barked everywhere. So I feel bad, but it's been a really
random fucking Discord, and I like to throw gang signs at people because why not? I'm like the world's whitest person, so why not throw up fucking gang signs? And and people return them back to me, and I just find it hilarious. Anyway, it's very funny.
I finally came through, and I wasn't the perfect guy the first 2 fucking years, but I didn't embarrass her or nothing like that. And I'm happy I stuck it out because I became a better man. You know, I didn't know that for sure. That
I was thinking about that this week because it's 2 years for Paul and I in a couple weeks, and I'm like, wow, Joey and Terry have been together for 8 times as long as that, and it's just you always talk about like, oh, I didn't think I was going to be alive till 30 or alive till 50. Like, can you imagine, like, if someone had told you you'd be with the same woman for 15 years, that must be pretty crazy.
Well, I always wanted to be with the same woman. I was always looking for somebody to be with, you know. I wasn't looking to sleep around. I was looking to be with one woman because I knew if I tangled with the right woman, you know, and I listen, man, people get confused. They all want to grow up to be single. They think it's cool to be single. I didn't want to die by myself. Nobody wants to fucking die by myself. When you're 20, it's cool to say that at the bar in front of your jerk-off fucking buddies, you know. But in reality, you don't know who wants to die by them fucking selves.
It's not even so much that I thought you wanted to be, like, hooking up with different girls or whatever, but I mean, you tell me. I guess when you're that much into drugs, do you have girlfriends, or is it more just like hookups every now and then? Or...
Hey, listen, before Terry, I was single maybe 3 years, maybe no, like 2 years. And for 2 years, look at me. Nobody goes on a date with me. But if I had drugs and they came back to the hotel room and things worked out, maybe something would happen. I wouldn't say nothing. You know, I move on with my life and they move on with their life, and that's it. It's a great way to live if that's what you want to do. But I wasn't, you know, it wasn't, I knew that for me to be where I wanted to be, and I always thought this after I got married the first time. I knew that when you see a guy and he's got it together and he's got a certain look on his face, he's got something good at the house. You know, I'm not talking about a piece of ass. I'm talking about something all around that's good, that comforts you, that slows you down, that really, sometimes you see a guy and he's really good looking and he's got a girlfriend that's not that good looking, or vice versa. It's not about that. It's about what voids they fill. You know, when you look at someone like Bruce Lee, who was a star, and then you look like Linda Lee, she wasn't the best looking woman in the world. But in all the interviews about Linda Lee, they all said that she stopped him in his tracks. There was something about Linda, that Linda could talk to him, that could stop him, that control him, you know.
Hold on. Wait, this is what that fucking joke was. When I was saying if I would have been in any fucking sorority, it would have been I felt a thigh. That's what it is. I felt a thigh. Apologies for the late punchline.
Get me, come back. I just don't let her down, you know. So I'm really happy that we lasted the 15 years. And it was work, you know, but for me it came easy because I knew I had to work. I knew the mistakes I made when I first was married, and I didn't work. And then when it fell apart, I acted like, what happened? You know what fucking happened. You didn't fucking work. You didn't give in here. You didn't give in there. You know, when you were there, you were bitching, you know.
What did you think, like, when you first started dating, or what did you think it was going to be? Or did you think about it at all?
When I first took up with her, she was about 37. I was 37. God knows how old she was. She was like fucking 32. You know, we just started dating. We didn't say much. I didn't say much. I was living on somebody's floor.
Yeah, she said you just showed up with your bag.
Yeah, and then one September, like after 3 or 4 months of us dating, I was on the floor sick. And she goes, come over. And I just brought my laundry over there. And then I just stayed. I mean, what was I going to do? And then we built this little fucking house, and we got the cats, and we got everything renovated, and we got new furniture, and, you know, everything we made was like a big celebration. Like I said, I won't throw that television away in my closet because it was the first TV we ever bought.
What kind of TV was it?
Who the fuck knows? It was $200 at Walmart. But guess what? It still works. It's still a tremendous television. It's not computer ready and all that shit. But let me tell you something. In some garage for somebody, I fucking gonna be a badass TV. You know, we bought that. I did a gig somewhere, and I got $500 for the gig. And we banged the check, and we spent $200 on this TV. We couldn't even get it in neon. We got a green neon then. My car had blown up. My car had been towed. When I met her, I had no car. So we shared a car, and I made half the payments. When I started dating her, that was the deal. It was, you know, we started this from scratch. Like, this was, she would make $40. Some days I'd be broke. And, you know, I talk shit about Starbucks, but Starbucks got us out of the hole. Starbucks got us out of the hole. Starbucks changed everything because we were fucking broke in 2003 or 4. And she quit the comedy store because she switched to accounting. She goes, fuck it, I have a degree. Why am I waitressing?
Right.
So she switched to accounting. So she couldn't get a job. She was getting like day jobs. What do they call those? Temp jobs?
Yeah.
And then she got a job at Starbucks, and they really liked her, so they put her in the gay one on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Oh, really?
And she was making $250 to $300 a day in tips.
Really? Just making coffee?
Because that's the gay one. They were giving $3 a person in there.
Oh, shit.
It's one of the busiest ones, and the heavy tipping because they're all gay. So we were living off her fucking tips.
Tips are the best.
How crazy is that? We were living off her. She was working 3 shifts, making $800 with a check.
That's pretty sad that she made more Starbucks.
This is 2003. This is before Starbucks knew what was really going on. Once they caught on, they switched everything, the payment, they switched the insurance, or whatever the fuck they do.
Oh, no, but even, I'm just saying, like, when you're at a comedy club and they have a 2-drink minimum, You think you'd make more tips than you would at a Starbucks.
It was really weird. And then she got the call at the Hollywood Bowl. And I got the call for Spider-Man. No, for The Longest Yard. Like right about that time. She had just started at the Hollywood Bowl, maybe a week before I left. Like I said, when I left for The Longest Yard, she hadn't even gotten her first check yet.
Jesus.
You know, and then it was weird because all those 4 years, we just basically dated and we lived with each other. But I was always working on the road, and I was just starting my film and television. So I was always auditioning. I was always plotting, and I could see it was wearing her out. I could see that our lives weren't mingling.
Was this during the time where you'd go out on the road for a couple months at a time?
Oh, fuck, no, a couple of weeks at a time. 2-3 weeks at a time, 2 weeks, Christmas, New Year's. So I never got to see her. I got to see her at night for 2 hours, and I gave her the money I got or whatever. You know, it was just really weird. And then during The Longest Yard one day, I got up at 4 or 5. Like I slept one night instead of doing blow till 5 in the morning. I got up, and this was the first week that we were working here, and she put my clothes out for me. In the shower, I said, you know, I have to start giving her more attention. Because anybody who gets up at 4 in the morning and puts your football uniform out deserves a little bit more attention. And ever since that was when I started doing date nights, and I could see she was getting happier. You know, and I think at that like 8th year mark, we started drifting again. I went into a little funk after The Longest Yard, and then after the strike in 2007.
Yeah.
I went into a little funk, man. It was terrible, Lee.
Just because you couldn't find acting work?
Couldn't find acting work. I was at a crossroads with stand-up. You know, here I was, you know, fucking 45, 44, 46, 44, 43 years old. And I'm a mediocre stand-up. I'm getting kind of roles here and there. Yeah, I'm making strides, but they were slow strides. Do you follow me? And then it just shut down. Then after My Name is Earl, I did like 6 episodes of My Name is Earl, and then there's a fucking strike. And I'm sitting there, and nobody's talking, nobody's doing nothing. And my stand-up is wobbly, you know, I'm just going up there. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, you know, and something happened. I joined Kung Fu. I started losing weight. I started working on the weight, you know, whatever was fucking with my mind. I said, I'm not going to take care with depressants and nothing. I'm going to go and take care with exercise. I'm going to make exercise. I'm going to go back to where I started. When I came from Cuba and everything, I went to karate. I'm going to go back to a regular karate class and sit in the back with kids and be the fat guy in a fucking suit in the back and throwing halfway kicks and breathing heavy and turning red in the face, you know. But I did that for a while, and I did that for like 3 years until we moved to the Valley. And during that was one day I was talking to the guy, and he said something that just made a ton of sense. And I got in my car, and I picked up the phone. I called Terry at work, and I go, listen, it's September something. I think we should get fucking married. And she said, what? I go, let's get married the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Nobody does that. And it was one of the best calls I've ever made in my life, man. You know, everything blossomed from there. We moved up here. We got the place up here. We got the extra cat.
Were you thinking about it before? Because knowing you, you're not really one to make impulsive decisions, it doesn't seem like.
Listen, what did he say? You lose more by indecision? What does he say in that scene?
Oh, that's
yeah, when he tells the guy, the same thing.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, man, sitting here around, you know, listen, you know that moment where you love that woman. You know, I mean, not with the part when you put the fucking plunger in her ass and pull it out and I love this girl. And then when she cheats on you with the guy next door, you're in shock because you married a fucking hooker and a half. But I'm talking about that one day, that one moment in their relationship where you either got to sit, and you know it. That's why you either run like a motherfucker or you conquer it. You know it. A guy knows it when it's that time. And some women hint it and fucking drive you crazy. But some women don't say a fucking word, and they're the ones that are more dangerous, like Terry. She didn't say nothing about it. She went home, and she saw her sister-in-law and her brother with a baby. And I could tell she came back, and she's like, this guy's never going to give me a baby. I love him, but maybe we should break up, and I should start over. And I didn't want to lose him. I'm like, well, if I lose Terry, I would be done. That would be my biggest flop.
She never once... And I don't know how many years you guys were together before you were married.
No, we would goof around and stuff. And she'd say, you're not going to ask me anyway. And one day I just said on the phone, I called her father after it, said I want to marry her. He cried, I cried, and then we got shitty rings. She made the cake. You know, I had a suit. She bought a dress. We rented a place in Wilshire. There was no celebrities. There was no helicopters. There was no stupidity. There was nothing. It was just two people getting married. I didn't have ushers. I didn't have people driving. You came as you came. We didn't even want a gift. We just wanted to celebrate a wedding, man. Everything is bullshit. Everybody gets married for the wrong fucking reasons in this country. And then when they get married, it's a $10,000, $20,000. Why? I don't even fucking like you. Why are we spending all this dough for? You know, because that's what you know. And you have to, somewhere along the line, go, listen, man, this is about love. This has nothing to do about your cousin or your mother or my mother or my stepfather. Nothing to do with nobody. We could either drop 30 or we could drop 5 and do it for us and have a great time and save money. And that's when you really love somebody. You know, I was looking at that, you know, all those black chicks from The View. Sherry Shepherd, the one before her, they had sensational weddings with Pete Diddy and Oprah was there and a lot of fakeness and fucking armpit stink under a fucking tent in the summer. And look at them now. She's paying child support, the other one, all those fucking $500,000 weddings to show our love. Everybody's dressed in white like this chick never sucked a dick before. You know, stop it. You know, right there, you're fucking lying to me. Why are we lying to each other?
Right.
Let's just go in there and make this for ourselves. And it fucking worked. It fucking worked, man. We had a great time. And I'm happy. And it's been a struggle. It's been a fucking struggle. But that's what marriage is. And if you bail, you know, we live in times in this country where people have a hard time and they fucking bail on a marriage.
Yeah.
And listen, I get it. This guy's drinking. He's a fucking junkie. And, you know, you can only give him so many chances. But I've heard couples bail for less reasons, you know, for fucking less reasons.
And that, I mean, that doesn't mean that you guys don't fight, because I've seen you guys not have like a physical fight at all, but you guys get angry at each other, and sometimes she'll, like, her and I have to talk sometimes for the podcast, and she'll be like, oh, Joey or this or Joey that, and then, but it's, you guys have like it's not like vicious or anything like that.
Listen, brother, every day can't be fucking roses in nobody's relationships. Every relationship has peace and valid.
Yeah.
As long as you know that going in. When you're young, you don't know that going in. Something goes sideways and we bail. It's our natural instinct. Instead of stepping back, some of us get into an argument, you step back, you go in there, you apologize, and you work around that situation. I didn't do that. At 25, I didn't do that. Nobody fucking does that at 25. Nobody has that type of logic. You know, when we're 25, 26, and we get married and it's a mistake, we're fucking weak. Because we know we go right back to the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm missing out. My buddies are getting their ass, their dick sucked, and people flying off handles, and everybody's doing drugs, and I'm with this fucking hook-faced bitch, you know, sitting here talking about dishes and my mother's fucking missing foot. Who gives a fuck, you know? So
right.
There's that thing, you know. Nah, man, marriage is a lot of fucking work. A relationship is hard work. Whether you're dating or whatever, you have to throw your cards on the table.
I thought about you the other day because actually I sat Paula down and I just talked to her just because I'm starting to look to do some stuff on the road a little bit and I'm just trying to work more. Like I actually went and thought about what you said about like that I should be doing that stuff on Friday, and I sat it just because I was like, you've said that to me a bunch of times, and I've heard you tell it to other people that you have to set it from the beginning, and that way like you won't get into a fight 6 months down the road.
Listen, man, there's nothing I like more than hanging out with Terry when I was hanging out with Terry. I just told Terry now. We were in the room watching Halloween Night, Ghost on Bright, and she's singing and she's going, ooh, and she's vampire. And my wife goes, where are you going? I go, I'm going to do a podcast. And I went in the bathroom to brush my teeth, and she followed me. And she goes, you know, really, you're leaving? And I go, the fuck do you think I do? There's a time for fun and fucking games, and there's a time, because it happened to me when she was pregnant. I forgot about everything. I was there catering for her. I wouldn't write material. And that's what you're supposed to do as a man, but your other responsibility as a man is covering the spread. And I didn't say it to you in the wrong way. I said it to you that Monday because you came on the podcast one day and you said you needed money. And I don't, you know, in my world, when you need money, you wrap up your fucking sleeves.
Yeah.
and you go to work. You need money, you have to look mom in the face and say, this is what I do. But we had I don't give a fuck what plans. Jesus had plans, and he died, okay? Jesus had plans on a Thursday night, and look what happened to him. You know, we got to work. We work. I don't know what the fuck world you come from. You're Mexican, you know, it's in your blood. We work, Jack. I'm Jewish. We work.
And she was really cool with it. But
yeah, sure she is.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, because I have to go now, like, there's 3 weeks in August where we're not going to see each other, really. And I was like, oh, I should say something now. Just so she understood.
Bro, a woman understands. A fucking freak of nature. Well, I'm going to have to go out and meet other men. What do you think these guys do? What do you think these guys do to support your fucking spoiled ass? You got to work.
Yeah.
Unless money comes down from the fucking stars and I don't know about it. Unless you know something I fucking don't know, we got to work. And it's not even that, Lee. It's more of a discipline. Yeah, I love you. I'll see you at 1. From 8 to 1, I'm going to work my ass off. I'm going to make those emails. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to go food. You know what I'm saying? The things I need. It's air. You always need those 2 hours. You're always thinking. You don't work for somebody. You don't go in on Monday at 9 and give you orders for the week and you leave on Friday. You're always creating. You're always looking. You know, people hit me up. Oh, what are you doing, Joey Karate videos? When hell freezes over. I've evolved from that. You know, I'm thinking of doing some other fucking jiu-jitsu video. I'm thinking of doing 1,000 things. We never called V back. We never called the kid that fucking came in for the thing back. You know, my days change from day to day.
Yeah.
I'm very fortunate to be able to even do the podcast. 3 people call me every week to do a fucking podcast. When? I got a call from what's his name? A month ago to come down and do the podcast. The fighter and the kid come back. It's been a month ago. A month. You know, we don't have the fucking time. The time, you know, I wish I had time to jump up and shoot fucking videos. And even when she's at school, I got 3 days a week. This week was great. The last 2 days, Lee, have been great because I really haven't had much on the books. It's given me a chance to clean up those emails. You know those emails that you went to? You ever go to Olds? And you're like, why do I have Lee's shoe size in here from 2010? You know, I cleaned out all that shit. I cleaned out 3 boxes of paperwork in my shelves. Auditions, plane tickets, you know, itineraries. I did a little thing. I took a fucking box of clothes for these people across the street here, the Goodwill. You know, I had 1 sock of one sock of the other, 82 black shirts, you know, I had so much shit to do. Tomorrow I'm going to bring up the casing I bought to fit more clothes in, so I got to move all. So I gave away half the books I have. By the way, I'm reading a good fucking book, Duff McKagan's book, the guy from Guns N' Roses.
Oh, shit.
It's called It's So Easy. Holy shit. This guy's fucking pancreas blew up. That's how much he was drinking. His pancreas grew to the size of a football and blew the fuck up, dog. He's on whatever the fuck you call it, dialysis for the rest of his life. He was drinking 10 bottles of wine just to start off with. Fuck my little stars of death. I'm a fucking half a fruitcake compared to that fucking guy. Now, listen, man, the work ethic, the commitment, you know, everybody quits before the miracle happens. They don't, you know, everybody quits before the miracle happens. You're an independent contractor. So what do you tell you? You look at me and you go, you know, Johnny, if I could put 5 hours down a day, that's 25 hours a week. A couple hours with you, a couple hours hustling T-shirts, podcasts, that's all you need. But you're never in a position to take a day off.
Right, yeah.
On Saturdays, who the fuck takes a Saturday off? Yeah, I take a Saturday off, but I'm still writing. When I'm on the road, that's why I like going on the road, because I get to clean up all that shit. Some days I walk in, I think of something stupid, and I write it the fuck down. Never going to fucking Jersey Mike's again.
Why?
Disgusting service. And it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You know why? Because they always ask you what you want in your sandwich when you're not in front of them. And then by the time you get to the cabinet, they give you a sandwich got vinegar on. Who said vinegar on this fucking thing? Do I want Mike's way on a fucking turkey? Who put vinegar on a fucking turkey sandwich?
Not me.
No, I hope not.
Yeah, I always wondered why they did that. Like when you're next in line, they ask you.
Yeah, they ask you. Everywhere ask you when you're there. No, they ask you when you're a mile away. Then they fuck the sandwich up. And I caught the guy and it's always a guy with a fucking tattoo on his forearm. I don't know what it is with tattoos on your left forearm. You're fucking retarded. The ink goes to the fucked up side of your brain, and you can't make a fucking sandwich. You know, I swear to God, it's always a kid with a. And every time I see a guy at Jersey Mike's with a fucking forearm tattoo on his left side, the inside forearm, I go, there goes my fucking sandwich.
So you back to Subway?
No, not in a million years. Not in a million fucking years. I'm done with sandwiches. Look at the side. No, but every time I go to whatever, I get the regular fucking turkey, and they fuck it up. Last time they put mustard on it. Who puts mustard on turkey unless you're Hillbilly Joe? You do.
Brown mustard.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you can't have mayo all the time.
Yes, you can. Oh, that's what
it's really bad calorie-wise.
No. Listen.
Well, you're not going to have light mayo.
You sacrifice. Listen, what would you rather eat? That fucking bland turkey or a nice roast beef and cheese? Tell me the truth.
I don't think turkey's bland. I mean, roast beef and cheese is nice.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to say to you is you're already suffering by eating that fucking bland turkey that they got from some farm that don't have no flavor to it. They got to put 10 pounds of salt on it, okay? You got to put a little mayonnaise on it. You're already cutting half the fucking fat if you would have cheese, cheddar cheese, and roast beef. That's you give and take a little.
Okay.
You follow me? You have a brown mustard on fucking mayonnaise. What do you have on turkey? So I'm done with those cocksuckers too. So the customer service has died in this country. And now they want to give them a raise to $15 an hour. That's $6 a week to do what? Fuck up my sandwich?
Well, I mean, what will happen if they do raise it to 15 is they're going to hire better people. It's going to be the shitty people, and then young high school kids won't have jobs. Or they'll make computers to do it.
That's what I need. Some fucking machine from outer space making my fucking sandwich. That's what I need in this day and age.
Not to make the sandwich, but to take the order. Like, I have no idea how McDonald's even has employees anymore.
Why is that?
Because you could just use a computer, really, up until the sandwich.
When was the last time you hit McDonald's with money?
Oh, we had McDonald's like a few months ago, but I'm excited for it. I haven't had it forever. Sales are down. You see that? I'm convinced it's because of me.
Sure it is, because I got you off that shit, eating that fucking shit. You're going to sit there one day when you're 50 and go, I still have an asshole because of Joey. They have to lock this one up and drill one under my nutsack. That's good, man. No, I'm happy that, and you know what? At this age, and what's going on in my life, my wife is happy. She smiles a lot. She's having a great time with the baby. You know, it's hard to believe this, but I got to say it. It's just the real first person I've made happy. You know, like I was genuine, and I work really hard to make her happy. I don't want this to be a unpleasant experience for her until after the baby goes to be 5. I don't give a fuck what happens. But till now, I want to be happy with the baby and have a good time with the baby because that shows in the baby's happiness, you know.
Well, what do you mean make happy? Because you have a ton of friends who love you. So
it's different. It's different. It's somebody who genuinely looked at you. She had no reason to trust me 15 years ago, man. Do you know what I'm saying? She had no reason to fucking trust me. And I didn't. She came to me like after 3 weeks and she's like, all these people are coming up to me and scaring me. What did you do? You went to prison? And
she had no idea?
Yeah, she knew, but she didn't, you know. And then I started sleeping over there, right? Like little by little, like one night here. And one night I called Marilyn from there, right? And Marilyn called back like at 3 a.m. And my wife answered. Marilyn's like, cocksucker. And my wife's like, what the fuck is this? And she's like, Marilyn. And my wife liked Marilyn. You know, my wife, we went over there 1,000 times. But like a week later, Dice called over there one night at 3 a.m. And she was like, listen, man, one day she sat me down and she's like, I don't know if you can stay here anymore at night. You can come over, we can hang out, but you got to go home. Because I never seen anything like this. Every time you hear the phone rings all hours of the night, people yelling cocksucker on the phone. She couldn't handle it at first. I remember the first time Felipe came over to visit me with Shivago and the guy, and Ivan, the guy that works for Gabriel, his personal top assistant. I'll never forget that. Them coming over, we were going to smoke pot in the backyard, and the look on her face, she was like, you know these guys? I'm like, that's my fucking brother, Felipe Esparza.
What did Felipe look like back then?
Jesus Christ, like like hell roamed over. Like a fucking one of the guys that was chasing Mad Max, you know. I don't fucking know. He was just different, and he was wild, and he had a wild look in his eye. We were both doing drugs, and, you know, it was a different fucking time, you know.
That's crazy.
She couldn't handle it. And then, right before 9/11, I think I moved in, and we were cool. And nobody really knew we were dating. One night we went to Ralph's to go food shopping. We bumped into Eleanor. And
Eleanor Kerrigan?
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And we're like, we thought you knew. She's like, no, I didn't know this. And I was giving her a hard time because my wife bought margarine then. I'm like, margarine? Who eats margarine? Put that down. We go with lightly salted fucking butter. We're savages here. She's like, but margarine is cheap. I don't give a fuck. We don't eat margarine in this house. You think I get on a fucking plane to eat margarine when I'm in jail? Fucking margarine. Yeah, my wife was a Gentile. We had to switch her over on a couple things.
I think a lot of people eat margarine, though.
Fuck no.
Each of all these rules.
Unless you're a communist, you eat fucking margarine. Who eats margarine? That fake fucking butter.
Some people.
You're like you with the fucking frying pan.
I have the spray butter.
Yeah, wait till that thing blows up in your fucking cabinet, cocksucker. You're gonna display it like that fucking with I don't even know.
The juicer?
The juicer. Yeah, what happened to the juicer?
It's still there. Maybe I should eBay that. That'd be funny.
You should eBay. Use juicer. And we'll put like some THC juice in that motherfucker so they can really juice to death.
That's what you kept telling me to do. And like, there's no way you can juice weed.
Yes, you can.
You come over and you're like, when are you going to put some weed in that? Can't put weed in that thing.
I'm telling you, you don't know what you were missing. I think if they put weed in that juice, it'd be a lot better for people.
There's no liquid in it, though. It's like all dry and shit.
You don't need just the leaves, the same shit. Give it a shot. Let's make a little pineapple juice with some THC crystals in that motherfucker. See if you don't see the devil.
I'm sure I'd see the devil.
Great. What are you? I'm happy for the 4th of July. There'll be some fireworks. I get scared.
You don't like fireworks?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a gun or a fucking machine gun. We're getting attacked by ISIS. Now we're getting attacked by ISIS this weekend. That's what we need now in this country. New York's on high alert. Everybody's on high fucking alert.
Oh, okay. So are you familiar with Obama and Perry? Well, you're going to see them.
Disrupt the way we live. Even if they don't attack, just to inflict fear. Just for Americans to have that fear, you know?
What about those people up in New York who had to be like in their houses for 3 weeks while they looked for those guys who escaped?
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's a whole shit situation. 3 weeks on the fucking loose. You know, my wife was saying something, and I go, that's an embarrassment for the fucking cops.
Yeah, that's why they shot both of them.
2 fucking momos were running around for 3 fucking weeks. You got helicopters, technology, see-through glasses, and these 2 fucking 3rd graders were in a hut somewhere eating fucking candy bars, and you're out there with dogs and technology. They should be shot and hung, and the whole jail was corrupt. I don't have all the facts.
They said they
I don't give a fuck.
They suspended like 12 workers.
Yeah, everybody was in on it.
Well, I mean, when you were in jail, was there ever a guard you could pay to do something for you or anything like that?
I never got to that part.
You weren't there for that long?
I was in medium security at the diagnostic. And I never, listen, man, what is the fucking point of escaping unless you got a life sentence?
Yeah, one guy was almost done. He was over halfway done. The other guy had a life sentence.
They're fucking morons. Listen, in today's society, they're going to catch you. There's too many things against you. It's very, you have to be very smart and very well financed to get out of here, go through Mexico, pay people off, go to a fucking hut, live. You got to have $200,000 in your surplus because you don't know when they're around the corner. You don't have to really, let me go get my ATM. You don't fucking know. Your ATM machine gets stopped. All that shit gets caught now. You can't open up a bank account unless you got paperwork up to fucking yin-yang. So, you know, where you go, unless they give it to you and somebody gives you like a PIN number or something, you know, you have to have, when they caught Whitey Bulger, what do you have on him?
He had a ton of money in his room or whatever.
To be a successful escapee, you got to be financed out the asshole. You got to know people who are juiced because you can't stay here. You cannot stay here with all the fucking rats and rewards, and you cannot stay here. You could fuck with them. You could throw them off for a while, but they're going to get you 5, 6, 7 years in, a traffic stop, something, an ID, something. Once they fingerprint you, it's lights fucking out. You get stitches, you go to a hospital, God forbid, something. So you need to be well financed. You need to get the fuck out of this country.
Yeah, and Whitey Bulger wasn't even in jail. He just left before they...
Paperwork.
Yeah.
You know, you got to know the local cops and pay them off. So if somebody inquires, they could call you and go, hey, they're on their way down here. Somebody reported you on America's Most Wanted. And now you can fly to Mazatlan on a fucking boat. You got to have multiple passports, multiple fucking things. You know, it's just too much. And you two fucking white dudes with Confederate flags, well, where are you going to go? It wasn't planned out. Yeah, one guy was going to go to Mexico. They had one gun. They were going to kill the guard's husband. It was just too fucking much, man.
Yeah.
I never thought one time about it. And when I was at Camp George West, I was there for fucking 8 months, 7 months. Let me tell you something. Nobody ever thought about it. You could just jump a fucking fence. And it's right there. It's right there. It just doesn't make sense. Unless you have a life fucking sentence. And because you're not even going to die in these days, not anymore, right? How long does it take for an appeal to fucking end? 29,000 years?
Yeah.
By that time, you're going to be dead anyway. So when do you escape? I mean, at what point do you escape? Something has to make you escape. If I know I got 30 mil in fucking Europe waiting for me, I'm out of there.
Well, you said you drove some vans for the prison, right? To go get food or something?
Right.
Not one part of you ever was like, I could just drive off right now.
All of them said it. Goofing around. We could just drive off right now. And now what? Now you're driving down I-70 with an orange fucking jumpsuit. Okay, you tell your girlfriend, that dummy, to pull over. How much money she's fucking got? She's going to tell somebody too. So now you got 3 people that fucking know. Okay, now where you going to go? You're in Colorado. So this van isn't. So you have to do it. So you have the longest amount of time until they know. So let's say you leave at 8 and you don't have to come back till 12. That gives you a 4-hour start. That's a beautiful thing. You drive to fucking Invix, you drive somewhere, you meet your fucking girlfriend, you get different ID, and you go right to the local airport and fly the hell out of there. And hopefully, you know, they won't see you. That's one way. You fly under somebody else's name, you have a fake ID, go right to Denver Airport or charter a fucking plane. Charter a plane under her name, put a disguise on, and shoot the fuck out of there. First of all, they know your girlfriend's name. She's come to visit you in jail, whatever the fuck. They have all this shit on paperwork.
Right.
So they're going to go right to her job. And what are they going to tell her? She hasn't been here for 3 days. Boom. Now you're a fucking fugitive. She told the sister. She told somebody. No chick leaves without telling somebody. Okay? And eventually that chick, whoever she told, is going to crack. And what do you get caught, man. And then it gets worse for you. Then you'll never get bail. Then you'll always be in a maximum security until the end of your sentence, you know.
They said they were going to put this guy who they just caught in solitary for a minimum of 7 years. That's fucking...
What the fuck? You know, listen, he gave it to the New York tribe.
He got within 2 miles of Canada, but I would think Canada would extradite you, so I don't even think there's a big deal.
Now you got to go somewhere and get a job. And what's the first thing to do when you fucking get a job? You're going to get a check and do drugs. You're going to go to a fucking bar. And that's when the problem starts all over again. Every time you go to that bar, every time you buy a bag of weed, your fucking chances improve of getting fucking nailed. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about prison. I was thinking about I'm trying to write, man. Sometimes when I write something, I discover other things that I forget about my life. And I was thinking about this dude, and Timmy Holloway will listen to this, and I don't know if he remembers this guy. When I was a kid, but after my mother died, I was very weak, and I didn't know, and I was angry at the world. And at that time, people had given me money at the funeral. And I put some money away, and I had a little gig. Carmine got me a little gig. And this kid came into my life that I'd always known. His name was Mike Denny. They called him the devil. And they didn't call him the devil because he was a nice kid. They called him the devil because he was the fucking devil. He was a state championship wrestler. He went to like a big-time college, but then he quit because his parents his father owned a ship. When a ship comes off the ocean, when they dock and they take everything out, they fucked up the ships. Him and his father and his brothers would go on that ship, paint everything, take the rust off, fix this, fix that, weld that back, do this, pick up the ship. They do everything. The ship had 20 days. You had to do 40 days worth of work in 20 days. So Mike Denny worked 16 hours a day. He was one of the hardest working kids, but he also stole everything that wasn't glued down. And I was his assistant. So what I would do is, this is how I broke into thief. Like, I was always a fucking piece of shit thief. But how I got creepier was hanging out with Mike Denny. because Mike Denny had no conscience. Mike Denny would steal anything. You know, I would call Mike Denny and I go, "What's up? Nothing. Where are you?" "Home. I'm picking you up at the Benders." He'd pick me up and we'd go to Newark and we'd steal 4 fucking things that he had put out, that he had stole from the ship, and he was going to sell it to somebody else, a different contractor. He stole something every day, guys. Every day we stole something. And a lot of times I was hanging out with a Villo. I'd be hanging out with my friends that were my age. But on some nights, he would call me up and go, "Dog, I got some great blow. You want to do some coke tonight?" "Fuck yeah." And I'd go over there. And that was my first taste of the mafia without being in the mafia. He wasn't Italian, but it's the ship business. All he hung out with was Italian people. And he was robbing these people.
Just from the ships he was working on?
He was robbing. I mean, dog, when I was with him, we robbed ships. We robbed drug dealers. We robbed people on the street. I saw him beat the fuck out of a uniformed cop one time in the Bronx. He was tough and he was crazy. You know what he's in jail for? Killing his wife in North Carolina.
Motherfucker.
I mean, this guy was nuts. I must have hung out
You
with
don't want to get caught like that.
No, and I knew at that time I had a combination death wish.
Well, yeah, man. Can you believe you say it sometimes, but I didn't know some of that stuff. Like, how you should have died like 9,000 times.
Oh my God. I hung out with Mike Denny like on Wednesdays and Tuesdays. And we'd always do drugs. We'd always go into the city. There was always everything we did. And he was robbing me. I mean, let's say we robbed 4 things. We got $1,000. He'd give me $200. And tell me all he got was $350. He was giving me $200 because he liked me. And I'm like, "You motherfucker." You know, and I knew it, but I didn't care because he was introducing me to people. I was learning. I mean, you know, he had no character. He had no couth. He had no class. There was nothing to this guy. You know, if he didn't have something to steal, he would go rob one of his friends. Like, I remember him stealing sheet metal. Like, if we didn't steal something, he had some place where he'd go, and he'd take 3 sheets of sheet metal off, get $300 a sheet in those days, and give me $200 out of the 900. And we'd go into the city and we'd buy blow or something like that. I was 16 hanging out with this fucking 22-year-old that had an RX-7. We went to concerts. We went to, you know, he always had a fake ID for me. He always knew the doorman at bars, you know, like he would take me to bars where he knew the people. So I'd be up at the fucking bar drinking with these guys. But he was evil.
16 and 22. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. But I used to make money with him. I stopped hanging out with him because I think I stopped hanging out with him towards once I lived uptown. April of 8, I hung out with him probably from summer of 79 to like summer of 81. Like, it was like a 2-year apprenticeship I did under this fucking thief, this creature of a man. I've been telling a story about a guy that made a chick suck 16 dicks after a football game in high school.
Right.
That we called the marathon woman. You know the guy that was pimping her out that was making her do that? Jimmy Denny, his brother.
What the fuck?
The whole family was like the devil. He was a twin. He had a twin sister, Janie, who was fucking gorgeous. She had big blue eyes and big titties even back then. Then he had a brother that looked like fucking a big Santa Claus with a beard. And then his father would always sit in the chair drunk and go, "How you doing, Coco? Thanks for coming over and hanging out and stuff." The father was pretty cool. I don't remember the mom. I remember the 3 fucking the brother, the sister, then the creepy brother. He thought he was Jimmy Page. The one that got the chick marathon. Like, she would blow 16 guys, didn't even make out with her. Like, he was a nasty, and he had no teeth, but he had false teeth. He would put them in and take them out and shit. Jimmy, that hysterical.
You never said she was being pimped out.
He wasn't pimping her out. Like, let's say I'd see Jimmy Denny, right? I'd be walking home, and I'd see Jimmy go, "Coco, come over here." He would say hello to Arlene, and then Arlene would say, "Hi, Coco." And he'd go, "You like Arlene, Coco?" "Arlene, why don't you suck my friend's dick?" And she'd go, Come on, suck his dick one time. Just suck it on the side. I'll look out. Come on, I'll take care of you later. You know I love you." He would talk her into sucking. That's that chick marathon. I don't know if Arlene was in him. I'm just making that up. But that's what he would do to chicks. Like, he was like 2 or 3 years older than I was, Jimmy Denny, because his brother Mike was older than Jimmy. And Jimmy looked older because he had no teeth. Sometimes he took his teeth out and he'd be like this and he'd put them back in. And he had long, creepy hair. and fucking long, freaky fingernails, and he thought he was Jimmy Page and shit.
Did they live in like a trailer?
No. They had a nice house. They lived on Murderers Row. They lived on the street.
That might have been it.
They lived on the street where I hung out a lot, and it was a good street to live on. It was next to Gunter Brown, where I did heroin the first time.
So
Across from Joe Rayo, who was a cop, a dear friend of mine, who had two brothers, one of them ended up killing the flower guy up the corner by my house, the gay guy, hit him with a shovel or some shit. He did time. Then the other brother was a cop, and he got arrested for corruption. That's Joe Rail. Then the guy next to him, like the Flannerys or something, they had a cute sister. She was good friends with me, dear friends, very nice, very polite. And she had a brother that was very nice. And he joined the service, and he came home on leave one night, went to Union City in the 80s when it was Gunner Root Town, and he went into a Cuban restaurant, started talking shit, and one of the Cubans fucking shot him, though. He didn't die. He fucking lived, but he got shot in Union City. And then up the corner from them was a Moran's, Kathy Moran, where I used to hang out in the house. She used to be a track runner. And when I used to be in shape for basketball, her and I would run at night. And then next to them was a Garcia's. And under the Garcia was Martin the Fag. Martin the Fag was the coke dealer I robbed, who was good friends with my mother. After my mother died, I robbed him. He put a Santeria fucking spell on me, that cocksucker. Across from that was the Jansons. That was Murderers Row. That was a good street. The Longos lived up the corner. Nancy Longo, she's on Facebook all fucked up today, talking about Jesus and fucking whatever the fuck she's talking about. So that's why it's Murderers fucking Row. And I walked on that block a lot because you got to walk on there to go to the Spick store. Right around the corner from Gunter Brown, there was the Spick store, Herman the Spick, who was friends with Martin the Fag.
Of course.
No, they weren't friends. They were brother and brother.
Oh.
But Herman the Spick hated Martin the Fag, even though they were brothers. And he was married to some chick. The chick ended up cheating on him. This is years after I left Jersey.
With Martin?
No, Martin was a fag. But the Herman's wife cheated on him. She was a good-looking Cuban woman. Herman hit her, and they put him in jail, and he killed himself in the jail cell.
Jesus.
Very tragic street. That's why I call it Murderers Row. Right across the street from Jay Harren's son, where I saw the black guy's head get caught by the fucking, by the thing now. You know when you pick shit up and you move it?
Yeah.
What is that called?
The hand cart?
Hand cart. I saw his head get caught in the hand cart. That's a tremendous street. I played football on that street. Jimmy and Johnny Rail, those are the names. They were twins. Joe Rail was the brother I hung out with that ended up being a cop. Very dear friend of mine. I love him with all my heart. But he had two brothers, man, that were twins. One of them robbed my house right before my mother died. He robbed 8 ounces of pot out of my basement. I love those motherfucking twins. They're the first person who's ever turned me on to dark rye. I went to their house, and their father gave me a dark rye sandwich with like ham and cheese. My fucking taste buds almost blew up. Remember I told you I had a piece of dark rye about 3 weeks ago? My head almost blew up. I hadn't had that shit in fucking 30 years. But that was Murderers Row. And the Denny's lived next to the fucking Gunter, where I did heroin the first time. So they were kind of close. And it's weird now looking back that they were both like devilish motherfuckers. And they hung out with each other. And I got, today I have Mike Denny taught me a lot. You know why he taught me? He taught me about con men. Because he was a fucking con man. And you know what I learned from looking at Mike Denny? You just walk away. Like, you don't even get into talking with them. Because once you get the conversation with a con man, he's got you. He's got you. Like, he's got you. Like, you were walking down the fucking street, they got this new thing now, and somebody comes up to you and says, here's a gift for you, a box. And then they give you a piece of paper, and it's like $149, and you have to give them the box back. But he already got possession of the fucking box. Those are con men. Those Africans you see in New York selling watches, whatever, fake, they're con men. You never stop. You never even look at those. They're the devil. And I'm not saying these, I'm just saying, and that's what Mike Denny's lesson was. Like, I don't talk to nobody. Ever since then, I don't know nothing. Hey, man, come here. Psst. I got a deal for you. 10 ounces of blow. I don't know nothing. Yeah, but you and Lee were just over there buying coke. Me? I don't know nothing. And the more you talk, like if you say anything else except I don't know nothing, you lost. Like, yeah, you and Lee were over there buying coke. Once you go, no, me and Lee were not. You lost. Don't say a word. I don't know nothing. And keep walking as you're saying, I don't know nothing. And they think you're crazy. I don't know nothing. What that dude say to me last week? Can I talk to you for a second? The one I gave the shirt to? And the $5 by the Bank of America, all these out, don't listen to a word, a tipper is a whore or some shit. I don't know nothing. I don't fucking know nothing. I don't know. I like these people that twit me and say, who you bringing to the next time? I don't know nothing. And they sit and they're like, well, I don't know nothing. Hey, listen, get this guy on the podcast. Sure, whatever. Absolutely. I'm on it. I'll call him right now. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You understand me? That's the fucking key word, Lisa.
That's the name of your next special.
That's the name of my next special. I don't fucking know nothing.
Colon epileptical.
Yeah, Mike Denny would set up fucking like Mike Denny would set up like Mike Denny would call him and say, hey man, like Lee got any blow tonight?
Hell yeah.
Like he'd go, you're friends with Lee. Like he knew I was friends with Lee. He'd call me up, he'd go, hey man, your friend Lee, you got any blow tonight? Yeah, you think he's got an 8-ball? Yeah, who said you got an 8-ball? What did he say to me? What do you think he's got in the house? That was the question. That's how I knew he was gonna start tricking. And then he would call you in front of me and start with, hey man, listen, I got a deal tonight. Let me buy an 8-ball from you. Let me get it for $200. And now I come back, give you the second one for $350. And he just confused you. He was brilliant. And I'd sit there and go, that's my friend you're robbing. No. And he'd get pissed off at me. Joey, it's business. No, it's not business. You're going to rob him. And then you're going to set up a problem with me. And then I love this guy. So it got into too many of those with him. I learned what it was to be a con man. He was brilliant. It was in his blood. I don't know how the fuck. And he went up to strangers. He did the creepiest fucking things. I don't know how the fuck he got away with it. And, you know, he was one of those guys, man, that I ain't going to lie to nobody. At that age, I knew I was going to end up in jail. The problem, and the question was when. I always knew he was going to end up in jail. Like, I forgot all about him, like Lucy Snorbus. Like, it was one of those things in my life. I just remembered Mike Denny 3 weeks ago. I was writing about that time period. And I thought of a particular story one night, and I was like, I was with Mike Denny. Oh, my God. One of the worst things I ever saw with Mike Denny that made me really stop hanging with Mike Denny was I saw a car accident. We were the 5th people when we got there. We got there as the ambulance got there. And I could hear the girl screaming. And they had to get the jaws of life to cut them out. He was dead. The guy was dead. And we were on acid. Me and Mike Denny. That's why I don't drink and drive today. That's the reason.
That's a good reason.
New Year's 1980 to 81. We went to a concert. I don't remember what concert we went to. I wish I fucking remembered. And we were going to a concert the next day. And we were just taking a ride. And we went out. I don't think we were drinking. I think we smoked a joint. We were listening to like Aerosmith in the car. And we saw it at the light. Like we were at a light and we saw the whole thing. And then we saw people running over there. And then as we pulled up real slow, they couldn't get out. Something was on fire. It was horrible. And I remember the cop, when the cops were cutting the thing out, one of the cops came back or something and said there were vodka bottles in there. They were drinking. And I remember how that always stuck with me, like her yells and the vodka bottles. And I remember getting in the car, going home and going, one thing I know for sure is I'm never fucking drinking and driving. Like I'm never fucking drinking and driving. Like I'm done at that age right there, which was, 34 something years ago. So it was very interesting. I'm telling you, I learned a lot with Mike Denny. It was, I wish him luck.
Did you guys ever talk?
Me and Mike ended in a good way, but I'd see him out, and he'd try to work me, and I'd tell him, yeah, I'd call him, and then I'd never call him. And then he just drifted away, and I drifted away. We went to a fucking good concert. We went to see him and I was young, and he took me to see the New Barbarians, which was the Stones without Mick Jagger. It was Keith Richards and Ron Wood, and Stanley Clark, and he took me to that concert. He took me to a lot of neat things, man. I had a lot of great times with him, but everything was always a fucking crime. Everything. We didn't do anything on the legit, And at that time, I was working at a lumber yard, and he was helping me sell the wood, right? The wood was $40 a piece of 4x8, and I would sell it for $20. He'd want 15 of the fucking 20. And I go, Denz, I'm the one that's fucking stealing. Yeah, but I'm the one that's selling it. So I couldn't do business with him. He was the mafia. He was always the mafia. He was like the Russians.
Fucking Russians.
So what are you gonna do for the 4th of July, fucko?
I bought a grill and Paula's mom was gonna cook carne asada again, I think.
Where?
I don't know. We were thinking maybe even North Hollywood Park or a park up by them.
Are you really a fucking half a Rican?
That's what we did last year.
You went out to a park, just you
That's
and
what
a cousin,
yeah, and her mom cooked.
right out in the open like savages.
And when we got there late, it was like this.
Not even your backyard. Somebody else's park next to school
Yeah,
shit.
and like we didn't like people got there like to get like the good spots and shit, but it was a lot of people there. Her mom likes to cook.
That's it. That's all you got. What you cook?
Carne asada.
With what?
What do you mean with what? It's carne
She makes
asada.
some fucking.
Yeah, she makes corn too.
You have some beans. Did you get the fucking wrap so you can put it all in there? And the fucking what do they call that? The blanket.
Burrito?
It's amazing how you go out to these restaurants now, and everybody got what do they call them? Wraps. That ain't a wrap. That's a Mexican that you fucking robbed. How can you call that a wrap? That's a burrito.
Well, yeah. Well, a lot of cultures have it. Like there's
What
like,
culture? What culture? Who calls it a wrap? Since when? Since when? I grew up in this fucking
there's
country.
shawarma and like gyros.
That's that. Those are the fucking Arabs. Okay, but when did the rap come along?
Yeah, not pretty.
The rap culture. What fucking culture? The Gentile culture?
You know why don't you like wraps?
I didn't say I didn't like raps. I just want to know why would I eat a rap when I gotta eat a fucking burrito?
That's true.
I don't get it. Why would I eat a fucking rap when I gotta eat a fucking burrito?
Sometimes you want turkey.
No, I don't want turkey. Just funny. I was just thinking of Michael Denny. Like I don't blame anybody about my childhood. I knew what I was getting myself involved in with that fucking animal. You know, I got a lot of emails about last week about the story I was telling somebody last week about robbing drug dealers. You know, and some guy was kind of pissed at me. Who do we have on? Not Brian Scalaro. Last week that we were talking about.
Ada?
No, after Ada, we were talking about Aspen, Colorado, and
was it Nail the Life guys? Who tweeted?
Yes, Peter and David. That's it, because it was the last podcast we did last week, and I got a few emails from people asking me. Some people were like, "Hey, man, we liked when you spoke about it." Other people said they were disturbed because my voice had changed. Not that my voice has changed. When I think about that, it's a dark fucking time in your life. So when you tap into that energy, you get upset with yourself. You can't believe you were doing craziness like that, fucking breaking into a drug dealer's house, just taking a little bit of his coke, and he confused him to death. That guy hated me, Lee.
How could he not?
Oh my God, that guy fucking hated me.
And then he'd come up to you and he'd be like, "No, Doug, I don't know what you're talking about."
And he never really approached me. He mentioned it towards the end when I got busted for the liquor store, for the jewelry store, when they chased me to the house and they saw that the boots, but they had no proof. And the word got out, and that's when I could see people like, I could see him. But by the time they figured it out, I was on a plane to Jersey. And that was the end of that. But I came back 2 years later, and nothing went missing. So now they couldn't really put a finger on it. I blamed it on somebody else. That kid died. The story ended. A couple people came up to me back in '87 when I went up there and said, "Hey, man, we heard a story that you might have been one of the guys that was burglarizing Snowmass." And I was like, "No." They go, "It's funny because when you left, they stopped. There was a couple burglaries, but they stopped because there was another kid that was robbing kind of sort of drug dealers that I knew who he was." And people started realizing that he was robbing drug dealers. So it was still up in the air whether he had robbed them or I had robbed them. But when I came back in '87 for 2 years, nothing went missing. So all the suspicions died until I bumped into a guy at the airport in Denver. And he came over to me years later. And he's like, "Hey, man, can I talk to you about something?" And we started chit-chatting. And he told me that he goes, "Was it you?" He goes, "Somebody said they saw you one night, late night." I go, "Bro, it was me." And I told him who I robbed. And about 3 months later, I get hit on Facebook by the girl. And I called her up and she goes, "Did you really fucking rob me?" And I go, "Yeah, but it wasn't me." I had an accomplice. I had no accomplice. I just didn't have the balls to tell the truth. And I wanted to call the podcast, and I would apologize, but she can never call. She's a yoga teacher now and asked me.
You must have busy schedules.
I don't know. It was fucking crazy, Lee. It was crazy. It's this life of fucking redemption, because I never really wanted to be that, you know, at all. At all. That was an embarrassment. I even hate talking about it on the podcast. But I know that a lot of people that listen to the podcast have been stuck with fucking problems, and they've gotten arrested for various things. I was just a fucking clip. But I love clipping the drug dealers, Lee. That was my all-time fucking favorite. I love those motherfuckers.
What was the most you ever got?
The best was, I think, that I had a lot. You gotta remember, in some situations it was a revenge type deal. It was like a revenge type deal.
Okay.
And some of them, it was people I didn't know. Like the biggest ones was the people I didn't know. Like that somebody else knew, and I went in there indirectly. The one I did with Rago before I went back to Colorado, that was a gimme. You know, to get $30,000 like that, that's a fucking gimme.
Just in cash?
Yeah, after I sold the shit.
Oh.
You know.
How do you find people to sell that stuff to?
You sell it wholesale to them and you move it.
But I don't know what that means.
Okay, you don't know what that means. Okay, so
you're just like walking down the street?
No, let's pretend. I'm in the drug business, okay? I do coke. So I have a couple guys I work with, right? That I do coke with. Let's say I live in Studio City.
Okay.
Okay, but I fuck with some guy down in Redondo Beach. Okay, I know him from some bar. Okay. Now I got you guys up here as my drug dealers. I got you. I got the Armenian. I got the black guy in Hollywood. I got the white guy in Hollywood. Okay. After a while, I get to know you guys. And you'll open up to me and say, you know what? I usually get 4 ounces at a time. I usually buy 2 pounds every 2 weeks. So right now, I got a customer. Okay. I know that you're a fucking customer also. Everybody's looking for a good deal, Lee.
Right.
Everybody's always looking for a good deal. So I got 2 options. I got to either go to you before I rob the dude and tell you what I'm going to do. But I'm not going to do that, because then your ears are going to be open. Okay? Your ears are going to be open to listen to see who the fuck is going to get robbed. But if I show up, if I go down to Redondo Beach and I bust into this drug dealer's house, let's say I find out he's at a bar with some chick and he's buying drinks for everybody and he's in no way coming home, and his grandma that he lives with went to bingo. And I know he's got 2 kilos of coke. Let's say he's got a pound of coke that's uncut and 3 or 4 ounces that are cut. And I take that, I can make $20,000. Okay, so let's say the pound goes for 16 ounces. In today's market, it probably goes for maybe $7,000. Right? For a pound of blow. Maybe. I don't know. Lee. I'm just using an example. I'll come to Lee and go, Lee, taste this. Jesus, this is good. What is this? It's a pound. Look at it. What do you want to do? What do you usually pay for a pound, Lee? $800. What if I could do this for $550 cash right now? That's wholesale. Okay? Now you'll come to me, a Jew, and go, Joey, why are you losing $250? Because I move it. It's moved. It just became cash. The longer I have it around, the more I'm going to snort and we're going to lose money. Let's take the fucking money we got. Those other 4 ounces, we'll do them.
I get like the wholesale part of it. I'm just saying, like, you get something from something you stole. How do you find guys to give that to? I understand the drug part of it.
I just told you.
No, I understand.
You're always going to buy something. Let's say I bump into a $30,000 American Express card tonight, and my buddy owns a computer store. Before I go to the computer store, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to go, Lee, what do you need? What do you mean, what I need? What do you need? I could go find out, oh my God, can I get the new Apple? Yeah. Add it all up. It's $6,000. What if I came back in an hour and I gave you everything there for $2,500 cash? Could we make that work? In a box. What fucking moron wouldn't take that deal? What Apple guy that these fucking idiots that stand online for 12 hours to get the iPhone? What if I came back with a camera, the computer, the thing that you can stick your dick in there and sparklers come out. What if? How much is it, Lee? 6,600. What if I gave it to you for 2,500 cash in 1 hour? You gonna have my cash when I come back? Fuck yeah. Because you go to your wife and borrow. It's not coming in a box. But I know you, Lee. We're fam. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I just knock on your door and go, excuse me, sir. I see you use fucking Samsung products. How much did you give me for a Samsung? No. You go to your family, you know, the people you know. And you go, hey, man. And if the cops knock on your door in a month from now, Lee, you tell them. I was in my office and some fucking black dude with a cooler knocked on my door and said if I wanted to buy new computers. What do I know? We're going to charge you with fucking possession of stolen goods. They're not going to take your shit. They never do. That's wholesale, Lee. That's people who already know where to dump it. You know, let's say I get a call. Okay? Let's say Dick Sayat, your father.
Yeah.
You know your father well.
Yes.
Correctly? You know him with all your heart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did he have a restaurant?
No.
Okay. I thought you said he had a
He
restaurant.
worked at a restaurant, yes.
Okay. Let's pretend.
Yes.
Let's pretend
Dick's restaurant.
you have the #1 fucking seafood restaurant in fucking Boston.
Okay.
Shrimp, you know, #1 seafood. And I know for a fact that the distributor in Maine is shipping out a ship, a cargo, a truck,
Yeah.
and he's going to ship on their mussels and shrimp.
That's a good truck.
Now let's pretend for the sake of argument that a pound of that shrimp is $12.95 wholesale. That's what your father pays for it.
Okay.
Well, he gets 50 pounds a day. Your father has a tremendous fucking buyout. Your father has a tremendous fucking fish business, okay?
Yeah.
Now, he pays $12.50 for the fucking pound of the 15 to 18 shrimp for cocktails and spaghetti and linguine and all that shit, spaghetti for a Diablo, whatever the fuck they use it for. I show up to you, the Christian, the Jew, Lee Sayat, and I go, hey, Mrs. Sayat, can I talk to you for a second? Yeah, what's up, Joey? Listen, what are you paying? You get 50 pounds of shrimp a day at $12.50. My man Leo told me. Yeah, what's that got to do with you? What's that got to do with me? I got 300 pounds of 15 to 18 shrimp for $5 a pound. That's what it's got to do with me. And I got an additional 30 pounds of fucking mussels in the back. They just caught them. I still got a black dude's finger in one of their fucking clamps. They go for $10 a pound. I'm going to give them to you for $5, but I need cash tonight. I don't have that type of money. Yes, you do. Give me the fucking checkbook. Let's go. They'll get the money. It's wholesale. He's going to sell that for $20. He's going to make a shitload on that fucking shrimp boat. Do you follow me? So before you steal it or before whatever, you already have an outlet. I'm going to get caught. Oh, amateur people rob a van and now we got to move in the morning. Or we got to move something in the morning. That's not going to work. I come to you. Listen, we're going to steal it at 1. I'll be here by 2. You got to have the cash. I don't have it. Boom, let's do it. That's the wholesale. I just call it wholesale. In reality, it's giving you a good price. Even though I know I'm taking a beat. This is a $2,000 gold chain. I'm going to give it to you for $750. I'm taking a fucking beating. It's not really a beating. I'm moving it. Didn't cost me anything.
Right. I get it.
Okay, then what the fuck don't you get? Where do you meet the people? The people are right in front of you.
Yeah.
The people are right in front of you. This is a hard place. This is a hard society in California for me. Right now in California, if I went to 20 doors and said, I got TVs, the biggest flat screen, beautiful HQ 4K TV, it's going to cost you $800. I got it for $200 in the truck. People would slam the door in my face because they're not raised in that culture. You have to be raised in that culture to understand that culture. Some people think they're getting robbed. They've heard about the fucking dudes that sit at the side of the road and put rocks in fucking stereo boxes and sell them to some jerk off who buys fucking stuff from a guy on the road. And then they realize why he got ripped off. So a consumer like that. But guys like myself, guys like where you're from in Boston, you buy whatever I have. There's some place I got shoes. You're the type of guy that you're like, listen, bro, anytime you have anything, bring it by. Let's see what you got. Dog, I got winter jackets. I got 2 kids. What do I give a fuck where you got them from? You got winter jackets for kids? Yeah, let me see 2 of them. Well, she wants pink. Yeah, we'll spray paint it. You know, it's a different society. It's a different understanding. You know, it's a different culture. That's what we were talking about before. I had an argument with a nice kid one time. We were talking about people who pay off bribes on the East Coast. And this guy, and he was a nice guy, and I didn't really want to fight him or nothing, but I could see how he's an American. He understood, but he was too American. He was from Indiana or something like that. And there was a bunch of us, and there was a couple. It was like Josh Wolf was there that night. This is 15, 20 years ago. And we were talking about bribes, how bar owners in Boston. Lee got a bar. There's 18 bars in the block. I come in here every day in the morning. I got a shot of the Jaeger, Doers, and a beer bag. And we talk. You know what? I tip you. But you don't charge me for that drink. I go to offer, but you go, no. You're the guy that works my... Yeah, okay. You come in here, you get a sandwich for lunch. That's bribe today. You can't do that. So if I come in here and Lee says to me, Joey, do me a favor. I come walking by, and you come over to me and go, Joey, can I talk to you for a second? I came over before with my fucking tomatoes. I left them in the front. I parked the car. I went in when I came out. I had a $9,000 ticket. I'll take care of it. It works both ways. It's not a bribe. He's not doing nothing wrong. He's going to go to the ticket guy and go, listen, it's Nicky. It's Louis. It's fucking Lee. You gave Lee a ticket. I didn't know. Boom. So now when I come in, instead of you saying congrats, no, there's nothing to say. You give me the house special on the house. I come in every day for a shot, and I come in at lunch. You don't charge me. I don't abuse it, though. I don't come in and get the lobster tail. I get a tuna sandwich, you know. What that means is we're there to rub each other's back. That's something that's been forgotten about in this country. Now, let's say you have 15 bars in the place. Your bar gets a little rowdy from time to time, Lee, right? Somebody talks up. Somebody sells coke in the bathroom. Somebody gets beat up in the bar. There's UFC fights.
Those crazy kids.
You want the cops to come, and you don't want to come with their guns drawn. So you take that cop and you give him a little $200 a fucking week. This isn't today's society because these young kids don't understand that concept unless greed takes over their fucking head. But they don't understand that concept that we're all taking care of one another. Listen, Lee, you're making fucking $20,000 a week dealing cards out of here, out of this office. I'm the cop on shift here.
Okay.
Some bitch comes up here, gets drunk. Some guy's got a smack her in the face. I'm going to show up here. You don't want no problems, right?
No.
So you're going to give me $500. You're making $20,000 a fucking week. What's $500 for a local guy to keep him shut? I'm also the first guy on the scene.
Seems like a solid investment.
If something happens, who's better than you? I'm the first fella fucking here.
You better be.
You know, it's very interesting. It's really interesting, and it's hard to explain. In the world I grew up, I understand and I get it. Do I agree with it? No. They're disrespecting the badge to a degree. Disrespecting the badge is what these motherfuckers are doing today in sorts.
Right.
When I saw that thing again in L.A. where the 6 cops shot the homeless guy and he took the gun from... The guy didn't take no fucking gun from nobody. He had like a lighter in his fucking hand. So that's disrespectful of the badge. You know, some of the shit I seen growing up, listen, man, it's not that I agree with it or don't agree with it. It was just done, and I had nothing to say about it, but I understood it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where they would do it. You know, to make more money.
Well, it's not even to make more money, man. It's just cops make dick. Cops make dick, man. Cops do a lot of fucking work for dick. I can see why their attitudes get bad. I can see a lot of shit. I think it's hard to promote. If you're white, a black guy gets promoted before you. A Chinese guy gets promoted before you. This is the way it is. I'm telling you, man. A lot of shit happens. There's a lot of inter-racist shit in police departments, and they'll find out later on throughout the years. They always find out in these places that there was 2 or 3 fucking racists. There was a couple cops that, when you're black, what are you going to do? You're in a white town, and there's a couple fucking white cops that are making fun of you. You're a black cop. What are you going to do? You're going to bang up? You're going to goof with them, too. You got to have a sense of humor. You know, you got to have a fucking sense of humor, right or wrong?
Yeah, you do.
All right, then. How fucked up are you tonight? You're not talking?
I have no idea what that last story was about.
I know. We're talking. You were the one that got me started. You're the fuck that got, well, how? Explain it to me, wholesale. Let me tell you how to fuck wholesale. You're not going to steal nothing unless you already got it sold, Lee. That's the fucking deal.
That's why we were still on it.
I don't even know why we did this fucking podcast tonight. How are you tonight?
I'm
I had to talk the whole fucking night. I'm over here winded to death. Like I didn't do dick today. You understand me? I did 1,000 things. I went to jiu-jitsu. I got beat up bad. But something interesting happened in jiu-jitsu today.
What happened?
Hegan's got a guy staying with him. That's like his energy fucking guy. That whenever you're hurt, he cleans you up. And the last couple times I've been to Hegan's, he's been there, but he's always been busy. I left in a rush. Today I got there early, and who do I see? Bam! I see the fucking Indian. He's a Cherokee Indian dog.
Oh, shit. Was he cool?
Oh, my God. He lays you on the fucking floor, and he starts doing these things for you and twisting your muscles and moving energy and lifting your neck and making you breathe and stop. Then he crawls over to my knee, and he pushed it over, and he adjusts the thigh. I love all that type of shit.
I didn't know Indians did that.
Well, it's a different type of Indian work. Like he did this thing, a Cherokee Indian thing. It's a different type of stretch. Listen, man, every culture, again, has their own different beliefs. And I'm the type of guy, I'm open. Anything that could heal me, anything that could adjust me without having to put a needle in me or fucking surgery in me or something like that, I'm cool with. I'll try anything one time, Lee. When it comes to health, holistic health, I'll try it one fucking time. You have to. Anything's better than what they're prescribing to you in this type of medicine. Everything is a surgery or a pill, and everything has a consequence. When I go to get cupped tomorrow, 11 o'clock, there's no consequence for me. You know, when I do acupuncture, I know I'm strengthening my fucking chi, which is just another word for energy. So what this guy today did was just transferring energy, man. Same thing Joel does. Same thing Dr. Joel does. When you go see Joel, what this guy did was what Joel was telling me. This guy didn't even have to do an x-ray. He just saw how I was standing. He turned me around. He touched both sides of my back. And he goes, you got something over here that's affecting your fucking hip. And it's twisting your leg. I go, holy shit. He just saw that, me walking in.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's it. That's why sometimes when I'm driving, I got to catch my leg. My foot goes all the way to the right. And I'm putting the strain on that knee there. That's how I fucked that knee up in a way. I guarantee it. Because my leg always goes in. It's like the anti-pigeon toe. I had that friend in high school that she had one foot on the 10 and the other foot on the 2. And they used to call it 10 to 2. My foot's always on like the 2:30 mark.
Your friends are so mean.
No, it's true. They used to call it 10 to 2. She was just.
I don't even think about that as that young.
10 to fucking 2.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't give her the name. I wish I would. I would have been a comic genius at that age. And when she would walk down the hall, they'd go 10 to 2. And she'd go, fuck you.
Oh, you should call her right now and she'd be like,
you know, her friends are on fucking, you know what? Her friends are on Facebook. That whole side of my North Bergen friends, let me tell you something. They never really wanted nothing to do with me. I dated one of those girls before my mother died. And we broke up. And that whole little crew of girls, they're very decent. There's a crew of girls that were my age that I graduated with. And they're on Facebook. And they don't, I think they followed me and read a couple of my fucking things and just unfollowed me instantly. Roseanne D'Agostino. I grew up with her and her brother. She just unfollowed me because she's a Christian, man.
What did he put up today? Mrs. Obama's getting fat or something?
Oh, I saw Mrs. Obama on TV. She got a little chubby. She was looking good with that little Chinese wig on and shit.
The Chinese wig.
The fuck? You don't think that's Chinese hair? You think that's really African hair? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know.
I know Chinese hair when I see it. I even know Chinese food when they bow and shit. I know what that hair drips down like. The fuck? Yeah, they don't like me at all. They don't fucking like me at all. What are you going to do? I tell you, man, I had a really good time in Boston. I was really surprised by the attendance in Boston. And I don't think I really had great sets. You know, I've been writing this week a lot. That's why I wrote that. Because I was thinking of something else, and also I saw a picture of it. My mind was kind of fucking sharp today in a way. Because the last 3 days, that's all. I've been trying to get this thing ready for This Is Not Happening tomorrow night. So I think it's me, Janine Peluso, Dean Rel Davis. I don't even know what story I'm going to say. I got like 8 of them lined up. I just don't know. Because the stories that I'm hosting, so I can only do like 12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
I think it said it's sold out.
Is it already sold out?
I think it might be.
By now, it probably is. I'm going to have a good time. I don't know what story I'm going to fucking tell yet.
That'll be fun.
I was going to tell, I want to tell Mike Denny stories, but I'm embarrassed.
Why?
Because they're scumbag fucking, like the lowest thing I did by myself was rob that chain sting for blind kids from a Carvel. But they only get like 10% anyway, so I didn't feel too fucking bad. You know those little things you see?
Yeah,
Those are
I know.
scams. They only get like 10% of that. So if there's $20 in it, the
Yeah.
kid gets $2.
Okay.
The rest goes to some guy. He's driving a Mercedes. And meanwhile, you think you're doing something good for yourself.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Which by all those fucking donation things that I don't like them. What, Lee? What, cocksucker?
No, I just
Chiba Chew came through today. I
They
want to
did?
thank Chiba Chew. Chiba Chew, listen, man. People put down this marijuana business, and I get it. And I come around, and I got the morning joint and all this shit. But let me tell you something. I've been smoking pot for a long time. Before this shit came along, I've been smoking pot. And I was always this free. I mean, in the back of my mind, if you're going to throw me in jail for pot, what am I going to do? I'm not going to stop smoking. I didn't stop smoking when I was on probation. I mean, I love it. It's my true fucking essence, the reefer. For some people, it's alcohol. For some people, it's playing with fucking lizards. For me, I love it. You know, but I don't have the whole thing. I don't have the posters. I don't have the pot leaves. I'm just one of those guys that likes to smoke it. That doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking, And sometimes I just hear great stories. John Evan told me a story. His father-in-law has cancer. He weighed 200 pounds. He's down 127 pounds. Somebody said, give him a fucking brownie. He ate a brownie. John Evans said he had a smile from ear to ear, and he ate a whole steak. You know, when I hear that type of stuff, George's mother, my best friend George Kaladinsky's called into the podcast 20,000 times. His mother has cancer right now.
Uh-huh.
She just got diagnosed with head, spleen, and something else. It's level 4. It's 6 months, And he's been feeding the Chiba Chews. And she fucking loves him. She went out to the pool. She swam, And in that situation, I get it. These people never got high, and you see the enjoyment in her eyes. George says she's calling me 3 times a day. I got to go out there. She's giving her Decas in 4s.
Yeah.
And she's eating, and she's moving around, and she's not in pain. They were giving her morphine. So that part of the THC process with the I took 2 CBDs this week.
Did they
Without
work?
getting high. I tell you what, I felt great the next day. I get what people are saying.
And you didn't get high at all? Because I had a CBD thing once and I got kind of high.
No. The Chiba Chew ones are the pink box. They're fucking great. The purple box, they're great, man. They taste great. I was very surprised. I didn't do edibles for 2 or 3 days, and I had those fucking things, and they were great. Oh, yeah, we got high Monday night. Who am I lying to? But, yeah, it's really weird when you see that aspect of the medical marijuana field. And I've had Auntie Dolores on here talking about, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to all that stuff, but I see that part of it. When people tell me, John Evan don't get high. John Evan listens to gangster rap music, but he don't get high. He's a white dude with a nice haircut. I don't know how he does it, but, whatever. The fuck? I'm just having a conversation by myself here, people.
No.
I'm sorry. This Jamoke is just looking at me, dreaming of Yum Yum Donuts or some shit. Thank God I went to Higgins today. I got stimulated. I come to do the podcast and you just shut down on me, fucking.
I didn't shut down. I've had about 300 milligrams.
Who gives a fuck? You have 300 milligrams every 2 days. You got to come on here and give me something. You
I know.
You got me on here talking to myself like fucking Bill Burr on a Monday. You know what I'm saying?
I've just been listening. It's been interesting.
No, it's not fucking interesting, cocksucker.
But I was thinking.
What were you thinking?
I've never been like super confident. I'm getting better with it, but like every once in a while you meet somebody who's just like they walk in like just take over the room and like they're super confident with everything, and it's I wanted like how you seem like you're confident, but then you've talked about not being super confident, so it's like how do you make yourself act more confident?
It's not making yourself act more confident. It's that I don't have a choice. If it's up to me, I'd rather sit at the house and crawl up in a fucking ball. But I have no choice, so I got to walk in there in my mind extra fired up. Because if I don't get myself fucking fired up, I'm not going to do this.
Right.
So I think that comes off as confidence, but it's really not confidence. It's like an air of anger because I'm pissed off that I have to face this fucking issue, whatever the issue is. I didn't have plans, Lee, when I was 20. I wasn't like you, most people in America. When I was 20, in my mind, I was doomed to fail. I wanted to be a thief. I knew I was going to end up in prison. I didn't have all the natural mechanisms that most people had. I was shot. I had TSD, whatever, PTSD. My mother had died. My best friend had died. My father had taken the house. I had to live with strangers. I became a fucking thief. It broke my central belief system down. So the only thing that kept me alive was this desire to make my mother proud. But at that time, I was hoping she wasn't watching me. Like, I'm like, oh, I hope she's not fucking watching me, man. I don't want her to see what I'm going through now and the things I'm doing to make money and the people I'm burning just to snort blow. I didn't want her to see that type of lifestyle. But the air of confidence comes from anger. It really does. I'm pissed because I'm scared. I don't want to fucking do none of this. You think I want to get on stage at the Comedy Store in front of those people and try new material? Are you fucking crazy?
So, would you consider yourself like a confident person?
No, I consider myself somebody who gives up and knows that that's what they have to do. Like, at that point, you just give up. And it's like when I go get a shot. When I walk into the doctor's office, I'm a confident guy. When I hear Jose Diaz and I walk in, I'm fucking great. Hey, how are you? Great. How are those tamales? A Spanish girl. We always talk about tamales. She always tells me her cousin made something for her. They're from Nicaragua, tortas, whatever the fuck they eat. And then I get down. She takes my blood pressure. How's the doctor? He's busy today. You're going to be here a couple minutes. Okay. She takes my blood pressure. She takes my temperature. She tells me to take off my shirt. The doctor will be in 5 minutes. I'm pretty fucking cool. Then the doctor comes in. Then he says something to me. And he goes, "You're going to give blood today?" Yeah. And once I walk into that room, Lee, oh my God, Lee, the thoughts I get. Somebody asked me the other day, what you do when you get bad thoughts. Lee, I get bad thoughts 3 out of the 7 nights when I lay down.
What do you mean bad thoughts?
The plane's going to crash. I'll take a situation where I'm not going to be specific. Somebody will say they're traveling. A friend of mine will call me and we'll talk, and a dear friend, even somebody that I'm not crazy over, but I like him, will call and tell me something. I'm driving to New Mexico, and for some reason, I won't think about it till I lay down at night. And all of a sudden, I'll think about all the bad things. I'm going to drive down there, and how he's going to hit a wolf, and he's going to go off a fucking cliff. And I got to tell my mind to stop, and the only way to stop is to say a fucking prayer. I figured out after fucking 30 years that the only thing would work is when I said a prayer. And I say the prayer like 2 times, and the thought keeps trying to fight my head. And by the 5th time, that thought goes away. So I say the daily prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, yeah, I will be thy name. And some people are listening to me like you're fucking crazy. When you're a Buddhist and you lay down and you get into the position and you do the mantras or whatever the fuck they call them, you're repeating chantras, or you're opening up your chakras and you're repeating the mantras. It's in a way, it's a prayer. You're releasing a prayer. So I took it from that one time. I used to get fucking crazy thoughts, man. You know, sometimes at night I'll be laying there. The other night, Yana, I lay down. And I was in a good mood. I don't know what the fuck I was watching. And this had to be 2 weeks ago. I laid down, and all of a sudden, I clicked on my ex-wife. Just clicked. It was like a movie. And all of a sudden, I was slanted, and I could feel the blood pressure elevating me from the anger that I had worked myself up. My fucking heartbeat was leaving the bed. You could hear the heartbeat going boom, boom, boom.
Like, just instantly you were back to where you guys were, like, fighting with each other?
1995. There I was. Fuck you, you fucking whore. Just the feeling and anguish I got. And it was getting worse. Like, I couldn't fucking breathe. And I had to stop right there and I must have said the Lord's Prayer 10 times.
That's cool. That's a cool part about religion. Even if that just calms you down.
But I didn't start it that way. I just figured that out one day when I was watching a Tina Turner movie, and she was doing those things. I forget what it is. Reiki, whatever fucking Duncan does before he goes on stage. Or Reiki.
The chants or something?
Yeah, the chants. So I thought about it that way. I go, what's the fucking real difference? All these religions that are not fucking Scientology, but they basically talk about energy. All I'm doing is switching up the fucking energy in my mind by saying a prayer. I was raised Catholic. I'm not saying the prayer. I would say any prayer. I would say a Jew prayer if I knew one. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like...
If I hung out with you and you took me to the temple and there was a prayer and I would get a bad thought on a plane, when I eat the edibles and I sit in the fucking plane, what do you think I do? I say a fucking prayer. What What do you get coming out of my mouth? 9 out of 10 times. Lord, please help me.
Really? On the plane?
No, I say it to myself all day. Lord, please help me.
Hey,
And
brother.
then when I get stuck and my mind gets stuck in that death, I just fucking go right into our Father, I will be done in thy kingdom come, that will be done. And I'm still getting hotter and hotter as I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And this happens 3 times a week?
This probably happens 3 times in a week, not at night necessarily. It could happen when I'm driving. It could happen when I'm trying to write a joke or trying to write my plans for the day. I just think of something and get fucking fired up. And I gotta control myself. And you get negative thoughts, man. But not, listen, I get crazy 10 times a week. I'm talking where you get to the point where you're just thinking stuff that's not natural. And you know when you think stuff that's not natural. We all have that moment where you're like, wow, you know, you daydream. But I get them where they get dark, where they get scared. I get them about my family. I get them about my friends. I get them about my friends' families. And I gotta knock myself out of it, man.
Do you think it could be the edibles? Because I can't tell you how many times I've been sitting here putting the podcast up late at night, and I'm super hot, and I just get really, I think someone's mad at me or something.
No, in my mind, the edibles have elevated the levels of it. Like they make it worse. I get anxiety.
Yeah.
But even 20 years ago, I would work myself up at night. It started, I've always been a head case like that. I would think of something 10 weeks later and get mad at something 10 weeks later. Or say something to me and I knew it was going to be wrong. And then something goes wrong and I'll bring it up 8 weeks later. I'm the king of that shit. You know, it's just my nature. It's just some people's fucking nature.
And you weren't holding it over? You just didn't even think about it for like
a
week?
I wasn't even thinking about it. And all of a sudden, it'll just pop up. The thing last week with my ex-wife really scared me. It was about 2 weeks ago. Where it just took me over into the morning. And in the shower, I had to pray. Like in the shower, I had to pray.
And there was no like communication or anything?
Nothing. Just my mind. But it happens to me with a lot of fucking things. If somebody says to me, hey man, what are you doing? Nothing. Let's hook up later at 4. All right. I'm going to go for a bike ride. I hate when people say that to me.
Why?
Because my mind goes, especially if I care for the person, my mind goes in 88 different fucking places, Lee.
You told me not to get a bike.
Oh my God. It just,
you were really serious about it.
It's just a bad. I told the girl at yoga, and a week later she got hit by a guy at night. There's just different times, there's different places to ride a bike. I would not trust. In California, you got to assume 60% of the people are high.
Yeah.
The sun gets in your eyes, 70%. You're thinking about also in the mountains, 80%. You're in a 20% possibility you're going to get hit by a bike. You're in a fucking bike lane in one of the nation's worst fucking traffic areas. And you want to drive a bike in a place where the IQ of the people driving is that's number one. Number two, I guarantee 50% of these motherfuckers don't have insurance. So you get clipped, you're on your own, bitch.
Yeah, they're going to go.
And they're going to go. So now what are you going to do? So, you know what? Just don't ride. You want to ride a bike? Find the fucking mountain. Get a Subaru, put your bike in the trunk, and on Saturdays go up there. You can ride all around with your little helmet, and your girlfriend, and hold hands, and take a Viagra and fuck her up in the weeds with a blanket.
I was shocked because this is when before I started working out. I was like, oh, maybe I'll get a bike because I live pretty close to the office, and you're like, no.
I worry, no. Especially at night, you with a fucking helmet, I hit you out of principle. Like if I saw you with a helmet coming at me, I have to turn the car around, hit you out of principle, like on the thing, on the steering wheel, something. No. You don't want to take a chance. How many times you've been driving? Don't you see people fucking up?
All the time.
Okay. So now you want to take that chance without metal around you?
No, some dude, when I said I might have wanted a convertible, some dude tried to get me to be on a motorcycle, and he seemed very nice, and he was like, he knew a lot about it, but I can't be on a motorcycle.
I love motorcycles too. I wish I got a motorcycle.
I could never.
In a fucking small city where people had respect, and I knew everybody's car. So if somebody did deck me, I wouldn't take it on. I ain't Sons of Anarchy. I don't need to go to New Mexico or hang on. No. Nice community. On the weekends, take your bike out.
And it scares me
here. I ain't putting
a
fucking kid on it. I'll put a helmet on. I'll put elbow things on. I'll do the speed limit. But I don't want to ride around cars. That's what I'm saying. I'll go get some dirt bikes with you. We can do some dirt bike riding. That's my world. But for me, I'll start that all over again. I grew up on that shit in Jersey at first. The Balzanos. I had the XL 175. I love all that shit.
I just feel like I'd fall off.
But I'm not taking a motorcycle on the street with these fucking dickheads driving today with no respect.
And you know what they do here when they go like right down the middle of the lanes and they're going super fast? Like my buddy, who I used to edit with, got hit by a car.
I don't fucking know
and he still does it.
Coming. I'm listening to music. I think about that. How many times do I not pay attention? And I'm the type of guy that I do pay attention. How many times is my mind thinking of a joke or a plane ticket? And all of a sudden, I'm stoned and there's some music in the car. I don't know if you're coming or not. I'm focused on something else. And here you come behind me with your beautiful girlfriend, with your little helmet, and I go to switch in the other lane, and there you go. Whether you're on a motorcycle, a fucking bicycle.
But it's not even that you're not paying attention, because when you're in stop traffic, like when I first moved here, they don't do that in Boston. When I first moved here, if the traffic stopped, I'm like, okay, no one's gonna come up from the side of me, and then they'll just appear out of nowhere, and they get mad at you. They kick your car.
No. Just stick to the fucking car. You're gonna have
I would never have a motorcycle.
Let me give some shout outs. Let's abandon ship. All right. First of all, happy birthday to Dylan Klein. Your girlfriend's been bothering me. I think she bothered Lee. I think she finally sent Lee a picture of her titties. We're just kidding. Happy birthday, Dylan Klein. We love you, cocksucker.
Happy birthday,
ATM Daddy, David Boy, Javier Jimenez, John Papelia, Rick Ricemore, and Gareth Allen Evans. Fucking shout outs to you cocksuckers. I love you guys. And also happy Canada's Day to all my Canadians who listen to this. You know I love you with all my heart. You motherfuckers are the backbone of the show, you crazy fucking Canuck cocksuckers. I love you.
Do you ever have poutine?
Huh?
Did you ever have poutine?
Yeah, I had poutine.
Do you like it?
Yeah, don't you see me jumping up and fucking down? Ari likes poutine. I haven't had poutine in like 30 fucking years. I went to fucking Montreal one time, one of those places. I don't remember it, so I'm not gonna lie to you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know how I fucking roll. Anyway, next weekend I'm in Atlanta. The week after that, where the fuck am I the week after that? I don't know where the fuck I am. Tomorrow night I'm at the Comedy Store. Next week I'm in Atlanta. I know we're in Chicago, and then I'm going to the Ice House with my man Lee doing a combination Testicle Testament. Whatever the fuck it is.
Live church.
Yeah, live church. What's up?
How high are you?
You know me. Chilling like Tony McMillan. I ain't high. I'm just coasting in life, cocksucker. It's our world. You just visiting. It's been a nice week, man. I know a lot of you is out of town this week. I want to tell you something. Be safe. Be careful. A lot of bullshit. I'm scared about this week. I'm not going to lie to you. These ISIS people are crazy. That ain't no fucking dildo flag they saw. That was ISIS.
You think so?
Yeah, that was
I
ISIS.
thought they said it was a dildo.
No, ISIS is in fucking full effect. They're going to strike somewhere. Keep your doors locked. Keep your eye on your kids. Watch your cats. They'll turn that motherfucker into hummus, those ISIS people. I just saw that movie, American Sniper, when they put the drill bits in the kids' fucking eyeballs and shit. It's fucked up. Third time I fell asleep watching American Sniper. But I like it. I'm always tired when I watch it. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You gotta be ready for when ISIS comes.
What's that?
You gotta finish the movie. It's just...
Shut the fuck up. Why you gotta torment me for? Look at you. Look at the shape of you. You can't wait to go home to have your usual pepperoni fucking almondine. That's your real pepperoni almondine. You cook it up in a fire thing and you put almonds on it. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Honored as usual. Been here since day one. Roughing it with us motherfuckers. And that's why I rough with them. I can look you motherfuckers in the eye and look at you, tell you. The hemp force protein is what's crack-a-lacking in my world. It's what's keeping me together. 2 scoops with a fucking banana, some ice cubes, a little piece of peanut butter, and some water. Stop me. Somebody stop me. You understand me? The fucking Alpha Brain's got me all tuned up. You smoke a few joints, you get an e-cigarettes, you puff your fucking eyeballs out with that Alpha Brain. Alpha Brain, I'm sorry. #1 nootropic. What does it got now again? This is some fucking serious shit. Complete earth-grown nootropic with alpha, GPC, and AC11. Stop fucking around. Go to Onnit.com. Take a look at what they got. They got supplements. They got kettlebells. They got ropes. All I can help you is at the supplements. I'm going to give you 10% off. Go to the box and press in.
Church.
Boom. What do you think you're going to get? 10% off. What do you press?
Church.
CHURCH. We don't fuck around here. I love Onnit. Trust me. Give them a shot. Alpha Brain. 100% guaranteed. If you don't like it, we don't even want the product back. Try that with your local drug dealer. He'll tell you to go fuck yourself. Number 2, you're sitting there going, what am I going to eat for the 4th of July? I've been trying to offer it to you, trying to hook you up for fucking 2 months, and now you're thinking of this shit? Go to naturebox.com. Nutritious, delicious, nutritionist approved. You can seal them. You don't have to eat them all at one shot like a fucking savage. They got delicious stuff. I mean, just fucking tremendous. I mean, my favorite, the garlic plantains. You eat some pussy after that, it's all over. But the shout, you understand me? That little monkey gets salty and garlicky. You got that little wang in your mouth. Look at the little fainting over there. You have
I'm just thinking about the sriracha almonds.
Oh. The sriracha
right now.
cashews.
Oh, cashews.
Oh, the cashews.
That would be good right now.
And the chocolate nom-noms with a little glass of fucking milk. I'm telling you, I'm hooking you up for free. They want you to get a sample box. They're going to give you 2 big bags and 3 little bags. All right, go to naturebox.com and press in.
Go to naturebox.com/Joey.
Okay, and you go to the thing and pick the snacks you want. Tell them if you're gluten-free, if you're allergic, whatever the fuck you want.
Like crunchy or chewy.
Crunchy or chewy. They don't fuck around. They got some bars that are delicious. Some almond bars. Oh, my God. Go over there. See what the fuck they got. 2 big bags and 3 little bags. Make sure you get the sriracha cashews. Make sure you get the French toast. They might not even have that. Because I didn't see that last time.
I never get that one.
I always switch it up.
I always
I always
get this one and I never get it.
I always get that's because you don't come to the house. I eat your shit before you come over. It's like I try to call you, but you're jumping up and down with Paul over there playing no fucking tango. Anyway, go to naturebox.com. I got a free sample box for you. You're going to be fucking tremendous. Go there and press in what?
Naturebox.com/Joey.
Boom! And get your free box coming at you. Also free, but you got to pay for shipping, maybe $1.50, $1.90. Stop complaining, bitch. Let me tell you something. I've been going to jiu-jitsu more and more. One thing that makes me go to jiu-jitsu is comfort. You know, at first I was going with those white underwear and your nut would pop out. Lee found that out once he joined jiu-jitsu. MeUndies, the most comfortable underwears you will ever fucking wear. Do you understand me? And I've tried them all. I'm a fat fuck. MeUndies feel good. They cup your nuts. No sweat. There's no stinking between your fucking legs. They pull all the moisture out.
That'd be
People
amazing
can't
after
see 'em.
jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I just take them off after jiu-jitsu and go a la carte until I get home and I wash those fucking things. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to drive up Laurel Canyon with stinky nuts. That's disgusting. Anyway, go to MeUndies.com and look at their selection of women and men's underwear, sweatpants, sweatshirts, T-shirts. They got some great fucking shorts. They got a pair of red shorts that they cut. They're like sweatpants that were cut already. Comfortable. You don't even know you have them on.
Their T-shirts are great.
And their T-shirts are great. Listen, don't believe me. Go to MeUndies.com. Look at that great selection of clothing. Pick something, go to the box and press in.
Joey.
And get what? 20% off and free shipping in Canada. In the United States. All right? Who takes care of you like Uncle Joey?
For
I
Canada
love you guys.
Day.
I fucking love you guys with all my heart. Thank you for all the love and support. You know, we talk about some crazy stuff on here. We like to mix it up from time to time. I know some people get mad at the food talk. We're going to cut it down a little bit, but we're switching it around. You know I love you motherfuckers with all my heart, all right? Have a great 4th of July. See you back here Monday night. Stay black. Stay beautiful. I got you.
Awesome.
What's up, Ben Saunders?
Chilling, man. Just got done training.
It's a pleasure to have you here, my
No,
brother.
pleasure to be here.
I remember
Thank you.
having a conversation with you maybe 7 years ago in a hotel room with Joe about Jeet Kune Do and
Yeah, that was
jiu-jitsu. You were just a young pup or something. You were.
man. That was my second fight ever.
Was it?
Yeah, we were in UFC 87, John Fitch versus GSP, man.
Jesus Christ, you got a memory like a hawk, brother.
Yeah, dude, it was amazing. Like when I met you guys, I was like, "Yo, what's
Minneapolis.
up?" Yes,
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
That's right. And we hooked up and we were giggling and telling stories. It's great to have you here. It's great that you're with Eddie.
Yes. Yeah, the mastermind himself, man. You know, traveling across country just to get this work in.
And you're fighting in July.
Fighting July 25th in Chicago. UFC on Fox 16 event.
And I'll be in Chicago with you, just not at your venue. I'll be doing comedy at Zany's.
Are you doing? I know Joe's doing a show.
Joe's doing it. I'm doing. We
Night
didn't
of
have the
Wayne's,
date.
right?
Yeah. I got this date, a year ago when I got the movie, and then the UFC came up with the date, and I was already stuck. So
Yeah, it's a shame. I would love to make it out there for it, but obviously I'm going to be recovering.
I'd love
recovering.
I'd love to make it out for you, and I can't because I'm going to be on stage. But how did you, get hooked up with Eddie?
Oh man, I'm just a huge fan of the guard. When I started JKD, I started with a striking background. Hoist Gracie opened my eyes. Obviously, UFC 1 and the first early UFCs. Seeing someone tear it up off their back. I was under the impression if I want to get involved in this game, I want to keep it standing. People are going to want to take me down. I need to become a savage off my back. So, I worked really hard, lots of dedication to my guard work and his game. I'm very flexible. I'm very long for my weight class as well. I have the build that I could probably, if I packed on the muscle, I could fight at any weight class above 170. But his take on the guard game just transitioned very well into what I was already doing. And more than anything, when you're in a fight, you don't want to get punched in the face. And this man's coming up with, his own system and theories and ideas of how to not get punched in the face while also being effective offensively. I'm not a fan of defensive guard. Defensive guard works very well if we went old school MMA, no time limits. I'll let you tire yourself out. I can play the defensive guard. But even my defensive guard is more open guard. I'm not a fan of closed guard. And everything Eddie does is the only closed guard that I feel is effective is top closed guard, a high closed guard on their upper back, pulling them in, making sure they can't posture and punch you in the face. And his entire system, it just seemed like a no-brainer. I went on The Ultimate Fighter Season 6. I basically had no money, going into that show. But when I got off the show and I made it to the UFC, my first thing that I did with the money that I got from being on the show was buy his book, Mastering the Rubber Guard. And I just did everything in my power to try to understand, like I said, his system, his style, his methods.
It's crazy that, what was the guy that died hiking?
I don't know.
He died of MMA. He was a UFC guy.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
No. He wasn't hiking. Evan Tanner?
Evan Tanner,
Yeah.
He was very much self-taught. I never understood how a guy could get a video series from somebody and just teach themselves.
Yeah, that
is phenomenal to me. Like, I'd be scared. I wouldn't want to get into a bad habit. Like, there's people that have no, they're in a little small town and there's no jiu-jitsu for 3 or 4 hours,
You had no jiu-jitsu background at all?
I mean, what you're talking is
no,
exactly
what we're talking about. What he did, he just went and got the DVDs.
That's what I'm saying. He got the DVDs with no background.
No. At that time, but
okay.
But realistically, that's exactly how I did it. I taught myself training with my friends, and my brother, pretty much from watching UFC, the early UFC VHS tapes. Once the internet kicked in, man, that was like, I was a computer nerd. I was all about it, and you're hearing that dial-up, AOL, you name it, all that stuff.
I miss that noise sometimes.
Yeah, just to get the information, man, like, I would print out anything I could find. Jiu-jitsu, philosophies, techniques. Sometimes it was pictures. Sometimes it was almost just articles. I print out everything I could. Anytime I could get any form of information, I was all on it, man. I mean, since 10 years old, I saw the first UFC live on pay-per-view. Changed my life. I knew from that moment, I looked at my best friend and said, that's what I want to do. He said, you are crazy. Yeah, right. And I said, watch me.
And you're in Orlando, Florida.
I am now.
No, but at this time.
At the time, no. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. And then I eventually moved to Coral Springs. But yeah, basically down south Florida.
And you're down there and you're watching all this. Now, what's the matter?
Someone just sent pizza to that guy.
Perfect.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
So what made you walk into a Jeet Kune Do studio? I'm sorry.
Honestly, there was nothing around but Taekwondo and karate schools where I was from. I got into Bruce Lee through my older brother, who was all about it, and it kind of, I ended up getting like Tao of Jeet Kune Do, which is like his main book,
right.
and my best friend had all his other books. And with my ADHD, I'm not the biggest fan of reading, at least at the time growing up. I'm young. I started getting into this when I was like 7-8 years old, so I'm like extremely young. So I'm just like, yo, show me the pictures. Like I want the graphs showing me he's doing this to that to that to that. Let's put it together and see if we can make this happen. You try to pretend you're doing kung fu and all that stuff, but it almost seemed like fate, because the only thing around was my best friend did Taekwondo. I didn't really, my parents were divorced. I grew up with no money. So it's not like my dad could really pay for Taekwondo or karate or anything for me. So it would be like my best friend would go train, and then I would just kind of spar, play with him like when he would get back from it. And we were walking through the mall when I was 14, and there was literally a Jeet Kune Do, like a table set up. They're showing Dan and Asano doing Filipino Kali, knife fighting, stick fighting, and I already knew what all of this was from the books and from magazines, Black Belt magazine and all that stuff, that I was just like I literally told myself, we looked at each other, we're like, this is a sign from God, like we went there, we listened to what they had to say. I didn't even care what he was saying. His name was Sifu Neil Khalif. He still has an academy, American Dragon Martial Arts Academy in Coral Springs, Florida. So anybody looking to train JKD or weapons fighting or whatnot, I would definitely recommend that spot. And that was my original. I was like, how much does it cost? Doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. And I went and I asked my mom. I didn't live with my mom at the time, but I explained to her. I was like, Mom, I gotta go here. What can I do? And she's like, well, let's see if we can get you a job. And we went to a local McDonald's that was near where my dad lived. And she went in and she talked to the manager. And they had child labor laws at the time, so it was like you could only work like 2 hours, and you would have to take 15 minutes or 30 minutes off and whatnot. I could only work weekends. But I didn't care. Like, I killed myself on the weekends, do whatever I could to make that money to pay for these JKD lessons. And that was my official foundation. Everything else was self-taught. Even when I was going there, it was self-taught because there wasn't jiu-jitsu there and whatnot. And I had to kind of, I was just learning fundamentals. I was learning a little Wing Chun, a little Muay Thai, Filipino Kali, you name it, man. And my life kind of exploded from there.
How long did you stay at Jeet Kune Do for?
I stayed there for 2.5 years. So I was 14. I stayed there almost till I was 17. But I hated school. I really hated school. I knew what I wanted to do with my life. And at this time, UFC was banned from pay-per-view. It was banned from TV. So I'm like, okay, so that route might not be practical, but going to Japan, going overseas still is. Pride was at an all-time high. So I'm like, that's still my goal. I'm like, worst case scenario, I'm going to open up my own martial arts academy. I'm just going to live the martial arts. I'm so down with the mediocre. Even if I had to live at my gym, I didn't care. I was like, that's what was my mindset. Let's just live the martial arts lifestyle. And crazy how things blew up the way it is now, obviously. But I stayed there for that long, and then I had to go into night school, and I slept in every class freshman year. Freshman year, literally, I would come in. I'd probably play video games and stuff, play around with computers and whatnot all night, go to sleep for like 4 hours, wake up, go to school, and then sleep throughout school, and do this over and over. My GPA freshman year dropped to a 0.8. Come junior year, they're like, you're not going to graduate. You need a 2.0. You're not going to graduate. I was like, obviously my dad was like, if you don't pick your grades up before that, like freshman year towards the end, when he was like, are you joking me? You failed all these classes in D's, and the only ones that I did good in are the ones I enjoyed. Art, like art stuff. And I ended up have to go to night school and all that, and do whatever I had to do to make sure that I could graduate. And otherwise, he wasn't going to let me, continue the classes. So, I picked my grades up, but once the night school started happening, kind of took, I don't know. I wouldn't say I got just life in general, man. Life happened, and as far as working, what academy owner is going to look at, a 16, 17-year-old boy and be like, no, I see a lot of potential in you. Clean my toilets, and, I'll let you train here for free. It really was, business is business. So, I didn't have the money to pay for the classes, and I kind of bowed out of the JKD for about a year. And then, but the entire time I was still training. I was still doing everything I said. I was printing out articles, anytime I had, I even remember I had it was like social studies or something, and we had to do different eras, and our era ended up being 2000, and they gave me sports. Like, we had a group project, so everyone had different sections, and they gave me sports. So I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I'll do sports. I wasn't really into sports too much, I was a little into football, but martial arts was my thing. So I had like little blocks for every other sport, and then UFC was like the biggest thing. I had the most hardcore pictures that I could print out, and I made a VHS tape, literally with 2 VCRs. I found the most hardcore fights, and I put the parental advisory up to make sure that everyone in the class knew what they were about to see. Let the teacher knew what she was about to see, and we're talking Tank Abbott, bloodbath stuff. The Taylor no, I forget who he fought. The guy that he ended up making like stone up, where his arms got locked up, and then he makes fun of him for having his arms locked up. Like, it was just the most vicious. I had I believe it was Gerard Gordeau kicking out the tooth and punching the eye of Taylor Tooley from the first UFC, like the most brutal stuff I could find. And by the end of it, everyone thought I was absolutely psychotic. Something was wrong with me, and the teacher was scared. Yes. She wasn't, she was probably a little annoyed by it. She luckily, my brother and sister, my older sister, and I actually have a twin brother. We're fraternal. He's the complete opposite. He's a huge pacifist, at least physical pacifist. He went the political route, so he's a verbal aggressor, I guess. But yeah, all the teachers liked them, so I was kind of like the oddling out, the black sheep of the family, and so she accepted it. But ever since that moment, it definitely scared the crap out of most of the people in my grade. It was messed up. Yeah.
Now, when did you get on The Ultimate Fighter? How old were you when you got on that? Which was 6 or 7 years ago, correct?
Yeah, I just turned 24.
Jesus.
Yeah, man. I was 4-0-2. I just won the CFC Combat Fighting Championships welterweight title, and my first 4 fights, my first 2 fights were draws. Fight of the night, but they were AFC old school. Dan Lambert from ATT was, it was actually amazing. The old school show AFC, he actually brought, you'll see a lot of people from there. Hermes Franca and various people he brought from Brazil. I fought a guy from Argentina. He really made it an international show, and that was kind of my breakthrough.
How did both of your first fights become draws?
Yeah, they were only two round fights, and I watched the fights, and still to this day, I watch the fights, and I feel, depending on the judging criteria, I feel I won them, but I'll give it a draw. It's cool. First fight, I actually knocked my dude out and then woke him back up when I hit him on the ground. He gave his back, and then for 3 minutes, I'm just squeezing his heart. I took the fight on 3 days' notice because, 3 other people dropped out from fighting him. Dean Thomas gave my name to the matchmaker, and they called me up, and I just remember squeezing for a rear naked choke for 3 minutes, and then the round ends, and I'm like, oh man, lactic acid buildup in my arms. I was like, I can't even lift my arms. I got to go out there for 5 more minutes. Okay, so that was all heart. I remember after that round, I ended up getting the takedown at the end. He kind of teed off on me. He was a Muay Thai dude. He was an ISK kickboxing champion. He came out with the Tung Po headgear, big diesel black guy. My family, I had my family there. They're like, shut up, he's fighting him. This guy's fighting him. I was 21, he was 31. It was like, I'm fighting a grown-ass man, with experience. And, I got a takedown at the end. I had side mount. He was trying to get a guillotine with side mount. You can't finish a choke from there. The round ended, and the crowd's going crazy. It was just a battle. We were going at it for the entire time. I had the advantage the first round, second round. I'm taking everything he has, but I didn't quit. I kept fighting back. I thought he knocked my front teeth out, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, you got to return the favor. I'm here getting $300 for this. Oh, I'm definitely going to knock his teeth out. I got to try to knock his teeth out because I don't have dental insurance, man. I don't even know how I'm going to get this covered. Yeah, and the entire crowd screaming, one more round, one more. Like, the entire place is going crazy. I walked to my corner. I'm like, oh, my God. Do I really got to go out there for one more round? And they're like, no, your contract, it only said 2 rounds. I'm like, thank God. And it ended up being a draw. And
those little young leagues are where you really learn how to battle. I mean, think about it. You're training all your life, and all of a sudden you get to this tournament, you think it's going to all be kosher, and you look across, and there's a 31-year-old guy across from you, 10 years your elder. And you're like, Jesus Christ, this ain't as glamorous as I thought it would be. I got to fight this fucking monster.
I actually didn't care. I actually had a smile on my face. I'm like, I was so excited. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. I get to finally go pro. Yeah. Like, no amateur crap. We're going straight pro. I'm getting paid for this. This is going to be on my official record. I'm going to be on Sherdog. People going to be able to look me up. I was so excited. I didn't even care. And then I'll say this, though. After the fight, the worst thing that I did was I was probably concussed too a little bit, and we were like, yeah, let's go to my friend's house. We'll drink some beers, and he's got a hot tub, and that was probably the worst thing I could have done. I dehydrated myself with alcohol, went into a hot tub, dehydrated myself even more, and then I woke up the next day feeling like absolute trash. And from that day forward, man, I don't really like to drink after a fight, I don't think it's good for the brain. I don't think it's good for vitality. You're already cutting the weight. You're already going through the fight. There's so much your body just went through physically, mentally, emotionally.
It's in shock.
Yeah.
It's in shock.
And then you're going to give it alcohol and make it worse, or drugs, whatever. Yeah. I learned.
You're an open wound.
Definitely from that day forward, I was like, nah. The longevity and vitality of my body, maybe 3 days. Let me come home, relax, have a good night's sleep,
I was always wondering, and I know it's going to be different for every fighter, but I can't imagine going from fighting in front of 60,000 people to going home and watching Seinfeld reruns. Like, what is like a normal?
That's me, man.
Oh my God, that sounds like
please let me just go away for a little bit. Let my body just give my body 3-4 days to just take it back. Sometimes you can go out there and have the greatest fight in the world. You take no punishment. No, you still had to cut weight. You still had to make weight. That's the only real trauma that happened. And maybe anything that happened throughout the training camp leading into the fight. But you had the good times, you got the bad times. But I'll agree with you on one factor, and that was I could have went out there and I dropped him in the first minute and a half. It could have been over. And yeah, I would have got a W. But man, to know what it's like to just be in there and be in the grind and have you'll find out real quick. Do you have the heart for this? Because I had no cardio going into that second round, and when I thought he knocked my teeth out, there were so many times that I probably could have just caved down, gave up, tapped out, give him something, whatever. And, that's definitely a defining moment in anybody's career is you can go out there all day long and knock people out, submit people real quick. When you start dealing with, perseverance, when you have to deal with the struggle and trying to come back or trying to maintain. That's a defining moment to kind of let you know what kind of person you are or what you're trying to strive for. You can always get better. You could always, oh man, I wasn't ready. You tapped out, and then say, that'll never happen again. I'm going to make sure I'm in shape every time. And then, obviously you can gain, a little bit more ambition to have more heart later on if that's your thing. But the greatest thing that ever happened to me was my first 2 fights were draws. I learned everything you would learn from a loss without getting a loss on my record. And I think for sure that's kind of gave me the motivation and the understanding of I can do this, man. I can actually do this. I just gotta get I gotta get my bearings down. I gotta understand. We had no clue back then. This 2004 had no clue how to train for a fight, how to get in proper conditioning for a fight. I was just going to classes sometimes, and then we would have pro class, and it was just fighting each other. Like that's how most people came up. When I came up when I moved to Orlando, we went to Dean Thomas's place. It was United Champions. It was Jamie Levine, Dean Thomas, Mike Bell, Mike Black, and Paul Rodriguez were the main guys. But we had people from here, California, Raw, coming out here, the old school Raw team. I don't know if they're around still, but like people that I saw on videos, Gladiator Challenge and King of the Cage and stuff coming through those doors, and we would just throw down. And at this time, I'm 18. I'm a little baby, and I'm just trying to understand the game. I think the biggest thing is, keep your ego out the damn door, man. Tap as much as you have to, and think about the longevity. You're not getting paid for that. There's no insurance. You break your hand, you're out fucking 3 months, 4 months of what? What are you learning at that point in time? You're very limited in what you can and cannot do.
How's the fear play into this? Any fear along the way? I asked you because, I had a little bout last week. And it's so weird that after 24 years of doing comedy, you always I love being scared. I revolve around having fear. That's what brings the best out of me when I'm scared, and I think that because of the UFC and because of a lot of other things, when I was a kid, I joined karate at 8 or 7, and I loved it, and I went to tournaments, and there was a time where, there's Roberto Duran, I could do that. And then I got into a couple of brawls as a kid, and I did okay. I still didn't have any hope of being a fighter, but, if that's the last straw, then I think I'll be a fighter if I really need the money. And then one day I went to mug a dude, and I got beat up really bad. I got punched like 1,000 times. And I remember saying to myself the next day, putting the ice on my head, because he hit me everywhere. There was no fucking ref. There was no Mario. There was no Mario Sakasaki.
And that's for his life right there. You mugged him.
Yeah,
that's for his life.
He was hitting me with shots to the fucking head, the face, any way he could connect. And I remember putting a bag on my head the next day going, you know what, man? I learned a big lesson last night. Don't mug people, and you're never going to be a fighter. Like, this is never, ever going to work for you. Like, this is not that I was scared. I just didn't like that whole 3 minutes of my life. That was just horrifying. He was all over me like a cheap suit.
And you might have thought, God knows what he could have done.
God knows what he could have done. And I was on the way out, and I punched him. He had me cornered, and I punched him in the throat, and I ran out of there. But I knew I had like a block and a half on him. I ran fast. Like, I broke my own record.
Sparring is a lot different from a fight, I imagine.
Listen, man, you can, hitting the bag. I see these guys, I was going to this kickboxing place over here, and the reason why I stopped going was it was great, but they had too many guys in there that I would look at them and go, you're a fighter? Oh, no, I'm a fireman. Then why do you have this gear on? They had cologne on and the hair, and they're really going to fucking knock your head off. I'm 50. I'm just going in there to lose weight. I'm not going to knock nobody out. These guys are in there to knock you out, and you're like, I feel bad for you because you're actually going to go up to a fighter someday. And he's going to hit you with 6 shots to the fucking head. You're beating up a 50-year-old. And you're over there with a mouthpiece. But you're a part-time fucking first-grade teacher. I mean, you get a lot of those guys.
Well, that's the ego right there.
That's the ego. They don't know. They've never been lit up.
Yeah.
They never give somebody a finger in a car. That's the quickest way to know if you're a tough guy. Give somebody a finger in a car and watch them come out of the car. And I saw it 1,000 times. People get lit up by some guy who's having a fucking horrible day, and you think you're cute. You give him a fucking finger. And this guy, getting lit up is scary, but at the same time, it does something to your heart. It tests you. You said it tests you. And this is anything. I always tell people, how many people go to college and get a degree in some fuck and come out, and after 3 months, they're like, this ain't for me. Yeah. You never got a summer job doing it. I think before you become a fighter, you should go somewhere and get punched in the head. Try to mug somebody. Go to a bar. Tell 3 black guys. Call them a racial slur and see if this is for you.
Oh, man.
Something. Yeah. I mean, fighting is, you and I were talking at the protein shake about how many stars have to be aligned for a fight. When people see, Lee got a TV show, how many stars have to be aligned? Johnny Hendricks and I'm just using this, guys. Johnny Hendricks beats somebody in a fight, He's a great athlete. He was a college wrestler. He came a long way. But all the stars have to align. Your kickboxing coach has to be on the same track as your wrestling coach, as your jiu-jitsu coach, as your conditioning coach. There's always one guy that wants to take over or something, and that ruins it. Now you have that doubt in your head going into a fight. People have no idea what goes into winning. People really have no idea what goes into fighting. They just watch you guys once every 60 days, and they're like, oh, this must be easy. They have no idea that you have to train 3 disciplines, plus the conditioning. Plus, God forbid you have a baby and you can't sleep 8 hours. And there's so many things that go into a fight. It's not, when I was a kid and I see this guy get on stage and talk, David Brenner or George Carlin, whatever his fucking name is, I thought that on the way there, he just wrote this shit in the car. Like, that's what I really thought, guys. Like, honest to God, before I got into stand-up, I thought that you got a call, like, at 7. What are you doing, Ben? Nothing. This is Joey at the Comedy Club. Come on down at 9:30. CBS is here. We got some cameras. And on the way down, that's what I fucking thought. So if that's what I fucking think about stand-up, what is the common Joe somewhere that does, I thought that George Carlin on the way said, let me just write 45 minutes. And you went up there. And the first time I went up there, I just talked. Boy, do you get you learn quick. But that first experience lets you know whether you're going to do this again or you're not going to do this again. Yeah. Some people do it for peer pressure. Your friends went to the fight, or you could do it. Meanwhile, they're like, dog, he's going to get his ass kicked again. Or you do it because you have balls and you go, you know what? I want to overcome this loss. I really want to get into fighting. Or, when I got into stand-up, I had no idea what went into stand-up. And I know most people don't. As I watched the UFC and I asked more questions, I have a blatant idea of what goes into fighting and what goes into winning. It's 2 different worlds. What goes into fighting and what goes into winning is 2 different fucking categories. And then what goes to winning a championship is a complete different fucking level. That's when think about that. You could be a fighter, 5 and 6, you retire. They put you in fucking the funny, what is it? The Fat Farm Muscle Protein Hall of Fame, whatever, but winning, fighting, and winning at a championship level has to be.
Or even breaking the top 10. Even breaking the top 10.
You see Ronda Rousey. She's whatever. What is she in the UFC? 6-0?
Somewhere like
that. But when she's 3-0, she's still walking down the fucking thing with the twins, with the dude that trains Pacquiao, with the, champions never seen. Now you have money as a champion. Hopefully, if Nike lifts the rock and everybody, now you have money. You can take a flight whenever the fuck you want and train with Pacquiao's fighter. You could go to Eddie Bravo. You could go to, when you're a champ, a lot of people say, well, I'm a champion. I'm just going to fucking party now. No, you got to work even harder now. Now your shit's got to be even tighter because now they're coming to take your fucking head off. And if it's not, look at the 155 division when this kid got hurt last week. How many people raised their hand? Yeah. You got 4 people always looking to tear your fucking head off when you're the champion.
You talking about the Conor?
Yeah, when he needed to fight last week, 145. How many people lifted their fucking hand last week? Everybody, even fucking Chael Sonnen. Even Chael Sonnen said, "Fuck it, I'm off the juice. I'm ready. I'll drop down to 145." It's just really, it really is a weird how people's conception of fighters or acting or anything, to take it to that level, you have to be at a complete fucking, look at this fucking, when GSP was winning, where didn't that motherfucker go? He would go to England with the Gracie, the really good jiu-jitsu guy, the tall one, what's his name, Hodja?
Yeah.
The really tall guy, the real methodical guy. He gets
he sticks with it too, man. I mean, if he wears his stand up and sticks with it, God,
Hodja?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's out of the UFC now.
I know,
Yeah,
but
he's
he could still stick with it, man.
Listen, if I was Hodja Gracie, I just jiu-jitsu motherfuckers the rest of my life. I love that guy. I love watching his jiu-jitsu league because he don't do much. He doesn't do much. He passes your guard. He hangs out for a little while. Then he mounts you. Then he play, and he goes for that same choke. What's the choke he gets? Ezekiel or something? He gets the same choke every time, and you know it's coming. You could start with holding your collar, and he's still gonna fucking get it. It don't matter. He takes his time. He puts his leg over you, and he passes your guard real simply. But the whole time he's grinding you the fuck out. He's grinding you out, man. It's very methodical, you know. It's. I love that chess game. I love the jiu-jitsu chess game. And I'm just starting to see it now. For the first 2 years, all I was doing was breathing on the bottom. That's it. I just went to jiu-jitsu to pull guard and let you beat me up. I just wanted to be on the bottom and learn to survive on the bottom, because I, too, went to lunch with Eddie Bravo about 6 years ago. And he was fucking high than fuck one afternoon. We went to get barbecue, and he gave me a ferocious ear beating about the future of the UFC. That if you couldn't fight on your back, you were going to get killed in the future, because wrestlers don't like being on their back. So they're going to always throw you on your back. And if you don't know how to attack, and I saw the back game develop in the UFC after he said it to me. He didn't even tell nobody else. It was just me and him. I was just a fat fuck stone. I didn't even want to go to jiu-jitsu. And I just enjoyed seeing the different technical areas of jiu-jitsu. I knew that. I knew it was a chess game. This wasn't no physical game, jiu-jitsu. When you really see it, the high-level guys, they're not even exerting themselves. They're just throwing their arms around. It's like watching. I went to a fucking clinic. I went to a Higa Machado clinic, and Dan and Santo was standing next to me at the Higa Machado clinic. You know, bro, I had tears in my eyes for 20 minutes. But here I am, 350 fucking pounds, 340, and I tried to do everything Dan did because he was 70 years old. Lee, he's 70. If he could do it, I got to do it. So when they did the neck rolls, I had to do it. Even if I felt like choking myself, I almost killed myself. He called me the other day. He goes, "Hey, can you do the back rolls?" I said, "No." And I didn't tell him why. I didn't tell you no. I just said no.
Yeah, you just
I didn't
said
say
no.
it because I almost suicided myself. I almost Robin Williams myself in one of those fucking rolls. I almost broke my own fucking shoulder. But when I saw Dan and the Santo next to me, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I had to do everything he was doing. The Hegan fucking trap. I was doing everything just because Dan was next to me, you know, and I didn't even ask him nothing. I didn't even get to that part about asking about Bruce Lee or Jeet Kune Do, you know. I did an Arliss once with James Coburn. He was one of Bruce Lee's students. And I kind of picked his brain a little bit. He started crying, too. And once he started crying, I started crying. Everybody was fucking crying. You know, I had to smoke a joint just to come back from the misery. What's up, Lee Sayak? That 500 milligrams hitting you yet?
Yeah, it's hitting me pretty hard.
Good. What do you got planned for later? You got some pastrami at the house? What do you got?
I don't know what I have to eat.
You got pepperoni? What do you
I
got?
do have pepperoni.
You got any Mexican food left over from the wife? And the mom?
No.
How was the barbecue?
Oh, it was great.
Talk to me. How was it? What'd you eat? What'd your mom cook at the
She
park?
cooked shrimp.
At the park.
Yeah, at the park.
Listen to this. The in-laws at the park.
Shrimp
nothing.
kebabs, carne asada. They had the rice already, and then the guacamole, and then carne asada, and then not linguiça, but it was like I called you and asked you, but it's like lingacoa, or it's like kind of like what's the Mexican sausage?
I have no idea.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like you have it with your eggs.
Chorizo.
Yeah, it's kind of like chorizo.
Good shit.
So yeah, we had that, and then I thought of you. This dad came in like halfway with his like 10-year-old son, and they were like, "We got ice cream, like $3 an ice cream cone." I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And I bought everyone ice cream, and I was just like, "Of course that I'll like make it." I could just see you doing it, just like if you had to, like selling ice cream.
Sure, why not? There's no shame in selling ice cream. On the 4th of July, the people outside sweating their asses off. He probably made a small 200.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he probably made a
He was
small
selling it for
200.
$3 each cone in the box. Even if you bought it at Ralph's, is $6 for 4. So yeah, he was making a ton of money. He was doubling his money.
Fucking, that's what Mexicans
There you
do.
go.
That's American ingenuity. That's something this country has forgotten.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be embarrassed and sell ice cream at the 4th of July. Meanwhile, he deposited $1.50 in his bank account. He's got 50 for reefer. Who's better than that fucking Mexican? You see what I'm saying?
People are monsters, though. Like, people, you should have seen it. People, we got there at like 11 a.m. and people were like roping off areas. They were tying off and saving parking spaces. They like, I've never seen people be like so selfish. It was just weird.
No class. But what are you going to do? It's the 4th of July. They're saving, they have no place to do it themselves. Hey, man, listen.
It was fun at the park.
It's fun.
There's
It's
a lake.
fun.
It was really cool.
It's cool. It wasn't that hot on the 4th of July. What did you do for the 4th?
It was the greatest drives I've ever had out here. It was like ghost town.
Yes, it was easy. Nothing.
Yeah, I could get what would normally take me 45 minutes. I did in 15, 20 minutes. It was great.
That's
I
nice.
trained.
That's nice that you're doing like little part-time training camps here.
Yeah.
This has to be like if I was a fighter, this would have to be the ideal place. Like this would just be. I would go to Justin Fortune's for boxing. I would go to Higan Machado for jiu-jitsu. I would go up here and wrestle. There's some wrestling club up here that they have like some college that goes up here and wrestles. And somebody from my jiu-jitsu school went there and he goes, they killed me the first 30 days. There's no harder workout than wrestling. I was thinking of locomotive breath. I used to play basketball and I could hear the wrestlers going up and down the stairs. And they would run up and down the stairs to locomotive breath, frontward, backwards. That fucking Tabachino guy, was his name. Tabachino was the coach. He'd make them run those 4 flights 1,000 fucking times. And they always said that. So the problem with the training camps here is that everything's so fucking far. So in the sitting, you get tight all over again. Everything's like so far apart, unless like you had one for 2 hours. I like Justin. He fought, what's his name? He's a heavyweight fighter. He's Pacquiao's training and conditioning coach. He was Pacquiao's original guy all those years. And then he opened up his own gym and him and Freddie fought. So now he's back with Pacquiao. Nice. But I would go over there. He's a savage, that dude. And he's Australian. He throws everybody out of that dog. I've seen him say some wild shit to people. And he could back it with a torn bicep. He's got one big one and one that's like my little pinky toe. That's how his bicep.
Matt Serra's got a torn bicep too.
Fuck you up, Justin.
Yeah.
Fuck you up, Justin Fortune. Go to Justin Fortune's gym. He's on Sunset Boulevard between Curson and very sweet man. Go down there and go fuck around with him, boy. He has a Saturday class for like just Gentiles where they come in and run with wheelbarrows and tires. Guys who see it on TV and they're like, I could do this. Fuck John Jones. You know what I'm saying? And he just breaks them right there. He just breaks them. He beats them up with that one good arm and it's all over.
Oh, man. With the one good arm.
Like my shop teacher, Mr. Panacucci, he lost the arm in Vietnam. When that motherfucker would elbow you with that fucking dead Vietnam arm, oh my God, you would go flying through. You think I'm kidding you? He had it that he would poke you with this in the rib.
For what?
Like if you
fucked him, right?
Like
For what?
But I went to school in the 80s where they still bitch slapped the motherfucking jersey.
True.
He would poke you, or he lost like from here down, and he would poke you like a Quan Su to the fucking right to his rib. Oh my God! And he would stick like his finger, like his little stub from his elbow and your little rib there. Oh my God, that was painful.
Coming in that cartilage right in between.
Yeah,
right?
Oh my God! And he would knock the fucking air out of you. Those little old guys with a missing hand. To fuck you up like Han. Remember when Han fought John Saxon? He fucked up Robert Kelly. Han, the guy on the fucking island and Into the Dragon.
Yes.
He only had one hand. Yeah. He fucked up the black dude. I'm telling you right now. So then, Doug, what really impressed the fuck out of me is that your dream never stopped.
Perseverance, man.
You went out of the UFC for a few years, maybe a year and a half or two.
4 years.
4 years, and you came right back like a soldier and started bitch slapping motherfuckers.
I didn't stop, man.
You're never supposed to stop. That's why you're here, Ben Saunders, because I love that. You went out, and I still followed you. I asked Joe if he had seen you and shit. And then I know you called Eddie. Eddie said you called him one day. He goes, You're not going to believe you called me, Ben Saunders. And I go, that's funny, because there's something to you like, Ben Saunders is like Carlos Condit in a lot of ways. You know, there's people who are fighters. I would hate to bump into Ben Saunders in an alley one night when you're in a bad mood because it ain't going to end. You know what I'm saying? There's people that it might not end if you're having a bad day. It might not ever end. Carlos Condit, it might not ever end. He might punch you to fucking death, Carlos Condit. When he gets in his zone, look at him. His head even changes. His head gets pointy. When he starts fighting, his whole head changes. It's amazing, man. Fighting is, like I said, it's a fucking death thing. It ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? I got like 2 good punches and a sidekick. Then I get in my car. That's all I got. We're going to have to go beat up that T-shirt guy now. You understand?
No, brought to you by Corova Edibles.
We're going to have to go down there and karate chop this fucking...
No, I'm just talking about like Carlos Condit's head getting pointier. Oh my god. No, people are getting crazy on Twitter.
Why?
Because like one guy was like, he was threatening a lawsuit on me. The other guy ordered him a bunch of pizzas.
Fuck them. This is how we do it. You want to fuck with Lee Sayat?
Dude, these are fucking strong as shit.
That's what they're supposed to do.
1,000 milligrams.
So
They tasted pretty good, though.
now, after you won, where'd you go? Bellator.
Yeah.
You went to Bellator. And after you won, did they contact you or you contacted them? So
For what, UFC?
to come back to the UFC.
I fulfilled my contract with Bellator. I didn't want to re-sign with them. My whole purpose of even going there, I didn't even think it was going to take that long, man. But, you know, you sign a contract, you got to fulfill it. So I did what I had to do. I grinded through my contract, got done with my last one, didn't want to re-sign. They knew that I wanted to go back. That was really out of pride alone, man. I kind of promised myself when I got cut from the UFC, I was like, I'm going to do everything I can to get back here. That's my goal in life. If I don't make it back there, it doesn't matter how good I could do at Bellator. If I don't make it back, then basically I lied to myself, you know, like I committed to something, and if I don't accomplish that, doesn't matter how good I am or what I do, it felt like a loss to me. And I was actually supposed to fight Matt Riddle for the Titan FC welterweight title. I don't know if he broke his ankle. He did something to his ankle like 2-3 weeks before the fight. And at the same time, like I always, go on Underground, UG, Bloody Elbow, MMA Mania, you name it, MMA Junkie. I saw someone got injured on where the hell did I fight? Wherever I got the Plata, I forget. I forget where it was, but
it was in Tulsa.
Tulsa, there we go, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I watched the fight last night. I just started jiu-jitsu, and it's pretty crazy. Like, the coolest thing for me was doing something on class, and then the guy I was wrestling, jiu-jitsu with, did it to me. I was like, whoa. So when I watched you do the omoplata, I was like, how many hours did you spend just doing that?
Many.
Because it just seemed like it just rolled right into it. Because it blew my mind when someone did the move we were doing in class. I was like, whoa. Like, it actually, because it's a lot different just working through the move.
When you train it, drill it, but then getting it in a practical situation, in a live situation is a totally different experience. But, no, I mean, the omoplata is just one of my go-tos. I was playing with it a lot, even when I was out in Bellator. I mean, when I got let go from the UFC, it was pretty much like, hey, at the time, the UFC is overrun with really high caliber wrestlers, and you either got to step your jiu-jitsu game up, you got to step your takedown defense up, or something. My striking was always good, and or that was never the issue that Joe Silva said I needed to work on, and I completely agreed. Because at the end of the day, man, I'm a martial artist. I'm going to learn till I die. I'm going to keep evolving. You got to evolve or it's going to pass you by. There's always new things that come into play. And whether you use it or not, you need to have it in your brain, in your arsenal, so you can at least defend against it. Or if you're coaching, you can see it happening so you can coach your person against it and all that stuff. But the way I got back in the UFC was pretty much I was supposed to fight for the welterweight title against Matt Riddle. He got injured. I saw MMA Junkie. Someone got injured in my weight class for the Tulsa show, and I immediately texted Joe Silva and was like, yo, what's up, Joe? I read you might need a replacement. and he was like, go fight, Matt Riddle first, and we'll talk after. And I was like, well, unfortunately, he's injured, and it was supposed to be a 5-round fight. No one wanted to take the fight on short notice, 2-3 weeks notice against me. And, I feel everybody on that too, because you're dealing with a weight cut. You're dealing with a lot of rounds of cardio, and I'm not the, easiest person to take a matchup like that, because if I'm not putting you away with a submission, there's a good chance that I'm trying to obliterate your face and body. So, there's a lot of pain that could potentially be there. And Joe Silva, I told him the situation, and he ended up the next morning. I wake up, and he's like, if you can talk to Titan FC, and they're cool with you coming over, let's do it. And I was like, oh, shit. Fuck yeah. Like, right there, I was just like, I gotta see if I can work this out with Titan. And Titan was cool as fuck. As people can see now, Titan's about to be on Fight Pass, UFC Fight Pass. They worked a deal out with the UFC, so their shows are going to be live on there. And, yeah, man, they let me go. Joe Silva called me up, Joe Silva set me up, and we signed a contract. And just like that, man, I was back in the game. It was crazy. It was absolutely nuts. And what's crazier, even more so, is when you brought up fear, and then you brought up your street fighting situations. I would have to say that for sure. I'm not a bully. I was like the anti-bully. Like, you ain't gonna fuck with me, my friends, my brother, or anybody. Like, you jock motherfuckers. Like, those motherfuckers. Not all of them, but there's a lot of jocks that are fucking bullies, man. And they think picking on the weak is either fun, or they have this crazy psychological thought process of, well, I'm making them stronger for later in life. And I don't see it. I don't see that, because, then you get the people that either just dwindle away and think they're nothing, or, man, sometimes they snap, right? They snap, and we've seen some other crazy things that I won't even mention on the show, but, yeah.
Because I'm stoned.
Yeah.
I only bullied 1 time, 2 times. And when I say bully, it's not like I went up to somebody and mad dogged them. When I say bully, it's that I struck them, but I struck them in a felonious way. That's funny. 1 time I kicked the bum. 1 time we were mugging them. And you got to kick those motherfuckers. I kicked them in the leg. I can never kick nobody in the head of them. Then 1 time I went to rob Freddie
Standards.
when we did the gas station, and he kept telling me, if you rob me, you got to make it seem like, I got robbed. You got to tie me up and shit. And I could. It's like when I go to jiu-jitsu and I'm in side control. Listen, I look at myself in the mirror every day. I'm a fat fuck. I don't want me on me. So when I'm in side control, a lot of guys like, Joey, grab the fucking sidearm, put your shoulder into my jaw. I don't like doing that to people. That's a bully. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just me being on top of you, that's good enough for me. You could figure it out. You're a fucking brown belt. You know how to get me off you. You know what I'm saying? I'm a white belt. Figure it out. So that's the only 2 times I really went out of my way to bully somebody. And I felt, to this day, every time I think of robbing Freddie, like I robbed him like 8 times in a year at the gas station. But I always brought somebody else to kick him because I liked Freddie. I found no satisfaction in kicking Freddie. There was no, you know what I'm saying? Freddie was a sweetheart that was half retarded. It wasn't his fault. Life just dealt him a fucked up deck of cards. He was a gas station attendant. He had a fat wife. But he was a sweetheart. He did anything for me. Now he just wanted to do an 8-ball. So for him to do an 8-ball, I had to rob him and give him a kickback. And it was so bad that, the time, I kicked him in the chest, and he's like, harder. I'm like, I can't kick you harder, Freddie. I didn't know even know if there were cameras out in those days.
Did you say that under his breath? Like,
harder. Yeah, and I felt bad. So I always had to give somebody 200 just because I felt guilty kicking Freddie. I think about that. When I rewrote that, I was just writing about things I used to do. And I even narrowed it. I had to think about things I did with certain people. And I hung out with this kid, Petey, for 2 or 3 years. And we used to do some crazy. We were kids, 16, 15. Our big thing was to take 2 Quaaludes and drink a bottle of vodka. We'd fucking down a bottle of Poupar vodka a piece when we were 16. And I was an alcoholic. I don't even like booze. I don't even drink. I took a shot of fucking Jaeger or something from the comedy club. I can't even see myself drinking a bottle of Wolfschmidt anymore. Like even close. Like I haven't drank vodka orange juice. It's got to be 25 years since I've had a vodka and fucking orange juice. But we were 16 in the wintertime. You know, you grew up on the East Coast in the wintertime, you got to get jizzed up every night when you're outside. An 8-pack of beer. I remember robbing a beer truck one time. No, we robbed Albertsons and we took a fucking gallon of cooking wine, the red shit, and we drank it at the park. That's the worst headache you'll ever fucking get.
I don't think you're supposed to drink that wine.
I know. I never drank wine again. Like I taste sips of wine. Like if I say I've taken 3 sips of wine since I was 17, that's all. I don't like wine. I don't like it around me. That's why they killed Jesus. He had wine that night. You're supposed to have wine. That's when they always kill you. Castellano was drinking wine. He got shot. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. That brownie fucked me up too, Lee. Oh, little Tony Bennett. Break things up here.
Oh my goodness.
What's? Oh my goodness.
This brownie.
Like, you not going to jiu-jitsu time?
It's Monday.
Yeah, 8 o'clock. This Lee, he's waiting for you. Are you kidding me? I had a fucking panic attack if I went to jiu-jitsu.
When somebody breaks your heart.
How many times have you done
What?
jiu-jitsu?
2 years.
2 years
2 years.
straight, or just 2 years off and on?
2 years straight. I had knee surgery, but I took off from August 24th, like the second week of October. The second week of October, I was back at Hegan's, and he had me doing little things. I didn't start rolling again till probably the beginning of December. At that time, Hegan took the month off, so I was just rolling one of his brown belts. And I really, really I went on jiu-jitsu.com where you write the technique you learn and when you go to class and taps, and you write so many little things. And ever since I started doing the complete thing,
Keep track of everything.
yeah, it was new to me. I didn't wrestle in high school. I don't know nothing.
Yeah.
But you know what, man? I went from 418 to like 270, and I just hit the bag with a box. That's why I used to go to Justin's and Nacafoli's down there. Man, if you ever watch Friday Night Fights, when that dude that doesn't Friday Night Fights, when he goes to, there's a part of the boxing thing where he breaks down a fight. He used to be Tyson's trainer. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
He used to be Tyson's trainer, not the old guy, the guy that replaced. Who's Tyson's trainer? Fucking really cool guy. I met him. They were trying to put him on a Spike show. So we're trying to look for co-hosts. And I had to go down there to a meeting, and I met with him. They never did the show. So
Customo or
no,
Teddy Atlas?
Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas is a really, really technical boxer. He's the one who had Tyson all those years.
Point, son.
He's a bad motherfucker. That's what the edibles do to him. He gets better.
Yeah.
And whenever he teaches boxing,
Around right there. You don't fuck around.
whenever he teaches boxing on Friday Night Fights on ESPN, he always goes, he'll always talk about your strengths and your weaknesses and Lee's strengths and his weaknesses and what you have to do to beat him and what he has to do to beat you. And at one time in that breakdown, he'll say, one thing I like about Ben Saunders is how he throws the double jab and steps back. And then he throws the wild right. He goes, that's something Nacafoli would do. Nacafoli's, who's at Justin Fortune's. He's like 70. He's a boxing dude from Boston. Real fucking crazy. He used to collect for the mob. He's fucking nuts. But he's still a badass motherfucker. He's still down there taking mitts with the big black James Toney. James Toney's down there hitting the mitts. So they got some saps. So please stop in there. You don't like that. You're going to like Nacafoli. And he likes that because a lot of him, like Fabricio was going there. 3 years ago, Fabricio was going there. And I remember Justin saying to me, if that dude ever gets his hands going, he's unstoppable. Because they were doing jiu-jitsu in there. And I know Justin didn't know anything about jiu-jitsu. But he's like, he's jiu-jitsu with everybody, Joey. You know, he's jiu-jitsu with everybody. Because he's from Australia, you know. So he jiu-jitsu with everybody, Joey. He just takes that neck and he pulls that back. And he goes, he took Babalu. He goes, the other crazy Brazilian was there, Babalu. And he took Babalu and he's running around like nothing. So that's how I know, you know, Justin is good with that shit. And he's right. Look, he goes, if Fabricio ever gets his hand going, he's going to be a champion. He said that fucking 4 years ago. What's up, Lisa? Yeah, Stone to the Gazelles.
Yeah, I went like this to the Effective Mushroom concert on
That's right.
Thursday.
You were periscoping.
I jumped up and down.
You're a bad dude, dog.
That was really fun.
I know you were periscoping, jumping up, and you took a star of death.
Hell yeah! How could you? It was so cool. Like the lights were really cool. And then last night for the fireworks, I had because fireworks They're the same every year. So like, okay, let me see what this is like. It was so much better.
Did you have any fireworks yourself? When you went to Balboa Park, that ice cream dad didn't sell you a pack of fucking fireworks.
Oh no, Jesus Christ!
You couldn't buy some bottle rockets.
No, I don't. They're illegal in Mass too, so I've never like had fireworks.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? You have fireworks growing up?
Yeah. Kinda. Not like my dad was like, yeah, let's bring out the big guns. Like I said, we didn't have money, so I would go to my best friend's house, and his family would have some shit to blow up. I would like the M80s and stuff, you know. Flailing stuff's cool, but I like to try to, you know, let's just put the M80s in various different objects and see how powerful they are.
A fucking wall. Oh my God, I used to do so. When I first moved to New York from Cuba, I lived on 89th Street. When I lived at 88th Street, the cops would come around and come out of the car, and they would show you pictures of your hand if you played with firecrackers and shit.
Did you guys see what that idiot
That dude
did?
in Boston, he lit a firecracker on his head, and his head blew up.
He died instantly.
Wait, what?
Fucking idiot.
Some fucking
This happened yesterday? Or
The 4th, yeah.
4th?
This dude fucking was like, hey, it'll be fun if I light a firework off of my head. And then it instantly wasn't fun because he died. Like, it just blew up his head.
What kind of firework?
I don't know. I can do some research, though.
I'll never forget they used
Oh
to
my
sell.
God.
They
got that on video?
I hope not.
I hope so.
Oh, no?
Oh,
yeah.
you had a
yeah.
good
I'm
friend
with you.
that
I
taped
hope
that
not.
shit,
Yo,
right?
That's how faces.
Fuck yeah, there's always a good friend. Hold on. Let me get it on the iPhone. We'll tweet this shit.
Oh.
Bam! That motherfucker's head blew up. Now, there used to be a guy that used to come around and sell us a mat were the ones that were all connected that you could light at one shot. A mat. You could buy a fucking mat. In those days for like $20 a mat. And then you got a gross that came in a package with Chinese wrapping on it like a brick. That's when you were badass. That's when you went to Chinatown and you were a fucking badass. Then you bought the cherry bombs that was circular. And then there were smoke bombs that were circular. Sparklers, they didn't count. You bitch hand motherfuckers who had sparklers.
Yeah, that's
And
the
then
only
you-
thing I ever had.
Then you had the tanks with the M80. That's when I lived on 88th Street. And then there were kids that would break the stick off the bottle rocket and you lit them and you called those nigger chasers. Fucking hysterical.
Why do you call them that?
Because they just go crazy. They would chase
I
black
know.
people.
It's
Fucking crazy. I don't know. I didn't invent that league. I'm just informing the country of what they used to call them in New York City in those days.
You'd have to ask, like, hey, where did you come up with the name?
Why would I? I didn't want to question it. I had black friends. I don't know. I didn't say nothing. That's what they fucking called them. Even black people called them.
No, I
nigger
heard it
chasers.
too.
Nigger chasers. That's what they called them. What the fuck?
Did they have a commercial?
What?
Like, it's a name everybody knows. Like, imagine if
That's what the name of the street was. You took the bottle rocket.
But they wouldn't sell them like that, so it's not like the package was.
You cut the stick off them a little bit, and that's what it became. I'm
Oh,
not gonna fucking say it again. I told you 3 times. Shit. You're going on my emotions. So you were talking about fear before. Why was it interesting to you? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, because when you brought it up, man, I wasn't a bully and I didn't look for fights, but I would fight. Like I was a scrappy kid, whether it was to stick up for my friends or someone, wanted to try to bully me, and it wasn't going down. I was in some street fights, and I would have to say those were probably the most. Obviously, I never fought before that, so those were the scariest moments of my time. And I remember really, really in particular, after my first like legit street fight, which ended up getting broken up by I don't know, like a guy that lived in the neighborhood came out and he was like, "Hey, you kids, get out of here," blah blah blah. Like, but I remember my cardio was like, "Oh my God, this is a whole different factor." And just the adrenaline dump of oh my God, this is real. The heart rate's up. Physical damage is real and whatnot. I remember being like, how the hell am I going to get past this? Because it was it was absolutely insane. I've never experienced anything like that. The fear and the adrenaline and the heart rate and everything involved was too crazy. And it was Bruce Lee, Tao Jeet Kune Do. He has a spot in the book, if I'm not mistaken, it's under Attitude, and he talks about it, and he says, I believe it was like, when you start anticipating combat or the fight, and you start feeling the biggest thing, butterflies. Like sometimes it's just reaction. If a street fight happens, it happens. But sometimes if there's a little verbal communication leading up to the fight, you're starting to already feel the butterflies, or you got that bullshit, I'll see you after fucking school, bitch. And then you're like, it might be churning for the next couple of periods or classes leading into, okay, after school, it's fucking going down. You're fucking waiting on it. And I was like, how the fuck do you deal with this? And he was like, when you feel the butterflies in your stomach and you feel nauseous or the anticipation of the combat that is about to go down, don't panic from it. Don't be scared of it. Embrace it. It's a good thing. It's your body preparing for competition, battle, you name it. And it rises, it helps your body raise its senses so you're more on point when the actual altercation goes down. And ever since that moment reading that, if I ever feel it, it would bring a smile to my face, and I'd be like, yes, it's now. This is the moment, like, that he's speaking of. I'm ready. And you just fucking go with it.
How long have you been fighting?
As in pro?
Yeah.
2004.
How many years before that?
As in what? Street fights?
Training.
Amateur. 1996 or 7, maybe.
So 18 years. I don't know. Let's just call it 17 years.
Yeah.
You've been experiencing getting hit, reactions, learning shit, walking into knees. I see you have a little thing on your eye.
Yeah.
Walking into knees, walking into elbows. This is how you learn. This is how you learn to put that hand up. This is why they tell you in the third round, keep it. I told you. Well, I told you. Your arm is tired. So is everybody. Glue it to your fucking temple.
If you don't feel it, it's not there.
It's not there. So I've been doing comedy 24 fucking years. God knows before that. I went to prison. I was comic. On my corner, I was always cracking jokes. It was always a circle. You got to be the funniest. You even got a word in. Friday night, man, it's a set like any other set. This last Friday, I didn't tell him until yesterday. It was a set like any other set, right? Man, I've been doing comedy. If I'm, I'm a fighter. If I'm working, I'm fighting. But if I'm not fighting, I still go out 3-4 nights a week. I still go out and do 3 sets, 4 sets for the week. That's my goal. And I go.
That's your sparring.
Yeah, that's my sparring.
Right? Yeah.
And I go to the comedy store. You got to follow Chris D'Elia. You got to follow Rogan. That's the wolf. Sebastian. You don't know who the fuck you're following down there. Neil Brennan. Sarah Silverman. So I go down there last Thursday night for the Storyteller show. And I forget that I can't go up first and throw heat at them. They're not settled for that type of. I opened up with the story about my buddy killing himself with the ice cream cone. He bought the sundae. Steve Bancini, I told it in Vegas. He went to Carvel. This guy was always one of those dudes that, he was kind of disturbed. You knew he was fucked up because he'd always be quoting like devil worship music and shit. You'd be having a conversation, rolling thunder, power and rain. You're like, all right, it's just things, you know what I'm saying? But one day this motherfucker went to Carvel, bought like a little sundae, went to Suicide Bridge, ate the sundae, put the cup down, took his glasses off, and jumped off the bridge like nothing happened. No note, no nothing. And people are like, well, what happened? What didn't happen? He ran out of fucking, he said, fuck it, right? I told that story. They just stared at me, dog. They just stared at me, so I had nowhere to go. So my main story died. I had a second story, but thank God, I was in the bathroom one night snorting blow with a chick that was just trying to kill herself. and she just got a loony bin. And I asked her how she got out. And as she did the line of coke, she looked at me. She goes, "They let me out. I ain't crazy." And I fucking never forgot that. But it was a gram. I did a little bit, and she did the whole fucking rest of it and said, "I ain't crazy." So I told that story, and that got him. But nothing else. I was dying. And then I had to go in the main room and follow Chris D'Elia, and I just died, Lee. I just died. So I came home, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to fucking go down there on Friday. I just died too nice. Let's just write it off for the weekend. Let me write some new jokes.
Yeah, you said that morning.
But you know us, bro. I'm going to stay hit. I got hit last night.
Yeah.
In my world, in my comedy world, this is how, in every aspect of my world, I went down there and got beat up last night. They're talking. Right now, they're talking. Joey got beat up. Is he going to come down? He's an old guy. Fuck you. I got down at 11 o'clock, dog, and I ate a brownie. But I ate the little one. I opened it up like at 8 in the morning and I ate the 1/2, which is 70 milligrams. And then I ate the other one as I was leaving. I go, oh, that's right, the brown. I can't leave it there. What if the ants? I said, fuck it. Boom. I ate that motherfucker, got gas, and I shot down to Hollywood. I got there. Everybody was there, so I had to wait. Sometimes you get to the comedy store and nobody's there, so they put you right up and you go home. No, I had to wait. So I went into the back room and I was just talking to some people. And all of a sudden, an hour flew and some guy came and got me, Jeff. And he goes, Joey, you're up in 5. And I went back there. Ben, it was like, I've been watching The Sopranos with this fucking lunatic lately, just revisiting it, going over it.
Yeah, I got to rewatch it, man.
And he gets those panic attacks, you know. Now, I get anxiety. Listen, I eat edibles all day long. So I get like 3 anxiety attacks every day for like a minute, but I just breathe through them. I already know how to do them. You know, when you eat 500 milligrams or something, it hits you hard at first.
I just had one because I thought the cops were coming.
Yeah, see,
and the cops. I heard the sirens going, and I heard the door open. I was like, "Oh, we're going to jail."
Nah, you ain't going to jail. Uncle Joey's here. Ben Saunders here. Nobody's going to jail. We got the back window. We'll destroy you out that window. I've done it 1,000 times.
Where's your warrant?
So Ben Saunders, I walk up the stairs. And something happened. A waitress is coming down, and I moved to one leg, and I held my breath. And when I got to the top of the stairs, I wasn't winded. I just went to catch my breath, and all of a sudden, fucking anxiety set. And I looked at Megan Mooney, what's her name?
I don't know.
Whatever her name was, the writer girl. And I saw, it was sold out, and I saw Pauly Shore. And I got overwhelmed, and I looked, and there was one chair right there, like God was in the room with me. This was Friday night. I sat down. Now, this is a room door, but I've been going to since 1997. This is it. This is my backhand. This is my training facility.
That's right.
Yeah, this is the place where I cut my teeth. I know every nook on that stage. I know what to say this way. I know what to say that way. I know who's watching in the back. I know this room. This is my fucking room in life. Guys, it just fucking blew me away. Now I'm sitting there, and I get up, and I turn around to look down the stairs to get air, to get fresh air. And oh my God, now I'm going into the mode where I see blood. Like if I get blood, I turn around, I put an iPod on, I look the other way. But for some reason, if I feel the needle prick, that's it. My mind takes it from there. Do you understand me? This is a mind game. Your mind fucks with you from time to time. He has a good time too. You know, just because we smoke pot and drink alcohol, and he's up there recuperating, losing all his happiness, he now wants to have a good time. So the mind, with me in my case, just takes it to a different level, Ben Saunders. And also I just start seeing spots. And if I don't breathe, I'll fucking faint. If I breathe it out, I'm okay. Then I'll go into a cold sweat, and they'll give me some water. Then I'll lay there for like 5 or 6 minutes, and I'll be fine. This was where I was going, guys. I was going right to the beginning. She's closing up. The light's on her. Ben Saunders, I can't tap out now. I got maybe 2 minutes to recover. Maybe. If she fucks around, maybe I got 2 minutes to recover. I'm looking at the light. The light's what's saving me from not fainting. I'm breathing. I finally say, fuck it. I ain't going to have time to go down the stairs, recover, and come back up. I'm going to stay right here and breathe this out. So I got close to the wall, and I just started breathing into the wall. And some motherfucker comes up to me and goes, hey, Joey, and he hits my side. Like, what's happening, dog? And I'm dying. Like I hear him like ready to start talking, and I just don't even look at the motherfucker. I just look at the wall, and I'm breathing. And all of a sudden, another guy comes out of the corner. He goes, "Hey, Joey, you know me from this place. How you doing?" He goes, "Where's the Agostino at?" And I look at him. I look like I know where the fuck the Agostino's at. And right away, the piano player is walking up the stairs. And he goes, "Hey, big boy, you ready to go up?" He's a gay guy. I love him to death. I grab him. I go, "Jeff, go up to Paulie Shaw and tell him he's got to go up next. I can't go up. I'm having an anxiety attack." And I start breathing. And I'm breathing. Yeah, I see him talking to Paulie Shaw. And he comes back and he goes, "Well, did you ask Paulie if he even wants to go up?" I go, "Tell him I'm having a fucking anxiety attack. And he's the closest one to the fucking stage. This is going down. I'm going to faint any fucking minute now." I could feel the cold sweat. I could feel that drip going down my neck like I was dehydrated. I gotta have water. I had a little bit of water. I went right into shock. And from getting mad at Jeff and Paulie Shaw, like I'm from the school. If you come up to me and go, "Don't go," I'm going. I'm not going to ask you why or how many minutes. I'm going to fucking go. That's it. Go. We'll figure it out later. Something's going on with this fucking guy. Not these two lunatics. They start asking me questions and shaking me down. I could see if it was Lee. But this is Paulie Shaw. His mother owns the fucking comedy club, Ben. And Ben, all of a sudden, looking at the wall, I got so mad at those motherfuckers for asking so many questions. It snapped out of the anxiety attack. Nah, it was a fucking caged animal, Ben. I went up to Paulie Shaw. I grabbed him. I grabbed Jeff. I go, "Fine, I'm going to go up." And right there, she goes, "Joey Diaz. Guys, may God be my witness, or tomorrow call in to fucking Punch Drunk Sports as Sam Tripoli." It was, and you never hear me talk like this. It was the set of my life. I yelled for 15. It was like I was so scared to go down there and bomb again. Like it was so much pressure on me. Like I just zoned in, and I didn't even realize where I was till the 15-minute mark. So I was talking about the Mexican ice cream truck and how they ring the bell at 2 a.m. I'm gonna go home, and then I go, "Oh my God!" I'm like, and also the light came on, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I made it through this shit." And I closed, and I got the fuck out of there, dog. And Paulie Shaw came up to me and goes, "You need to get more anxiety attacks more often." Because I fucking slaughtered it. It was just the fear.
Yeah.
I haven't had that without seeing blood in years. And then I went home, and it hit me this morning. Whenever I used to cut myself, and I used to faint. When I first moved to the Valley, I had 2 mishaps in that place. I bent over one day to get shoes, and my wife put clothes over this rack. And I cut my head open. I saw the blood. And I'm like, "Oh." And I ran to the living room and I put the air conditioner on. I took my shirt off. And all of a sudden, I used to have this cat. This cat would jump on me. And I love this cat so much. Ben saw this. Anybody else would have squeezed in this cat's head. Because here you are, ready to faint. The fucking beads of sweat, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'd be with my eyes closed, just breathing. And all of a sudden, nowhere, something would land on my chest, and his claws would go into my, and I look at him like, "Fitty, you motherfucker!" And I loved him so much. If I didn't love Fitty so much, I'll tell you right now on the show, I just would have squished his fucking head. Oh my God. But I loved him so much. But for me, getting that pain from his claws, snapped you out. I was like, "Finny, you're a fucking genius." Another time, I fucking cut myself shaving in the shower. Like I do every fucking week. I cut myself in the shower. But this one time, the water hit it, and the blood dripped on my chest. And dog, my mind just ran away with me. And I had to get out of the shower wet and everything. And I fell on the way out. And all of a sudden, I ran to the car, put the air on, and that motherfucker jumped on me again like a week later. I was gonna kill him. You motherfucker! I got no shirt on. But I love that motherfucker. He's dead now. He's all right. What's he gonna do? I love that.
I was gonna say he knows at this point.
Yeah,
right?
He knew whenever I was all fucked up. So he would jump on me and put his claws in me. So I would take my mind off fainting. I never.
Does blood usually do that to you?
Who?
Your own blood?
Oh my God!
Get you.
When BJ Penn fought Joe Daddy Stevens, he cracked his fucking skull. Okay, and I fainted at my house. I went up on my own couch. I went to see The Ultimate Fighter one time with Ralphie May. Joe gave us all tickets. A bunch of comedians were in Vegas. I'm sitting next to Ralphie May. And in between rounds, busted the guy's. I don't remember the fight. I'm sorry. He busted the guy's eye, and they had the towel in his eye. So it was right there. I mean, it was 10 feet away from where I was sitting. I was like in the second row, and I saw the guy throw the towel, and it was just red. Dog, and I just saw the red towel. I couldn't even imagine. My heart went into, and I fainted sitting there, and I fainted on some chick, and the boy she was with was a doctor. She had big tits. I fainted on the tits, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And they gave me water, and the doctor's like, "You're fine. What happened?" I go, "I can't see blood in that guy's towel." He goes, "Oh, that towel made me sick too." Some people get it. So I fainted twice I fainted at Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Yeah, when he sticks the needle in her heart.
Wow.
First time, I fucking went down. I haven't fainted this last time I had to do 2 days in a row. So when I went to get blood, I didn't faint. But when I went for the heart thing, they fucking put ink in my heart, and that made me fucking all fucked up. Makes you break out into sweats and get but the breathing is out. When I was younger, I didn't know anything about the breathing, so I'd go out. But now you just keep breathing a certain way, and you recover, and after a while, you're like, what the fuck happened?
It's almost a meditation.
And when I first started jiu-jitsu, I used to have the panics on the bottom. I tapped for a long time, and I said, I got discouraged.
Was it like claustrophobic?
Yes, it was very claustrophobic, and as soon as I would hold my breath, and then you're on there, that's it. Oh, my God, and I would eat edibles or smoke dope. I'd listen to Eddie Bravo, and I'd go to fucking jiu-jitsu up here in the valley with the gi. And it's Monday nights at 8 o'clock, so the guy puts you through a half hour. It's called Marcelo Madness, where you do 10,000 sit-ups, and he makes you do everything to tire you out. So when he teaches you the technique, he wants you to do the technique while you're tired. So at 8:30 starts the portion part of the class, where he teaches the class to about 9:15. You drill it, and then you spar till 10 o'clock. I couldn't fuck, bro. I almost fainted 4 times. The gi, the T-shirt, I wouldn't even wear a rash guard. I got a rash guard one time. I put it on, I almost tapped myself out in my house. If my wife wasn't home, I would have dialed 911. That shit was tighter than fuck. I couldn't get it off. I was panicking. So forget the rash guard. I get a T-shirt from our sponsor, MeUndies. MeUndies has a nice fucking blue, long sleeve, thin rash guard type deal. That's nice. It's a little loose. It gives me a little, I like my titties to breathe. I don't need that shit fucking choking me out by my own. But you know what, man? I'm like you. I got so scared of going to jiu-jitsu that the fear made me go to jiu-jitsu. And I just pulled guard and I tapped. And I flew to Vegas with Big John McCarthy. And we were talking on the plane about it. He goes, I had a guy years ago that would come in and tap and turn purple and run out of the building. And he came in one day and he goes, I'm not going to come no more. And he goes, why? He goes, just keep coming. Please keep coming. He goes, just don't roll. Just do the technique. Keep doing the technique. And he goes, I kept coming. He goes, like 8 years later now, the guy's one of my top brown belts. And he teaches the kid classes. He goes, just keep going. Just keep going. And now it's okay. Now I can live with it. Now I can live. I know a couple of escapes. And now at least I can loose. I know what I'm doing on the bottom. I just pick them up a little bit and put my knee under there, something. But at first, man, I would fucking kiss the cats before I went to jiu-jitsu. I would make my will out. I would get fucking panic attacks. So I stopped with the reefer. Before I go to jiu-jitsu, that's why I go to the 11 o'clock class. That's why I need to go to the early. I can't make it up to the 8 o'clock. That's never going to happen. I am not going to not smoke dope till 8 o'clock. I can't do it. 11, you got me, because I could smoke like at 7. And by the time I get to jiu-jitsu, it's already worn out. But I already got my weed for what I needed to write a little bit, drink some coffee.
Yeah.
Get the morning started. You know what I'm saying? Look at Ben Saunders. I'm like, what the fuck, Joey?
Nah, man. I mean,
why are we talking about this, Joey?
In my head, I'm thinking, I almost feel like my favorite word is perseverance, because I don't even care what you do in life, man. Like what your thing is. You're a comedian, you work in a cubicle, whatever it is, man. I mean, dealing with trials and tribulations and overcoming it is one of the hardest things anybody can ever do, but it's also the most satisfaction you could ever experience in your life.
Did any part of you, when you were in Bellator for 4 years, consider like just retiring? Like 4 years would be a long time to be like that frustrated with what you were.
Yeah, man. I almost went to kickboxing and jits. The politics, man.
You know, things that I won't get into. Dark things that make you think negatively on many factors. It's not what I signed up for, man. I try to live a very positive life. I like to smile a lot. I love to laugh. I love comedians, man. You guys are a great thing in this world, you know. So definitely don't stop that. But yeah, there is definitely. I think there is just. It was really just maybe like 3 people, but there were like 3 top people in my situation that caused just absolute nonsense drama, stuff I didn't really sign up for, to the point where it was like, well, I could just say fuck you and go do my own thing over here, man. I would love to do glory kickboxing, you know, lion fights, Abu Dhabi, EBI, you name it, man. Like, I'm just a martial artist. You know, I chose this path. I definitely didn't sign up to have anybody control what my destiny in my life is. And, you know, I never signed up to stay with Bellator for the rest of my career. And if that was my choice, that's my motherfucking choice to make, not theirs. And, but once again, the people that were involved in what made things kind of depressing and dark for me no longer work there. So, you know, and considering where I am now in my life, I'm very happy I didn't give up. I'm very happy I just did what I had to do, man. Push through, do what's necessary, and, you know.
None of the time those people go away. Listen, here's the beauty of it, that some people choose the unorthodox way to make a living. And just doing that is tough enough. You know, we're built into a thing into our mind that we have to do a certain thing, get a pension and get a home and build a family. Some motherfuckers wake up one day and say, you know what? I like the fucking, the thing of fighting twice a year and picking up a nice little payday, getting a couple fucking sponsors, maybe laying a fucking bet down, maybe crashing a bookie house, whatever the fuck we got to do. And living my life and training and taking care of my family or taking care of myself and just choosing that. But then you always have people that didn't even go that struggle. They tried it for a couple of years and got out of it for whatever excuse they give you. And now they're in a control position. And listen, man, what makes the world go round is that we all don't get along. Can you imagine if we all got together and sang Beatles songs every fucking day and held hands and we went to 7-Eleven with the fucking... with the whatever, you know, and everybody jumped up and down.
No freedom of speech.
No, man. So some people aren't going to like it. And here you are working hard at your dream. And there's always this one motherfucker that just don't dig it. And sometimes you go head to head with that person. You confront that person, which you make it worse now. Now you give that motherfucker more control. And it's funny that talent always overrides that. Somewhere along the line, you'll find something as a Band-Aid to cure it. And one day this guy will be gone. And there you are. There you are in a position to save them. You know, at one time you couldn't, and now you learned about life. You learned that maybe you were ready, but you weren't ready. And this guy that was fucking with you, he's selling real estate somewhere in Kentucky. He doesn't even matter. He doesn't even matter in life anymore. And here you are fighting. You have a family. You're fighting on national time. Did you ever think of that, bro? You're in the UFC. No, let's get down to the fucking, you know, you're in the UFC, okay? You're in the UFC. You're a UFC fighter. There's kids leaving right now a job. It's 10 to 5 right now. There's guys leaving a job somewhere digging a trench, going to some fucking gym to get beat up with a dream to fight in the UFC. And there you are, you know.
I'll never forget where I came from, man. I if it ever sways away where I'm like ever thinking negative about what I've accomplished or where I am in my life, it just takes a split second for me to remember working at McDonald's, working at Burger King, working real shit jobs. I was a hardwood stair carpenter, waking up at 3 a.m. to be there at 6 a.m. to work the most rugged, hardcore, destroying all my joints in my body, to then leave there at 2:30 p.m., to go train and stay at my gym from 4:30 to I think 8:30 at night, to go home, hopefully pass out by 11, and do that again, all over again. And that was probably the most physically and mentally just really miserable time, because it was just, I'm killing my body. My body is necessary for me to succeed in the goal of where I want to go. But this job's fucking deteriorating. I'm feeling arthritis in my wrists and my hands. These are supposed to be your babies. You know, boxers, they talk all day long. You need to protect your hands, man. Without your hands, what good are they? You know, and thank God, you know, eventually I ended up getting like a bar backing job. I got to work more nights. They worked around my schedule. Bar industry definitely was a perfect industry for me. I didn't need to drink. I didn't like to drink, but those motherfuckers like to drink and tip and talk. And it physically didn't fucking do a goddamn thing, you know, on my body. You know, there's a lot of boring waiting around sometimes, but I definitely can easily just look back to the hard times. Fuck, man. One time, you know, I was one of the FedEx guys in the back of a truck doing Tetris, where they would just shoot these boxes down and you have to Tetris up, you know, rows and rows of all these packages. Sometimes the package looked, you know, as small as a ball and weighed 150 pounds, and you're almost breaking your back because you're not even realizing how fucking heavy it was, and you didn't bend over properly to pick that shit up. And it's like 230 degrees in the back of the fucking thing, and you're fucking sweating your ass off, and you're going home and your back hurts and everything fucking hurts. And then your car breaks down and you gotta fucking walk like 8 to 10 miles to fucking get home because you don't have a phone and you don't fucking have anybody's number to even call. And then you're gonna get fucking evicted from your apartment because you no longer have a job, because you no longer have a car to fucking get to your job. And then your family, when you go to them for help, tells you, what are you doing with your life? Because you're not making a goddamn cent with this fucking career you're talking about with fighting and whatnot. So then you fucking disown your family and fucking do what you got to do to get by and fucking finally make it happen. And you make it on live television, and then the world turns. Everyone's like, holy shit, you made it. You did it.
And we borrow $100.
I'll think about it.
It's amazing that you go out. I never forget, on the drives to gigs in my hotel room, I think about nights in Riverton, Wyoming, and, you know, being at a bus station. There's a bus station right here in Magnolia, you know.
Yeah.
And if you go to NoHo Diner at night, you'll see the people that have to land there like at midnight and wait till 6.
Yeah.
And they just sit there. That was me. On the road 12, 15 years ago, I would fuck that to save a plane ticket. I would spend the night at the bus station outside. I'd bring 2 joints and a Walkman. Fuck yeah, 6 o'clock. Get on that bus to whatever. Sleep in the condo when I got there and did comedy, take a shower. Oh my God. That's what you think about. And that's where you gain your strength from. You know, you're like, Jesus, I did that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I started hanging out with D'Agostino. I started feeling bad for him. And one day I'm like, fuck him. He's got to get a day job. And he's got to go out every night and do comedy. You know, and that's how you become a comedian. Everybody, when you go on the road, you work with these kids. They get $500 a week for 5 shows and no hotel. So they got to go on Wikipedia, whatever the fuck that is, and get some hotel for $48 a night in a bed that somebody got stabbed in last week. The room ain't painted. There's one light bulb that's out. There's no hot water. And they got to drive 50 miles. I mean, I talk to these kids, and they tell me their fucking journeys. And for a minute, I feel bad. I mean, I could go, no, I did the same thing like you motherfuckers. You know, I didn't Wikipedia my destination. I just slept at the fucking bus station to save $44. You wake up, you get a fucking horrible bagel, and you get a cab, and some days you fucking
pinch nerve in your neck.
Yeah, some days you make a score, and some days you don't. I remember doing Michigan, and the guy would only give me a hotel from Friday to Sunday at lunchtime. And the rest of the week, what am I going to do? Come home? No, I just got another hotel room. So I'd find like a Motel 6 in fucking hell for $24.99 from Tuesday to Thursday. Are you fucking kidding me? And I'd eat Subway sandwiches, the veggie and cheese like a motherfucker. This is when they were first getting the horse meat with the regular fucking white bread. They didn't have no wheat bread. They had white bread. That's it. And it all tasted like formaldehyde.
It might have actually been more expensive back then.
Yeah,
right? Because they didn't have those deals.
The veggie and cheese was still $3. I ate a ton of those going on the road with a Datsun B210. Nobody even knows what a Datsun is. Nobody in this boat these don't know what a fucking Datsun B210 is. A 4-door with a hanger pole in the back so I could hang my suits and shit. Jumper cables, antifreeze, a radiator repair, a football, a basketball, fucking soap, shampoo. I mean, you name it. That was my job. I was a comedian on the road, Ben Saunders. That's what you do. And you wait every week to call in, and they'll tell you where you're going. Some weeks you go to Nebraska. Some weeks you go to the Idaho run. Some weeks you do Idaho run 2. Some weeks you do Winnemucca, Nebraska. You know what Winnemucca, Nevada is? No. You know what Winnemucca, Nevada is? No. Fuck no. Nobody fucking knows. I've been there. Right? For a week straight.
So you're saying it was amazing.
It's amazing and pathetic at the same time. But I did it. And nobody could ever take that away from me. They could even look it up. The IRS could call and go, did Joey Diaz work there on these dates? Yeah, that fat fuck was here. He killed us on the shrimp. And he destroyed our bathroom. He took our plunger. He took so many shits, he broke the plunger. Once you break the fucking plunger, that's when you know it's fucking all over and shit. What are your plans, my brother? Talk to me.
Is in tonight?
No.
Doing kickboxing with Anthony Hardog.
July 23rd. You're fighting again.
July 25th.
Okay, you're fighting again.
Yeah. Kenny Robertson, real tough guy. NCAA Division I wrestler. Went to the same college as Matt Hughes. Used that wrestling and really worked his jiu-jitsu game. So he's got a real tight jiu-jitsu game. His stand-up is a little, it's on its way. And at the end of the day, man, he from all the fights I've seen, he brings it. He loves the scramble, he loves the takedowns, and he's tough as hell. He'll take shots to give shots. So I'm expecting the war. I'm never taking anyone lightly. If it turns out better than a 3-round war in my favor, hell, that's great. But I'm not gonna get caught sleeping, thinking, oh, I got this guy standing, I got this guy on the ground. What is he gonna do? I'd rather just say I'm gonna do everything in my power to be prepared, and let's see if those stars align.
What do you think about that, Lisa?
I think we need you for the t-shirt guy. You should come with us.
All day, every day, man.
Let me give some shout-outs real quick. David Demas, Sandman, Don Rangel, Bill Brasky, Alex Hidalgo, Victor Villarreal, Curtis, K-Win, and Nick Pritchett. I love you cocksuckers. I'm going to be at the Atlanta Improv this Thursday through Saturday. And then I'm going to be in Chicago the same weekend as my man here from the 23rd to the 25th at Zany's downtown in
yes, sir.
South Valley. Lee, what's going on in your world, cocklick? Everything all right? You're looking good, dog.
Thanks, buddy. Right now, I'm just having a little bit of a panic attack. But
Ghosted.
Okay. But no, I don't know. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going to San Francisco this weekend with Paula.
Okay. You leaving Friday?
Yeah. Friday morning.
Look at you. You driving?
Yeah.
Look at you up the coast.
Not really, because they said that it takes like 2 days. So.
Well, what do you got to do? You got nothing to do.
Well, that's the whole trip, though.
That's perfect. You pull over, give a little stomach, get juice, and you keep driving. You get a taco for $1. You cancel the room, you pocket the money, nobody knows nothing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta work it correctly. You gotta fucking hold your hand on these scams. Don't try to make love to her in the car like a fucking savage. Pull over, fuck the 40 for the hotel. Right there, you keep driving. So it'll take you 2 days. By the time you get to San Francisco, you turn around. By that time, you wore that ass out. You just do 6 hours straight. You know what I'm saying?
Keep it interesting.
Fucking Lee, I gotta fucking tell you this shit. You're a sexual fucking magneto. What's the problem? You take on it. Anyway, let's give a shout out to my sponsors. These bad motherfuckers on it. Total human optimization. You know what I'm saying? If they can't do it for you, fucking shoot yourself. Right here. It starts with the complete earth-grown nootropic alpha brain. 100% money back guarantee. They don't even want the product back. You follow me? That's how strong they are. You take fucking alpha brain, you try it for 30 days, this motherfucker will work for you. You'll think clearer, you'll get some focus, you'll have some clarity, you'll have some fucking nightmares for 2 weeks, but that's fine. When was the last time you paid for a fucking nightmare? It's like eating a stripper's asshole for $100, you know what I'm saying? Same difference. It's a nootropic with all the goodies. Anyway, alpha brain, new mood. They got the 90-pound kettlebell, the new one. I mean, these motherfuckers don't stop. The tea oil for the fucking, with the coconut for the coffee in the morning with some nice fats. They don't fucking stop over there on it. But don't hear it from me. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Go to Honnet.com right now. Look at the pay. Look at the supplements. I can't help you with the weights and shit, but take a look at them anyway. They got some fantastic stuff. Anything in the supplement department, even the coffee, I'll get you 10% off. At the end, once you bring everything up, bam, you press in church. Boom, in the box, CHURCH. And you get 10% off the fucking order. Who's better than me, huh? Who's better than you, cocksucker? And you have to stay on the program. So if you want to stay on it, you just call them up, give them your credit card. Boom, it comes to your house every month on the 1st. Give them a shout out. Also, Hitty Cigs, the fucking best. They're still throwing heat over there. 5 for $50. You get yourself 5 fucking, you get 3 cigars, and you get the gamut on the other ones. 24, 16, and fucking go right for 8. Eliminate 0. By that time, you'll be smoke free. What are you gonna smoke one of these with nothing in it? Get 2 cigars. Save one for Atlantic. Save one for Atlantic City, and save one for fucking New Year's Eve. That's how the real pimps do it. Get a 24, a 16, and an 8. Don't get the 0. Trust me. Get 5 for $50. Go to hitty6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Joey's Church, cocksucker, and get what?
5 for 50.
5 for 50. 1,200 Hitty Sig. The best fucking Hitty Sig on the market. 1,200 guaranteed puffs. Taste better, last longer. You understand me? You go to one of these 7-Elevens or one of these places, you got to change the fucking oil every 2 weeks. It gets on your paperwork. If not, you got to go over to this other fucking place and deal with them and get these things that cost $10 and you smoke them in 2 hours. Not with the Hitty Sigs. 1,200 guaranteed fucking puffs. You understand me? So go to hitty6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for $50. Number 3, nailedinlife.com. Who's better than these fucking savages? They were here a couple weeks ago. They came up with cases. If these guys, listen, if you're into dabbing, go to nailedinlife.com. Okay, they got the vapor pen, they got bazookas, they got pens, they got the sticks to put the fucking jammy Jimmy all into your fucking lungs. They got everything. David and Peter don't fuck around. They're up there throwing heat. Go to nailedinlife.com, a.k.a. Los Gummies Hermanos, a.k.a. White Chocolate Heat. 250 milligrams of fucking death in those little chocolate bars. They got Orcana with cinnamon. What else they got? Rice pudding, strawberry cream, 250 milligrams of hash oil. You understand me? Well, anyway, go to fucking nailedinlife.com right now and see the beautiful selection of stuff they have. But the most important, what are you laughing about, is the vapor pen. One of the best vapor pen in the market. 100% guaranteed. 20% off your first order. So they go for 50. So what do they get it for, Lee?
Leave for 40 when you use code Joey Diaz.
Boom! Joey Diaz. So there you go. Nailed It Life, a.k.a. Los Gummies Hermanos. You got Hitty Sigs, and you got Honnet.com right there. And a shout out to Iron Dragon. Don't forget, 2 free movies. Go there. Kung Fu all the fucking way. All right? That's the name of my Christmas movie. Kung Fu all the way. What do you think about that one, Hanukkah boy?
I like it. I watch it.
Ben Saunders, thank you very much for coming on and taking time off from training. Good luck on the 25th.
Thank you guys for having me.
You're on the fucking highway to fucking the championship. I have a feeling, man. You got a certain look in your eye.
Try to ride this wave as long as I can. I definitely use the On It stuff too. Shroom Tech Sport, T+,
Tremendous shroom.
Battle Ropes.
I can't do no battle ropes. Last time my parole, I can't have no ropes around me. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck, Lee? What are you laughing?
I don't know what you did with the ropes.
We kidnapped them. We tied them up, so they don't want me with no ropes. I can't even hang out with Boy Scouts on rope day. Close this fucking show up, Lee. I got shit to do, cocksucker.
Okay.
What's happening now? Coming at you. Wednesday afternoon, Lisa Ayat, Uncle Joey. What's happening, beautiful fucking people? What's going on with you, cocklicker?
I had a good night last night. I fucking tore my arm up, but it's good. You asked, and everyone keeps asking me if I like jiu-jitsu. I'm not at the point that I like it at all yet, but it's been a lot of fun. And something happened that you told me would happen. I had not an epiphany in the shower, but I was just thinking about it because we were doing this stuff, and it was hysterical. We were just doing it on the floor right here. But I was doing it with Casey last night, and he's a blue belt. But he was showing me how, when I'm in half guard on the bottom, how to like sneak out. Like we were doing it where you like kick your leg up and you just shoot out and take the back.
Right.
And it wasn't as smooth as it should be, as everyone else was doing it. But he showed me it's like you do one move and you just get to your side, and then you do a whole nother move and you get there. And it's something that you don't get mad at me about, but sometimes I think too far ahead. I think a lot of people do it, is they look at maybe the big picture too much. And like I've just noticed in jiu-jitsu so far that it's just about doing very small things in the right order. So like I was thinking it works the same way for your whole life. It's just you can't just get a great podcast. You can't just be a comedian. It's little small things. And like I was in the shower and I almost called you from the shower. I don't know why it just hit me right there, but it was crazy.
You know, hard work is hard work.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I was telling you that the first 4 years for me for comedy were just painful. It was just painful. It was fucking brutal. It was painful. It was something that you're broke because you don't want to work, because something over your head says you can't work. You know, I did little things to stay alive, but I wasn't making any money. You know, people always say to me, yeah, you're making any money from it. It's not that you're making any money. It's that you love doing what you're doing. When we go to jiu-jitsu, we pay a monthly fee to go there, and we go there to get tortured. But the more you go, the easier it becomes. That's why I always say, once you stop going, you got to start all over again. That's fear. I'm a specialist in fear, Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've been scaring myself. Fuck Vincent Price. Vincent Price could suck my dick. I scare the shit out of myself because I would always look at the steps. I would always think about Friday instead of Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then you fucked up the whole week because you're not thinking about what's in front of you. You're always thinking about what's, and then you cave. You already say no to it. I'm just not going to go. And that's it. And I did that for years, Lee. I blew 1,000 jobs. I blew 1,000 careers by doing that, by looking at in front. And also I started saying, that's got nothing to do with it. You know, I was thinking about Nick. I love Nick with all my heart. But every time I used to call Nick and go, Nick, my name is Earl. I'll never forget I had a conversation with him. I got a call in Sacramento.
Okay.
And they're like, Joey, they're looking for convict-looking motherfuckers for My Name is Earl. All right?
Right.
I fucking canceled the week. Like, I was in Sacramento. I did Thursday night, and I was like, I got to go. I was a feature act for Gabriel. Gabriel didn't talk to me for 2 years over that. And I fucking shot down to L.A. because I told him, this is what I'm in L.A. for, to whatever. So, to make the story short, I went in there, and when I left, I knew I booked it. And the guy goes, I'm looking for 4 more guys. So I went home, and I called Nick. I'm like, Nick, they're looking for convict-looking guys. Who's the director? What are they paying? Is it recurring or is it a series? You know, there was 19 questions before the fucking thing. Just do it. What's with the fucking questions? You're going to see that all those questions are just not detours, but they're kind of detours.
Distractions. Yeah.
Distractions. You know, what the fuck with the questions? Just do what the fuck they ask of you. Go in there, book the job, and then we'll worry about everything else. Everything else will fall into place. We'll figure it out. But people who like, well, I didn't go because you get those people like, I didn't go tonight because I'm out of town for a month. Who gives a fuck? Guess who was one of those people? Leave me. And I was going to Taekwondo, and I stopped going because I was on blow. I couldn't wait till 8 o'clock to go to class. I would go to class from 6:30 to 7:30, and I'd be scratching the whole time in class.
Oh, really?
Oh, because I couldn't wait to get a package, and it was 2 doors down from El Compadre. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And one day I bumped into the guy, and I was kind of hiding in my car, and he came over and knocked on the glass. His name is Chris Najir. He's a jiu-jitsu guy now, and he came over and he goes, "Can I talk to you for a second?" He goes, "Get out of the fucking car." He goes, "Listen, man, it's a martial art. It's the same thing you're doing every night on stage. It's the same thing. It's all wrapped up the same fucking way. The more you come in, the better you get at it."
Right.
You know? And he goes, "Even if you come in and do it once a week, just once a week, it's a lot better." Because that, you know what I would say? Well, what am I going to come in for on Monday if I'm going to leave on Wednesday and not going to be able to exercise?
Right.
And he go, "Why wouldn't you be?" And that's the guy who said, "What, in these hotels, they don't have gyms?" I wouldn't even look. I would go on the road with Eddie, Tate, and Joe, and they would say, "Everybody meet at the gym at 1 o'clock." I wouldn't even look down there. I would be embarrassed to go to the gym.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous when you make excuses like that. Like, I almost didn't go last night. I was feeling kind of off from the podcast on Monday. I just didn't want to go, and I was like, I was already in my car, and I was like, I could not go, but how would I explain this? And then, of course, as soon as I got there, Zach texted me, the teacher. So if I hadn't got, I would have had to make an excuse. And I was like, yeah, I didn't feel great, and it wasn't my best class, but at least I went.
You went. Listen, man, you keep showing up. You just keep showing up. It's amazing what happens when you keep showing up. You know, I just keep showing up to jiu-jitsu. I'm the worst guy in the fucking class, but I keep showing up. And the same thing for comedy. It's the same thing. I was horrible. When I picked a major, I didn't do badly. I could always study, and I always knew how to study.
Right.
I know that if you take notes in class, light notes, you can't put your head in that fucking notebook and write a soliloquy. It's a light note about a situation. We're talking about podcasting or something. You can't sit there and write, podcast. Lee says that no, little notes, yellow it in. You know what I'm saying? Like put a note there, stay fresh, and put the thing in there in yellow. If you do that and you go home every night and you review that a little bit and you read the chapter how the professor says, just how he says to do it. And these chapters aren't that long. You can do it in 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay? You're pretty much good. Come finals, you don't have to cram. And if every week for 10 minutes you look over those pages and just read what you wrote down, you'll be perfect the final time.
If I had done that, I would have gone to Harvard.
Yeah, that's it. That's the chemistry. Yeah. That's the chemistry of. So when I was taking all those other classes at CMC, at Colorado Mountain College, I was doing that. I was pretty good. I was already a fucking 20-year-old, so yeah. I already was, Jesus Christ, this is easy for me now. I could master this now. Excuse me. And then when I got to University of Colorado, I had to pick a major. When they hit me with econ, Lee, it just wasn't working.
It got real.
And I was fucking flunking intro to macro or some shit, intro to micro. The little shit, not even when it becomes something big. I was like just gone. And I was ready. And I went into a counselor. Somebody said, "Have you considered a counselor?" What the fuck is a counselor going to do? When you're stupid, you're stupid. And this fucking dude, Muhammad Zabib, and me started banging it out 2 hours a week. And like by the 3rd or 4th week, I lifted my GPA. I was up there again. So for some people, it takes harder to get something.
Yeah.
But if you quit, you're not going to get it. I'm against quitting. When I was a kid, I quit so many fucking things.
Yeah.
Just because, maybe this or a fear. I have always said thinking is either the best thing you could do for a man or the worst thing you could do for a man when you really think of a situation,
Yeah. No, I get a lot of emails recently about how did you make the decision to come out to LA? And I've started thinking about it. I really didn't even make the decision. It just kind of I knew it was going to happen. So I didn't even, it's not like I sat down and planned it out. I just was like, okay, when I graduate, I'm moving to LA. So it's, I'm slow with other stuff. Like I'm slow with the working out and doing other stuff like that. But it's weird how similar we all are, but how different. Like something, like I would, like the fact that you get up on stage freaks me out. Or the fact that you, I don't know, did all those robberies, which isn't something like necessarily proud of, but it's weird how different we all are. And we try to measure ourselves against other people when it really has no bearing at all. Like just because they did it, you have to do it.
Right. No, I was the king of that.
Yeah.
You know, and I got out of that when I moved to LA. I knew to move forward as a comedian, as a human being. I had to stop worrying about this one was getting and why he was getting it and being angry. That really held me back for a long time as a human being, as a comedian, because you grew up with that. People saying to you, oh, I got invited to this place, and here you got invited to the fucking park for a Halloween party or some shit.
I used to do it in school. Like I used to get really upset when people got better grades than I did, but it's I think that's why I'm not quitting. I'm never gonna be good at jiu-jitsu, but
neither am I.
If I could be
passable. But let's pretend you get good at one move.
Yeah, that's what Hegan said, right?
Let's pretend you find one move. And even though the person knows it's coming, doesn't matter. Because you're going to look for that. That's your one move. You're going to look for that one move. That's your go-to move. All you need is one move in jiu-jitsu, maybe 2 moves on defense, escape, push away, get your leg back in, and you're back to square one. You're going for that same fucking move.
Have you found your move yet?
No, I got no moves.
Really? You don't have one that you like?
I like Kimuras.
Okay, yeah, that's what we learned yesterday.
Kimuras.
Yeah.
I like a bow and arrow choke.
Okay.
I like that one because I always end up in that position with people. So I could go for a choke in your hand. They don't know what hand you're doing. And then you strap and you turn around real quick. And you grab their pants and pull them up.
Right.
So I like that one.
I like the straight arm bar, not the one that Ronda Rousey does. I've never even heard of it before, but just it's the same sort of way that you do the Kimura, except you just kind of like block their arm and then push it straight because I have short arms. So for me to get the Kimura to grab my own wrist, I couldn't do it. So I was like, okay, they said try the straight arm bar. I was like, oh, that's cool. I like that.
It's just, listen, sticking with something is always, I can't believe I stuck with comedy. I told you 2 weeks ago we had a guest on, something about stand-up. It wasn't Brian Scalaro. It was 2-3 weeks ago. And we were talking about the struggle here, and we got really high on an edible. And I went home, and something, my Roku wasn't working. Sometimes I go to that Roku, and it's not working.
Oh, okay.
All the shows aren't on. It says maintenance or some shit for 10 minutes. I don't fucking know. So I took a notebook out, and I was writing. And for some reason, I went back to living in that basement in Boulder. And I had the most saddest fucking existence. It was worse than the Rocky apartment. And I forced myself every night because I didn't even have groceries in the refrigerator. So I forced myself every night to find a spot. When I went, this is why I talk about discipline. You know, you always hear about, this Chinese discipline or Russian discipline. When I went back, I was such a bad shape emotionally. I was so heartbroken and so frustrated. Mm-hmm. I knew as a human being, not a fucking psychiatrist or nothing. I knew as a human being that I couldn't stay in that house at night. Like I went on like a comedy newspaper.
Right.
And in those days in Denver, legitimately in 1993 to 1995, on Monday nights, you had an open mic on an Australian bar that usually had 7 or 8 people. On Tuesdays, you had the Comedy Works, and they give you 3 minutes every 3 weeks. On Wednesday, you had a commerce thing, like a truck stop.
Okay.
Wednesday, you had the Elvis impersonator that we spoke about. Talk about on this podcast.
I think so, yeah.
The guy that was an Elvis impersonator, and he flunked in fucking Vegas, so he bought a bar. And then Thursday night was El Torito.
Oh, wow.
And then Friday and Saturday, you had nothing, and you had guest spots at different places. One Saturday a month at 11, there was a fucking room all the way in Cherry Hill or whatever it's called in Colorado. It was like 50 minutes away from where I lived. And you went all the way there. Nobody knew me, so I always went up last at fucking 1:15.
Were these all open mics?
All of them. There was no money in my life.
So you could get up at all these?
I knew that my mental situation, I was 31 years old. I had no money. I had no savings. I had a beat-up car. All I had was the clothes I had in that apartment. I was freshly divorced. I had a cocaine habit. And I had a heart of a fucking criminal. But I wanted to do stand-up. I didn't know stand-up was going to save me. I didn't know stand-up was going to be Take Me Here With You. I didn't know I was going to do movies. I just wanted to do stand-up. At that time, I had been doing stand-up about 3 years. I had started in Denver. I had gone to New York. I had gone back to Colorado. I'm at war with my fucking wife. And I had like odd jobs. I worked for a sports betting service, but this whole time I wanted to do stand-up. So I knew the pain was so much that I just couldn't sit in that fucking apartment and smoke blow. So I forced myself to go out and do comedy. Every fucking night, Lee. I forced myself. Like, I didn't give a fuck if I didn't have money. There was this couple that lived around the corner from me. She was Chinese. I used to call her White Powder Mom. And his name was Sammy. I could always borrow a 20 from him. Because I worked with him to get gas or just to get to a bar to do stand-up comedy. There was a bar named Murphy's in Boulder. It's still there, I think. I used to go in there and just crack jokes at the bar. Like, I did so many fucking things to get better at comedy. Like, when I think about it sometimes, I used to go to a poetry reading where everybody stunk like fucking armpit and patchouli juice. It was called, I don't even fucking remember what it was called. Penny Lane in Boulder. There was a little fucking place that was just a great coffee shop, very bohemic. Everybody in there had dirty feet and stunk bad, but they were nice people. And they used to have poetry readings and all that shit. And I would go up there and do horrible jokes during the poetry readings, and they chased me out.
They chased you out?
The thing that saved me, though, the chick that ran the place was a beautiful girl. And I knew her boyfriend from the halfway house. So when he couldn't come out, he was still in the halfway house. I used to write jokes at her coffee shop all night and stay with her. She became one of my tightest friends, and she called different places. She was like my first manager, not really manager.
Oh, that's cool.
So she was a hippie chick that her uncle was in the entertainment business out here. And I told her I wanted to do stand-up, and she would say, just come down to the coffee shop and get in between the poetry readings. I got your back. And then I think on Saturdays and Fridays, she had to work the 24-hour shift. She was the manager, so they made her work from 11 to 6 in the morning.
Jesus.
And I'd go in there and sit with her. There was a baker on Monday. His name was Joe Koch, who I still speak to today. He's one of my closest friends.
Really?
He used to bake at Laudizio. And he would take Tuesday and Wednesday off. So on Mondays, he would have to work a double shift. So he would come in at 4 to 12 and work his shift on Monday night. And then he would stay from 12 to 8 and bake all the tarts and the ice cream and the gelatis for the next 2 days.
Jesus.
And I would sit with him at the counter, Lee, and he would give me all the samples. And I would write jokes all night long. I'd sit there, and I had no idea what I was doing. Please do not say Joey had it going on. No. I would sit there all night, eat, smoke dope outside, and I'd maybe write 4 jokes. And I would write topical jokes then because I was a host at the Boulder Broker. So on Monday nights, I would write the jokes for Tuesday. You capiche?
Right.
That's how I did it then.
That's crazy.
That's fucking crazy.
Now, how did you keep doing? Like, how did you convince yourself to keep doing it if you were having all these issues? Like, if you bombed, did you bomb every time you went up?
Pretty fucking much. Pretty fucking much. I was bombing. In those days, I was bombing 4 nights a week.
4 out of 6, 4 out of 7.
4 out of 6 sets.
And what was it in you that was like, okay, I'll go again? Like, if it's every time.
Because I would switch up. I would do material and improvise, and some nights I'd just improvise, and some nights I'd just do material, and I really wasn't getting it. I really wasn't getting the whole joke writing thing. It's funny. I was at the Comedy Store last night, and I'm standing by the freezer at the bar. I ain't bothering nobody. You know, I don't like walking in the hallway. I'm just standing there by the freezer drinking a water. And Paulie Shore comes in and he orders a drink or water. And he says something to me, like nothing sarcastic. I forget what he said to me. Oh, he said, can you believe this place is this packed? He goes, I haven't seen this place this packed since the fucking 80s tonight. And I looked right at him and I go, I can't believe I'm 50 and I'm still doing spots at the fucking Comedy Store. And he goes, I know. He goes, me too. I go, I still remember being 1991 and 1992 and watching MTV comedy shows. In those days, there were a ton of comedy shows on TV. When I got into comedy in the early 90s, there was comedy all over television, regular TV. Jeez. So you had from 5 to 8, you had comedy on MTV, kamikaze comedy.
Good at all or not really?
Fuck yeah, Felicia Michaels, Paulie Shore, with Steve McGrew, Todd Jordan, like all these guys. Like if you want, like I know that like Larry the Cable Guy was on it under a different name. Doug Stanhope was on Evening at the Improv. They used to have Evening at the Improv, Kamikaze, A&E Presents.
Jesus.
Sunday mornings, A&E used to do stand-up comedy on Sunday mornings. It was hosted by Rosie O'Donnell and Bobby Collins. Oh, fuck yeah. There was a ton of stand-up when I got into stand-up. But one of the stand-ups I was watching at the time, not for inspiration, but he was on everything, was Paulie fucking Shaw. So he walks out. And guess who the fuck walks in? Joe Torre walks in. Joe Torre was in the movie, I forget, with Tupac and Janet Jackson. And he was in all those house party movies. And Joe Torre on IMDb. He's from St. Louis. And he's got a brother, Guy Torre, that was in American History X. Well, let me tell you something about Joe Torre. And I've told this to Joe Torre 1,000 fucking times. I used to rent the Rodney Dangerfield special, and the other tape I used to rent was the best of Def Jam with when he used to be the warm-up. When Martin got promoted.
A black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, St. Louis, here it is, yeah.
St. Louis, Missouri. What movies has he been in?
Been in a lot of stuff. He was in the NCIS. He's NYPD Blue for an episode. I'm looking for some movies. House Party 3.
All those Kid and Play things.
Yeah, the Three Musted Hells. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, what the fuck else was he in? He was in that movie with Janet Jackson.
Tales from the Hood.
What was it?
Tales from the Hood. Sprung, Lockdown. He's been in a bunch of stuff.
He was in a movie with the one dude, Alex Baldwin's brother, and Lawrence Fishburne when they escaped from jail. He was at the strip club with what's his name? Anyway, Joe Torre was fled. Joe Torre was one of the guys. He had a joke about his brother was one of them saved the whale niggas and shit. And he goes, he don't believe in guns, but I believe in guns. He goes, I love carrying my gun. In fact, I go to the ATM at night, dressed up in a tuxedo with a gun. I take money out of the thing, wait for somebody to come out of the bushes. That was one of my favorite jokes at that time.
Really?
And I watched that special over and over. And I used to see him when I first got to the store, and I would tell him this. I would tell him the bit, and he'd die. Like, who the fuck remembers that stupid shit? And I go, I do, because I studied it. I studied the timing. I studied the words. I studied everything, So here was two guys last night at the store that I came up watching. Not emulating, but learning from,
How does it make you feel that there's a lot of young comics looking at you like that right now?
I think they're fucking crazy. I think they're fucking crazy.
Really?
It's embarrassing.
Why?
Because it's fucking embarrassing.
But
it's fucking embarrassing when I go out and young comics come up to me and go, hey, man, you're the reason I do comedy. I don't want to hear that. I feel like breaking inside, like you're fucked up. You're fucked up. If I made you do stand-up or anything, you fucked up.
Well, how do you think like Joe Torre felt? Like he must have felt sort of similar. It must be kind of normal to feel that way. If you really love that sort of stuff, it's probably not a good sign.
Well, listen, man, I remember the first time I went to Lenny Clark, and I go, when I watched you on that thing, I put a suit on after that. He influenced me to put a suit on for a long time. I just couldn't sell stand-up with a suit on. I just couldn't fucking sell it. It was
really?
Tough. People, nah, it don't work. It don't fucking work for me. It's like a barrier in my fucking head now.
I've always wondered that. So, like, you have to try that out. How many times do you try out wearing a suit before you're like, no?
3 months.
Every night?
Not every. I had like 4 different suits.
Okay.
So for a little while in Boulder, I wore a suit. And then in New York City, I wore a fucking really badass fucking suit color, matching shoes. And I just didn't sell it. Once I started dressing normal, I sold it.
Do you put any thought into what you're wearing? Or is it just whatever you want to wear? Or do you have...
I'm the electrician. I'm the fucking electrician. I look like a fucking electrician. I still wear Adidas 1980 sneakers. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
I could care less what's in style. I don't even know what's in style. I know I don't like tight jeans around my legs, and I don't want my jeans falling down. I've lived a life with my pants fucking falling down. I should get a nickel every time I see a kid with his fucking pants falling down. So that's how I fucking feel about that. when I dress, I like to be loose. I don't like tight clothing.
Right.
If I'm worrying about my clothes, I'm doing something wrong. If I'm going to do stand-up and I'm worrying about my outfit, I'm doing something wrong. I should be worrying about my set.
Right.
That's all I want to worry about. That's all. I don't care what I have on my feet. I want to look presentable. I mean, I don't want to go up there with holes in my fucking clothes and stinking like 10 dead fucking Baghdad motherfuckers. You know? But I want to look presentable. I want to look like I feel inside. I want to look like I walk around. I don't want to look like nothing. Why would I go up there with a tuxedo and a fucking martini if I don't fucking walk around with a martini?
Right.
You and me talking as men right now for people who are home. When I see a comic with a fucking cocktail in his hand on stage, I want to go up there and break it over his fucking head. Because I know when they're up there because they're alcoholics, and I know when they're up there to be fucking cool. There's a big difference. And it's a detraction.
Yeah.
There's nothing I want to do more than smoke a fucking cigarette and a joint up on stage back to back with a bottle of Coca-Cola with ice cubes. But it would take away from the audience me trying to be fucking Joe Cool. How do I know? Because I tried it already. I can't wait to smoke a joint on stage. That's my fucking dream, Lee. To take a joint, 3 fucking joints, and that's how I know it's time to get off.
When the joints are
when
done?
the 3 joints are done, it's abandoned ship. That's it. What do you want to talk about? You already smoked 3 joints and you did your fucking time. What do you want to talk about? You roll 3 nice fucking numbers, 3 different weeds, a couple things of water, maybe a fucking half a sandwich. Like a little turkey sandwich. Sometimes you want to talk and fucking eat and tell a little, add to the flavor. You spit lettuce and onions out of your mouth.
Funny.
Sure. You understand what I'm trying to say to you, Lee? And I don't want to go up there and act or have something on that I wouldn't fucking wear. I don't wear a fucking leather jacket when I walk around, and I wouldn't want to emulate Dice in that department. I wear sneakers. I wear jeans. They always got one hole in them somewhere by the ass, the pocket. I always got a hole somewhere. A nice fucking T-shirt that smells okay. I don't know. But look at my body. You think a fucking headshot or something could save this face? This is what it is.
So the first 4 years, though, like when you were in Denver or whatever,
I experimented. I'm not going to lie to you. I experimented.
Do you care more about all that stuff?
It's not that I cared more. Listen, I always knew I wasn't fucking Elvis. And I'm not one of those guys that's going to become Elvis. I come at you with what I come at you. I'm no Rock Hudson. You know what I'm saying? But I'm no fucking son of Cher in the movie The Mask either. You know? I ain't walking around with a big head with a scarf. Fucking. I don't fucking know, Lee. What are you getting me started
That's
for?
your new outfit on stage.
So, yeah.
Did you ever think, because they don't do it that much anymore, but for a while, all the Comedy Central specials had like weird sets behind them. Did you ever think about like what yours would be?
Brick.
That's all you want?
Brick.
You don't want like a little basketball hoop?
Brick.
I forget who had one. It was a terrible one. He was like a basketball hoop, a scoreboard. I forget who it was.
I don't want nothing to listen. I need all the help in the world I need with stand-up. I want them to focus on the stand-up. Eddie Murphy had an outfit on that was off color the first 2 shows to make you focus on him. I tell you who's a genius at that is Ralphie May. Ralphie May always wears something on his special. So if you're switching the channels and you see a fat guy with an orange jacket on, you're going to fucking stop. That's brilliant. That's Ralphie May type shit.
Is it just to catch people's eyes?
That's different fucking things that you do. It's not marketing. It's called something else. It's in a different area.
I think it's just, it sounds like it's just you guys figure it out. Like, you're like, okay, if I'm going to go up at 1 a.m. on a Saturday, I need people to look at me. How am I going to do that?
We're talking to somebody was in here talking about acting. We're talking about people who put the outfits on. Like when they're auditioning a baker.
Yeah.
If you dress up like a baker, when you get to your car, pull the gun out and put it in your mouth. Don't even leave a note. They're going to know when they find you in the baker suit that you're a fucking mook anyway. You don't give in that much. I want you to give me the illusion. Sell me the illusion you're a baker without that fucking apron on.
What? Because at that point, everyone's going in with it as a baker.
Me, I'm going to go in with a white T-shirt that says, like, fuck your mother in the ass on it. Because the white T-shirt is still going to make me a baker. But without the fucking collar and the badoop and the hat on and the apron, do you follow what I'm saying to you?
Right, yeah.
So I'm still giving you the patois, but I'm not giving you the patois. I'm putting one finger in your asshole, not four.
That's nice of you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fuck shit up. I just want to do what's right and go home. Call it a fucking day, right? But that's what, when I do stand-up at night, I don't fucking know. Listen, I do laundry. My wife does laundry. Whatever's in that fucking hamper. That's it.
That's
I
all
ain't
you
gonna lie to you. Yeah, if I'm doing something for Ari, I gotta look nice, I will do it. You know, when I fly now, if I get upgraded, I do dress up. Sebastian, when he came on the podcast, he made me think about that. In the 70s, when you flew, you were impeccable. You were impeccable.
You wore a suit and stuff.
You wore a suit. The kids wore a suit. The women, the little kids had ponytails. The girls, you were impeccable when you got on the plane.
So what do you wear now?
Absolutely. Now I wear jeans that look nice. And now I wear a nice collared shirt.
Really?
Yeah, I'm in first class. If they upgrade you, you can't be a Puerto Rican all your fucking life. You can't be a fucking felon all your life, man. So, you know, they're doing me a favor by giving me an upgrade. What am I going to go in there with a T-shirt with holes and with my hair all fucked up and be all retarded? No, I'm going to give them the best I can be. So now, and I just figured this out like 47, guys. Don't look at me like Joey. No, you should be doing this shit. If you're not doing it because your friends ain't doing it, then set a fucking example. That's what I think.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta have to look halfway decent. I see guys going on planes with flip-flops. What if this fucking plane goes down and you lose your flip-flop and you're walking around like Paulie in the weeds down in Jersey with one shoe fucking missed in that time? What the fuck you gonna do? What the fuck? But when you travel, you wanna wear flip-flops. You go to the beach and you go behind your house. You don't wear flip-flops on the outside. Things could go down and then you got a flip-flop on. You gotta kick somebody in the head with your fucking toe. Now you broke your fucking foot. Now they're looking for a limp. Now they're looking for a dude with a gimp. You know what I'm saying? You always wear your fucking shoes. You want to wear flip-flops when you're with your broad jumping up and down at home. That's fine. But you can't wear flip-flops on a fucking plane with your feet out like that. Like a fucking animal. Sebastian's correct. He's correct. He reminded me of that.
Was he wasn't, it was Ado that was the one when you were on the Southwest flight together with that friggin' guy. Just,
there's sometimes that you have to, I'm not fucking Johnny GQ.
I used to love wearing a suit as a kid.
Me too.
Yeah.
I got 4 or 5 suits in that closet. I got a nice jacket. I wore for the premiere grudge match. I wore it for grudge match. That's it. I got a leather jacket that's brilliant. I wore 4 times. You know, when do you get a chance to wear a leather jacket in LA? This is like bulletproof, this fucking thing.
But they almost make you feel bad about it out here, dressing up. Like I've had, when I was going on job interviews, I never once, the only job interview I ever dressed up for out here was the UFC in Vegas, and I wish I hadn't. Well, I might have got it if I hadn't. But it was it's kind of weird how they kind of, everywhere else you're supposed to wear a suit and get nice, and here.
No, listen, if I pay for the UFC tickets, if I paid $1,000 for a fucking UFC ticket,
right,
I'd walk in that motherfucker with a jock strap on and a pirate's hat and work boots on. $1,000.
Yeah.
I dress what I want as long as it's legal. Right? Nobody can say nothing to you if you walk into a UFC event with a fucking jock on, as long as you don't show your dick. You know, it's freedom of speech. You got your work boots on, that's sanitary, and you got your little pirate's hat on with a little fucking skull on your chest.
I think we found your new Halloween costume.
But when Joe Rogan gives you a nice ticket,
right? Yeah.
Where you gonna go in there dressed with a picture of Hitler on your shirt, trying to be fucking, you know, Johnny Rebel? Do that on your own fucking time. You're in here on Rogan's dime or one of your uncle's dimes or somebody else's dime. Yeah, right, but your other friend. But Joey, why am I, you know, when I did the longest show at the premiere, guess what I wore to the premiere?
What?
I wore a warm-up. Go ahead, call me an asshole to my face because I have it coming. You know why I wore that? Because Adam Sandler used to wear whatever he fucking wanted. When I went to the premiere, I looked at Michael Irvin and I looked at Roman Oscar. I looked at the wrestlers. They were all dressed to the nines. You know how bad I felt? Because I thought it was cool to be cool. No, it's not. Your mom taught you to fucking dress up. Fucking dress up for those events. That happened once in a lifetime. That's why when I got the chance to go to grudge match, I dressed to the fucking nines. I went to the bank and everything. I don't go to the bank for fucking one of those polyester suits from Hollywood, 3 suits for $200. People can't smoke around you.
Really bad? Because I was going to get them when I lose all the weight.
Lee, those suits are Lee, listen. I mean, unless you're hanging out with fucking Versace's Ghost and businessmen who wear $1,500 suits, which I love to wear.
Yeah.
I just don't have a purpose for those. For me to go and buy a $1,500 suit to impress you or my wife or the neighbor to hang in the closet, there's no investment, there's nothing. It's just a $1,500 suit working, hanging in your closet. Fat guys like me, chubby, cute guys like yourself, you go to Hollywood, you get those 3 suits for a deuce. All right? They give you a shirt, and they give you socks, and they give you a belt. The shirts you're going to wear one time, you're going to throw those away because you'll rip the fucking thing. And the socks, it's made by some Korean blind guy. One sock is size 12, the other size 8. You don't know what the fuck's going on with your feet. Next thing you know, half a foot's up, your heel is out, it's itching during a meeting. Forget the socks. You go buy your own nice socks and your own nice shirt to match. But those suits, for $200 is 3 suits. What's that come out to? $65 a fucking suit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, let's say you wear the suit 3 or 4 times a piece, which you're not. Which you're fucking not.
Really? It's all gonna.
No. And let's say you do, and you go out to dinner with your wife and you get caught on a hook. Okay, your mother-in-law is going to be able to fix it, but it's a $65 suit.
Right.
Even if you ruined the pants, you still kept the jacket, and you didn't make that much of an investment in the fucking suit. When I was really broke and Josh Wolf gave me that check for $500 and I bought those 3 suits and I gained 80 fucking pounds in 2 months and I went to put the suits on, they didn't fit no more. Could you imagine if I would have paid $500 for that one suit?
Jesus.
Now, if you go there and they look at the $500 suits, it's the same suit on the 3 for $200.
Oh, really?
They just charge you more just so you feel better about yourself. But if you go to right there on Hollywood, I think there's like 2 or 3 of those places.
Yeah.
And last time I went there, I saw all the dudes from Eyewitness News there. Those suits hold up. If you fucking take them to the dry cleaner and don't throw them and wrinkle them and take the jacket off and don't act like an animal, for what the fuck we do with a suit on, it's not bad. Now, if you're an agent of CIA and you're parading those suits and you have a meeting with Brad Pitt, I'd spit in your face if I'm Brad Pitt. You show up with that fucking Japanese fucking worm silk or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know nothing about material. Who the fuck do I know?
Who knows? I finished The Sopranos last night, and I knew that the Fade to Black was coming, but the reason I was thinking about it, I went and looked, and the season finale or series finale was in June of 2007, and I was thinking about how I had probably just graduated high school or was just about to graduate high school.
When did you graduate high school?
2007. Oh
my God.
And I was thinking,
what was your first year of college? 2008, I presume. No, 2007.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
2000. And when did you graduate college?
I finished early 2010.
Wow.
And I was thinking about, I was like,
I finished high school in 2007.
Yeah.
Wow. I never fucking thought about that. I have to take a break. Now I'm really getting fucking anxiety over here, Lee.
Really?
2007. I never looked at it from that perspective.
Yeah. No, it was. I remember that.
So I graduated high school 25 years before you. And I got left back 1 year. So really 24 years if I wouldn't have been a moron.
26.
26, whatever.
But do you ever look back and I remember the night I graduated. I don't know. I think it was a little bit after this. But I remember getting the call that I was going to Israel for the first semester. That night, and I drove to the graduation in my shitty car. I was like, I wonder if I talked to me when I was graduating high school, how I would look at what I'm doing right now. Like, if I would have thought I should have stayed with a job or whatever it was. And I was like, I bet 2007 Lee thinks this is pretty cool. Like, it's pretty fun. And I hadn't really stopped to think about it.
I was thinking about today that this weekend's your anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been with this girl for 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. It's been a crazy 2 years.
Wow. And you're in love. You've been in love with her since you met her. The first time she brought you home to eat those tamales, you were fucking done. You fucking Jews love Spanish women and black women.
Oh, they're great.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You guys got like a weakness cell. You don't fuck.
They're completely different from our mothers. I think that's what it is.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
You're not the first person that I've, but I look at this type of stuff and I go, wow. I was thinking about that salsa record I put out. Okay, salsa record I put out. And I've had the story when we first started the podcast. I had Mike Kessler call.
Okay.
And he spoke about how his brother Steven, the pharmacist, when he was in college, he went to NYU and he was Jewish. And on the weekends in the early 60s, instead of going to bar mitzvahs and shit, he would go to Latin halls. And he was a young kid, Mike, and he goes, I couldn't understand it. At night, instead of listening to the Beatles, he'd listen to Spanish music and dance around. And he became the mambo champion or the salsa champion, whatever the fuck, of 1963 in New York City, a Jewish kid. And it wasn't that he was a mambo dancer by nature. It was that he liked Spanish women. He said he ended up marrying a Spanish woman. They're still together 48 years and kids. I don't remember if you called when.
I don't remember. I could, because I've heard in Hash and Sopranos with black women, so I've heard the stereotype. But it's
remember when he goes, she liked you, and he goes, I don't know if you looked at this. She's a bit light for my taste.
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan Wolfe.
Yeah.
Like he married a black chick. David Wolfe married a black chick. It's really it's not that it's uncommon. You know, I just, you were dating a couple women before Paula.
Yeah.
But I remember you going out with Paula a few times and saying, like, this is the one.
I don't remember when because we talked for like 3 weeks to a month before because we met online. And then what I think it really was is she got sick toward the beginning of us dating. And I hadn't met her mom yet, but I went down there when she was sick, and we watched The Exorcist on her bed during the middle of the day on the laptop. But then her mom cooked, and I think that was probably it. Like,
that was very nice of you. It was a very nice move.
Well, it's I see how it's like the 4th of July. It's basically turning into my family out here. I don't really have family. I'm sure if I get married, my mom might move out. Who knows? But it was great. And I haven't even told Paula this. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but I signed up for a Spanish class at Valley College. It's Monday and Wednesday mornings.
Let me ask you this very interesting question. I want you to be strictly honest with myself and people who listen. When you got in that fucking car and pointed that car west,
yeah,
did you have any idea that you were going to fall in love with a woman like Paula at all? Before you even fucking answer, because I'm putting you in fucking a tremendous bad situation. I mean, before you could even fucking answer, when you were sitting there on the 4th of July eating with these people, kissing Paula, they're treating you like a son. Did you ever think back of getting in that car and seeing yourself? Like, who would have thought?
I had like
This is what I love about
why
I tell these dumb fucking stories. Because this isn't about drugs. This is about how I left New Jersey and you got embraced. You found yourself at somebody's home. You were at my home eating. Like, I remember you coming over and me going, this fucking guy's great. Like, look at him. He wants to go to New York. I remember calling you scared. Like, going like...
You were scared that night?
Oh, my God. I thought you were going to hang up on me. Like, I'm not going to New York. This old guy wants to fuck me in the ass.
No.
You were like,
I was thrilled.
Let's get the donations. And I'm like, this fuck... And I'm thinking to myself, when this guy got in this car, was he thinking of this, moving this fast? Like, and I'm sorry I didn't let you answer the question. I just got so emotional thinking. I remember when it was happening to me. I remember working on the 4th of July, building a wall with bricks and hitchhiking back to my home in Snowmass and parking, and all of a sudden John Denver pulling over and picking me up and driving me up the corner to my house up in wherever the fuck I lived in Snowmass Village, and walking and going, when I got in that car 4 months ago, I just wanted to survive.
Yeah. I thought I was coming out here to be an editor. I thought I was coming out here to like work a job, and then that I'm very thankful for my first job, but it was also very tough on me because I like when things move fast. I get very bored when things are slow, or it like that summer, my first summer here was dead because the show was on hiatus, and they were very nice to keep me there, but there was nothing to do. So when you called me that night, it was like midnight. I was working nights, and you're like, "Do you want to go to New York?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to go and shoot the documentary."
So for people, you answered your own question. So for people who are at home thinking about making a move, not to LA, to anywhere that makes you, that in your heart, we always have this fear, and all of a sudden a year later you find yourself at a dinner table with these people that are complete strangers, and they're treating you like you've known them for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
And if you're not real, if you don't think back to where you came from for 30 seconds and go, wow, a year ago, again, I'll look to move the car.
I'm sorry, I forgot my keys in the bathroom.
Oh, sure.
She what? Oh. if you don't think to yourself for 1 minute that I'm over here talking to myself, that's the weirdest fucking thing. People knocking on the door for a bathroom key. Tremendous. That's when you know shit's going down the fucking tubes. You know what I'm saying? But we were onto something. I forget what. You know, people who want to leave and procrastinate. Trust me, when I first made the hurdle from New Jersey to fucking Aspen or the Snowmass Village of Basalt, Jesus Christ, I had 1,000 doubts. And I could have been one of those people that said, well, I'll do it in a year. I'll save up money. That's like the same thing of, I'm not going to join jiu-jitsu till I'm in shape.
Right.
Okay, I'm not going to join karate till I'm in shape. I'm not going to go here till I'm in shape. It's the same fundamental. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a job at a liquor store, and I'm going to put money away. You're not going to put dick away. You're not going to put dick away. You're going to get a girl pregnant. You're going to get yourself into a bad predicament.
Right.
When I thought about going to Colorado, it was like a 3-week process for me. It was like a 3-week process. I had a bunch of irons in the fire. I just had to rob somebody to get a little financing, and I was gone. Hoop-toop-de-doodle. And listen, I didn't have family, but I had family. Okay, I had family, and I could have turned my life around 10,000 times, and I fucking didn't. And I escaped. But the one thing, you know, last night, I'm standing there. Guys, I've been living out here for 18 fucking years. I've been around a lot of fucking people. There was a minute last night where I'm standing there going, this is surreal. This is a dream. That 20 years ago, I was in a basement apartment watching Pauly Shore on MTV. I used to watch The Real World then.
Yeah.
With the Cuban kid that had the AIDS and the chick fell in love with him. This is like the third. I don't even know what year. Season. Please don't quote me on what year this. Like 92, 93, 94, 95. There was a kid on MTV, a Cuban kid that had AIDS, and there was The Real World. There was a cute girl on there, and there was some guy that used to come to the store, Spaz or Raz or Kataz. He used to go to the comedy store, and they threw him off because he said the guy had HIV on TV. I don't fucking know. But I used to watch Pauly, and then at night I'd put that tape in and watch Joe Torre, and I'd watch Bill Hicks on the fucking Rodney thing. And there'd be nights, I ain't gonna lie, I'd fucking cry because I wanted to do this so fucking bad. I could taste it. Like I thought if I could just go on stage and somebody could see me, that maybe I had a fucking chance. Nobody ever saw me, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
Fucking Lisa, yeah.
I was laughing before, because we were talking before the podcast started about jiu-jitsu, and we were talking about a move, and you just said, come here, and I just started laughing because we're literally on the floor of an office building in the back of North Hollywood, and I'm getting on top of Joey Diaz in the half guard, or you're in half guard, and I'm getting on top of you. I'm like, who would have thought? Like when I was listening to one of those first Rogans on my drive out here, I'm like, I'm getting on top of, like, it was just, I had to laugh for a second. I was like, what is happening in my life right now?
This is fucking life. And this is why if you're scared of making a move, Jesus Christ, $300. You got to dive in a hotel down in Hollywood. You get a job telemarketing. Look at fucking D'Agostino selling that fucking ink and shit on the phone.
Yeah.
He's making bank. I told him, just sit still for 90 days. Wait till everybody quits and you get all their leads. They promoted him. He now gets people who called in.
Oh, cool.
So he don't have to call fucking dentists and fucking people in Afghanistan to sell him a box of tape.
Oh, cool. And he has a new podcast, too.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Here we
shit.
go. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, my brother? I'm happy you called in. We wanted to switch it up a little bit tonight. And we said, fuck it. Let's have Danny B call in and fuck things up. And what's the latest with Gary?
My brother? Oh, God. Well, I know that he just got 25 years for one bank robbery, and he's waiting on the other two. It was more than we thought in the beginning. You know, originally we thought he took down one bank, but turns out he took down a couple of banks. Some lady that owned a restaurant followed her home, put a pistol to her head, and it's somebody we knew growing up in North Bergen, one of our friends' mothers, of all things. Followed her home to, I think, Richfield, folks, and got her at the doorstep. So he's pretty much done. 3 strikes, you're out. Well, actually, it's like 6 strikes for him. Was fouling off a couple of pitches, but they, you know, I don't know, bro. I don't see him coming out. I think that's it.
No. Has he reached out to anybody or?
Oh no, he did it. You know, he did. No, he went out ugly, man. He went out hating everybody, and he was drug induced. So, you know, everybody was supportive. Everybody helped him out, and he kind of went out ugly. He went out, you know, like a gangster. And now he's kind of doing time on his own. It's a shame, but he burnt all of his bridges, including us here. You know, my mom passed away, so he lost that lifeline. Michael, my cousin, everybody, people out west by you. Yeah, so he's kind of sitting there. I'm not saying I'll never speak to him again, but right now he's kind of dealing with what he created, if you will.
Danny, you and I both know that there before the grace of God go I. That could have been us by mistake.
Well, you know what? He had a lot of help. A lot of people were there for him. You know, it wasn't his first mistake. It wasn't his second mistake. And, you know, drugs, man. That's it, drugs. He couldn't just be happy smoking a joint or having a drink. He had to go on the powder, you know, and then he became typical Gary, North Bergen style, you know, like was 1985. No control, you know. He thought he was smarter than everybody. He was going to outthink the cops, and all the cameras were like, Gary, you can't rob. This ain't 1995. This is, everybody's got cameras. Everywhere you go, there's cameras. But he, you know, he knew more than everybody, and like I said, he's going to be swimming a long time.
Can you imagine Danny getting caught selling powder now, and you get caught on camera from across the street? They got cameras the size of a fucking dime. They put in bars, I heard now.
Yeah, you know what? Thank God I left that lifestyle many, many years ago, as you did.
I couldn't make a living now. I mean, there's no way you can make a living as a thief. There's no way.
You don't think so?
No.
Hey, Lee, what's up, Lee? How are you, pal?
What's up, Danny?
Even under the radar. Yesterday I was watching something, and they had closed off Studio City. Did you see that yesterday for 4 hours?
No, where?
They closed off Studio City because 3 guys, they got spotted breaking into a house, and the one guy had a weapon. So they evacuated the maids, and I'm sitting there going, in all my years, that's what saved me. I always crawl through that window solo. I could have been a fucking burglar or an encyclopedia salesman because I dressed the part. That's how I did it. I didn't walk in a neighborhood with a hooded sweatshirt with a fucking Born to Lose t-shirt on. I'd walk looking halfway decent. You didn't know what the fuck I was doing. You didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I could have been doing anything.
Well, you know, and Gary did a lot of his stuff all messed up, too. He wasn't thinking level-headed. He was up for 2 or 3 days, and he dragged some young kid with him. Actually, the getaway driver died. Not, you know, she was sick. It was a girl. She died of complications, and the young kid flipped on Gary and told him about the other heist. You know, again, they had him for the bank in Fairview up there by White Castles. And then they got him for, I think, 2 more banks and the poor lady that owned the restaurant on Tunnelly Avenue. I forgot her name, but it's somebody that we knew. It was her mother, you know. And, yeah, it's a shame, you know. He's sitting there by himself. You know, since my mom died, everybody's kind of doing their thing, Coco. You know, she kind of kept us a little bit talking, and she passed away last September. We've kind of all lost contact, you know. Everybody's raising their kids. And
she was the matriarch,
you know,
Danny. She was the fucking glue. She was the glue.
Yeah, she was a good egg.
When the mother in The Soprano died, The Sopranos was over. People will tell you, real people who know what was going to go down will tell you the day Olivia died, that was it for The Sopranos. That's why David Chase is a genius, because he bailed something out that was supposed to go one way, and it went a different way, and he kept your attention. That's the genius of David Chase. But a lot of people who knew. So true. A lot of people who knew what was going to happen knew that Fox knew the mother was going to end up the boss of the family. So when she died, it was all over. They had to go a different direction. So they play a little hardball, and then they went a direction. And that's how they ended the fucking show. That's the genius of David Chase.
Well, kind of when she died, the storyline was so messed up. I only enjoyed it the first couple of years, 2 or 3 years. Whenever she died, after that, it wasn't the same. You know, it was like they were reaching. But she reminded me kind of my mom, you know. Take the knife out of the ham and stick it right here. She had that, you know, tough. My mother was tough, but yet she was scared at the same time, you know. But she made good chicken, though. You remember that chicken? She could cook some fried chicken, Coco. She was good at that.
I must have ate Danny fucking 40. And in those days, I used to snort and eat whenever there was food. Like, I'd eat those sandwiches at Joe and Mary's used to put this bar we grew up in. It was on the corner or whatever in Bergen Line Avenue. They were nice enough to put these ham and cheese sandwiches in this circle thing, like a bakery circle.
Yeah.
And you'd pick up a thing and take the sandwich out and put it back down. But for some reason, there was always a fly in the one at Joe and Mary's. I would eat 15 of those fucking sandwiches, and I'd get a bag of potato chips with hot sauce on it. Frank's hot sauce with potato chips and a mug of Budweiser. Shit. You know what?
I couldn't touch a fuck. I couldn't eat shit. If I snorted a line, that was it. I'd look at fucking food and puke like that kid from South Park when he looks at that girl. Wow, that's kind of how I am with the. But you know what? That was a long time ago, you know. But yeah, I always do remember the food out there. And they were putting it out so we didn't, you know, we had a little something on our stomachs.
And then at night, late night, at 12:15, Cowan would close Chickadee.
The Chicken Delight.
No, Chicken Delight was down. Chicken Delight was 2 blocks down where Burkle worked. Chickadee was next door to us.
You're right. Chicken Delight was on 78th Street.
On 78th Street.
Don't cook tonight, call Chicken Delight.
Don't cook tonight, call Chicken Delight. Though they had tremendous fries. And next to it was the Wing Fung Chinese restaurant. How many times did I dine and dash out of that motherfucker? But up the corner. God, I'm sorry.
What was the chicken joint on 78? That was the one my Donnarumma worked in. Right on 78, right across the street from my house. I remember when we didn't go to school, he had the keys. We'd skip school. We'd go up there. We'd fry up some scallops, some shrimp, some chicken, and go in the clubhouse and smoke weed all day, burn candles to keep warm. And you know, that seems like yesterday, folks. That's like 40 years ago, for Christ's sakes. 1975, 1976, 77. You know what? I just came back from Cape May, man. It was really nice. I bumped in, I told you earlier, Pete Mancuso. We knew him. I played baseball with him. You know who. He's good friends with Jimmy Villano, all those guys. So we're starving. We're looking for a place to eat, and we find a pizzeria on the boardwalk, and we pop in there. We started talking, and where you from? Northburg? Oh, so am I. Well, turns out he owns a pizzeria. Jimmy Villano was popping in the next day, you know, and Cape May, it's a great place. We went down to do some shark fishing there. Shark hunting, I want to call it.
Did you get any? But you went to the wrong place. Down in North Carolina.
No.
They're biting people every 15 minutes in North Carolina. You're up in Jersey.
Yeah, but here's what you do, though. There's people that owe you money. You tape them to boogie boards, and you cut their legs, and then the sharks come that way, and that's how we started getting them. No, really, it's a really nice place down there, but I don't go in the water. I'm only fucking around. No sharks for me, pal. I put my feet in, and that's about it.
And now they're coming up and pulling you on there. They pulled you the fuck in, those sharks. Something happened. Those sharks, I don't even go to the fucking water. Fuck you.
They're taking that Sharknado serious.
Fuck you. Now, when does football season start, my friend? You ready to rock?
Well, officially, let's look. August 9th, preseason,
Can you believe that?
Minnesota.
No one's going to bet on preseason. Do people bet on preseason?
Fuck yeah. That's
but
it.
You can't. They don't know who's going to play.
People bet on everything.
Jesus.
And if they don't bet, you got to talk them into betting. That's what he does.
Hey, Lee, here you go. Here's some advice. Take a rookie coach who's hungry for wins out the door. Certain teams, of course, they don't want to risk their stars. They already know what they got. But teams that are looking, searching for that backup quarterback, find a team that has a good backup quarterback because he's going to be playing hard too. But if you have a rookie coach, he's hungry. He wants to start off, with a winner. So preseason, stay away from it if you don't know what you're doing, of course. But there's money to be made, but it's tricky. And you only bet a few dollars. You don't get crazy on it because like anything can happen, but yeah, it's right around the corner. Baseball All-Star break after this weekend. Time's flying. Kids are old. Your girl's, 2.5 now? 3? Getting up there.
2.5.
Just,
I got to ask you something. Man, but I'm really happy that you called because before Lee graduated. Ready for this, Danny? Sit down for a second.
I'm sitting, pal.
Lee graduated high school in 2007.
Criminal.
I just realized. I had no idea. I had no idea.
You're feeding him pot and stuff like that, man.
Please.
You can get in trouble for that.
He ate 500 milligrams the other night. We both did. I got to tell you something. I was fucking gone. I went home. I ate fucking Captain Booty. I ate the fucking peaches. I ate every banana. Oh, my God. Oh my
Peaches
God.
make me shit. I can't do peaches.
What do you
They
think it
fuck
did
me
to me
up.
the next day? I was all fucked up.
I puked.
Yeah.
He puked from the 500 milligram. He ate wholesale tortellini.
I didn't. Every time I puke.
Tortellinis, they got tortellinis with hot meat. Oh my God.
No. He went home and made tortellini, old tortellini.
Oh,
Expired. It was expired, and he put that spray butter and then mixed with the expiration.
No,
and
don't
he
do
got
that.
sick.
I'm
Yeah,
not
then he
a fan
blames.
of it.
Then he blames on the fucking brownie. This fucking guy.
It was the five. I had a Tony Soprano. I was leaning up against my fridge, talking to somebody who wasn't there. I was in the I was having cold sweats.
No. Listen, I had a little. I just fucked around with those Tootsie Rolls, and that was enough to fucking scare me straight, man. I will never do none of that edible stuff again.
Oh my God! So
just give me a joint, give me my weed. I like cutting it up. I like smelling my fingers. I like the whole presentation of it. And
which cheap?
I don't like dirty pipes.
I gave him cheap. I gave him $1.75.
You gave him the whole thing?
No, I gave him half. This is Danny Bianculo. I give him what I fucking give him. He's been around.
So it was like 2.5 times what you had. I almost died.
Yeah, but that's still we're here on the East Coast. We're not privy to that stuff. We get some smoking good weed here, but you guys are spoiled out there, man. You just got the, like you said, tortellini pot now.
No. He went home.
I know.
He went home, but they told him. Now, Danny, before we were talking about him graduating high school and what he was thinking about, that he went to college, and then one day he got up and, like you and I did, he got in his car and came out here. Something that people from our area don't even dream of doing.
Right.
When we were growing up, it was me and you, and we stayed away. Everybody else leaves for a year. They come back. Oh, it's great. Fuck you guys, you losers. And then 3 years later, they come back with some story. The grandmother died, and they had to come back and take care of the house. But they're getting their shit again. They're going back. We were the ones who stayed. And, like I think at times, sometimes towards the end, I did all the creepy shit to get out of there and never come back because it was so painful for me growing up that was in the back of my mind. Psychologically, I was like, you know what? Maybe I just did that shit towards the end just so I never had to go back there. But we were talking about graduating high school. And that's when I really met you, 81, 82. Like I had no dream at all, Danny. Like when I was hanging out at Joan Mary's and at Corky's, I had a dream of being a drug dealer and being successful. That was it. Or being a part-time thief like James Caan and busting into jewelry stores and making 30 grand and partying for 6 months on an island. Then robbing again. That was what I wanted my life to be. I didn't consider work. I didn't consider fucking movies. I didn't consider legit working at a way. Remember, we could all get a job at APA making $40,000, $50,000 a year to start in those days. We could all get a job as a cop or a fireman or a longshoreman in those days. Those jobs were there for us. They were right there. It was I had no dreams, Lee. You were way ahead of me. I had no dreams. My dream was to go to Corky's, do an 8-ball, get those bluebirds for $2 a piece, and hopefully get Trichez on one of them to suck your dick ball or something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Lisa Trichez. That's right. That's old school. Yeah. Well, you know what? We started hanging out in early 88, 81, 82. But I did know you in the 70s. But yeah, you were in a different crew there. But we all became one crew. You had the Robert Fulton, and you had the Horace Mann and the Kennedy crew. And it seemed like in 81, 82, they all clicked at Joe and Mary's, the Midtown, Corky's, Gregory's, whatever the name was.
My world into you, my real world into you was a kid named Glenn Conti, who, I got to tell you something, our friend Fernie popped up on Facebook. And I had always heard rumors, and they got confirmed. He does look like he had HIV. My heart broke.
Fernie?
Yeah, because I had heard rumors. In 87, I called and somebody threw him out of a Christmas party because he was in the bathroom for an hour. And when they finally opened the door, he was shooting. And it broke my heart. And, I feel guilty in a lot of ways about Fernie. I can't lie to you. I can't imagine why Glenn Conti won't talk to me. I mean, He
won't talk to nobody. It's funny. I said the same thing. I was up at Jeannie Abramowitz's brother, Jason. They have a Super Bowl party every year, and I keep asking, where's Conti? And they told me he isolated himself. John Meehan, they were pretty good friends for a long time. And Meehan told me that he'll contact him once in a while, but he came back to North Bergen after years of not talking to nobody and had one all-nighter with the guys, and that was it. And then he just basically turned his back. Now, this is what I heard. I don't know for sure, because I always liked Glenn. Now,
Oh my God.
Glenn and I, Glenn was a good kid. His brother Keith too, but Glenn's grandmother and my grandmother were friends. And so I knew Glenn before I even came into North Bergen when I still lived in Fairview. So I have a very long history with him.
Me and him were glued to the hip from 79 to 84. I would die for that kid. And he knew it. He fucking knew it. He knew that whatever I had, half of it was always his, you know?
Mm.
And,
yeah, he was a good athlete. Good athlete, Glenn Conti.
He was my brother. It's hard. I still remember him and Fernie and him and Fernie driving me to the airport when the cops were looking for me when I was going to Sarasota to hang out with Gary Hartman. And I still remember them both looking in the car and they were both crying. I mean, we knew, I've always said it, that moment was when we knew the summer, like that's it. High school was done. Whatever had happened that summer, it was over. It was manhood. Like the cops were looking for me. They wanted their jewelry back. And here I am on a plane to Sarasota. Who the fuck goes to Sarasota to watch the Road Warriors?
Tim Donaghy lives down there.
Tim Donaghy went to Sarasota. But it's just weird. What were you thinking in 82 at that age?
Well, you know what? I just got out of the Army. It was the summer of 82. I still feel that was my favorite summer. We were all young. For me, I had some money I saved in the Army. We didn't have to work. It was just a summer partying and going down to Seaside, crashing into one room with 15 people. That summer ever was the summer of 82. And then shortly after that, September of 82, I headed out to California. So I lived out in California three different times, 81 to 83, 88, 87 to 88, 93 to 94. So I lived in California on several occasions, and one day I really hope to get back there. You know, if you get some fucking water, though. I'm coming out there till you get water. But, I've been around the block. I mean, you're right. We like it. Thought that was funny, Lee?
Yeah.
We were
going to get water from.
But listen, most of the people, like you said, Coco, their version of escaping is moving to Bergen County. They got away. They really went far. They went 2 miles up the block.
Oh, that area, but, I'm not even making fun of them. That area, you know, it's like people think, when you beat the mob for 8,000, they're going to fly out to Tempe. And do what? And do what? What are they going to do in Tempe? Rent the car? You think they got GPS? And they're going to come looking for you? They don't know nothing. If you tell them you escaped to Atlantic City, they'll shoot you.
You know, it's funny you said that. In 83, James, my cousin, you know James very well, and Greg, of course, old Frank Jumper, you know, the gangster up in Richfield, Mr. New Jersey, whatever. He owed him about 10 large, and he owed this other kid that I forgot his name. So he owed about 18 grand, and then he boogied. He came out to California and never left, never went back. And then when I did get back from California, I bumped into Frank Jumper in a fruit stand in fucking West New York. And I'm trying to avoid him because he's a big fuck, and I know he's connected.
He's a big fuck, dog. This dude was juiced up in 1983 on Deca, and more Deca.
Oh, but he was a big, I mean, you know, he was a connected guy. I didn't realize how connected he was until he got pinched and they tried to get me to testify against him for loan sharking and shit.
You know who pinched him, right? William Freach pinched him.
You know who fucking prosecuted him? Governor Christie, actually, was a prosecutor.
That's fucking crazy shit.
And I was just talking to somebody about that I ran into. But yeah, so that's how James got out to California, owning the mobsters' money. But you're right, you go to Atlantic City, they'll find you. Speaking of Atlantic City, man, I'm telling you what, if they get this sports betting in New Jersey, which any day now we're waiting on a ruling, we're supposed to be in already. But I'll tell you what, it'll be big. I don't know if it'll cure Atlantic City's problems because the place is really hurting. But it'll definitely open up some avenues and maybe start the recovery, you know, for Atlantic City. And if it is legal, I'm moving my ass out of Pennsylvania to New Jersey.
Hey, listen, I ain't giving out no inside information. But if I wanted to bomb someplace, that's what I would bomb, Atlantic City. You're doing everybody a favor. Just bomb it for 50 miles around and start from scratch, dog. Start from
Yeah,
scratch down there.
That's why.
They just couldn't bring it
That's why
back.
I went down to Cape May, man. Because every summer, twice a summer, every year rather, we go down to Atlantic City, and it's the same shit. You stay at the Rebel or one of the nicer places, but this year we said, fuck it, let's go down to Cape May, and it's so nice. You know, the people are good. They're not crowded. It's very Victorian.
Those shores are crowded now. I've seen the pictures, and it's fucking amazing how many people could be on the beach. I refuse to be on the beach if somebody was 4 feet from me. I don't care whether she was beautiful or young. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be 4 feet from somebody. I grew up when you got 10 feet away from you. You could fart and scratch your pussy and fuck. You could do 1,000 things on the beach. Now you have people right on top of you on Seaside and all those popular places.
And you still fart.
Oh, you don't go there. You got to go down to where people can't afford it.
Where people can't
you got to go where they can't afford it. And let me tell you, we went from Cape May. The kids wanted to go to the boardwalk, which was only like 7-8 miles to Wildwood. I haven't been to Wildwood for fucking years.
30 years I haven't been to Wildwood. Beautiful when I was a kid. I don't know.
Yo, dude, you kidding me? Now, it's a huge boardwalk. There's literally 3 amusement parks on the boardwalk, and it's like 4 miles long. And it's night and day. You go from like you're in a different world 6 miles up the beach. You know, you got the people at the store smoking cigarettes on you saying, come on in, we got a 2-for-1 special, bring the kid in. I'm like, okay. But what a fucking, I want to call white trash bar? Ooh. The epitome of white trash is fucking the Wildwoods these days. But yeah, we go to where people can't afford it. You know, I'm not trying to be stuck up or anything, but that's what you do. You want to be left alone, you got to pay the extra money, and you're left alone.
Let me tell you something.
That's what I found out.
Let me tell you how tight I was at Glen Conti. And I want people to wrap their hands around this. Freshman to sophomore summer. Again, freshman to sophomore summer. It was this time around 35 years ago. We were kids that me, Glen Conti, and John Bender went in on a summer house in Seaside Park, New Jersey for 2 weeks. We talked to our parents. 2 weeks to go down there. I hit the number in February for $2,500. My mom took $5 off the top. $500. I had $2,000 in the bank account. My mom goes, don't touch it. I fucking took that money and I started buying quarter pounds from Joe Rayo. And I started making...
Joey, my God, he became a cop, too.
He became a cop. He's on Facebook every day. He hates spics and niggas. Nobody hates fucking more racist than Joe Rayo. And he's still my brother. I ain't mad at him. I love Joe Rayo.
Dude, that motherfucker has my baseball card collection. Let me tell you something. When I was in... that name rings a bell big time.
Well, his 2 brothers were murderers. The one brother was a cop that got thrown off, and the other brother stuck the flagpole up the gay guy's ass.
That's right.
The ceramic guy. People. They stuck the fucking hammer up his asshole. It was a ceramic gay guy.
That's right.
When we were kids, when we were kids, he used to make ceramics. So the one brother went to jail. That brother robbed my house. I had 8 ounces of pot that somebody had cracked the seeds in it. So whenever you lit it, it was like explosive pot. It was like those candles that don't turn off. Every time you lit the joint, it blew up.
Oh, God.
Joey Rayo's brother stole it, and that's how everybody knew that he had robbed me, because he was selling nickel bags of explosive
weed, Cocoa Puffs. So, you know, fucking Joey Rayo. So, Gary, I'm in California. I'm in California at this point, 87. I got this baseball card collection. It's a fucking interesting story. You know, I come back from California, busted out, and I know, well, baseball cards in the late 80s were at an all-time high. So I figured I'm going to sell these cards. And I had every card from 1970 to 1979 packed up. So I'm going to make a score. I'm thinking they're worth 30, 40, 50 grand. I come back and Gary tells me, oh, man, I'm fucked up. Turns out he got caught doing something one night. Joey Rayo knows about my baseball card collection. Tells him, I'll let you go if you give me Danny's baseball card collection. So 5 years later, I'm hanging out with Scott Zemenak. And the rumor always was, hey, the thing on the street was, hey, I got you. Yeah, I know. Everybody's got my baseball cards. Yeah. That's funny. Ha. So, no, Zemenak tells me, no, I really got him, because he wound up marrying or hooking up with Joey Rayo's ex, his wife. They got divorced. So, sure enough, there was my baseball cards, like 7 years later, 5 years later, but they took out all the Pete Roses, Tom Seavers, all the, you know, the Johnny Benches and shit. And I still got those cards to this day, minus the big name players. But yeah, man, we had some fucked up people in that town.
Joey
Guys that
Rail was
became
the first
cops.
his house was the first time I ever had dark rye. I almost lost my mind. With like ham and cheese on dark rye with mustard. It was the best thing I
You've
ever
been
tasted.
obsessed with dark rye for
I'm
like
telling you, it was
3
because
weeks.
of Joe Rayo. I went to his house once,
He
and
loves
his
it.
father made me a ham and cheese sandwich on dark rye. I almost lost my mind. I was a Cuban kid. I never had fucking dark rye. What the fuck?
Cuban kid. Have you heard from anything about Sabatino at all?
He's MIA. He's living somewhere. He's missing somewhere. Another guy that was my brother. My brother.
Yeah,
I grew up
loved him. Funny
in
funny guy.
'84. He brought me home.
He got banged up, man. He got banged up on that shit. He couldn't. Same shit, like 1985, just the same shit. Left his wife, his kids.
No, this was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They were looking for him. He was living with Meehan on a couch. He was still working for UPS. He got 6 kids. He was coaching baseball. And one day he went MIA. Listen, man, you got to remember one thing. Again, like I always tell Lee, I loved Anthony. I grew up with Anthony. I grew up on Gibbonard Terrace. He grew up on Charles Court, was right next to
Charles Court. Absolutely.
He lived next to the Iceman, the guy who was the Iceman's cousin.
Absolutely, the Prongays.
The Prongays, which John Prongay's on Facebook. The one brother, he changed his name. I found him. You know what? I didn't want to intrude his privacy. I told Lee I was going to contact him and put him on the podcast. And I said, Lee, you know what? He went through enough. That kid went through enough. Why am I going to bother and put him on the podcast and exploit the fucking kid? But Sabatino was my brother. His mom used to give me extra sandwiches. She was the lunch lady at McKinley.
Good lady. Yep, good lady. I mean, good family.
These people are who the fuck I am. They're who I am. The Sabatinos, that name is in my head every fucking day. It's the funniest name I ever heard. Sabatino.
Last time I saw him was the summer of 2012. I had my place up in Weehawken. He called me up. He needed to borrow a couple of dollars. I hooked him up with, I think, $200 or $300. He looked like shit. I asked him, hey, listen, you want to crash here for a little bit? He's like, nah, I got to get home. It's my kid's birthday. And that's the last I saw of him. I think it was June or July of 2012. Because I ran into him in Meehan, because I was up there for about 2 years. I had that place up in Weehawken. And I bumped into Meehan, and then I started going out here and there with those two. And, I started like, what the fuck am I doing? I got 2 kids. These guys are a train wreck still. And it was fun. I had some laughs. But I'm like, I can see how easy.
No, you can't do that anymore.
No, I could see how easy you could fall back into that. That fucking town, it's cursed.
Oh,
it's fucking cursed. It really is.
At that first bar, I would shit my pants. I can't even be around it. I can't even be in a bar no more, Danny.
You start shitting just the thought of going coke, right?
No. I can't even step in a bar at this age. Like it's over. Like my instincts just stop. Like people tell me, come to the bar next door. It's not happening. It's never happening. I cannot go to a bar. I do not want to see a bar. I saw enough bars growing up. I saw a bar for fucking 8 lifetimes.
Because you're playing in the clubs all the time too, surrounded by that shit.
Man. I grew up in New York City when it was New York City, and I had the extreme fortune. I was very fortunate that I knew people, and from time to time I'd steal some money, and I'd go into those little bars in Manhattan. I'd go in there with a gram of blow by myself. And I know the best little spots. I don't know where they are now. Who the fuck knows? That was 20 years ago. They changed all this.
You know what? I was a notorious partier by myself, too. A lot of times.
Me too. I like that shit.
I do like weird shit. Like the guys are leaving the city at 2 a.m. I refuse to leave. I'd be just like, just leave me here. They're like, what are you talking about? Let's just go. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll take a cab home. I fucking find a little hole in the wall, party by myself, hanging out with homeless people. All types of fucking weird shit. Now I drink at home. When I drink right at home with my wife. We have a couple of drinks, and that's it. We keep it fun. We keep it safe.
No homeless people anymore?
What's that? No. Once in a while, I'll grab a homeless guy just to, shake up the past a little bit. But we're going, we're almost married 15 years now. We're getting ready to go up next week to celebrate a couple of days together. We're going to do some zip lining up there. They got naked zip lining. We're going to try it out. naked zip lining. Oh, you laugh.
I'm not laughing at that. I'm just looking at Joey's face.
We're gonna do naked zip line. My wife's pretty stacked too, so I'm just gonna have. So I'm gonna.
Your wife.
We're gonna zip line, but we're gonna keep our clothes on. Kind of, it was like that shark story. That never happened, but sometimes I do want to put people on boogie boards and just float them out there and cut them just to see what happens. Like, get out of the fucking water, you morons. You're fucking wondering why you get. That's their water. Stay out of their water. Don't go in the fucking shark water. You know, people are stupid sometimes there.
I love you, cocksucker. We got a boogie out here.
Yeah, boogie board. Don't go on the boogie board. But yeah, listen, it's always a pleasure. Lots of love. And I know you're up this way in September. I'm going to stop by and see you in Manhattan in September, pal. We'll have a good time.
I love you, Danny B. Thank you for taking the time.
Hey, man, love you too.
You bring me back for fucking 20 minutes. People listen to us talking like, what the fuck lingo is that? What the fuck language is that these guys are talking? All of a sudden we sound the same. Don't tell me this lady's knocking again with diarrhea. I love you. I gotta go, Danny B. Stay black.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone already.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Who knocked on the door? Who does this type of action?
A very nice older Mexican lady forgot her key to the bathroom.
I was stoned to the fucking pills.
And the owner came by earlier, but she told us that she parked in our space. I was like, we're gonna kick that again. Like the past two ones. Jeez. Can we talk about this for speaking of getting kicked out?
What?
You knew I was nervous on Monday, and you called me like every 15 minutes saying the cops are coming, don't answer the door.
Don't answer the phone, because I know you. You're hello.
And you made me promise, you're like, don't answer the phone unless it's a phone call from either me or Paula. Like, you're really serious about it. Every 15 minutes, cops are coming.
We ate that bar of death, the Corova bar, 1,000 milligrams. Mm-hmm. Today we mixed it up with some stars of death. Listen, we got some great pictures in the mail from a great artist. Now, I don't know what the fuck.
Brady Ferguson.
He wrote a little letter here. Listen to you guys all the time. I hear Joey's stories, and it says that we walk similar paths. He wanted to send some love. Don't ever stop. Brady Ferguson. He drew some nice fucking pictures of us. They're beautiful. We're going to revamp the studio here and we get the music podcast going. I'm going to put these up. He did a beautiful job. I weigh like 400 pounds in that picture. Brady, cocksucker. I love you, though. And look at Lee. All Lee needs is a fucking hat. You got a part-time job at Ming Fing's Chinese restaurant.
Ming Fing's.
Ming Fing's. That's a new chain I'm fucking inventing right there and shit. Who you think you're dealing with, cocksucker? Anyway, some shout-outs to my main cocaine tamales, always there for me. Mr. Gonzo, Casey Jones, Greg and Lynn Powers. I got the email about Cuba. Let's make it happen. Paul Lynch, Philip Reyes. I don't know what the fuck this is. Wait for Dust, the black dude. That's a cool motherfucker.
That's a good guy.
And Matthew Madeline's. I love you, cocksucker. I'm going to be in Atlanta this weekend. Oh, yeah, Atlanta. I can't fucking wait. And I'm going to be in fucking Chicago in 2 weeks. That's all you need to know. Then we're doing the Ice House. It's going to be a light summer, Lee. Light summer. I got to take it easy. I got to dip under fucking 280, and then we'll talk business. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you, dog.
But no, it's, I had no aspirations.
I was going to ask you about that.
What?
So, you said, when you were graduating, all you could think about was getting, like, drugs here, whatever, like, whatever you just told Danny. When from the time I can remember, I was always thinking I want to go to college to do this or to do that. Or during high school, I was really worried about the college applications and all that. Like, if you were going to talk to 17-year-old you, what was like on your mind? Like nothing of that at all? You were just thinking about the present?
Well, because of the situation, I was a little winded.
To put it lightly. Your mother died. Of course.
I was a little winded. And once that college thing came up and that whole thing with high school and me dropping out and coming back, I just didn't feel like somebody had spoken to me about maybe getting scholarships and stuff. And I always thought about the trades, being a plumber or a carpenter and shit. I knew the carpentry wouldn't work because I figured I'd saw my finger off my feint or something.
I would too.
So I knew that wasn't, but I really liked masonry. But I couldn't get a book for masonry in Jersey. I had to get a laborer's book. and hopefully get put on with masonry guys and work a certain amount of days. And then I could become a laborer for the masons. Something weird. There was a loophole. So that was when I went to Colorado. I got into the masonry. That's what the story I was telling before was the 4th of July. I worked for Chip Chilson Masonry. And I remember that was my first 4th of July away from Jersey. Ever. And here I was working till lunchtime for like $15 an hour. He paid me time and a half or something. And then I was going to a barbecue at a guy from New Zealand's house and his wife. And when I got there, it was like 15 people there. And here's this kid, you know, like in the back of my mind, like that. I'm like, if they only knew that I robbed the fucking jewelry store less than a year ago with these people, and I wouldn't say nothing. I'd try to be, I didn't know who I was trying to be. I would talk about movies. I'd talk about food. I didn't talk about any of my personal life in Jersey then. Nothing. They would ask. I'd ask a few questions. North Bergen. They would say, oh, Bergenfield? No. Hudson County. But, no. If I was 17, I once read a thing that if you read the Wall Street Journal for 4 years, you got more out of it than you had with college education. And that always stuck with me for a while. Like, do you really need a college education? The only reason I was going to college was for my mother's wishes.
Right.
But once I started taking night courses, I had to tell you, Lee, I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I miss that today. I would love to get a second chance at going to college. I still wouldn't go to college as a rah-rah guy.
What does that mean?
I still wouldn't go to college. I know that for my child, for you as a young man, I would tell you the way to make it in college today is to get involved. You have to get involved. You have to be part of a group. You have to mingle. You know, you have to see other things. You have to sign up for all those workshops they give you. That's the only way you get the most out of college.
Yeah.
You know, but on the other side of me, I know that Lisa Ash should also work 20 hours a week. I live very contradictory. So for me, I know that I'm going to go sit and listen to some black guy play the piano with a little hat on and shit, and I got to make believe I'm entertained. I already heard and seen this shit.
Right. Well, it doesn't, I mean,
or whatever the fuck it is.
But aspirations doesn't have to mean college. Like, it could have been in high school you wanted to be a comedian, so you're going to go.
Listen, I didn't aspire to go to college, but I didn't also want to be that guy that didn't go to fucking college, or at least didn't fucking try.
Okay.
With all the opportunities available to you, how the fuck can you not want to go to college? You know, there's a fucking paperwork. There's shit that you could do to get into some college and get some type of fucking degree. No matter how dumb you are, there's a college somewhere that'll take you. Am I lying to you? Lying to you?
No.
As long as you pay the fucking tuition, there's Valley College. You get a degree in fucking philosophy from Barry College. Can you not?
Yeah.
It's the same fucking degree you're going to get from somewhere else. And when you go into that interview and you interview, it doesn't matter whether you've told me yourself, it doesn't matter what it says, even though the other day I did see a girl with an Emerson shirt on. And I almost said something to her. I go, what the fuck? It's the 4th of July. Why would you talk to me, right?
And that's really all it is that's the
they want to see
name
that you attended. That's it. And then they might call a reference. Yeah, he attended here. Did he really get B's? Yeah. Was he part of the fucking Suck My Dick group? Yes, he was. Okay. What the fuck? Side fucking.
That's a good group.
What? Poly fucking Sire. Sucky group or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know nothing about this shit. That's it, Lee. What the fuck? You ate 3 stars. You were saying.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
What are you doing tonight?
Tonight, I'm doing nothing because of this.
Yes, you are. You got to do something with your life. You're going to start Suns.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll do that. I already went to the gym today.
Sure you did. How long did you do in the thing?
An hour.
And jiu-jitsu yesterday.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu yesterday. That's good.
I was thinking on the drive over here how every week I have the notebook with what I'm going to write down and what I'm going to do for the week. And it's weird that right before I got on the plane, I look at that sheet and I'm like, fuck. I didn't do that and I didn't do that. But I did 8 out of 10 things out on that list. Just by writing it.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to do it.
You know? It's crazy to this. It doesn't make it. It makes you feel good when you check something off of a list.
If you're going to work for yourself, and you're going to be independent contractor.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have some type of schedule in your life so you're never stale. I can't ever. Even the other day I was in the house writing in that fucking book. And then I said, let me write comment. I went outside, I smoked a number, and I sat in the sun. And it was two different worlds for me. You know, we fucking vegetate too much. That little jiu-jitsu, what is that? An hour and a half. What do you got? How many hours in a week? 7 times 20 fucking 4. Then you divide that by fucking 8 times. So you need 56 hours.
160, I think.
So 160, right? So you get 56 hours of sleep. You got 100 hours. You ain't got an hour and a half to go to a jiu-jitsu class. You ain't got 5 hours to put into a fucking college. When you break it down like that, you'll be embarrassed of your life.
Yeah.
What you really do with your fucking life. When you break it into a times table, so whatever 7 times 24 is, how many hours a night you sleep? 8, right? 7 times 8 is what? 56. So if there's 160 and you minus 56, you still got 100 hours. That means you got 100 hours to play with all week. You don't go to a gym. You don't take a class. You don't do something constructive for 3 or 4 of those hours a week. There's something wrong with your life.
Right.
You really got to look at it that way, hourly wise. I don't care if you go learn Chinese figures. Who gives a fuck? At least you're taking your mind off your miserable life. I mean, that's
Right,
the way I
yeah.
look at it. And that's why I go to jiu-jitsu, because that hour down, an hour, 45 minutes back, cutting people off and shit, at least it takes my mind off writing a joke. And, you know, I got to get on a plane. I beat myself up just like anybody else. You know, you just want to keep your mind occupied, especially when you're an independent contractor. At least if you have a job for 40 hours, you're doing something for 40 hours that your mind is somewhere else. Yeah, 5 of those hours, you're going to fidget on the computer and look at YouPorn and bang one out. But for the most part.
Do you ever tell someone to, like, check you or whatever? Because I'm working on that seminar I'm doing, so I'm working on it. And I told Paula that she has to, like, check and see, like, I've made progress every week. Do you ever do that, or are you just all self-policed? Because sometimes I need to know somebody's going to, like, get mad at me.
Here's the beauty of this, that everybody thinks that they're smart enough to control everything. And for years, we all do that. Until one day you realize you have friends around you. And these friends care about you. And they know your sense of humor. And they also know what you're trying to do. They see the light. That's why you're friends with them. As crazy as I am, I'm friends with John Butt. Today I went to Egan's with John Butt. You know that, right?
Oh, no, I didn't know you went with him.
Yeah, I went to John Butt with you. I love John Butt.
He's a good guy. He's been nice to me.
And what was I talking about?
Friends around you helping you.
Yeah, and you have to ask 2 or 3 of your friends for advice that know you. I came to you last week with a problem about the special. And I told you what my numbers were and what my parameters were, and we both agreed on them, correct?
Yeah.
Are you a comic?
No.
But you have a different kind of mind, and you know this, so this is why I come to you.
Yeah, you need different points of view.
I go to my wife, who's shrewd as fuck, and she sees the green tape, and she sees the white tape, and she's an accountant. I take my ideas to her. So I take them to the most intelligent people I know, pretty much. And then I'll call a friend from Jersey who I trust his judgment. I'll call one of them. So now I have 3 judgments in my judgment. Out of those 4 judgments, something's got to be right. You follow me?
Yeah.
Because I've had the same formula for fucking years with my life. I've always asked people that I trust their judgment. That'll say to me, you know what? I like you. I'll miss you if you're gone. But you can't stay here. You're going to die from doing drugs, or somebody's going to shoot you because they're going to catch you robbing their drugs. So you need friends like that that are honest with you, you know?
Yeah.
I was watching the James Brown movie.
Okay.
Did you watch that?
Yeah.
When he goes to the guy's office and he wants to do a live production, and it's a big fat Jew.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, but it doesn't sell. And all of a sudden he takes his shoes off, and the Jew gets up and he starts dancing. And he goes, what the hell are you doing? He goes, I'm doing a mashed potato. He goes, I don't do it right? He goes, that's right. That's not my part of the business. I know the business side of music. So you should know how to do the mashed potato, and I'll take care of the business side. Do you follow me? So I don't know everything about everything. So I have to ask questions.
Right.
And I'm not going to ask an agent because they're fucking greedy and stupid, you know? They're not going to give you their real advice. They're going to give you an advice from a monetary sense. How much are we going to make on this?
Right.
So I got to go to people who care. So that's how I make my decisions. So as of the moment, I'll call Rogan. I'll call Ari, you know, and you make a joint fucking decision. Somebody's going to come up with their own answer, and it'll all help out to the cause. What's with the questions,
I
Cox?
don't know, man.
Let's wrap it up here. Let's give a shout out to the sponsors. What do you got going on this weekend anyway? Talk to me.
We're going to San Francisco
Okay. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning?
Friday morning.
Friday morning. And what time are you leaving?
We're actually thinking about leaving at like 6, to be honest, just to get up there probably like around lunchtime. Because if we don't leave at 6, we have to leave at like 11. Because otherwise, we'll get stuck in the morning traffic. So.
You're going to get stuck anywhere, but not north. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. And then we like to eat, so we looked at a couple of places to go eat. We're gonna go to that Haight-Ashbury part of town. Gonna go get some clam chowder. It's gonna be fun. 2
Good
years.
for you.
It's fun.
Congratulations, brother. You've come a long way on the show, you know.
Thank you, buddy.
I see you were like Rocky's wife when I met you.
I still am a little bit.
Look at you, you got a pep to your step. You're putting down 3 stars of debt. You're slinging dick in Frisco like fucking Clint Eastwood in Escape from Alcatraz. And you're taking it to the next motherfucking level. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's crazy for you too. I mean, you just went on Rogan yesterday,
Right.
and just what we were talking about earlier. Like, look, what did you think was going to happen? One of those first Rogan ones you were on either the couch or when they were sitting just in these kind of chairs. I mean, how cool is that for you two guys? Do you ever guys just talk about that, like how you're sitting in front of like 1,000 or so podcasts of just you guys, just your own podcast, not the hundreds of other ones you've done, and it's as much of a part of you as being a comedian now, like 4 or 5 years later.
Like I told you before, Lee, if you think when I was in that apartment in Boulder, I was thinking about podcasting or being on the Johnny Carson show or on Late Night with the late Dave Letterman, I had nothing. I knew nothing about this, bro. You know, I used to fucking giggle at Rogan when he first did it at night. I used to go, I'm not going over that.
Really?
I'm not going over. And I was clean and sober then. I was just smoking dope. I'm like, I'm not going over that. I'm not going over there. And
LOL. I like that, girl. Good for you. LOL. That was cool. I like that. LOL.
And women's underwear, t-shirts, cut-off sweats, long sweats. They got some cool ass shit, man. Go over to MeUndies. Take a look. You know I'm not messing with you. What else, Lee? You got anything else to say about MeUndies?
And you're right, dude. Especially if you do jiu-jitsu, if you don't have the right underwear on, you're gonna have to readjust.
Anything. If you don't do anything, you got to readjust. If you're on a bike at the gym and you're trying to warm up and you're pedaling, your nut always pops out of your left side or your right side. Fuck that. MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com right now and press in, Joey, and get 20% off in Canada and the United States.
But I had no idea girls don't like when you scratch. Like we were out the other week and I was doing it like just outside of the bench and Paul looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, women don't like. Nobody likes me. Women would never scratch or nothing in public. That's why you got to give them credit. We're the only animal that we have an itch. You only control it. We're not going to get up and go all the way to the fucking back to pull a nut out. Sometimes a nut gets tucked in by mistake. You ever have that? And you're sitting there. You're not in pain. Sometimes I'm uncircumcised. The turtleneck gets caught. Sometimes I got to sit there with it tucked in and have a conversation with somebody. I think I feel like that. But anyway.
Where does it get caught?
Right inside the turtleneck, like the skin of the helmet's halfway, like a little sausage. And it gets caught, and it feels weird. Anyway, go to MeUndies.com right now and press in,
Joey,
and get a great selection of underwear for men, women, sexy women stuff. I'm telling you, this is the bung diggity. I wouldn't be fucking letting you motherfuckers know how good me undies were. They weren't that good. What are they pressing?
Joey.
And 20% off and free delivery.
But I wish it was bong diggity.
Bomb diggity. That's what I meant to say. A little cotton mouth. It's like I've been in Biafra all fucking night. On it. Tremendous. You know why I eat these edibles? Because I pop this alpha brain like they're going out of fucking style. You understand me? I go on alpha brain cycles. You're like, Joey, what's alpha brain? You told me about it last week. I'll tell you, it's a complete earth-grown nootropic with alpha GPC and AC-11. Don't ask me what it is. Go on fucking the computer and you'll see how good this stuff is. You know how good it is? They give you 100% money back guarantee and they don't even want the product back. That's how strong fucking on it is, okay? This starts with alpha brain. This is like the pork fried rice of their products. If this is nothing, why would you go anywhere else? Start with this right here, alpha brain. If not, get the hemp protein. I love that stuff. With a little banana in there, a couple ice cubes, bam, some peanut butter, the best chocolate tasting protein out in the market. Number 3, the chronic, what is it? The stuff for your lungs. The mushrooms. I can't remember.
Shroom-Tech Immune
and Shroom-Tech Sport. Tremendous pre-workout type stuff. I'm telling you, just do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com. They'll give you descriptions. Aubrey's doing a great job. Go to Onnit.com right now. You look at the great selection of supplements. They got battle ropes. They got kettlebells. I can't do nothing for you there. I can only help you on the supplements, whether it's the MCT oil or the testosterone. Listen, go to Onnit.com right now and press in. Church. Boom. And get 10% off your first order. They also have the Stay On It program. I mean, they're all over the computer. Change your life today. Start on it right now. You're like, but Joey, what type of snacks you got? You got any little stars that I can't fucking help you. You live in Ohio. I can't fucking help you. But I tell you what I will get you. I'll get you some snacks. Nutritious, delicious snacks. Nutritionist approved. You don't have to eat fucking garbage no more. You don't have to eat fucking processed shit. This is tremendous snacks. You understand me? Whether it's the chocolate nom-noms, whether it's those motherfucking French toast pretzels, they got some stuff that's revolutionary over it. Don't make me talk about the Sriracha cashews. Don't make me talk about what else, Lee. Don't make me talk about what else.
The chocolate nom-noms, the corn kernels.
The corn kernels, the cocoa almonds. Listen. Every day they're adding new stuff over there, whether it's the plantains, the South Pacific, or the garlic plantains. Every week they're adding shit that you go, God damn, this stuff is great. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a sample box on the arm gratis for free because that's how I roll. You understand me? Free on the arm, 5 bags, 2 big ones, 3 little ones. Take a look at the Sriracha cashews, take a look at the chocolate nom-noms, and take a look at what else they got on there. You're going to find 5 bags you're going to love. And after that, don't even email me and thank me. That's how good this stuff is. But it all starts with you. Go to naturebox.com right now, pick out 5 items, and what are they going? Go
to naturebox.com/Joey,
and you get a fucking free naturebox.com sample box. 5 bags delivered straight to your house, gratis. You got to pay for delivery charges with $1.90 leave. You're lucky. You know, stop complaining. All right, they're giving you 2 free nights of snacks while you're there smoking dope for free, and now you want to complain about a little $1.90, you cheap fuck. Anyway, go to naturebox.com right now and press in
naturebox.com/Joey.
Boom, and there you have it. But look, don't go nowhere. A couple weeks ago, I got a little box in Blue Apron. I cooked up both meals, and I retweeted the pictures just to show you. Between you and me, you guys know I'm half retarded. You do know that I'm fucked up. I can't cook. My wife had to help me. But I did it. And I did it because that's how I roll. All right? I wanted to really give Blue Apron a try before I busted you people's balls. Let me tell you what Blue Apron does. They deliver farm fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes. You could be a fucking complete Momo. They deliver it right to your home, allowing you to create handcraft meals at your home without going to the fucking grocery store. These fucking products refreshing there. I'm not busting your balls. The lemons, and they deliver everything. Like if they deliver a fish dish, they'll come with 2 lemons, 2 the pepper to put in everything. Now this is for less than $10 a meal. Blue Apron will send you the ingredients perfectly proportioned, making cooking fucking healthy meals easy as shit. No trips to the grocery store because you forgot this. No one used this. Now I got nothing. Everything is to the fucking dot. Blue Apron is perfect for date night. Let's say you meet a chick you want to impress her, you bring her over. You tell yourself you're a half a moron, but you can still make a little fucking Blue Apron date. It's perfect for cooking with friends and even family plan. Let's say you're fucking divorced and you're a loser, and the kid comes over to spend the night. You can impress them. They got kid-friendly ingredients so the whole family can eat well, and you have fun preparing the meals together. Each meal is 500 calories. 5 to 700, I'm sorry, per serving, and it's fucking tasty. The 2 meals I had 2 weeks ago were tremendous. The fish and the steak, whatever it was, tartare, tremendous. And this is what they got this week, all right? Flat iron steak, Romano bean and barley risotto. Are you fucking kidding me or what? Stir-fried Szechuan eggplant. Who's ever fucking done nothing like that? You know who? Blue Apron, but don't take it from me, all right? Do me a favor. We're going to hook you up with 2 free meals by going to blueapron.com/Joey. That's right. blueapron.com/Joey. My treat. Really, the first 2 meals are on me. When you go to blueapron.com/Joey, all right? .com/Joey. So there you have it. You have on it, MeUndies.com, Nature Box, and Blue Apron. I'm hooking you up with 2 free fucking something somewhere along the box. Don't bother me no more, all right? Who hooks you up with nothing? At least you take an ear beating, you get something for free. Right or wrong? If you're going to take the ear beating from Uncle Joey, from fucking Lee Sayat, you might as well get a Nature Box or a nice Blue Apron, 2 dinners on me, all right? And that's it. I'm going to Atlanta, cocksuckers. I love you guys with all my heart. Thank you for another fun-filled week here with myself and Lee Sayat. We're over here trying to make your hour more enjoyable, man. That's all we're trying to do. Right, cocksucker?
Always.
All right, look at this poor bastard.
I just love the idea. Hey, you're divorced. You're living in a small apartment. Your life's over.
I've been there.
Blue Apron.
I've been there. If I would have had Blue Apron, I would have been a fucking better dad. I probably would have been there right now, not doing a podcast, jumping up and down with you fucking baboops. You know, I love you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday afternoon, Monday night. We got a great fucking guest next week. Episode 300 next Wednesday, 2 o'clock. 300 episodes, Lee.
That's crazy.
300 episodes, people. Thank you for taking the fucking crazy ride with us. We'll see you next
5
week.
a.m.
Yo, drag me into where I need to be. Hell yeah. Is that my boy? Hell yeah.
I had a great weekend.
How
No,
you
it's
living,
actually-
pimp?
In San Francisco, walking around.
It's good, bro. Like, it's crazy. Like, I be seeing you, bro. I be seeing you around, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to make you rich. I'm going to make all your dreams come true. You and your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing this now live 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. That's more content than anybody has archived on the internet. It's essentially a time capsule for the world, and you're a part of it now.
No, I'm part of the Rabbi gang.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. You're like you captain, baby. Absolutely. In fact, I'm going to get you in on the inside. All right. So I'm going to show you how my bots work. You ready for this? Now, this is inside baseball, baby. All right. So I've got 4 different devices going at any given time. These are all laptops. And what this bot does is it spams 13 different times in people's chats. It follows them. And it most funniest of all to me is it creates a clip. So if you check any of your clips, the recent ones.
Try it. It's somebody that's live right now called Fresh is Tired. I tried to hit this.
Pardon me?
Look up someone named Fresh is Tired and try to hit shit.
Sure.
I want to see how it works. Yeah.
Absolutely. Is it FRESH?
Yeah, Fresh is Tired. Yeah, why you banned it? Yo, that's weird. Yeah, like you might have do a different account.
No.
How you banned his channel already?
I probably already tried to talk in it and then spammed him. Just one moment. I can't do it on that computer. I'll do it on this computer. Reason why I can't do it on that computer is my control button is locked down for a second. I don't know why. Meaning I have to shut off the control line. All right. FRESH.
Wait, how many accounts you got?
10,000.
How do you make 10,000 accounts?
I have bots that do it. What's your man? Oh, I see him. Fresh. Is it red? Oh, Fresh is tired?
Fresh is tired. Yeah, Fresh is tired.
Yeah, I'm banned in here because I've been spamming him.
Man. He banned you from all 10,000 accounts. There's no way it's real.
No.
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 Yo, holy crud.
I get a few.
He's looking at us right now.
Oh, yeah, he is. I get a few spams in on him, and then somebody in his chat bans me.
Wow.
But that's okay. Check this out. If we come over here and we look at my man Fresh is Tired's clips, you're going to see Rabbi. Just one moment. If we do it by the date, let's see here.
No, you tapped in with the clips. That's all that matters. You already got the clips in there, so he can't really stop you for real.
Exactly. There it is. You see linktree.com, Rabbi Rothschild. If we look at it over the last 7 days.
Yo, hold on, bro. You too smooth with it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't think about that, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty outside the box thinking. This one has 15 views on it. And, like, we'll look at yours. I mean, I don't know because this thing just gets anybody. It doesn't discriminate. It just it's like we got 4 of these things that basically are heat-seeking missiles for the front page of
Actually, I think that Fresh dude wants to talk to you. Like, yo, Fresh, joins the Discord.
So here's how it works. It goes to the front page, and it goes to anyone in just chatting. And what it's going to do, the next person up, I may have already spammed. I always spam this woman. Her name is Natalie, or Nikki Tude, sorry. Nikki Tude, she's a KCIP streamer. I do shout-outs to all these streamers, but she hasn't banned me. So here's what it's going to do. It's very, very smart. It recognizes what this picture is on the follow button, which is it recognizes it like from the shape of it, meaning you could put this follow button anywhere on the screen, and this pointer is going to find it and click it in just a moment.
No way.
Yeah. So that's what.
Like, the bot like literally auto clicks.
Exactly. That's why this thing is so fucking dangerous.
It's dangerous.
I mean, it can take over the world. When it has the.
Or you like just downloaded it from somewhere?
I downloaded software and programmed the bot.
So you basically made it.
Exactly. Now, if you're like, well, is it gonna go? I don't see it. Let's see it work. It will. It just has to run through a couple of tests to make sure. So what do I mean tests? To make sure that it has the right screen. So what occasionally the people at Kick will do will ban my account or ban my IP. So it goes through and does the Cloudflare check to make sure that my IP shows me as a human. And so it's very, very smart. And
yeah, bro, you're a smart man, bro.
Well, I don't know about that, but here we see it on all of these. It just logged this account in, and it's typing over here, Linktree.
Oh, it's typing the words.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No, that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
It's wild shit, and it is very smart.
So you don't even have to be on any of the laptops or anything. It just like does it automatically.
Exactly. Yeah, I have to hit 4 buttons. I mean, I have to hit 1 button per laptop, and I have 4 laptops.
How many phones you got?
Oh, 33.
Wait, let me see your 33 phones. Where you at?
Well, they're not all hooked up, but just one moment. I'll show you. Just one moment. Okay, I've got 3 of them here. I've got an iPhone, 2 Androids here. I shouldn't say 33 phones. I should have said 33 tablets and phones. I have a bunch of tablets. So I've got like a little tablet nest over here. I've got tablets and phones here, and then my live streams. So that's live on YouTube. That's live on YouTube. That's live on YouTube. And I also have live on YouTube over here in the corner.
Is that NASA covers? What kind of covers is that?
They're just like dust covers.
You're like in your bed.
Oh, these covers. These covers were donated to me by a cryptocurrency project called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, which is a meme coin, very popular on Twitter.
Oh, meme coin. Wait, why they donated to you? Are you tapped in and stuff?
Yeah, I've been in their Telegram now 24/7 for more than a year. So I've been live 24/7 on YouTube, but I've been live in their Telegram where anybody in their Telegram can just come in and talk to me whenever they want.
That's crazy.
It's wild. So let's talk about some of the cool shit that we talk about on the stream, aside from my robots and such. Here's what we do. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, mind uploading technology. Let's get into that for a second. So your entire life, basically, people have made you aware that there are two things that are inevitable in this world: death and taxes. Let's talk about the first one. There's a way to escape death, perhaps, with modern technology known as mind uploading technology. You essentially scan your brain into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an avatar, a robot, even perhaps an ethereal being. And you're able to live your life into digital immortality. It's a wild thought, but within the next generation, science is going to be publicizing these type of technological events. What are your thoughts on that? Do you want to live forever?
Honestly, yes, I do want to live forever. Do you feel like you're like? Do you mean like immortal? You mean like your mind is going to be like in a computer or something?
Yeah, great question. So basically, what I define as your soul, but basically everything that's part of your body that isn't physical, your central nervous system, essentially whatever synapses are firing in there, we're going to scan all of that in from the tips of your toes and your hands all the way through your spinal cord into your brain. All of the data that's captured in there will be transferable into different bodies.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's actually crazy.
Exactly.
It's actually like, yeah, something that takes, bro. What is your take on like the R. Kelly situation?
Oh,
because things is crazy over there.
Wait, like back in the day, R. Kelly peeing on the girl?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's first give credit where credit is due. If you ever saw that Chappelle Show skit where it was where he does the skit about R. Kelly pissing on the chick, it's absolutely hilarious. Yeah. He does two of them.
Literally, bro. Like, I feel like it was funny that he really did it.
Oh,
like,
dude,
that's crazy.
So what do I think? What do I think of R. Kelly? Look, I'm not cool with anybody doing anything with anyone underage. So I think, to my knowledge, that girl was underage.
Oh, wait, really?
Well, that's why in the skit, Dave Chappelle says, look, I wouldn't even believe this if she were holding up her ID. Her grandmother was there taking pictures with her Polaroid. Like, there are all kinds of things that you have to do to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. But as I understood, those girls were like underage. So I'm not cool with any of that. However, let's assume that they were of age at this point. Piss on them all you want. If that's your kink and it's cool between consenting adults, go for it.
Literally, bro. Like, would you piss on a bitch? Be honest.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm sure there are thousands of bitches.
I think about that shit all the time. Like, if a bitch did it, like, sat there's like, yo, piss on me, nigga, I'm doing it.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm not even gonna, like, think about it. I go, like, think twice about it.
If some bitch is like, look, it puts me over the top, baby, open up your mouth and let it in, because I'll do whatever it takes to take you to that higher level. Really, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what? Honestly, pee is sterile, so it's not like anything's bad with it. So long as it doesn't come from someone who has a bacterial infection, pee's sterile. So, I mean, it's like medical quality. So go ahead, piss on anybody you want with that shit. You can drink that stuff.
Thanks.
We're done. So let me ask you, you KCIP?
Do I got CP?
Yeah, I don't even, what is CP? Oh, fuck, no. No, are you KCIP? Do you have CP? No, fuck no. I already know you're cool. You don't have shit like that. Nobody wants that. Are you Kick Creator Incentive Program?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're big time then. Good for you, man. Congratulations. I appreciate
that, bro.
I'm going to do a shout out to you today. I don't know if you know. So I do shout outs on Instagram.
Why don't you stream on Kick?
I got banned.
Why'd you get banned on Kick?
Because I have so many bots. So
you can't stream on Kick?
No, so I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all the others. So basically, I've sacrificed one of the platforms. It's a really interesting strategy. Sacrifice one platform and use it as your punching bag to promote on all of the others. And like, you would know who I am. None of the people on Kick would know who I am, but for the fact that I spam the shit out of the platform. And that's how everybody knows about me.
Actually facts. Like, you're actually smart because everybody literally knows who you are.
Everybody knows who I am.
Like,
1 month.
You know about that Rabbi, bro? Literally, like, people literally know who you are.
So I heard one of the major mods at Kick, when someone who's employed by Kick, was asked about me within the last week and asked what Kick's strategy was to combat my bots, and they said they didn't have one, which is kind of a.
So you say Kick can't even stop you?
I don't know. I know ways that they could, but here's the thing: whatever they implement, I'm just going to get around and continue. The key point already happened. I already became a meme. I already became something on their platform about whom everyone knows. So whenever I show up, it'll be, oh, we already know this person. I don't have to do all that work again.
You're literally like the Kick, like a Kick villain, bro.
Absolutely. I'm a Kick. Exactly. I'm a Kick celebrity. I'm like the Riddler of this bad boy. And I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. And I'm sure that we can agree on that. That you don't have a right to put your hands on me. I don't have a right to put your hands on you, my hands on you. And let's do this globally. Essentially, we have things in place to perhaps be able to get rid of war in a modern sense, but we're not utilizing them. Other things, though, before we end all war, there are other things I want to address. World hunger. How are we going to have world hunger, Rabbi? We want to implement vertical farming, cloud seeding technology, hydroponics. Those are just 3 of dozens of ideas we have for world hunger. How about world thirst? Life straws, digging of wells, and desalination plants, where you take water from the ocean and turn it into potable water for agriculture. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll never believe that we have a water crisis when we have the world's oceans. We just have to figure out a way. And so we desalinize the water so that it's drinkable. Those are just 2 ideas, but it's big ideas. And so when people start to find out about this, it's like, whoa, hold on a second. You mean I can always check you out whenever I want? Like basically any other show on Netflix or anything. It always ends. It always ends. Mine never ends. You will end before I end. So go to bed. Go take care of your kids.
Wait a minute. How do you just join this shit while you go to shit?
How do I take a shit?
Nah, one of your butts just like popped up, bro. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. They're just going. They're just randomly doing it.
They used to be going, bro.
Oh, word. Oh, here it is. I can see it. Wow, this is crazy. Hold on. Keep it right there.
Wait, let me see.
This is wild shit. It's a thing on a thing. So literally, we're watching.
It's clipping right now.
Exactly. It's clipping a clip of you, of me. Wow, how meta is this? This is amazing. Exactly.
That's a good clip. That's actually a good clip right there.
I agree. So, apologize for that, but that is an organic robot interaction. Absolutely. But essentially, what is special about this is any other piece of content, it always ends. This one doesn't. I have so much content, 3 years, and it's not just on one stream. It's on 6 different streams, redundant streams, in case any of them, didn't catch the footage of one or the other. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far as south as San Diego, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Disneyland, basically everywhere, all over Southern California. That's all on my Instagram. And then I have really 3 years of 24/7 content on YouTube. But also, I'm live on 33 other platforms about which people have never even heard. Like, even some of them that just shut down. Caffeine was one. It was a gamer stream. That one just shut down, but I'm on many others, including Billy, which is huge in China, Africa.tv, that's huge in South Korea. I'm live.
Africa TV?
Yeah, but that's not big in Africa. It's big in South Korea. I would think Africa TV would be huge in Africa, but Africa is like on YouTube, like most, Western civilization, but at least it's called Africa, AFREECA.tv, and it's huge in South Korea. In fact, I get people who I meet from South Korea, and they're like, how the hell do you know about Africa TV? It's like South Korean YouTube, but unless you're in South Korea, people don't know about it. So what I did, I've been using ChatGPT since the first day it was launched, November 30th, 2022, and we use it for all of the world's questions and all the world's mysteries. So I would go into it and just say, name 50 different platforms that allow for RTMP keys, that real-time messaging protocol, the little keys that you need to be able to multi-stream, and it would give me 50 of them, and I would go and create accounts on every single one of them, and then essentially have one computer that was hooked up to 33 different platforms. Once that bad boy is going, I'd start up another, start up another, start up another. So every single one of these devices isn't just streaming on YouTube, it's multi-streaming. So let's say YouTube doesn't like what I said. We have backups on Twitter. We have backups on Twitch. We have backups on a litany of other platforms. So that's really cool. But other things that I like to talk about, truthfully, are really whole mind and whole body happiness. Like I would say, basically, mindfulness is very important to people, and we don't discuss these things. So when we're talking about peace in the world, that's very important. It's important to have peace in your soul, absolutely. But other things, like when it comes to real issues, decriminalization of drugs, that's a big one. So I'm an advocate for the decriminalization of drugs. I'm an advocate for the promotion of psychedelics.
Wait, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
What do you do for like work and stuff?
Well, I'm a rabbi. Additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps.
Project management. Wait, what do you manage?
Technology projects. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. Yeah,
So you're rich.
No, I wish I were rich. And perhaps one day I may be the richest person on earth. And why do I say that? Content, according to Bill Gates in the 1990s, is king. He coined the phrase. And The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable. It overtook petroleum. So that means it's more valuable than gold, than food, than water, than air. Data has become the most important thing on Earth. And I have more data than any person on Earth. Now, it's like, Rabbi, why don't we know about you? Why didn't we know about you until you did this kick thing? Like, why didn't we know about you just from YouTube? Great question that I've just asked myself. But it's a question that would arise. What's the deal? I have some YouTube accounts with tens of thousands of followers. They get banned.
Wow.
They get banned. When you do 24/7 streams, you get a lot of copyright strikes just accidentally. Why? Because the radio was on and it played a copyrighted song, or because you were watching a podcast and the intro clip was copyrighted. So here's what I do. Every 6 months or so, I get all my YouTube accounts and I leave them up so that you can watch them, but I create new ones. So every 6 months, basically, I have little time snippets so that if ever at any time any one of my YouTube accounts gets banned for some reason, it doesn't ban all 3 years of them. It might ban like 6 months of footage, which isn't that big. And considering I have over 100 YouTube accounts, not big at all. I've also created some really interesting things on Instagram. So on Instagram, I've created robots that automatically upload my life 24/7 on Instagram. So how does that work? Basically, it's an automatic clicker on a phone that knows exactly the right time to click on the phone to make Instagram start up a video, have it last an hour, end the video, upload it, and start a new video. So it's been doing that now for the last like 2.5 years or so. So not only do I have more YouTube content archived than any person, but I have more Instagram content archived than any person. It's a huge deal.
Wow.
And especially with AI, and it's going to be able to parse through all of this. Look, nobody wants to watch me right now in 2024 sleep 8 hours a day or whatever. But in the future, universities, particularly those that conduct sleep studies and sleep doctors, are going to want to watch that. That's really important information to them, to have 3 years of basically pure sleep. The whole thing isn't sleep, obviously, but to be able to study an individual. And the same will happen with cardiologists and my heart rate, and the same will happen with psychologists and my behavior, my emotions, dietitians, and my nutritional intake.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That really
Wow.
is.
Have you seen the movie The Truman Show?
The what?
There's a movie in the 1990s from starring Jim Carrey called The Truman Show.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. I think it was like he was like in a inside of a game or something the whole time, or in a show. He was in a show the whole time.
Similar. He was.
I haven't seen it. I just want to see it.
It's fabulous, and I would recommend it if this project is interesting to you. It's basically, he was born on camera and doesn't know it, that the whole world watches him, and he becomes the biggest star in world history, and he has no idea. And his whole life is observed by the outside world. This is similar. The major difference is The world has my consent to be able to peer into me whenever I want or whenever they want. But what really makes this special is that I have plans to do this for the remainder of my life. I want people to be able to study this and connect themselves to it. And I'm not going to take up much more of your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. But I want you to know that this isn't the last time we're going to speak. I really mean this. You are going to be a rich person, and I hope to be the person to help make you that.
Real, bro. Absolutely. I really do see you being like a millionaire or like, you know, maybe like a billionaire in the future. Bro.
Absolutely.
Like,
I'm going to be the world's first trillionaire. I'm going to be the world's first trillionaire. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how are you going to do that? Once this thing blows up, we're going to be able to monetize this data so easily. I'm going to be able to be a spokesperson for every major brand out there, particularly when it comes to technology. My price will start at $1 billion. Look, the amount of computers that I have, just to go to Microsoft and say, for $1 billion, we're going to have Rabbi who has more data online than any person. All he's doing is using Windows. Do you want him to speak positively of Windows or negatively of Windows? We have 3 years of content on him. You know, it's your choice. Basically, people are going to want to connect themselves to this because I'll be so influential. Everyone's basically going to be able to connect to me. And any company that wants to end me, I'll be able to start up with somebody else. Just like on Kick right now. If Kick, for one reason, said I couldn't use their platform anymore, enough people know about me on the other platforms that I've already made my impact. So it's a really special strategy that I've utilized here. And I'm glad that you could be a part of it. I'm glad that I could be here. Shout out to your audience and shout out to you. Thank you so much. Peace, baby. You too.
Peace out.
Take care. Hey, shout out to everybody. This was wonderful. Thank you, guys. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. That was amazing. So what's my man's name? It's like PR. I'm going to do his shout out right now. Hey, so if you're watching this right now, shout out to Carrie with the BBC. I love you, girl. Oh, what did you say here? Add the name PR Binstone on Discord. That's him. Hey, Carrie, I love you. I want you to know, Carrie, if you could let him know. I'm gonna do a shout out to him right now on Instagram. If you see right here, I have my Instagram, and everybody gets a shout out on Kick. So all these people have names. And let him know. I'm going to do one for him right now. I'm going to tag him in it, so he'll have it in the next 45 minutes or so. And if you're like, 45 minutes, I thought you were going to make it right now. I am, but it takes a little bit of time. I add lyrics to all of them, or I add captions. So do you see how it has the captions underneath it? So it takes me a little bit of time to do all that, but nevertheless, he's going to get it really soon. He's a wonderful person, and it's a pleasure to be there. And he handles himself with amazing professionalism. If I were getting all of these fucking bots, I would be like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Shut the fuck up. But he's so kind. It's wonderful. All right, so I'm going to do a shout out to him right now. What's up, baby cakes? It's everybody's favorite pimp here, Rabbi Rothschild. Boy, did we just have a wonderful conversation. This was amazing. We're going to come over here to our friend and confidant, PR Greenstone. This person is amazing. Interviewing Rabbi Rothschild, legendary. Fuck yeah, you rock. You're amazing, and I love you. Damn, you are amazing. So check out all his social media here. Let's take a look at his clips. Why? Because I've been dominating people's clips. Let's see this shit work. Linktree. Amazing. Amazing. This fucking thing works beautifully. Look at this. They're all mine. Hilarious. Shout out to PR Greenstone. Big time streamer. Going to continue to be bigger. And get into that mega level, moving their way up the chart every single day. If you haven't joined PR Greenstone's Discord, get in it right now. That's the link we reference. He'll fix that. He knows it. It's probably already fixed as I discuss this or as you see this. Now, here we have PR Greenstone. This is amazing content. Look at all this stuff. Wow, you have a lot of subscribers, man. That's great. Let's look at your Instagram. I'm going to close that, not because we don't love you. You're playing Fortnite, but I want people to be able to fully see your Instagram. I really mean this, PR, and I'll say it at the end, but I think you're going to be a really big streamer. And I know you're like, well, Rabbi, you say that to everybody. I don't say that everybody's the next generation of big streamers. I don't say that about everybody. And I am saying it about you. I only say it about a limited amount of people, and you are one of them. So I don't know why the Instagram isn't pulling up. We can try it here. Oh, there you go. PR Benstone. Excellent. Amazing. Let's see some of your shit. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. So you're the Teletubbies. Oh, we got those Hulk gloves. Very, very cool. Oh, if you didn't know, PR Beanstone, the Instagram app crashes all the time. So if this ends up crashing, apologies in advance. PR Beanstone, you're amazing. All right, I want to make sure to follow you. Hell yeah. All right. I love that girl who is that, what do you call it? What's her name? Hop Tua girl. That girl's hilarious as fuck. Anyway, PR Beanstone, shout out to you. Shout out to your stream. I do really mean this. You're the next generation of big streamers out there, and you're going to continue to grow. It's just, it's very early in your streaming career, but I mean this. Content is king. There are only two kinds of people in this world, creators and consumers, and you're a creator. Anything else I want to say to you? Yeah. In addition to things like mind uploading technology and anti-gravity, antimatter, some things that we discussed that are really, really important, are things like advances in life extension technology with human growth hormone and stem cells and cryonics, basically like using cold temperature to extend the lifespan of the body. Really interesting things. And I mean this, I don't think you're going to die. You're going to be in a point where you can financially be able to afford life extension technology, mind uploading technology, digital immortality. And if I'm the first person to tell you this, well, then I am. But I really mean it. I wouldn't make a video about this if I wasn't serious about it. You are young enough, you're going to make enough money, and the technology is going to advance quickly, and you're going to be able to one day, if you want, extend your life, perhaps indefinitely. That's really cool. Anything else you want to say to him? Yeah, you're a big-time streamer. Thank you for the opportunity to be in your Discord. You're a great interviewer, and if you ever need anything from Rabbi Rothschild, I'm here for you. Take care, everybody. Take care to the world. Shout out. Peace on earth. Stay black, everybody. Dog, this didn't fucking. What's up, babies? It's everybody's favorite pimp here, Rabbi Rothschild. Next up on Rabbi's big board, we have our friend, PR Beanstone. PR Beanstone is an amazing individual, and I want you to know everything about them. We're going to come over here, and we're going to take a look at their information. PR Beanstone is...
It's up to you. It's up to you. It's not a. I just didn't know. I don't know. He's 18, right?
Without me, no. I I don't think so.
PR. I'm gonna see you get a into accounts just for
I just kick him out of the way.
it's not a family station, but contact.
What's up, baby? It's everybody's favorite pimp here, Rabbi Rothschild. Up next on Rabbi's Big Board, we have PR Beanstone. I just had the opportunity to speak with PR in PR's Discord, and let me just give you the heads up. PR is amazing. PR is a legendary streamer. They're only going to continue to be a major streamer. Let's take a look at PR's clips just to see how much Rabbi loves them. Linktree. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Shout out to PR there. We're going to take a look at PR and their Discord. We were just there. This link, Imagine a Place. If you want their Discord, he has one. And when you watch this, I'm sure it's already fixed. Look at this. Look at all his content. Look at all these subscribers. Phenomenal. His Instagram is here. And for some reason, it doesn't work when I use that link. So I'm going to just click here so we can check him out. We're going to check out his Instagram content. Looks like we've got Teletubbies. Very, very cool. And Mega Fists. Like, amazing. Look at you guys having a good time. PR Binstone. Memories surface through the grapevine. Hell yeah. Love it. If you know who Hawk to a Girl is, I think she's hilarious. And she's all over my Instagram feed. I want you to know that I think that you are a very special individual. You take a look here, friends. This person just randomly has 113 people watching them. And on top of that, they have nearly 6,000 followers. That is the perfect combination ready to explode. This person, PR Binstone, is a big-time streamer and just going to continue to get bigger. You should know that they are the next generation of major streamers out there. PR Binstone is going to be, I would say, within the next couple years, a major influencer. So be ready for them. There are a lot of people on Kick who are going to be major influencers, and PR Binstone is one of them. PR Binstone is smart, they're funny, they're charismatic, they got the total package. So if you aren't following PR Binstone, please do. Check out their Discord. They're a very nice, good-hearted individual. I want them to know that in addition to the life extension technology and the mind uploading technology that we discussed, other things that are really interesting in addition to anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light technology, faster than light travel, quantum physics, quantum computing. These are all really interesting things we discuss on my stream. So hopefully, if you haven't had the chance, check out Rabbi Rothschild on any social media. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. It's the biggest event in global history. Check out my man, PR Binstone, at PR Binstone on Kick. Anything else you want to check out? Yeah, let's check out his Twitter. Let's check out his Twitter. Beautiful. Really, really nice. Super cool. PR, you're a special person. Rabbi wants you to know Rabbi cares about you, cares about your audience. And we've only just begun. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Shout out to PR. Shout out to Rabbi. Stay black, everybody. Maybe it's everybody's favorite pimp here, Rabbi Rothschild. Up next on Rabbi's Big Board, we have
It was $1 million fucking.
Sure, definitely.
You know.
Yep. Well, you know, in my career, I did a lot of that shit.
But you never
I
popping
did
nothing.
something with a couple of guys that you probably know. His name is Big Lou.
Okay, he's gonna call in later.
Oh my God, he was the man with that cokes. I mean, all we did is we had this guy in New York City. We had this black guy that it was like a Patterson cop, and he would go around and he just fucking sit on like 179th Street in Amsterdam and just look for people. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden we get a phone call. It would be me, Big Lou, and Danny. Those are the ones that would do it. You know. And we did it for a while. We had teams, man. We had teams. If Big Lou comes in, right? Ask him about Fosco. There was this, you know, on 178th and St. Nicholas.
Right when you come off the bridge, like, you make that right turn. Before the bridge.
Right there.
Afterwards.
Right there. After the bridge. Right there. Yep. It's a 34th precinct. And we took this guy one time, man. We got in a van. We threw him in a van. We locked him up. We handcuffed him, and we drove him around for like 2 hours, trying to beat the shit out of him, beating him up, trying to get his keys to his house. He wouldn't give us the keys. Finally, he gave us the keys to his house. We go into his house. He got nothing there. So Big Lou tells him, listen, and I don't know if you ever met Big Lou. Big Lou is 6'6", 300 pounds. He's very, very scary. Big Lou told him, say, listen, man, you know we're not the cops, so it's either you, money, or your body. What he said, the guy all of a sudden made a phone call. We were standing close, right out on 178th, right out in front of the police station. He makes a phone call to this guy. Now it's me, Lou, and this guy Fosco. I got a 9mm in my bag, in my pocket, and Lou's got a badge on with a shirt over it and a hat. So now he thinks first he thought we were cops. So all of a sudden this guy pulls up, and all of a sudden he starts saying something in Spanish. All of a sudden Fausto gets in the car. The other guy gets out of the car. He goes, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Now we got this guy. We're holding him for ransom. You know? So we're talking. All of a sudden, 20 minutes later, he comes back with a bag, a brown bag, with $10,000 in cash and a kilo, and he gives it to us. All of a sudden, we let the guy go. We jump in one of those gypsy cabs, and boom, we go right over to his house in Palisade Park. That was a great score of us, man. Oh my God, there's so many of them I could tell you about.
How old were you, Joey? Was this like high school?
Excuse me?
Was this like high school or later?
Well, this is a little bit later. This is probably about when I was 20, 21 years old. You know, that was our job.
That was our job.
You know, I mean, and we would just live by score. You know, I mean, we had one time we had no money, and all of a sudden Danny was like, well, I can do somebody out in California who's got a lot of weed. We're like, okay, let's do it. So all of a sudden we start planning this caper, and we go to Lou's house, and we're figuring out things. And Lou's father was a career criminal too. He's like, you guys are fucking crazy. How are you going to get the hardware on the plane? And hardware meaning the guns and stuff like that. So we were like, we don't know. So all of a sudden we go out to California, and we're going to meet. Can I say his name, J-Mo?
Yeah.
I can say it. I already said it. It's over. You know, we meet him. All of a sudden, we meet him one day. Danny goes meets him. We come back the next day. We go to a gun store, and we get pellet guns, Coco. We get pellet guns. All of a sudden now we go get $2,000 in cash, and we put it all in singles, and we put $100 bills on the outside. So it looks like we got a lot of money. Danny calls up J-Mo. He meets us at the hotel. Now Danny is setting up J-Mo. So all of a sudden he comes into the hotel. I'm standing in the closet. You know the vents in the closet you can see out the door?
Yeah.
And Lou's on the balcony. All of a sudden, he comes walking through the door. I jump out with my pellet gun, but I have it up in the air because I don't want him to see the front of it because the hole was small. All of a sudden, I said, freeze, you're under arrest. All of a sudden, Lou came off the balcony, grabbed him, threw Danny and the other guy on the floor. And I'm like, oh, my God, there it is, Lou. I opened up the bag. It was 62 pounds of weed in one big giant, like 2 bags he had. We grabbed them. We handcuffed them to the sink. We threw the keys there, and we left them both there. And we just bolted out of there. Some of the shit we did with Lou was fucking crazy, man. Crazy with that big guy.
Oh, my God. I remember handcuffing a guy, and I was never so scared in my life, Joey Falato. By the time I handcuffed Bella, I was pretty
Excuse
good.
me?
By the time I handcuffed the guy I went to jail for kidnapping, I wasn't scared.
Yeah.
But before that, I had handcuffed 2 guys, and I was shitting my fucking pants off.
Oh man, I mean,
Shitting
it's all we
my
did. It's all we did for like maybe 5 years straight. We would just, live score to score. So all of a sudden, it would run out. All of a sudden, boom, we'd wait for a phone call from this guy Al, and all of a sudden, every couple of months, we would go over there and take down the drug dealers. I know a couple of guys had you remember, he went to jail. His name is Dave. Forgot his last name. Yeah. He went to jail for killing somebody. They kidnapped him. They stuck staples in his head. They killed him. Him and Anthony Caselli. Everybody had their own teams and stuff. But thank God I never got caught. And Lou did a lot of them. Lou had a really big one time, man. He could tell you some of them that are unbelievable. That's how I met him, though. Doing that kind of stuff. He was a professional boxer too, Lou. Wait till he tell you some of those stories.
You graduated in '85. I graduated in '82, and I was always a year older. When my mother died in '80, my mother was in that world. They were coming to the house. The first time I did blow with lubes, I stole it from 10 kilos that were in my basement. I didn't even know what they were worth. And I would just take coke and give it to my friends. I didn't know what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
But after my mom died, I kept in contact with those people. And these people were serious fucking Cubans. And they would come up from Miami, call me and say they're in town. They want to see me, for me to give them money. And then they'd introduce me to their friend in Union City. And 9 out of 10, I robbed that guy. And in those days, I was climbing roofs. I was doing the sickest shit. I mean, it was natural for me, Joey.
Oh, it was natural. That's all it was. I remember. I remember Rago used to tell me all the shit you were doing.
My God, he was the only guy I was honest with. I was a piece of shit. But if you thought, Joey, in those days, if you fucked with me in North Bergen, and there was a lot of people in those days that thought they were cute, and I was down, and they fucking I could give you 5 names of people that thought they were cute with me, and at the end of the day, I fucking clipped them. And they knew I did it, and they couldn't do a fucking thing about it. And it was so funny. And then I realized I could clip people all around. And I was catching people sleeping. I caught so many.
We did awesome with it for years. I didn't work for years. That's all we did. Because in New York City, Jersey, it's so easy. You go right across the bridge, and then we had this black guy. When you ask Lou about Al, he was black, and he was a Patterson cop. So it was actually so great. He used to stand right on the corner, and he could stand with these, those the Mulignans and all the Dominicans and stuff like that over there, and they wouldn't even know he was there. All of a sudden, a couple of days later, we get a phone call. All right, it's on. Meet me over here on 160th and St. Nicholas. All right, here we go. We're going to work. It was crazy at that time, though. And then one time we almost got the FBI fucking called us, and Louis got caught with the FBI, and all of a sudden this and that. Oh my God, it was a big fucking ordeal. I had to go in front of the FBI, 100 Center Street. Jack Campanella, his name was. Oh my God, I'll never forget that. Fuck, man, it was
From 80
crazy. Thank
to
God,
90, I must have robbed 200 drug dealers, Joey. And there's so many that just did little fuck ups. Like when I went to Colorado, I took my New Jersey technology mind. I was a New Jersey criminal in North Bergen where people see you coming a mile away. You understand? I grew up in a society.
They don't see you in Colorado.
They don't see you in Colorado. In New Jersey, they see the setup. They're like, why has this kid been coming over here too much? They know. He used to buy grams. Now he's buying 8 balls. Where's he getting the money from? People have ears. So I went from fucking New Jersey where they saw you coming with Colorado where they didn't even suspect it. And I was shutting their fucking lights out. I was shoveling snow, robbing. You know what I was doing, Joey? I knew drug dealers at Coconut House. Let's say I go in there and they have 4 ounces. I take two 8 balls. And I kept them on a string. And then I kept them on a string. And then what I would do is when I get ready to rob them, I wait till they get a big ship, and then I fucking take them down. But for a month, I'd take them for an 8 ball a day, like nothing. They'd be skiing. Who the fuck
that was
skis?
Good money back then. That'd be good.
Yeah. But this is what I tell people. It's like I was talking about Periscope this morning with this fucking Comic-Con. We got fucking ISIS cutting people's heads off, and you're in San Diego dressed up like Batman, like a jerk-off. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking jerk-off that you are, half these fucking momos. Star Trek, look at me. Like a fucking, but meanwhile, those are the people I prey on, those fucking jerk-offs, because they're too busy. Listen, drug dealers don't do that. You know what drug dealers do? They sell drugs. They don't watch TV.
That's
Drug
it.
dealers.
They're the best people to rob. They can't go to the cops.
They can't go to the cops.
They,
you know what I'm saying?
They couldn't go to the cops.
When a drug dealer would tell me he was going to Disneyland or going skiing, and I'd ask him, how many times do you ski? I ski every week on Wednesdays. Bingo! This motherfucker's going down eventually.
On Wednesdays, eh? Yeah.
And they tell you, I go skiing on Wednesday, we party out, really?
Even as a criminal, you didn't take vacations?
Criminals don't.
You never take vacations.
Listen, if I went on a vacation, I'd rob people. Listen, San Francisco, I caused so much havoc in a hotel in San Francisco because I used to rob the maids' keys. The maids in those days would leave the keys in the door and they clean. So I'd watch them and I'd take the fucking key. And it was over after that. I had 2 or 3 days. There was a bookmaker I robbed in San Francisco in the hotel. He couldn't figure out who was robbing me. He come to me and go, somebody keep fucking robbing me. He was one of those dollar guys that sold those tickets.
Yeah.
He'd have $300. I'd take every fucking single plus all the slips from him and fuck his world up. He'd be sitting there in the lobby going, somebody fucking robbed me again in the building. That fucking spick made. And it was me the whole time. I beat the fucking burrito. Yeah. Oh my God. I could see a drug dealer a mile away.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how it was over by us. You know, everybody had their own teams, and we were doing it from like maybe 88 to 92. Easy, every fucking week doing it. Danny knows a lot, too. It was me, Danny, and Louie. That was the team. And then we had this guy, Al.
You guys got so good you started robbing each other. Yeah, you motherfuckers started robbing each other. You made Russo and Kurt go down to Florida. These guys started robbing each other. One of the greatest quotes I ever heard in my life was July or something of '99. I took Darren to breakfast, and in the middle of his food, I looked at him. I go, "You still getting into fights?" He goes, "There's nobody left to fight. I gotta fight my friends now." He goes, "I got nobody left to fight. I gotta fight my friends." That's how I got with these guys. They had nobody left to rob, so they started robbing each other. So there was these two cliques in North Bergen. First, they started together, Russo and this Danny Bianculo. They were the fucking hottest drug team since fucking Abbott and Costello. They were buying trucks. Look, you think I'm kidding you? They were moving. They were like what do you call it? Crockett and Tubbs. That's what we thought they were. Every time I went back to bring them guns, they had fucking trucks and ski jeeps. What are those things you ski with? Jet skis. Jet skis. And the fucking guy had all the toys. All the toys. And the motorcycles. These guys were making big money. Then one time I heard they're broken up. Tommy tried to rob the other guy. Then they went at war for each other. Then they couldn't get coke. One went to Miami. Who'd they rob? They robbed Kurt. Kurt in Miami, right? They robbed Kurt in Miami. Who the fuck? They went all the way down there to get robbed. 2 sets of my. Well, look at Danny. Danny, we robbed his cousin. We robbed his cousin J-Mo. It was fucking like 60-something pounds of weed we had to take. And then it was funny, we got it, and then also we had to drive it all the way down to Los, because we were someplace in Diamond Bar, California. Also, we had to drive up to Los Angeles. Then we had to ship it back in the mail, and we shipped it to someplace in Patterson. Oh my God, it was. But J-Mo was calling Danny for months, because he knew he set him up. And that was it. But he had to rob. We were so down and out, we had to rob his cousin. That's what we had to do. Oh man, but that was a time. Thank God I'm on the lam though now. Now I'm hiding out. Nobody knows where I am. Listen, man, every month I get a nervous breakdown. I do a podcast with Lee. I gotta tell you, Joey, I do a podcast with Lee and I eat an edible. And for some reason I go home and I smoke some pot and I make some coffee and my fucking mind starts to race at 11:30. Oh, Joey, I can't lie to you, Joey. Sometimes I get tears in my eyes. And I say, I can't believe I survived that situation. Or going to West New York. I went to West New York one night. Wait till I see Lee. The situation, Lee, that we lived in, man, it's like, you guys live in Disney World compared to.
It sounds like North Bergen was on like an Indian burial ground or something. Like,
I remember one night, Dave Black's sister was fucking a Colombian drug dealer, the hot one. She was just giving him pussy for coke. And Dave knew it. Yeah, it's like my sister's just basically giving him pussy for coke. She's hot and she knows it. She just goes over there, gives him pussy. He throws like an ounce of blow once a week. And we went over there and robbed him while he was fucking the sister. That's how cold-blooded we were. With guns and the whole thing. Wow. And the sister was on all fours sucking his dick. I mean, it was horrible. We're robbing a guy and she's sucking his dick. I mean, you can't write this shit.
Did you at least save some for her?
No. You cannot write this shit.
No way.
And he got caught climbing out the window, so the drug dealer had him by the hair. Thank God whoever the fuck was driving kept the car running. I mean, it was just, this is shit that I sit there sometimes.
That's the way of life over by us. You know, that was it. I mean, you go right into Manhattan. I mean, go to Washington Heights and rob somebody and just get out of there. We do it on a Friday night. All of a sudden, boom, you need some money, you go make a score, come back, and we went to quintessence.
The one I did in '93 was with your cousin. God bless his soul.
Didn't you guys rob the gas station with the water guns?
We robbed the gas station with the water guns. We never had to pull them.
What?
And then we robbed all the stereos from Sears, the car stereos, every fucking Blaupunk they
Didn't
had.
you put the one in for
The
their senior prom? You robbed the Alpine. You put it in Russo's car before that. I never forget it. You came out of the fucking, what was it? I did two guys down there or Kmart. You had the Alpine in the box with the speakers and everything. You took it right out of your pants.
Wait, that's how you started the day. We need cash. How are we gonna make some cash? Let's go get some car stereos brand new in a box. And we walk in the store like a team, and each of us would get one. So that's three $200 stereos. We're gonna get 300. That's an 8-ball. That's $250 and $10 a piece.
How did you get them?
And back in 1982, it was a lot of money.
That was a
lot of money.
An 8-ball was $250 on 135th in Amsterdam. Our goal was to go over there every day for an 8-ball. So you had to come up with $250. $250 quickly. Some days I get a call from somebody going, "Dog, you got a toolkit for sale? I heard. Can you get me the one at Sears?"
But how did you turn the stereos into money?
It's a car stereo, Lee. I come to your house and I go, "Lee, not for nothing. I sat in your Volkswagen the other day and the stereo sounded like shit. I got a Blaupunk for sale. It's $300 new. Give me $150 cash." And you'd say, "Fuck yeah, for $300." Or those speakers. We used to get the speakers. That's how you got your day started. So once you got, so now that $250 for the 8-ball, that was an investment. You took that $250, you threw a gram on that. Now you sold 3 of those, and you got $300. Plus, you got a half grand for me and Joey, and we ran with from there. And then there was some guy who wanted an 8-ball. So now we take an 8-ball, take a gram and a half out, throw a gram and a half of cut in that motherfucker, and give that to him. We just made a gram and a half of pure. Now we got a gram and a half of pure. We're gonna throw another half on it and get 200 out of him. So you know what? In a day, we each ended up with 150 cash, and we got to score an 8-ball. That was your goal. Yeah. That was our mentality.
And Ringo loved that. Ringo loved doing that shit, man.
I loved it. He loved it. I remember one time me and him robbed this fucking dude that was a cunt. And he thought he was cute. And we went to his house and he had checks. And in those days, our boy Dick Willems was at the fucking bank. And I used to steal the checks and bring them right to the bam! They could have Jesus Christ on a crutch on those motherfuckers.
He cashed him, right?
And my boy was
down
fucking
at that car lot down there.
Fuck yeah, the car lot, the bank. I remember when the dude from Joe and Mary's used to write checks, the loan shark, and we take him to the fucking bank on 70th Street while the check's getting cashed. Your next door Gilberto's getting a Cuban sandwich and a batito de mame. Are you fucking kidding me or what, dog? Your whole day surrounded around making money for food, but the payoff was drugs, and we keep investing the money. So every time you went to the city, you went with somebody else's money.
How much were the drugs worth that you snorted throughout the day? Because like $150 to go to jail that many times doesn't seem worth it.
What do you mean? We're not going to
jail. But I'm saying, it wasn't going to jail. It was just the excitement of robbing the 150 and the 8-ball. That's you got a big story.
I remember talking to your cousin one night. I had gone to buy drugs downtown in Northburg. And some guy set up. He was a cowboy right next to by Kathy Moran. Do you know that block we were just talking about? Where Mike Denny lived in the Rayos. Some white kid. I remember
Kathy Moran.
Some white kid started selling coke. And I remember that I went down there on a Tuesday with somebody and bought the coke. And on the way out, I said, "That's interesting, that window. I could climb in that fucking window." And as I was talking to the guy, he was telling me that he had a day job. He gets home at 5. This is the best coke. He was getting it from Cubans. This is 1981, Joey. I'll never forget it.
What a mistake that was, telling you had a day job.
And I was in the bar with your cousin on Thursday night, just talking to Darren. He had the icebox. And just out of curiosity.
Yeah, the icebox. You remember that icebox?
I said, "Darren, do me a favor. Pick me up at 9. We're going to rob this." I was lying to him. Guys, I swear to my mother, I was lying to him. I had nowhere to rob. I was just getting him to pick me up because we were going to rob somebody. And I'll never forget, I was sleeping on Ronnie's floor. In those days, I used to sleep on Ronnie's floor. They were my adopted family, and he knocked on the glass. Go, get up. Let's go make some money. And I went upstairs, brushed my teeth, washed my face, took a quick shower, ran outside. And this guy's staying. That's how we lived, Lee. It was a Friday morning.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Listen, all week was bullshit. Monday through Thursday was bullshit. I could always borrow a 20 from Lee and a 20 from Joey. I could always put it together. But Friday, it was D-Day. Everybody wants their money, plus you got to have your money. You want to get your dick sucked, you want to do blow, you want to eat Quaaludes, you got to pay a fucking pipe.
Blow and Quaaludes back then.
Everybody was doing this shit. So what did I do? I tell your cousin, let's go down to this guy. We went down by Gibbonhead Terrace where I grew up. I parked, and I basically walked. I never forgot. Like I get goosebumps. And
my God, just thinking about that shit, right?
Just thinking about it. I rang his doorbell. Like I made believe like I didn't know that he was working. Nobody answered. I went around. I opened that window. Like I told you guys, it was wide open. It was the window into, because in those days you had a door that went to your doorway, that your door was open. I climbed through the window and he left his door open. A fucking drug deal. And I ran in. I opened up, and there was nothing. I went in the room where we walked out, and sure enough, there's a bag of blow in there that had been cut, and one that had been uncut. I took it, and on the way out, I saw, those German flasks?
Yeah, for beer?
Oh, my God.
For beer. The big flasks.
Yeah, the big giant flasks, those Steins.
In those days, I was a thief, guys. I was a thief. So a thief knows where people hide shit. And for some reason, all he had was blow at the house. I went in his drawers, all he had was blow. And as I'm walking out, something made me catch that German thing with the thing that you pop and it goes back.
Yeah.
It's a Stein. It's called a Stein, I think.
I went over to it. I took that thing out. And there was $800 bills. Now, right now, everybody's at home going, Joey, $800. You're a fucking petty thief. Yes, I was. But $800 in 1982 was $2,400.
That was huge.
I remember giving your fucking cousin $400. He was crying. Like in those days, he cousin had no money. He lived at
$400 to Midtown back then. That was huge.
His mother, Darren's mother, had gotten divorced. Darren didn't have a dad. Darren lived with John and his mother. They didn't have any money. For Darren to have $10 was a lot. I gave him $400, and I gave him half of that bag of blow. We fucking went out. But that was how it was. It was all a hunch, Lee. Like by 12 o'clock, our day was done. We had blow. We had everything set for the weekend. And it got from that now we wanted more. Everybody wanted the kilo guy. Everybody wanted to break into somebody's house. And find
the big ones. Everybody wanted the big score.
And fucking jewelry.
I got a couple of them with Louis, but Louis got a couple of big ones without me. He got a couple of 10-kilo ones one time, Louis. Let him tell a story ask him about the story about him and Al were following a guy, and all of a sudden the guy made a wrong turn and went up onto the bridge. All of a sudden they were behind him. The guy got nervous. He jumped out of the car, left it running on the bridge. Louis jumped in the car and went into New Jersey. He went back in the trunk. There was 10 kilos in the trunk, Coke. 10 kilos. Ask him about it.
Well, the same story happened with me and your cousin. When the guy pulled over on the west side highway.
He jumped out and he was so nervous because they were in, this guy Al used to have like an Impala, like a square Impala, like a cop car with a light on it. And all of a sudden they were following him. The guy made a wrong turn, went up on the bridge, put it in park, and jumped over the fucking railing and jumped right up to the Henry Hudson Parkway and took off. And Louis got into the car, jumped in, went right into Palisade Park, got 10 keys. And I was sick. I wasn't there that day. I was sick.
So one time I got the big score in 93. That's where the guy pulled over. He didn't pull over on the bridge. He pulled over on Henry Hudson Highway going downtown.
Sure.
He was going downtown. We stopped him. No, he stopped himself like by 135, and we noticed him. We went and made a U-turn, and he was out of the fucking car, right? He was out of the car. Those days they were trained just to run.
And I didn't go with him that. I don't know why I didn't go with him that day. I had something to do. All of a sudden, they told me about it. I was sick missing the score like that back then. That was a lot of money. You remember Tommy had that one Spanish kid in New York that he got rid of all the stuff to. What's his name? Alex, I think his name was. His name was Alex. And I was like, oh my God, they were selling them for like maybe 15,000, 20,000 a key back then, real quick.
It was amazing how everybody was gonna get robbed at one point. Like everybody I did business with, I knew I was gonna rob them.
Hello.
At one point in the
game.
I can't. Did you ever get robbed, Joey? As a drug dealer?
Yes.
Who? Me?
I did. I got robbed one time.
What happened?
Did you get robbed? Who robbed you?
They clipped me for 7 grams. Nothing significant. Nothing like that. And I wrote it off to, you know me, dog. A thief knows that things are going to go down. If you keep doing it,
of course,
they're going to go against you. Listen, man, I robbed a lot of blow. I should be shot and hung for all the blow I robbed and snorted.
No,
if I would have been smart, I would have fucking sold it. I didn't sell.
Oh man, yeah, that's what we did. We were trying to sell it and do it at the time back then. You know what I mean? So we had like 4 or 5 guys that were on a team, and we got some small ones, big ones once in a while, but nothing that was life changing. That we always thought, 100 keys, 100 pounds of weed or something. Never got that. But it was fun at the time while it lasted.
He's gonna call in.
God, I didn't go to jail.
No, every fucking time I talk to you, man, I get sentimental. I think about your cousin. I think about
oh man,
and even lubes. We used to get college kids. Oh my God, we'd sell them coke and then rob the coke back. But that's a complete different fucking episode. I love you, Joey. He's gonna call in.
Hey, I love you, Lee. I'm gonna call back, but I'm gonna see you in Vegas, baby. All right, I'm definitely gonna call back, Coke. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
500 edibles, 500 milligrams a piece that night. Me, you, Lee, and your wife, and we're gonna go kill a fucking strawberry shortcake at the sports book.
I love it.
Science.
Love you guys.
Love you, brother.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Bye.
It makes me shit my pants just thinking about the shit I used to do. I don't fuck around when I tell people that. Sometimes I feel so weird sitting in a room with Lee because I don't know if Lee really knew. Like, if you could look at a film of my life from 80 to 85, if anybody that even listened to me, it was such a fucking horrible education. I'm happy I did it. It made me the man I am today. Lee, this is some scary shit. And then I went to prison. And then I still dabbled till 94 and robbing, and I would only take calculated risks. I always knew, getting locked up makes you a better criminal because you learn different things, and I did. But I knew that if I would have kept on, bro, and bolted, they were going to nail me again. It was just a matter of time. So I'm very.
Do you have the urge now?
Never.
To go rob somebody?
Never.
Because it seemed like you were getting like super like you missed it. Not missed it, but like you got the adrenaline pumping.
Sometimes when you talk to give people a good story, you gotta go there.
Yeah.
And when I go there, my heart beats and I get chills and I feel shitty about myself. But I like talking about it because it doesn't make me feel shitty about myself. Once I talk about it, once I write it out, that's when I feel really bad about myself, the things I did like that. But listen, man, like I said, it wasn't like I was going up to guys like you. These people dabbled in drugs. I dabbled in drugs. Everybody knows the fucking cost when you dabble in fucking drugs, man. Everybody knows. And if you don't know, how was your fucking schooling? How was your fucking schooling?
So what happened when they got you?
No, it wasn't like that. I got robbed out of a hotel room one time like that. Nothing, no sit down, no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Nothing that exciting.
No, you just learn. You learn the steps, Lee. You learn what to look for, what not to look for. I know who's coming with bad intentions. I know who doesn't have cash, You just learn. You just learn these little fucking things, Lee.
It's fucked up.
But, I did my time. I paid my dues. I think after I got out of prison, I think I did maybe 3 or 4 drug reps after that. I never fucked around with it again, man. And I'm very happy I didn't, I was telling these guys, I think it's time to carry a weapon. Things are getting bad. There's a lot of, last week in San Francisco was the shooting. Did they still have flowers out on the pier or anything? Did you go down there?
Yeah, I didn't see any. But do you mean like you want to carry a pistol at all times?
Do you think that's what I want to do? I do not want to carry a pistol. But if, random acts, the chick got shot in Hollywood, the chick got shot in San Francisco last week. This could be one of us. This could be a podcast listener. This could be anybody, man. I get scared, Lee. Without the fucking edibles, I get fucking petrified.
It does seem to be happening a lot.
But yeah, and for us to be walking around with not leaving a piece. You're at a park with your daughter. Somebody does something. I don't want to shoot nobody, Lee. But protecting yourself and shooting somebody is 2 different fucking worlds, man. Knowing you have the ability to protect yourself. Knowing, I'm not confident in my fucking, I'm no fighter. I can't fly through the air. I'm not fucking Johnny Hick. What's his name? John Wick. I'm not going to throw people through the fucking head. But, sometimes I get scared, man. It's just a natural reaction.
Yeah, but
I have a wife and a daughter now.
Just to play like devil's advocate, wouldn't you also be then scared, like, if a lot of people had guns around your wife and daughter? That's the only thing that scares me is if everyone's gonna start having fucking guns.
Lee,
I don't want to take anyone's
You
guns
tell me
away.
the truth as a man. You're an educated guy with what you read in the papers and what you hear. You don't want some type of protection in your car or in your apartment. You're there with Paul or somebody breaks in, they want to do something. You tell them, yeah, I got the money. You put 2 fucking holes in them. I mean, what if, Lee? So many things could happen. I don't advocate guns. I've told you for 20 years that they're the worst luck for me.
See, that's what I was going to say. Like, we were talking about it earlier. I don't know if I've always heard that guns attract guns, and yeah, it does get fucking scary. And more so, I think probably when you have kids, because I was thinking like, how can you send your kid to a public school now and not be like a little bit worried? But I try to keep low key, and I guess I don't really think I want to.
Listen, man, God has a plan. At least that's what they fucking tell you. Buddha, the Jew God, Hindu, they all have a plan, and we all have an expiration date.
Yeah.
You know, we all have and horrible things happen in this life. You know, and that's why I get bad thoughts just like everybody else, man. And you pray and you fall asleep or whatever the fuck it is.
I do get more protective, like if I'm with Paula.
Sure you do.
Like I'll like that.
You love her.
Yeah, so like I can see like before Mercy, would you have thought about wanting a gun with just you and Terry?
I mentioned it to Terry a few times. We live in an area that we're just 3 blocks away from life, brother.
Yeah.
We're a couple blocks away from life. And sometimes bad life goes into good life, and there's nothing you can fucking do. There's nothing you could do. But you know what, man? If you got robbed and you didn't have protection, and you got robbed and you did have protection, how would you feel? How would you feel? I mean, Lee, I don't want you I'm not going to give you a gun and you take it home and put it under your pillow. I mean, that once a week you go with the Agostino and go to the range and shoot and get comfortable with the gun, and you get pretty good at it, and you clean it every 3 days so it doesn't jam up on you. And you're not a bad guy. You've never had a bad intention in your heart. But what if, Lee? What if we're at the Comedy Store one night? You ever think of that? We're at the Comedy Store and a shootout ensues, and I'm there with you, and I got to cover you, and I got no fucking gun? What would you do? What would you feel like that? You didn't have, just a little situation. I'm not saying I'm going to go buy a gun tomorrow morning, Lee Sayed. What I'm saying is that, I don't know, I get these thoughts from time to time, just like every fucking American does. Just like every fucking American does. Every Canadian does. At one time something happens and it hits close to home. If you wake up tomorrow morning at 8 in the morning and somebody got robbed on Laurel Canyon in Ventura, how would you feel?
Yeah.
If they were going to eat at 9:15 at night. That could be you and Paul.
Yeah, it totally could.
Okay, so
and
Red Band got robbed.
I know. Yeah.
In Burbank, California, the home of Disney, where Disney pays for undercover cops and helicopters and fucking cameras on every block.
A black wizard came
and robbed him. Now, I'm not saying you pull the gun out and you play Charles Bronson in Death Wish.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that at least that fear. You know what it feels like to get robbed? Do you have any idea? When something goes down 2 blocks from you and you're seeing a gunfight, what your heart happens to your heart?
No.
And how fear takes over. It's a horrible fucking feeling. But I know if I got a fucking gun in my strap, and that motherfucker comes 10 feet close to me or my daughter, I know I'm gonna fucking unload that thing. And I'm gonna catch with one bullet. I'm gonna tell my daughter and wife to fucking run. In Spanish, so the guy don't hear me. You follow me? I mean, listen, I'm just talking nonsense with you. But
I lived in Israel for 6 months, and their solution to it is there's a lot more there's like military everywhere. And I know people are getting upset like there's too much police everywhere and stuff like that. So I don't think they would go over here. But would that be like another solution?
That girl got shot in Hollywood.
What girl?
Where was the girl that just got shot last week?
Oh,
The
yeah.
comedian's girlfriend. Where were the cops when that guy shot that girl? They're getting a bunch of steam right now in San Francisco.
Right, really call.
Go ahead. Lou.
What's up?
Oh my God, we just got off the phone with Joey Filato. Jesus fucking Christ. How you doing, Lou?
I'm doing all right, buddy.